You
Yeah,
tell
flat
me.
surface is.
what it is then if it's not curved? Can you tell me?
What it is if it's not curved?
He wants you to say it's
Yeah.
flat.
If it's
If it's not curved, is it spiraling?
if my mom had wheels, she'd be a bike.
Okay, if it's not curved, is it going like a triangle? Is it going up and triangling down, up and down, or is it flat?
Say that again.
If it's not curving, is it flat or what?
Wait a minute. If your mom had wheels, she could be just paralyzed or freaking old in a wheelchair. Tell
Yeah,
you talking shit.
but let's say like this. If it's curving, where is the problem?
If it's curving, where's the problem?
Yeah, if it's really curving, where is the problem then?
I don't know what
There
you're
is-
trying to communicate. I honestly,
If,
like you're using words, and like I understand,
Okay.
I know what the words mean, but the sum total of the words just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry.
can sphere, let's say that this Earth, you know the size. Let's say that this Earth is 100 times bigger sphere. Okay. Does that sphere has the flat surface?
You know, I'm gonna whatever points that you want to make specifically, just to you though. I'll concede just to you.
Here, Spartata. Basically, here, I'm gonna try and see if I can explain what he's trying to say. Basically, let's say he disproves that the Earth is not round, then what would it have to be?
He's saying if the Earth is not round,
Yeah, then what would it have
then
to
what
be?
would it have to be?
Yeah, if the Earth wasn't round and they prove that, then what would it be then?
A globe. I guess flat is among them. Yeah, but
So if all the
The-
so if all the flat surfaces on Earth are actually flat, what does that mean?
if all the flat surfaces, or if all the surfaces on Earth are flat, then I guess the Earth is flat.
Yep.
That's what we are saying. That's
Okay.
our model. That's
So
our
we-
model. The surface is in
That's
reality.
not a model. That's a claim.
So we don't need a model
Yeah,
because look,
We
we
don't
know
need the
that
model because there is a reality, man.
we know that all water lays flat and horizontal. This is objectively true. So the oceans are all horizontal, just as we see the horizon. So if 70% of the Earth is all ocean and they're all horizontal on top, what does that mean?
If you shine, if you're going to the coast and the Earth is completely still, and you shine a laser over the water,
Yeah.
as you go out further with the laser will the distance between the horizontal line of the laser and the water will increase.
Never
You
happened.
can measure that yourself.
Never happened.
It does happen. Flat, isn't it in one of the flat Earth? They did that experiment on their own.
Man, man. Are you watching the titles on YouTube? Like that shit with Jeranism and that it was not even laser. Do you want to see 100 observations showing opposite?
Do I want to see 100 of the duration going upward?
No. Do you want to see 100 videos?
100
Observations?
videos.
Yeah, showing
really don't.
opposite.
I really don't want to watch 100 videos, so no.
Okay, that means you saw the one video showing the laser and the distance between the water was increasing. And I am telling you, I can show you 100 videos that is not true.
Well, I've experienced these things on my own.
Oh, really? I was on the coast now, like 2 weeks ago. I made observations on my own, to Ireland. So I didn't make a real measurement. It was that I was watching video. If you put your eyes about 8 inch above the sea level, you can see only 1 mile. There is a guy who making videos, the Glober guy on YouTube, and I put my eyes on. I did the same thing 2 weeks ago. And look at the devil, I saw that fucking island on 20 kilometers.
So what I will say is that as as an object goes further away from you on the horizon.
Can you tell me honestly one question now? Did you ever go to the beach and check for that what you said?
Oh my god, dude!
I've watched. I've watched objects on the horizon sink down below the horizon.
Okay, did they sink on the 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles, or doesn't?
I don't know. All I know is that the object sinks below the horizon.
Is it important for sphere that it's on some distances that's happening, or doesn't matter?
I'm sure at some distance it'll happen. Yeah.
Yeah. In which distance that's happening?
I'll be relative to where I'm observing.
Okay, of course, with observer height and the distance. Can you tell me which observer height was? Let's say it was 10-meter height, and the ship was like 10 kilometers, and the drop was that one, correct one, and every observation showing that. Can you show me one video of that?
I don't know what you said.
I don't know what you said. The geometry of the sphere, that observation, that drop over distance, what you're want to find out what it is, that sphere, what it's curving, in distance, that's what we are looking for. When you go to the math, when you go to the radius, when you read all formulas, when you put that formulas, when you go outside and I want to check it, where is that dropping? That is not happening, man, in reality. There is no such thing like a drop. There is only flat surface in every direction, especially on the water. You can find out for yourself, but you didn't do that. You are saying that you did that. Yeah, with the distance, the things disappear bottom up because of angular resolution. You can test that on the road. Go to the road and you will see that you will disappear bottom up,
Okay.
You cannot see forever,
You're right. I can't see forever. However, if I took a telescope and I looked as the object, I would.
Can I tell you?
To see it.
Simple mathematically, you cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on this radius ball of this ball, this given ball. I'm now telling you like a math, nothing like a go outside, like a math. You cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on this ball.
You can't have 10 miles of a flat surface on a ball.
On this ball of 40,000 kilometers, what you said, with this radius. I don't know if you can understand that mathematically, but that's not possible, because it must curve,
Plateaus exist, but I don't know. I'm just talking about an easily observable.
I'm trying easily to put your geometry of this sphere easily, if I can, and the size and everything, telling you that you cannot have 10 miles of the flat surface on this. It should to drop. On 10 miles, it's like a 20 meters. It's not big. With the distance, it's growing and growing, but on 10 miles, it's like a 20 meters. You don't have that drop anywhere. That's 20 meters.
Sure, bud.
With the 20 miles, it's bigger. It's not anymore 20 meters.
I'm just going to say the same thing I said, but whatever arguments you want to put forth, I'll just concede to you every time.
But I don't want to convince you. This is only information what I want to give you. This is
I get it. I concede conceptual to you, though. Just to you.
Good choice.
So that's just you fobbing him off. I don't want to listen to you. That's pretty rude, son.
No, I just can't understand. And trying to interpret everything that he says is just mentally
Okay,
exhausting.
well, you know what, Sprata?
It's already mentally exhausting.
Sprata,
Yeah, go ahead.
there's other people in the VC here that could help out. If you don't understand something that he said, we would gladly rephrase it for you so that you could understand it, okay? You don't have to be so rude and say, I'll just whatever.
Okay, man. The English is my third language, but if you want in another language, it
No.
would be nice. I can speak even fourth language. But I think my language it's somehow grammatically maybe I'm not saying past good or something, but I think that these people understand everything because I was speaking about the surface. I was speaking about everything. It's English understandable for the. I'm not the person who is saying I go walking.
Conceptual. I'm not trying to make you feel bad
Right.
for I
Yeah.
totally understand this is not your first language.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make fun of you.
Okay, I will repeat you the last sentence. It's about. Do you know what is geometry? Because about that I was speaking. Do you understand
All
me?
right.
Do you know
How about no? How about we just let someone else take it? How about
Yeah, better. Yeah. AI. Did I make some mistakes? Did I make something was that was not
that?
understandable?
Yeah. Your mistake is you're trying to speak to someone who already told you they can't understand the way you speak. So attempting to
Okay.
re-speak to them is futile.
Okay, AI. Can you understand me? Do you AI understand me now? Do you know what is geometry?
You're missing the point, dude. It's not that I can't understand everything that you're saying. It's that it is
No, I
exhausting
want to
to
speak
continue
with.
to
I want
listen
to
to
speak
you.
with AI. I want to speak with AI now, not with you, man. AI, do you understand me now? AI, do you know what is geometry?
Listen, I'm not gonna make everyone else suffer.
AI, I want to be
So-
nice, really, with you now, really, and good, really.
All right. When I made the hint, let somebody else take it. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I will leave it, but I want only like 2 minutes with you, AI. That like I'm you and me speaking. Let's say about whatever. And then somebody can take it out with him. I don't want to speak with him, but I want to speak with you. Do you understand me now?
I usually do. I don't personally find your accent bad.
Okay. Do you understand when I speak about geometry, about the radius, about 3,159 miles, about the distance, about the height, about the drop over distance? Do you understand that what I'm saying?
Obviously.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. I will not go more, in detail.
I mean,
Okay.
that's how you derive a curve, right? You have a linear reference, and then
Uh,
the rate of change of slope over the linear reference as it exceeds across an axis is how you derive a curve. I mean, it's pretty basic.
How is possible that you and me can speak and I understand you and you understand me?
Because I'm just
You are
talking about how you derive a curve. You notice how I'm not imputing any bias into a worldview like it seems some people do when they come. It's like they can't just tell you the brass tacks facts of how things are done because they have to make sure that they protect their worldview.
We don't really have to defend the whole flat Earth thing because it's just fucking like it's stupid to think it's round. Because I mean, shit would literally fucking fall off, and you can look up how like gravitational pulls and all that shit work, and it does not fucking make sense. Like it's just a whole bunch of bullshit they're saying.
It would fall off. Can you expound on that, please?
You expect all right? Imagine you're like you have the globe, right? And you're standing on the bottom. You would be upside down. And then they're saying there's a whole fucking ocean under there. You expect that much like gallons of water and weight to just be held up?
Gravity exists.
You're misunderstanding the entire concept. The Earth is the thing causing the downward effect.
Then elaborate, because it sounds stupid, but that's how I see it.
It sounds stupid
and you
because you
claim
clearly
gravity.
don't understand it.
Which gravity? What gravity are you talking about? For one,
The thing that holds us to this planet.
And it like keeps the stuff. Like if you just think about it, if you went like under the Earth, you'd be upside down, falling off.
Oh dear. No, he's asking you specifically which gravitational
This has to
model
be a
you're
trial.
speaking of. Which gravitational model were you speaking about? There are several gravitational models. Which one are you holding up for us?
I don't know. I guess what they say, like when it spins, it creates gravity.
I'm afraid to answer because I'm going to get muted
Like
again.
how, like if you were to like spin something really fast, it like gets like pulled to the outside, right?
Fascio.
You get what I'm saying? Like a spinner, kind of. It pulls things to the inside.
Spin something at 1 rotation per 24 hours.
Like if you spin a top, like things want to go to the center of it.
Fascio sticker.
Yeah.
He's asking about like either the bending of space time or like classical Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, which one?
Whichever one applies to
They both.
how people would not fall off the Earth.
Both. They're both different
It's not
models that explain the same. They are two different models that explain the same phenomena. Which one of these two models is true?
He's got no idea, dude.
I do not. I thought this was a channel of people that were going to defend me and help prove my point.
No, this is a channel where you say gravity and we want to know which one you're talking about, and we've come to the conclusion you haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
I do not.
Okay. No worries, that's fine. We won't ridicule you anymore if you're coming from a place of not knowing, and we can help you understand. It's not a problem, dude. But when you come in and say gravity, you know the Earth's one. That's not what gravity is. There's several models that explain the same phenomena, dude. One is Newton's idea. The mass is attracting the mass, and the other conceptual idea that's been around for 109 years is Einstein. The mass of the Earth is sitting in the fabric of space-time, and because of that displacement of mass in the Earth, the space-time fabric is being distorted and curved. Two different models that explain the same phenomena.
Yeah, Jedi. I think it was the other bloke that said gravity. I think he just interjected that. I think Fascio's sticker is was asking him questions, and he said, and someone else chimed in, gravity exists, and that's all he said. But I don't think that was Fascio.
And there's also specific gravity. Don't forget that one.
I was just referring to how people wouldn't fall off.
Another 75 theories.
Do you know the reason why people won't fall off, dude? Like in your model?
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't only make sense if it's flat. Like the Minecraft world, kind of. Like the flat lands.
The whole concept of falling off of something connotes the idea that there's available free space beneath it to which the vector of down, as you fall down, would carry you into. So it's a matter of directionality, right? So if I walk off a ledge, there's nothing supporting me, and I have available free space to travel to, and I'm going to fall, quote unquote, then I'd have to fall down, right?
Yes.
So when you say I would fall off of a globe, you're saying that if I walk off the side, there's nothing supporting me, and the vector of down would continue to carry me. So the globe claim would then be that the direction of down is a different direction.
You're giving 250 G's in the span of
more specific, like if you were standing in Antarctica, right?
They give the last guy 50 as well.
Like at any point.
They give away $1 million sometimes.
But I'm not sure if what I'm asking makes sense.
What?
Sorry,
like you're standing on the edge of the Earth, technically. Or...
If you were standing in Antarctica, then you would fall off.
Okay,
and
if
so
you're
I think it's the flat Earth model that they took the ice wall and they kind of curved it into that becoming Antarctica.
That's a global projection. When you say that Antarctica is a ring around the Earth, that's a flattened out global polar-centric projection. That's your globe model projected out from the south. Sorry, projected out from the north. So the south is the circumference. It's a globe model.
Is there any reason why I can't fly? Like, just keep flying south?
You'd be doing us all a solid if you did. Just keep
Yeah.
going south, brother.
Let us know what happens when you get there.
Now, what would I see if I just kept going south? Like, just
No,
let's say.
no one knows, because you're the one that says what would happen if I kept going south. We've not kept going south, so we wouldn't be able to ask you. You will be able to tell us if you imagine Reed kept going south. So we're waiting for you to tell us. We don't know. Maybe you will if you keep going south.
So, does Flat Earth not explain why there is no like you just can't? Let's see.
Think about it. Take your
Like,
time. and come-
what do you think happens if I just keep walking south? Assuming that I can go over water and climb mountains, etc., etc.
Well, there's one thing we know that doesn't happen, whether you walk or you fly or whatever. Let's say you fly south. We know you're not going to go all the way south and then come up around the other side of a ball and then end up going north again. That's never been done. We know that's not going to ever happen.
Okay, but what keeps on happening if you keep going south, though?
You're going to get stopped at the 60th parallel for one, because you're not allowed to go past that.
You're not.
Nope.
So, but let's say I am allowed. I got a special pass from the government that said I could do that. What happens?
Well, here's the thing. No one has ever gone all the way as far as they can go south and reported back to us and told us what's there.
Yes, they have.
Show me.
That seems very convenient. You should have no explanation for it.
Well, convenient for who? Convenient for the globe?
Convenient for your ideology to be able to continue existing because you can't explain something.
No, I think it's convenient for the globe because the globe doesn't have any north-south circumnavigations. If there was a globe, that would have happened by now. And no one's ever done that. But listen, we have had Captain Cook, Magellan, Captain Ross have all sailed as far south as they could go and kept going, let's say, west. And Captain Cook, for instance, navigated for 3 years and logged 69,000 miles on his logbooks. So if the pole was, let's say, like it's told to us, it's supposed to be like 10,000 miles circumference around Antarctica. Why did he travel 3 to 4 times further than that?
Yeah, nobody has traveled around Antarctica. That's never, ever happened.
Richard Byrd made his historical flight over the South Pole. This is the first time the flight ever attempted.
He was on one side. He was on one side of Antarctica and made a big circle, is what he did. He never went around Antarctica and back home.
Let's see, Richard Byrd flight path.
But there is a video, of all that flight. Sure. If it's written, it must be true.
No. Where's the point that you said you get stopped?
It's part of the Antarctic Treaty. It's approximately the 60th south parallel.
And then what happens if I go past that line? That point?
You'll be stopped by warships and told to turn around.
By warships.
Do you have permission to go below the 60th parallel, yes or no?
Go.
You'll need permission. So if you gain permission, what will happen?
When you make your route, you have to make an application to have that route approved. And if you're going to go past the 60th parallel, you're going to need permission to be able to go past it before you can take that route.
Yeah, I think you're just schizophrenic, dude.
Is schizophrenic? When pointing out the Antarctic Treaty, what does that make him schizophrenic? I want an answer.
Are you making medical claims about me there, buddy?
Yeah. Why, when pointing out the Antarctic Treaty, does that make him schizophrenic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your answer, is it? Somebody's pointing out a treaty that everybody can look up.
No, you guys are just fucked up, like, yeah.
There we go. We're just fucked up when
I feel
pointing
bad for you, dude.
There we go. So all you've got is insults. Nice one. You're not very good, Faith, are you?
What?
Just insults.
Do you have any can you link something that says that you're not allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel?
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty. You need to gain permission to go below the 60th parallel. Only two people are allowed to go below the 60th parallel. Those who are a part of a scientific research or part of a government that's got scientific commission, or a tourist. You can go there if you're a tourist, but you'll be taken on a tour. You'll be taken to certain locations and brought back again. You can go below the 60th parallel, but you need permission, and only two types of people get permission. You can read the Antarctic Treaty if you want to get more knowledge on that, or you can call us schizophrenic like the last guy.
Wait, Jedi, do you just like personally think that that's like sketchy that they do that, or do you like what's your opinion on it? I'm just curious.
I think it's kind of sketchy, but that's
like-
as far as I can just point out.
Because like I'm pretty sure we can all agree it's
Especially-
like a barren.
So pretty sure we. Sorry.
So I'm pretty sure we can all agree Antarctica is like a barren wasteland of like, you know, obviously ice. So it'd seem pretty dangerous to let people go wherever they wanted, especially if they're like trying to protect the nature too.
Yeah, so plausible reason.
Whoa, bro.
That's not an actual reason. I'm just
Nature.
saying.
Oh, dude, you just said it's a barren wasteland. What nature?
Yeah, there can still be nature in a barren wasteland, like a desert. I could call that a barren wasteland. There's still nature around.
Oh, dude. The interesting thing about Antarctica is that inland, there's nothing alive. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that that says you'll be stopped and you can't travel there. Like if you're a tourist, like on your own. Don't see anything like that. There's a treaty regarding, that disallows military and certain commercial practices beyond that point, but nothing that says me and my whatever cruiser can't, just go there and put an anchor down and
source are you
travel.
reading? What source are you reading?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Like the actual treaty?
A summary, but I can easily just look at the actual Antarctic Treaty. And you're saying that there is something in the Antarctic Treaty prevents me as a individual to go past the 60th parallel on my own, and I don't see that. I'm asking you if you could provide that. And okay. No.
If you have a look in chat,
whoever-
I'll do past the hour, put it up for you.
Okay, cool.
Put what up? Hold on a second.
Where is it?
Requirements for visiting
Antarctica.
Okay, but the problem is while he's looking at that, we have a specific claim on the table. Okay, so if you have a specific claim, you should expect to be asked for specific evidence. So the correct thing to do is to say, okay, I've got a citation here pulled from this resource, and right here it says travel beyond the 60th parallel is limited, or it says you can't enter this water before you fill out these forms and get this approval. Something like that. That'd be nice.
Right. Yeah.
You're asking me for that, or
Holy crap, dude!
Whoever made
Are
that
the
claim.
people in this room? Are the people in this room dumber than a box of rocks?
I'm just making sure.
You ever heard the phrase? You ever heard the phrase? If the shoe fits, wear it. Look, even the way I phrased it, contextually, it's obvious that it's speaking to the person who provided such a claim.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because people sometimes aren't don't say what they mean on this server specifically. Trust but verify.
One thing I do know is that Mr. Jarl Vanderhoy attempted multiple expeditions into Antarctica, of which he didn't have appropriate approval. And the final one, he was fired on. He lost crew members. And I can't remember if he died himself, but I know some people died on his crew.
Like in Antarctica, or like?
He was attempting to do excursions down there. Shut down a few times.
You're saying they
turned
died
around
on the
but then-
expedition?
What was
they
his
were
name
trying
again?
to go down there. Jarl Vanderhoy.
I mean, it makes sense that they would die on the expeditions. Not the most
Oh,
friendly
he got
approach.
shot. They got shot.
Oh, okay. See, that's what I was trying to get clarification.
Okay, yeah. They got shot. Their boat was fired on because they were in the waters they shouldn't be.
They actually sunk his boat while he was on shore. He was traveling across a peninsula on Antarctica while his ship, his boat, was going to meet him on the other side of the peninsula, and his boat was sunk with crew members on board. Then he was captured and taken to prison.
It's almost like you're just allowed to go there and do whatever you want. Nobody's going to bother you.
I mean, I think the fact that it is a barren wasteland kind of helps my point because, obviously, if you leave stuff down there and they're, I mean, you can argue they're trying to protect the land or whatever. Nothing's going to degrade over there. It's just if you leave anything, it was just ice. Why you got to take everything back with you? They don't really want people having free reign, just leaving whatever they want over there and coming back.
I mean, there has been people that have gone down there and done certain things that they've gotten approval for. For example, there was this alleged guy who supposedly trekked across Antarctica by himself. And when people hear across Antarctica, they think that he went, down under the South Pole and then came up the other side. But that's not what happened. If you look at his course, he basically just cut an angle off of one side of the island. That was it. But everybody thinks he went across Antarctica.
Yeah.
And again, there's no real information of anybody crossing Antarctica. You see them go across a peninsula, or like you say, a sliver of it, but that's it. That's all we've seen. And actually, we haven't seen it. We've just been told it.
Right. And one of the reports that we did get was from Richard E. Byrd. He said he was flying, this is his report, and found an area as large as the United States when he passed Middle America. So that means that doesn't work on, how does that work on a ball? That doesn't work on a ball either. That
Well,
means
he said Antarctica was as big as the U.S. basically.
no, he found an area on Antarctica past Middle America that was as large as the U.S. That's 3,500 miles. That would put him in the middle of the Indian Ocean or something like that.
So that's a problem on the globe.
Yeah, that makes no sense in a ball. Plus, we know he was flying in level flight as all aircraft do. So that means he was flying horizontal and found an area as large as the United States level.
And he also said that Antarctica is dripping with some of the most valuable resources, right? Like exotic and rare and noble metals, right? And all these other things that people would want to get their hands on. He even described that there'll probably be an economic boom of people going down there to mine and all this type of stuff. Interestingly enough, shortly after Byrd concluded his mission, when the Antarctic Treaty went in, shortly after when NASA was formed as well, during that time, they put a ceiling outwards and a ceiling upwards. So they made a quote-unquote space ceiling, which you're not allowed to go past without permission, and an outwards barrier, which you're not allowed to go past without permission.
And, how much he could fly with airplane in distance in that time, and to come back?
Oh no, because he had the entire military behind him, so who knows what he was able to do.
For me, I don't know. That story for me, it's thinking, because you have that flight. It's like he flight, like he was flying like a 5,000, 6,000 miles, something like that. That he can say that he saw that kind of big surface. You need to fly at least.
But he charted that territory. I think his mission was like 30. Like he was there for decades. He didn't just go on a weekend and take care of it. You know what I'm saying?
One thing we know is when Richard E. Byrd went on TV on the Longines Chronoscope, he mentioned that distance of land with all those resources like coal and probably other minerals and all, oil, no doubts, things like that. 2 years later, he was dead at the age of 68.
But we don't know this information. We think that he was going inside of the land. He was not going, let's say, near to the beach, to the shore. No, nobody made that flight.
Okay. Nobody knows what he really did. We only know what was said he did. But we do know that he was given a commission by the United States government and the full backing of the logistics of the Army, etc., and the Air Force. So whatever he was going to do, he was going to be the one to do it because he had the backing of millions, even billions of dollars in logistical equipment, as Joby Doby with his sled dog and his 2 Twinkies isn't going to accomplish. Oh, in other words, even if you could go down to Antarctica freely, what are you going to do with your 2 sled dogs and the inability to have fuel? Get real. Keep in mind, the further you go inland, the colder it is. It also is an escalating altitude. You're going to have weaker air, right? So what are you going to do? Yeah, what are you going to do? Yeah, take out $1 trillion loan to get the equipment you need to go down there. I mean, get real.
And apparently Antarctica is the highest landmass as far as altitude goes. It's interesting too.
Man, you have deserts in on the earth that you cannot survive. You cannot pass that desert. Not Antarctica. You have polar deserts in Argentina. And nobody's
Yep.
crossing that. Not even.
And right after Elmer Byrd died in 57, they created the Antarctic Treaty. And right after that, the next year in 1958, they created NASA.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened all around the same sort of time period there in a very, very tight period of time.
Yeah, so I think the timeline is very telling, actually.
And it's also around the same time that they started shooting rockets up into the air.
Yeah. Everything is connected, yeah.
Absolutely. Project Dominic, Fishbowl.
Yeah, and oh yeah, Bermuda Triangle. Oh, that's a good one too. Got to put that in there now.
Yeah.
Then the guy, then the main guy is dead, and let's put on the grave the beautiful, part from the Bible on his grave.
Just a lot of interesting points that all happened around the same time period. And you put them together and kind of makes you wonder, makes you really think about stuff.
Yeah. So to those that say that flat earthers are just dumb or uneducated or whatever you want to call it, that is not the truth. We have studied this and we've delved into it much deeper than any of the Globers that pop in here, even most of the anti-flat earthers, which is a different breed all to themselves. So I guarantee you, between all of us, if there would have been evidence of this globe that it was measured to be curving, we would have found this evidence. And we haven't in 10 years.
I don't think anybody's ever sailed off the edge of the world before.
Really?
Yeah.
If they'd fallen off, would they come back and tell you?
I don't know. You think they only ever took one boat out at a time with them, and the search party was all contained to one boat, and then one of them fell off, and the others didn't report it, yada yada yada.
This is your imaginary concept, dude. It's
yeah,
not
okay,
ours.
whatever.
It's your imaginary concept.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, weren't there videos of like flat earthers like being proven wrong, where they would find a flat surface, laser, this little the hole, and then you can't see the light because there's curvature in the earth.
Isn't there one flat earther that broke his laser and used a torch?
Yeah, that's what. So when you say you do a lot of research, you mean you watch a lot of YouTube videos on why the Earth isn't a sphere?
Seriously, moderators specifically for this VC. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
of course there are.
Listen, friend.
Sounds like you did.
Friend, let me help you out. This entire server has numerous guest channels in which the operators of the channel are moderators of the channel. Duh.
Yeah, okay, so you're a Discord moderator.
WU.
You think
Wow.
you're strong, buddy?
What, dude? What are you even talking about?
I'm talking about you.
You've got a hard man.
Okay, look, if people have a channel, right, and it would make sense that somebody's moderating the channel, right? So somebody's going to be a moderator in the channel, right? I mean, what's so hard to understand?
Oh, there's nothing hard to understand about it. I'm just like, I think the funny aspect speaks for itself. On your profile, you have the role Flat Earth Mod. Like that.
Right. That's
fun.
how. Yes, that's how.
Like, so
the
you
roles
take
are
the time out of your
designed
day.
for the channel.
You take the time out of your day to specifically moderate a Flat Earth VC.
You took your time out of your day to come talk. So
I did
get out
because
of here.
it's fucking funny.
Then get out of here.
I'm getting a kick out of this.
Don't like it, bro.
Look,
He does like it.
I'm liking it a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Chad, we realize
Sounds like he loves
you're
it.
overcompensating for your phallic inadequacy. But please, get
He's
to the
actually
topic.
Your dick.
Actually,
Your dick. What are you, black? You know, it's like the typical black comeback, right? Like,
Here we go.
Dude, look
my
at your
dick.
comeback.
That's what.
Oh, you
that's
guys
what
are
black people
mods.
do. They
You
go,
guys are mods. You guys are mods. Oh, you're mods.
you are. Yeah, you're a Discord moderator. Literally the stereotype.
Omni, feel free to talk about the topic. Okay.
His name is Chad. Actually, it's Omni Chad.
Nothing.
I'm not going to call him Chad. I'm just going to call him Omni.
Dude, he's a Giga Chad. Like, you better recognize.
Yeah,
What about
sure he
boy?
is, dude.
Richard, shut up.
Dude, real Chads don't have to advertise that they're Chads, dude.
He didn't. I advertised it. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, we realize that you're inebriated and intoxicated by the smell of his pit sweat, but we
Actually, I just ate
Do you
like
wanna
a
get to
whole
the
mess of
topic?
sushi, and that probably inebriated me.
Oh my God, Richard.
Oh well, dude, if his pit sweat smells like sushi, I mean, he's got different problems. But
Yeah.
I didn't spend that much on sushi, but I spent quite a bit on it. It's so good. Anyhow,
Alright, cool story. So
like when you say
sushi
that you spend
made
a lot
from
of time
pits, right?
studying, like have you gone outside and like done like actual tests and been like, actually,
yeah. Yep. So I went to a lake. I validated that things can disappear from the bottom up at a range in which the curvature of the Earth would be less than a 1/16 of an inch.
You
Okay,
invalidated
so I disproved the claim with my own two
by a
eyeballs.
16th of an inch.
Yep.
How far away does that have to be?
Well, I mean, you know, right?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like, so you've done these studies. So how
Well,
far away?
the claim is, friend, that the Earth is a ball, and things disappear from the bottom up in the distance. And the only possible way this could happen is if the Earth was a ball with a fixed geometric horizon. And I've went out and done tests that invalidate that claim, proving that things can disappear because of optical effects. So there you go. I've done something. So now that I've done something, can I be your buddy?
Well, hang on.
Wait, did you actually do that?
Yeah, can you run me
No,
through how you did that?
I actually orchestrated this entire lie, and I had to write it down 17 times to make sure there were no errors. Of course, I did it.
Sounds like something a flatter would do.
Oh, think about it. If you have a claim out there that a certain phenomenon can only happen because of direct geometric consideration of a giant ball, you decide yourself, well, I'd like to know if that's true, and you go out and you set up a methodology to falsify it, and you end up falsifying it.
Well, hang
What's
on,
wrong with
hang
that?
on. You shouldn't. Are you saying you won't like? Oh my God, this guy's gonna take my spot, just like a flatter would do. No, just kidding. So you're saying is that you set your test up to disprove something instead of to see what the test would reveal.
Look, if you set up a methodology,
Did you skew the data?
A
so that way-
methodology. Oh my goodness, dude! If you have a proposition and you wanna see if it's falsifiable, Then you create a scenario where it's possibly falsifiable. You test it, and if the test shows a falsified result, then you falsified the proposition. I mean, this is how people do things, dude. It's not that
I
complicated.
thought you just I thought when you were testing stuff, you went to find the truth and not like to just because like how do we know that
Oh,
you
no,
didn't?
no, dude, no.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes you set up your thing to prove a particular proposition through falsification, right? So you set up a falsification methodology and you test it, right? So, for example,
Very
in
simple.
science,
It's
things
like
have to
James,
be falsifiable, right?
you know James Randi? He ran that thing for years and years. You could win $1 million if you could prove one paranormal claim. So he had the scientific method describe how these claims would be made falsifiable on a stage in front of people. You'd love that show if you watched it.
It's a good show.
I don't know. I thought that scientific tests were to find the truth, not to falsify stuff.
I just explained. They did scientific
Oh my
tests
goodness.
specifically to falsify paranormal claims. How's it any different?
Hang on, I gotta see if I can't get the spot.
The point is that proving a proposition false is finding truth.
So hang on, what was your
true is finding
methodology to prove this false? What was the methodology?
It's simple. Go to a lake. Observe it. You see what you observe. Get the measurements of the lake and the measurements of the objects you just observe. And then you put the geometric considerations in, and you see if the phenomena matches the geometric claims. It's not that complicated.
Did you assume the size of the Venus, maybe AI?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. This is a family show.
I'm sure you have like video evidence of this testing.
Yeah, I got it all the time. I post it on the regular. I also got evidence. So I got evidence of things disappearing bottom up before the horizon, and I got things visible past the horizon. In fact, we've got hundreds of such observations.
This disproves. Spirit, globe Earth. How does
No, it disproves the claim that the physical horizon is blocking these things. That's what it disproves. See, the globe side has a lot of claims where they make the claim that this could only happen if the Earth is a globe with this particular geometry. And then you show observations that exceed that geometry or that claim, right? And all of a sudden they're like, oh crap, I've got to make up an excuse for why this is defeating my geometric claims. One of you has got some air constantly blowing in the mic. So decide who it is and self-mute.
Apocryphon. Not naming any names, but Apocryphon.
My bad, guys. I thought I was muted this whole.
For example, earlier we had a guy saying, oh, the stars appear to rotate in different objective directions based on your position on the Earth, and that could only happen if the Earth's a globe. Then I posted a GIF of a guy on a flat plane looking left and right with a counter rotation being visible from the left and
It's
from the right.
fucking
From something
flat.
that's
Deal with it, you dumb faggots. Like, thanks.
You repost that GIF, please.
all right. Cool story, bro. Now you got to get banned.
Okay, so
It was Deutschland.
Hey.
Deutschland, but he left.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm still gonna ban him.
Yeah, if you've got his ID body, then yeah, you can do it. I just missed it. That's all.
Yeah, I tried to, but I couldn't get it.
That's his ID.
Yeah, and I love the people who say, "Oh, just go down to Antarctica and we'll figure if there's an edge."
well, hang on,
Repost
hang
that
on.
GIF looking at
How come
this
there's different
damn
star
snow,
patterns?
please.
Why is there different star patterns from the southern and northern hemisphere?
Are we going to
Not
go
just
over this
rotation.
again? Are we going to go over
Not
this
just star,
again?
not just like how they move, but like how they look different.
Different
They're different
constellations.
spots.
Are there different streetlights on the south and the north side of your house?
Different streetlights?
Yeah, there are different streetlights on the north side of your city and the south side of your city. Can you see them all at once from the center?
I don't understand how that's equivocal.
Yeah, you can't see forever. That's what the answer is.
Can you repost this rotating GIF, please?
And time zones,
Yeah, time
like-
zones only work on a flat Earth.
how they only work on flat Earth. Because you gotta think the sun's sitting in a different
Because
time.
where's the terminator from the dark side and the light side? Does it terminate at the North Pole? No, it does not.
You can explain like the 60 days of straight sunlight or lack of sun towards the North Pole by
Yeah, that can be explained. The sun moves around the Tropic of Cancer in the north during the summer months and creates 24-hour days of daylight for a few days in the north. It's interesting. I actually get to experience it here where I live. I live at 57 degrees north, and I get 3 days where I only get to twilight. It doesn't go dark for 3 days at the summer solstice. It's really cool.
And yeah, and the same thing happens in the southern hemisphere, sort of symmetrically. If you're 57.
Yeah, no, it
south.
doesn't, Matthew.
So the sun
Doesn't?
moves.
Well, I mean, it'd be 6 months off, but yeah. It's
Did you
symmetrical.
hear that, Matthew? It doesn't happen in the south.
It does.
Yeah, nah.
Did you?
No, it doesn't.
At 57 South, they would see the same thing that you do, except 6 months
Are you
later.
assuming this or are you proving this?
I'm assuming. I've never been to the southern hemisphere.
Oh, cool. Just asking.
Wait,
Yeah.
you guys are saying that those observations are incorrect?
Doesn't matter. If Earth was a globe, you'd have exactly 12-hour days, 12-hour nights, and you don't have this anywhere on Earth.
At the equator during the equinox, you do.
Not true.
They're not exactly 12 hours on, 12 hours off. Doesn't matter. No, they're not.
Can you post
Well-
this clockwise, anti-clockwise GIF, please?
Well, hang on. Our days aren't even
Sure.
thing. Hang on. Our days aren't even like exact to it, right? Like,
right,
we don't
because
have to.
if the sun is still halfway set, it's still daytime.
No, well, hang on. What I'm saying also is like we set our time, and just because it's like not exactly at 12 hours, like it's not 12 hours to us, but our time is off, so it could like. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, solar noon isn't at 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Also, we're not spinning at exactly 24 hours, right? It's like 23 hours and some change.
Yeah, but
we
it's
make
still,
that up. We make that up with leap.
Allegedly.
We make that up with leap year, right?
Yeah, but it's still not a globe.
So your whole like it's
Yeah.
not 12 hours exactly. That's not an argument. That's
Unless
like,
you got a measurement, unless you got a measurement of curvature, it's not a globe.
I don't listen. You just said like, oh, it's not exactly 12 hours of light.
Yeah,
and
it's
12
not.
hours of dark.
Listen, the
Yeah, we
globe
get
would
that,
be.
but it's
The
because it's
globe
not
would.
exactly 24 hours.
Yeah, the globe would be lit. Half of it at a time exactly would be lit.
We say it's a little bit more than half because even during sunset and sunrise, there's dusk, and so it's still somewhat lit. So it's more like 52% lit at all times.
And how do you get that on a flat Earth?
You don't.
How do you
You
get
can't.
flat water on mud?
It would either all be lit at the same time,
How
or it
do you
would
get
all.
how do you get all the oceans being flat and level and horizontal on a globe?
By using
How
They're not.
how about we finish sentences? How about that?
They're not. The oceans are not flat. Neither are lakes.
Okay, cool story. Let's rewind. Let's rewind to where you claimed that if the Earth was flat, it'd be sunlight everywhere at all times.
Yes.
What assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion?
How if it's not flat? How is some parts dark and then
Okay. One more time, dude. The
No, I'm
answer to the
asking you,
question is not. No, I don't care. You
Okay,
made the assertion.
So, yes.
No,
Because
dude.
in order
It's my
for
turn to
okay, I
speak.
got you.
My turn to speak. Thank you. I'm going to do this again for you. For the love of God, if you ask me how otherwise, I'm going to metaphorically delete the timeline. All right, so what assumptions are necessary to carry the conclusion that if the Earth was flat, it'd be daylight everywhere all the time? Go ahead.
Okay, so we have things called mountains and things like valleys, right? So if the sun is orbiting over the Earth, right, that's flat, there'd be nothing. There should all the land should be lit up at once. And the sun is bigger than the Earth, right? Actually, I shouldn't have to. I'm gonna say right. It's bigger than the Earth.
Okay, stop.
So,
Okay, cool. Stop for a second. So that is one assumption that's necessary, right? Would you agree?
that the sun is bigger than the Earth.
That's one of the assumptions implicit in your claim, and now you're making it explicit in your claim, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you need to. That's how you need to make your claims, right? So you need to say the sun is bigger than the Earth. So keep going.
Right. Okay, so the sun is bigger than the Earth. So if it's flat, it would shine on all of it at one time. It would just move in the air.
Yep. Okay. Perfect. So let's stop there. Put a pin in that. So you said if the sun is bigger than the Earth, it would shine everywhere. Okay, that's your claim so far?
On a flat Earth, yes.
Okay, if the sun is bigger than the Earth, it would shine everywhere on the Earth.
At one time.
Okay? Yeah. But I don't think you would want to make that claim, because I think you would obviously say, like you said before, if there's a mountain in the way, it's obviously not going to stop it. So another assumption would be that the entire surface of the Earth is a direct line to the sun, and there's nothing impeding the light in any way. You would need that assumption too, right?
Well, the sun would move across, right? We would change the shadows on the Earth. And if it was a spot above it, there would be no shadow, because obviously it'd be able to illuminate inside of the cracks.
Okay.
But at any given time, while the sun is up in the air or over this flat Earth, then it would have to illuminate the entire Earth.
Okay, so yes, but okay, so you need to parse out your assumptions again. If the sun was bigger than the Earth and there was nothing impeding the directionality of the light reaching the surface, then the entire surface would be lit.
Yes.
Notice how those are two different statements?
I mean, okay. So I have two assertions.
Right, so you actually have three things working together in order to get the claim that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Now, if you remove the assumptions about the sun and the nature of the light coming from the sun and the nature of any impedance between the sun and the Earth, then your conclusion doesn't carry that it's impossible, if the Earth is flat, for it to be dark in some places and light in other places. Now, I just want you to answer if you agree with that plausibility or not.
If those conditions aren't met, I'll agree to that plausibility.
Okay, perfect. So all you need do is recognize that it's not simply the case that if a sun exists and the Earth is flat, that it must be daylight everywhere, because there are other parsing details that need to be taken into consideration, right?
Okay. So,
For,
so how
yeah,
about
for
we go?
example, I can give you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you're on the Himalayan mountains, right, you're at the very top, right? Once you have sun, then 24 hours, or at least you have the sun the entire day, right? Like, and then for the rest of the world to have the sun, because you're at the highest point. So if it's daytime in the Himalayas, it should be daytime in the Americas.
Aye.
Just the highest point. There's
Okay,
nothing
so
obstructing.
what assumptions? Yeah, okay. I mean, how do you know there's nothing obstructing?
At the highest point on Earth, right?
How do you know there's nothing obstructing the other location you claimed from the sun?
But if you're on the highest point of the Western Hemisphere, or the Western side, I guess, as well. So two people should be experiencing the sun because they'd be at the highest points on Earth. There'd be nothing too obstructive.
I mean, so what assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion?
I think the only the assumption there would be that the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Maybe, but also you're making assumptions about the directionality of the light from the sun relative to the observation location, right?
Do you think the sun only shines one direction?
Keep in mind, I'm not telling you what I think or not think. I'm parsing out your claim.
No, I'm asking you now. I mean, do we have to assume that the sun is like facing one way, or the light shining from the sun? Because that wouldn't make sense.
You tell me, dude. You tell me. You're making the claim. You're making the claim that these two
a light bulb
locations.
shines in all directions, right? In all directions from the pole.
Okay, that's great. So, did you go to the sun to verify that it's a light bulb?
The sun is like brings light to the Earth. I mean, it's.
I mean, dude, saying the sun brings light to the
How would
Earth.
it not work the same way? Like, is there like a dark
Okay.
side of the sun that doesn't shine
Listen.
on the back?
Listen. It's not my job to speculate on how it would do other things. It's your job to prove that it is doing the things you need it to do to carry your assumptions to a conclusion. Okay, how to defeat assumptions that you necessarily have isn't by asking other people what else could it be. Is flawed logic, dude. You need the sun to behave in a particular way to carry your conclusion, then you need to validate that the sun is behaving in that way. Simple. So, assumptions are necessary to carry the conclusion and have those assumptions been validated.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you must have lost signal when you went to the sun. Yeah, you must have went to the sun to validate your claims and you're back with the information.
I was just visiting the sun, yeah, and there's on all sides of the sun, actually. And while I saw this here.
All right, so we've ended up at, we've agreed that it's not mutually exclusive, that a sun can exist and the daylight or nightlight be impossible flat Earth, and you haven't validated that it's mutually exclusive to your paradigm by validating your assumptions or even knowing what all the assumptions are to be able to validate the chain that leads to a necessary conclusion. So at this point, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I have a dad and you don't.
What?
Are we like arguing for flat Earth here? Is that what's happening?
No, you're arguing for globe Earth.
What?
You're arguing for globe Earth. We're going to interrogate you about your belief.
Yeah, the flat Earth is the base axiom.
Okay, I mean, like,
You need to know what words mean, like base and axiom.
Yeah, do
okay,
you know what
how
axiom?
many?
do you know- hold on.
How many?
Before you talk, hold on, Baltimore. Do you know what axiom is?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you explain it to us first so we know that you know what it means?
Yeah, it's a postulate. It's like what you presuppose, and then you know operate off of that basis. Yeah, it's not exactly complicated.
Not a postulate. No, it's something that's true in all circumstances. Whenever tested, it always is true. That's why they call it an axiom.
That's actually not necessarily true. Axioms are mathematical, and that's not empirical in any way. You don't have to test shit.
We're not talking
Axioms are not look. Axioms are not exclusive to math, but we're not going to be talking about the philosophy of the definition of the term axiom. You understand the general concept, so let's evolve the conversation.
How many dimensions are there?
Oh, by word.
Spatial
The amount of dimensions. Spatial dimensions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, the standard spatial dimensions are 3.
And what shape maximizes surface area and minimizes volume in 3 dimensions?
Who knows?
I'm sorry.
Tell me.
Sphere.
Wait, sorry. Maximize volume and minimize surface area. I said it wrong.
Sphere.
Okay.
A sphere. Yeah. So if you put a drop of water in like outer space, it makes a sphere.
No, if you put a drop of water in space, it will turn to gas because it's not met with equal pressure. It will turn to gas. Is what a drop of water.
Correct.
What?
A drop
That's
of water.
absolutely true.
A drop of water in a vacuum will not turn into a sphere. The drop of water in a vacuum will turn to gas.
Okay.
Neither will a gas. A gas
No,
won't turn into a sphere in there. Neither
I'm not saying
will water.
okay, I'm not
and neither
saying
will sand.
vacuum. I'm not saying vacuum as in
What are you saying? Show us what you're saying. What's the thing you're going to use?
like in the international
Like
space.
what?
In like the international
Well,
space.
demonstrate it.
I am currently in a strong gravitational field, so that would be
That's
difficult.
what you keep claiming. That's a good story.
Why
Oh,
are
you
you
don't
interrupting
believe in
him? Let him
gravity.
finish.
I don't have to believe in fucking religions. Do you?
Religion.
I don't believe in your gravitational religion. No.
That's crazy.
You don't believe in my religion. Pope gravity.
I'm just gonna
It's
tell you
funny.
to prove something to me, and then I'm gonna cut you off halfway through. Just interject.
Have you ever used like
Yeah.
GPS?
Yes.
Oh, I wonder if that's the word gravity too, a Pope gravity.
What?
Is that gravity making spheres or holding spheres in a vacuum chamber that you're supposed to be demonstrating? Where's your vacuum chamber? What's it look like? And how does it hold water balls and spheres in their shape of a sphere?
Oh, that's wild.
Are you
Sphere
saying
gas.
spheres or fears?
Yeah, I'm afeared of a sphere because
I'm
I'm
saying, like,
afeared
if you're-
you can't make one.
I'm
I'm
saying like
afeared you can't even do it with your
okay, do you
hands.
guys know who Eratosthenes is?
Yeah, he's not in a vacuum chamber with his gases that you're going
Okay,
to
forget about
demonstrate.
that. Who's Eratosthenes?
You know what's interesting, right? Is this guy just works backwards through discussing first ideas and then events and then minds, or like people rather, which is what you
Right.
say about simple minds discuss people, average minds discuss events. Literally everything NASA says is just discussing an event they assert. And then, the intelligent people discuss the ideas behind all these assertions.
Who, what, when, where, why, how, if, and or
Well,
but,
you're not
and gravity
discussing
catchphrase.
ideas. If you're denying gravity, that's crazy. Like,
Brother, we don't have to deny what you're not demonstrating.
bro,
We can only
I
deny what you
literally, like,
demonstrate.
have you dropped anything ever? Have you ever
Not
had
into a
something in your
sphere.
hand and dropped it
No,
to
I
the
haven't
ground?
dropped any spheres lately that make spheres out of sand. I haven't dropped any piles of sphere sand lately or any gases into a sphere. I haven't threw any water up and it becomes a sphere lately, Dumbo. We're looking for spheres
That's
to be
true.
made, not stuff to drop.
That's true.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Baltimore. Do
seem
you
to be wanting
realize
to talk about. Hold
Sorry.
on, friend. Hold on. We're not going to pile on. Okay, Jedi wants
You
to
ever seen
engage
a
with that
bubble?
question. So,
Have you ever
hold
seen
on,
a
friend.
bubble?
Hey,
A bubble.
I didn't seize control of the mic to let you speak over me. Now, friends, please let Jedi ask this man the question and engage with the point, okay? Let's relent for a little bit, let him do it. All right, go ahead, guys.
What did you mean by gravity when you said gravity? What is that? Can you define it for me, please?
Well, this is an incredible. I love this, right? Because gravity. I mean, I could say it's a force, right? That is inferred from the presence of acceleration, right? Because F equals ma, we observe a, therefore there is F. Right?
So you're defining mass. Sorry, you're defining gravity as the acceleration of mass towards mass because of mass.
F equals gmm over r squared. So the acceleration of m1 towards m2. Yeah.
Because of m. Because of mass. Yeah. That's
Because of
literally what
both m1 and m2.
Yeah. Because of the presence of mass. So the mass thing that's doing the work. That's Newtonian physics, right?
I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, that's on one level. This is one level of analysis. Sure, I think it. I don't. Yeah.
On one level, is there another level?
You could talk about relativity.
Okay, so this would be a different mechanic. The mass is sitting in a fabric of space-time, and because of the displacement of that mass, it's causing that space-time fabric to distort and curve. These are two different things.
Yeah.
Cool. So which one is it?
Oh, bro. Okay. You can derive, right? So you take a limit. That's the thing, right? You have the equations of general relativity. You take a limit, and then you recover Newtonian physics. The same thing you can start with quantum mechanics. You take a limit, and you recover Newtonian physics.
Good.
You could look that up right now, right? And if you know calculus, you can follow the argument.
Already have. I'm just trying to figure out which one is the real gravity. Would the real gravity please stand up? Is it the mass attracting mass, or is that the mass sitting in the fabric of space-time, and because of the presence of mass, the distortion of that space-time fabric? Which one is it? I appreciate
currently, if you talk to a physicist, they're going to tell you that the current core theory of physics is quantum field theory plus general relativity, and quantum field theory has no account of like F equals ma, or I'm sorry, F equals gmm over r squared. So it would be general relativity. It would be the distortion of space-time. That would be the one that is more true.
Awesome. So not the mass attracting mass one. That's fine. Awesome stuff. So you're talking about general relativity, Einstein's theory of the curvature of space-time because of the displacement of mass within that space-time fabric.
Well, I never actually said. Well, you were like mass attracting mass. I said we infer a force on the basis of acceleration, which we observe, and we do.
Yeah, because you said force, that invokes Newton. You said force, that's Newtonian physics. Einstein doesn't describe it as a force. Gravity is no longer a force. It hasn't been a force since 1915. Einstein, general relativity, you brought that up?
I mean, like, so what is, I don't understand, like, what you think you're getting at, though.
I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at. You said gravity. I asked you to define it. I gave you the two models. I asked you which one it actually is, being as you can make the same prediction with both models. Right? So which one is it? You said it's Einstein. The curvature of space-time.
Yes, so I would say that at the fundamental level, Einstein is more correct. Yes.
More correct with his model, his mathematical
Yes.
model. Okay, cool. I'm going to have to ask you a couple of things with regards to I'm going to sit on the Einstein side of things. Is this a physical thing, this space-time fabric?
Well, that's actually interesting. I mean, I think
That's it.
The structure of space-time, one could call it metaphysical in a way, because
metaphysical, but not actually physical.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it metaphysical in the sense. I mean, there's still like obviously included in that theory, there's still going to be like the density of like energy involved, right? You're going to have like the energy momentum tensor or some shit. So
yeah, of course, the energy momentum tensor and the tensor being your field equation, just depending on the distortion of mass within that four-dimensional coordinate system. I'm trying to ask you if this is science, natural science. Is this natural science? Dealing with non-physical things.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, ultimately, right? Even if you talk about matter, right? If you talk about, an electron, ultimately an electron is just a vibrational mode of the electron field, which is ultimately just a mathematical construct defined over space-time, which is also in a way aphysical. I mean, you can like go at this. I don't see how this is like the Earth is flat though.
You brought up gravity, dude. I don't understand how this is invoking the Earth is a particular shape. You brought up gravity.
Well, I mean, you're saying like that there is no force, which I think is interesting because like
Einstein says
like, Einstein has like this principle of equivalence, right? So if you're in an elevator and you're not floating, it's like you feel like you're in a gravitational field. You don't know if there is a force on you or if you're accelerating upwards, right? But like the principle of equivalence between those two things, I mean, there is still forces involved. There's fields, and then when you put a mass in a gravitational field, mass is like gravitational charge, so a force is then exerted upon that by the field on the charge being the mass.
No, the mass falls into the gravitational world because of the bigger mass distorting up space-time. It's no actual force. It looks like a force, but it's not described as a force.
No, I mean but from our perspective, I mean, like the principle of equivalence here would just be saying that the accelerate. Yeah, sure. I mean, like we're talking about the field. What I'm saying is when you put a mass then in that field, it experiences what we would think of as a force because it accelerates it in a way, meaning that like it won't follow a straight line necessarily, right? It's going to accelerate. So the curvature has introduced a non straight line geodesic or some shit. I mean, I'm not gonna try to pretend that I mean, the thing is like, do you have like, where's your? I mean, you're gonna be like, oh, I appeal to authority. I'm sure that like this is what I'm stepping into in this group, but like, I'm sure everyone here has a PhD in physics, right? We're all, and it's like, oh, you appeal to authority, and it's like, well, dude, like, how much time have you spent?
No, this is not going to be an appeal to authority. Well, I'm going to try and hopefully point out to you that this is a reification fallacy. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
I know what the word reification means. I don't know what you're getting at.
Okay, so reification is taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes like love, hate, space, and time. Is three-dimensional space, the coordinate system, height, width, length, is that in of itself physical?
Bro, is that in and of itself physical? It's interesting. I mean, I would say no. Not necessarily. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I love your honesty.
Coordinates. They parameterize, the equations that we use to describe mass and energy.
Yeah, I get you. So I appreciate your honest answer. No is the correct answer. The coordinate system of height, width, length is not in of itself physical. Is time physical?
I mean, like, again, I would say it's actually metaphysical in the sense that
they're not physical.
Sure.
Awesome stuff. Okay, so then you would understand that when Einstein creates a space-time fabric, that's a reification fallacy. He's giving physical properties to things that don't have physical properties, like space, height, width, length, and time. And he can distort that now physical space-time fabric that is reified into existence with his mathematics, saying that the mass, which he's given special power to, energy, can now distort that four-dimensional coordinate system that is reified into existence. This is a natural science, dude. This is just making shit up.
I mean, yeah, but it's why GPS works. It's why, pretty much, a lot of shit works. I mean,
Yeah, shit works, but it doesn't mean the space-time fabric is real now, does it?
no, I mean, like there are synchronization issues if you don't factor general relativity into how GPS satellites work. I mean, I'm not sure if you take issue with satellites, but like, it's that.
What do you mean by
They
satellite?
do.
Yeah, they do take issue with satellites. Okay.
What do you mean by satellite?
Like a thing orbiting the Earth. I've assumed that you don't accept this because you don't
because-
believe in gravity.
Well, no, not because we don't believe in gravity. We've just asserted that you've just reified it into existence where it's not actually physically true. But you said orbit, the presupposition that the Earth is a ball. I've got no problem with things being up in the sky. Doesn't mean that they're orbiting a sphere. Does it?
Well, what shape is the sun to you?
What the? Wow. All right, if you're just going to move on from one topic.
No, I'm curious. What shape is the sun to you?
Dude, I'll let somebody else answer. Does somebody else want to tell this guy what the sun is?
What shape is the moon to
you? Okay, it's very simple. Question number 1, sun shape. Question number 2, moon shape.
Circular.
Intellectually disabled.
Circular?
Okay, so hold on. We're not going down this red herring. Listen, when you joined the chat, you asked, are we going to talk about flat Earth? Okay. Then said globe Earth. So why are we talking about things that aren't the Earth? Or whether it's
because
flat or a
actually,
globe?
because the first thing I said was, what is the shape that minimizes surface area and maximizes volume? The reason the Earth is a sphere is because if you take a whole bunch of molten shit and you put it out in, free space, it'll be a sphere. Whether it's the sun, the moon, or the Earth, it'll become a sphere because.
Why?
Well, it actually does work with water. I know. I'm not sure if water's a great example because of the surface tension.
How
right?
can you demonstrate this, brother?
Because
How does it
because
work with
surface
water?
tension at the surface area of a droplet of water, you have
First of all-
the world
Okay, perfect,
following
perfect,
the
perfect.
principle of least action, the
Perfect,
fundamental
perfect.
physics.
We got
which is
you. We
not-
understand.
Which is
We
not
understand.
Einsteinian. It's not quantum.
You
Just if you
understand,
take
okay.
Newtonian, okay, it
You gonna be
minimizes
okay, bro?
surface area, minimizes tension
Oh,
to
you're
minimize
gonna be all
energy.
right? Gonna be able to
Okay.
calm down? All right, we
I
got
am
you. So your claim, let me get this straight, is that the Earth must be a sphere. If there was a giant molten something or other, it would form into a sphere. That's your claim?
That is what. Yes, I mean a sphere is the shape that minimizes surface
Okay.
area and maximizes volume.
Simple yes or no will do. If I'm wrong, say no. If I'm right, say yes. Okay, so that argument requires that the Earth was formed under those processes. So if I remove the assumption that it was formed under those processes, was simply specifically created in place, then your claim is irrelevant.
It wouldn't be irrelevant. It would just be okay. So how did flat Earth form to you?
Look, keep in mind, I just said words. You could have listened to them. And I said, if it was intentionally created in place, the idea of being formed under naturalistic processes is irrelevant. In other words, intention that specifically thwarts the processes that you claim must be necessary to get the Earth to a globe shape. So if we can postulate these two ideas that could result in flat or globe, and the way to arbitrate it is not to imagine what happened in the past, which we don't have access to, just measure the thing, and then that would tell us the answer.
I don't understand.
Otherwise you're affirming the consequent. You're saying in your premise what the result is.
What am I saying? What is my premise, and then how is the
Well,
result?
Well, just like AI just presented to you, you're using assumptions based on your idea of how the Earth was formed in the first place under those certain conditions. If you take out the assumptions, then there's something else going on. But you're assuming those assumptions, so you are affirming the consequence. It's a formal logical fallacy. It's basically an illogical statement.
I think it's interesting. I mean, you can see, I am going to say that I believe that the universe is, I accept conventional physics, right? There is a distribution of mass out there, that it's that gravitationally attracts itself, other mass. This means that they kind of fall into these spheres, right? Because imagine you have something that isn't a sphere, right? The gravitational potential energy of the part that juts out is going to be too high. It's going to fall in towards the center of mass, and it's going to eventually end up being a sphere to minimize energy. It's the principle of least action, really. I mean, it's you have to get to a low energy state. So because I accept gravity as it is, described mathematically, I'm going to accept the overall picture of the universe wherein the formation of the Earth and other bodies is because of gravitationally self-attracting collections of mass, which will create the, so my real presupposition is just gravity.
Which you've now decided to use the Newtonian physics.
You don't have a single assumption or presupposition, because you also said that these bodies are formed under these processes. Okay, that's 3 assumptions, dude.
The bodies,
just one.
Well, it's not my assumption is gravity or that there's a distribution of mass out there, and that that masses gravitationally attract each other, and then you just play that forward, and you're going to get gravitationally self-attracting bodies that eventually will fall into spheres.
Really? Is there a simulation that demonstrates this?
I mean, yes, I'm sure.
No, there isn't. In fact, when they ran the simulation, it didn't form spheres, and they had to add extra factors into the programming called stickiness factors to get the matter to compile into anything even resembling a sphere.
I mean, you just said the word stickiness factor, and it doesn't really mean much to me.
Okay, so under a gravitational model, you couldn't get the particulates to form anything. Had to add additional factors that they don't have in nature in order to get the thing to coalesce through gravitational accretion.
I don't believe you on that. That doesn't make sense. I would like you to provide a citation for that claim.
Okay, fair point. And in reverse, I'd like for you to provide a demonstration of your claim.
Gravity? Okay, pick something up.
No, wrong, dude. This isn't kindergarten, bro. Your claim wasn't a pen falls to the ground, dude. Your claim was that accretion clouds form into giant balls. I asked for a demonstration of that.
Oh, it's gonna be hard for me to create my own star. Okay, it's gonna be pretty.
Let gravity do it. Let gravity take the wheel.
I get the point. So what we have here, friend, is a story. Okay. So I asked you before if you have a story and I have a story about the creation of the object, and one story says it's flat and one story says it's a globe, then the simplest way to arbitrate it is not to parse out the story, but to just measure the object.
Well, so okay, again, let's exactly. Okay, sure, great. Measure the object. Do you know who Eratosthenes
measure
is?
the object.
Let's measure the
He
object.
didn't have a tape measure, and he didn't have a ruler, and he didn't have a level, and he didn't have
Yes. What did Aristophanes do?
What did Eratosthenes do? He was the librarian. at Alexandria, and he came across a scroll that said that on the summer solstice in Syene, south of Alexandria, there's shadows will kind of disappear, like to be directly underneath them, so if you have something sticking out of the ground, it won't have a shadow. And so he paid someone to go and measure the distance between Alexandria and Syene, and then he fucking waited until the summer solstice, stuck a fucking stick in the ground, measured how big its shadow was, and then figured out the circumference of the Earth with trigonometry.
So what was he actually measuring?
Awesome.
And what size? What size?
I wish I was as smart as him. Unfortunately,
Holy
I'm not.
crap, dude.
Kind of
Okay,
going
listen, guys, chill for a second. What we're not going to do is allow him to speak. Then, as soon as he's done, 5 people shit post all over the microphone.
I'm glad you said trigonometry, dude. What's trigonometry?
What is trigonometry?
Yeah, the study of triangles.
The study of triangles.
Triangles, right?
Triangles.
Yeah.
Or angles.
Yeah, or angles. Triangles, trigonometry. Cool. So we got 3 points of our triangle. The sun, the well directly underneath the sun where there was no shadow. You could see the reflection of the sun in the water. And then his position in Syene where he had a stick. These are the 3 points and 3 sides of the triangle.
From the University of Cambridge.
Excuse me. To make this measurement, you require a flat earth because the side of your triangle between the well and Syene is a flat side for you to measure your elevation angle up to the sun using your shadow at Syene. You're going to require a flat earth to make this measurement, trigonometry triangles. He used a flat earth to measure an elevation angle to the sun, and because of this elevation to the sun, he declared the earth was a ball with a circumference. All of the measurements, so a flat
I'm
earth.
not saying you assume a flat Earth. I don't think that's fair. I think if you consider a curve, if you zoom into a curve, the essence of calculus is like local linear approximation of a curve. So really, I mean, I don't think that the distance, the length scale of the shadow of a stick is going to be appreciable enough to.
The words you're using are too big for them.
Okay.
500 sides.
I'm saying that.
You're not listening.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, when the length of the shadow of that stick that Eratosthenes used is going to be sufficiently small that yes, you can make a local linear approximation.
Awesome stuff. So trigonometry, 3 straight sides, yes? 3 straight sides?
Yes.
No curve involved. The inference of a sphere, because you can measure.
So when I said local linear approximation, I'm saying yes.
Hello. So you're going to be using trigonometry, 3 straight sides, and then you can infer a sphere because you've measured a circumference of a circle. You've only measured a circumference of a circle here, dude. At best, it's a flat Earth measurement, dude. You've utilized the horizontal plane. You're not listening. You've utilized the horizontal plane to get your elevation angle, which you've derived from a shadow from a stick. It's an elevation angle to the sun, dude. 90 degrees at the zenith of the well, and 45 degrees, let's call it, from Syene. Probably less. Probably 70 or something like that. But it's a triangle. You said trigonometry. That's 3 straight sides. No curvature involved here, unless.
I mean, the
circumference is around a sphere.
Baltimore, you misspoke. Eratosthenes used geometry, but not trigonometry. If you look at the diagram I posted in the chat, it'll make more sense.
Okay.
7 past the hour. There's no triangles in there.
Oh, interesting. Well, the column at Alexandria is kind of, I mean, you can kind of make a triangle. Well, the triangle I was talking about was the height h, and then there's that angle theta, and then you get the shadow. The shadow there is what I'm saying is the local linear approximation on the ground. So then you got like the shadow is the bottom of the side, the column itself is one side, and then the light ray is the other side. And the triangle I was
you don't need the distance of the, because you're saying if it's trigonometry, then wouldn't you need the distance of each point to the center of the Earth to be able to determine the
Well, yeah, well, because you have, I guess it is geometry because you have, what are these alternate interior angles here?
Right.
Because all you really need to measure is the distance from 2 points on the globe, and then you multiply that by how many degrees the distance between the 2 points, and then what is left.
Yeah.
Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, Luke? You must have heard of him, right? Science communicator, lovely moustache, great big afro.
Yeah, that dude. Sure.
Awesome stuff. So when referencing Eratosthenes, he says this can be done on a flat Earth, exactly like the Chinese measured over 2,000 years ago. The Chinese done exactly the same thing and just figured out the circular path of the sun above the horizontal plane of the Earth. This can be done on a flat Earth as well, dude. It's the presupposition that the Earth is curved, the light source is an infinite distance away, causing parallel lines. Or if you have a flat surface and a more local sun and divergent rays, you can have the same outcome. It's not
the sun is pretty far away.
Well, this would be an assumption. Eratosthenes, as you might remember, said the sun was an infinite distance, doesn't really matter, but far enough away to cast parallel light rays. Over 2,000 years ago, dude, he didn't know the distance to the sun. In actual fact, 2,000 years, the distance has changed 12 times.
You make an assumption, yeah. I mean, like you have to make assumptions. You make simplifying assumptions.
Yeah, cool. So you can make another assumption. The Earth is flat. The sun is more local, causing divergent rays.
Okay, so like, are we just gonna dodge like how did flat Earth come into existence? You have any theory for this?
No, this is how your globe came into existence with the utility of a flat Earth measurement.
Like, how did flat Earth come into existence? I really am curious.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on. What do you mean by that?
Like, so you could either I guess you could say it was created that way by God or something, or you could say you could offer some.
Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, okay, fair. So you want a creation story?
Yeah, I would like an origin story.
Okay. I mean, that's cool and all, but whether people know the origins is irrelevant to the material fact whether it is or isn't. Would you agree?
Okay, so I mean, are you just trying to, like, how did a flat Earth come into existence? I just do not understand.
Fair question. I understand you can't understand it. However, if the Earth is flat, knowing how it's flat from the past doesn't matter. It either is or it isn't. Would you agree?
You have a quite incomplete theory if you're trying.
Okay, one more time. If my coin that I'm holding in my hand is a quarter, I don't need to know if it was die cast or stamp pressed. It's still a quarter, correct? It's not a hard question, dude.
Well, like,
one more time, we're going to try another. We're going to try something else.
It's true, but the question is still valid, and he just wants an answer to the question. That's it. Stop trying to dodge the question.
He's trying to dodge the question of how the flat Earth came into existence.
One more time. We're going to do it.
Flat. A coin is a coin. Sure, a coin is a coin. You win that point. I'll give that to you.
Correct. So the arbitrator of whether it is a coin or not. Fine, but I don't need to know how it was made, do I?
Cool, we don't need to.
Or do I need?
Let's
exactly.
Hear how.
Okay,
I'd
so
still like to know how.
Okay, great. So I could speculate or theorize or story time, right? But I don't need to do that. That may bother you.
We know you,
You may
don't
be
need to. We're
interested.
interested in knowing, though.
Okay, so I can't travel to the past to discover
So
the
you don't know.
instantiation
Okay.
of the Earth. Why should I know?
Well, it sounds
How
like
do
a
I have
theory,
access to the past?
Sounds like a weak theory.
My good.
That's what it sounds like
It's
to
not
me.
a theory, dude. This is your problem that you don't seem to understand. Whether the Earth is flat or not isn't about a creation story, dude. That's your problem. You have a synergy of a creation story with the Earth being something. I don't.
Do you think all of the airline pilots who like fly around the world, they're all like in on it?
My God.
Yeah, he doesn't
What
understand.
do
You are leading him, and he doesn't understand. My language is third one, but I understand what you are saying. That he doesn't understand that, but you lead him to the point that you need to measure that object and to see what is that object. Doesn't matter, what people said in the past.
Yes, what Sasha's exhibiting is frustration. You seem to keep going around the main point, which is whether or not the object in question is or isn't this or that.
Okay.
Not about creation stories, not about pilots, nothing
Well,
else.
Tell them where pilots fly.
It actually
Drives
is
me
quite
crazy.
well. Anyway, so like, what fancy, how do you measure? How are you gonna tell me that the Earth is flat? Like, do you have like sophisticated equipment that you can demonstrate? Like, everybody with equipment says it's round, bro.
What equipment?
It's not true.
What equipment?
Like,
Yeah, what do I tell you? The
cameras and balloons. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. Can't you see the curvature of the Earth on like that bridge? That bridge that goes over Lake Pontchartrain and near New Orleans. You can like see the curvature of the Earth on this fucking
Oh
bridge.
yeah. The 500-mile wide Earth. Yep, sure, absolutely. Holy shit, dude! You know how small
Yeah.
the Earth would be if that was the freaking curvature? You believe the Earth is 500 miles wide?
I'm not gonna buy that, but
The Chinese space station published images with a flat horizon. 240,000 feet balloon published images with a flat horizon. 120,000 balloon published images with a flat horizon.
the
And then
Earth is
130,000 foot, hold on, then 130,000 foot published with a curved horizon. Then a 50,000 published with a curve, and then a 40,000 published with a flat. We have conflicting curvature rates at differential altitudes, right? So it's not as simple as I see curve in an image, therefore that's representing the curve of the Earth.
Okay, I mean, I'll just have to take your word for all that.
No, you don't have to take my word. You can look. You could look up differential heights of all kinds of things that have been up there, and you'll notice that you don't have a consistent curvature rate at differential altitudes.
But like, okay, so I mean, I don't know. Like, what is your proof that it is flat? Not like doubting other people's evidence. Like you're like, just go out and measure it, bro. Okay, when did you go and measure it? And you said, and it came back flat. When did that happen? What did you do? How did it happen?
First off, the Earth is obviously flat, right? Second
That's
off,
bruh. No, I disagree.
I mean, look. Okay, so if the Earth wasn't obviously flat, then this argument wouldn't exist. Check it out. Earth looks flat, but it's just because it's such a big globe. These arguments themselves concede that the Earth represents itself as flat. I'm just starting off with that base, right?
Okay, but that means
I'll give you.
That means nothing.
No, it does mean something.
What does
it mean?
It mean?
It's the starting observation. That's what it means.
But like the horizon is rather finite, is it not? Like 6 miles away or so?
What is that? What does that mean?
Because it curves away from you.
I mean, that's a cool claim.
We've got a measurement of that horizon being at the distance of 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, the horizon's 2.8 miles away. You got that measurement?
What?
Have you got that measurement where the horizon is the physical curvature of the Earth that you can't see beyond at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet? So for a 6-foot observer standing at the beach looking at the horizon, it should be 2.9 miles away. You got that measurement? Because I can show you the horizon.
You're saying, do I have that measurement? What does that mean? I don't even know what you're asking me.
Have you got the measurement that shows that the horizon is in this location for the observer at that height? I don't think I could be any more clearer. You got the measurement that proves it.
Like,
that is the distance what Jedi is telling you for this the heliocentric model with that radius what you believe.
Yeah, so I mean, eventually,
Yeah, one foot observer height, 1.2 miles.
Eventually, a boat, you can't see it anymore, and that'll happen, you know, at that distance. Yes, and then yeah.
It will happen at that
Excellent.
distance? Go on, Aya.
Okay, so if I could show you a boat beyond that distance, what would be the implication?
There are one time I was on Lake Erie and I was in Cleveland, Ohio, and I saw light from
It's so
Detroit.
goddamn hard to just answer a straightforward question.
Well, because there are refraction effects that are contingent upon certain atmospheric conditions, but I don't a single boat. I would imagine, like it is possible for light to refract. I can get an image of it and send it in the chat here.
When you say that light refracts, then you're not going to have a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
What?
When you say
Okay, let's
light
be clear.
you're not gonna
He's
have a
saying
measurement. Go on.
you're not going to have a measurement of curvature if you're saying that light refracts, which means you can't use light as a measurement tool anymore, because there's numerous observations of objects beyond the horizon and numerous observations of objects in front of the horizon, both being cut off or not cut off, seen or not seen. So that means that what's really going on is an optical effect. It must be, right? What else could it be?
In certain conditions, yeah. I mean, that refraction doesn't always occur. I'm trying to remember. I'll just go and Google it here. Let me see. But I mean, like, do you still have any measurements of it being flat? Like, you're asking me to, like, can you satisfy your own standards of evidence?
Yeah, sure. So, so you take an efficient methodology, laser transit, you set up a transit 25 miles across a body of water, should be curved in a manner in which the source sending site to the reception site or the target, the differential, right? And then you use that to gauge how much off angle there is from the laser to the target site. That'll tell you whether or not laser is continuing horizontal as it's leveled out into space over the target, or if it hits the target, right? And that would pretty much have a range, which is, I think, 300 feet, almost 300 feet of differential. And the original thing is 6 feet off the ground. So you have a sufficient methodology where the differential would be 2 orders of magnitude. Which means if you can show that this isn't happening, that would be a measurement 2 orders of magnitude greater than the margins that the Earth would allow. So you set up the laser, you set up the target, you hit the target. If you hit the target, then the big hump of Earth curve isn't there. Someone would say, oh, refraction. Well, what you do is you set up 2 meteorological stations at the sending site and the reception site to see if there's any extreme conditions. And standard refraction, which would move the beam no more than, not mistaken, 2 meters? That's like 6 feet. So about 6 to 8 feet to be liberal. You're still dealing with orders of magnitude differential. So even with taking refraction into account, you end up with 2 orders of magnitude greater than the variance. So they set up this test at Lake Igsil. We happen to have a PDF and a documentary you could watch. It's very interesting. Regardless if, anything, it's super interesting. They took a laser, they made a super accurate laser aimer device themselves with like 1 in 72,000 of an inch precision. Went out, they did 17 tests culminating in the final test at Lake Igsil being 25 miles, where they panned the laser horizontally between a short range, mid range, and then the final 25-mile target. They hit the target, falsifying the WDS-84 model of a globe Earth 2 orders of magnitude.
I mean, I guess I'd like to see that, and who did it, and what
Sure.
the experimental
Sure.
methodology is here. And I'm just not, sounds like a cap to me personally. I mean,
Really? You don't think that laser targeting devices are used?
well,
It's a simple yes or no question.
bro, oh my god, this fucking. I think it sounds like it would be accurate if it wasn't,
You haven't looked at it yet, though.
fucking smudged.
Would you like to look at it?
Yeah,
you
I
po-
would actually like to maybe get a reference on that.
Yeah, before you poison the well of your own mind. Okay, T, don't
Poison the
worry.
well of my own mind, bro.
Yeah, that's what you've done.
So okay, now okay, whatever. Let's go back to this because I don't know. Are the pilots all in on it?
No, the pilots fly aeroplanes, dude. What do you mean that they all in on it? What do you mean?
Like when they fly, what exactly does the flat Earth look like to you? Where is it? Is it like the one where Antarctica is like a ring?
No, that's your conception. That's a polar-centric Earth projection onto a flat plane. That's your model. Dude, you've got to stop jumping from one subject to the next. Do you want to talk about pilots? How the Earth looks? Which one?
I want to know. Like, I think it's kind of. I'm not jumping from one to the next. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. Okay, so I wanted to say like, if it flies over the Arctic, it goes around here. Like, I would need to know what you think the Earth looks like for me to say, okay, well, when the plane crosses that boundary, right? That's why those two are connected. But like, what does the Earth look like to you?
Dude, planes aren't regularly just crossing Antarctica, bro.
Not Antarctica. Yeah, that's my question. So, what is it? The one where Antarctica's a ring? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, dude, how is that relevant to
bro,
what the airplanes are doing?
Okay, we'll come back to airplanes. Okay, this is crazy. You guys are being obstinate. Okay.
No, we're just trying to keep you on track onto one thing because this is like.
No, dude. Let's be clear. You insinuated that something about pilots,
We'll
right,
come back to pilots.
isn't
What does
congruent.
the Earth look like, bro? What is like? I think you know what I think it looks like. The Earth, right? I need to know what you think it looks like just to have this
Go
conversation.
outside. It looks flat. I don't feel motion. So that's
Okay,
it.
but,
That's
like,
reality.
What's the map? Like, where is Antarctica? Like, I need to know a little bit more here. Okay.
I don't know. I've never been there. The furthest south I've ever been is Melbourne. So why would I know all about Antarctica if I've
Oh,
only
you
ever
don't,
been
you
to
got,
Melbourne?
y'all don't even have a map.
Loads of maps. All flat though.
So we don't know what it looks like.
No, we just know how the
We know the continents are generally splayed out.
Okay, so we don't know what it looks like, and we don't know how it got there. We just have skepticism. We say that's bullshit. Like
No,
Now you're starting to get it. There you go.
No, we measure the Earth.
So that's actually what you. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, fair enough. But why do I have to believe your creation story about ball Earths and space ad infinitum into the past? Why do I have to believe that? Why can't I be skeptical about that?
I mean, like
seriously, like I want you to really think about why I should just passively accept
I mean,
that
I don't.
giant ball coalesced at some time in the past. Like, why should I just accept that? Why?
Why should you? I mean, I mean, you don't have to do shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, that's a compelling reason. What a compelling reason.
I mean, I'm not trying. I'm
sold.
not trying to compel you. Actually, I'm just saying you don't have to believe it. It is just, and a majority of people agree, and their agreement has.
Yes, you got it, brother. We agree. We agree.
Yes.
We do agree that the majority of people's religious beliefs about the creation story of the earth are in line with your bologna sandwich that you're offering us. We agree with that.
Religious belief, yeah, interesting. So,
Okay. So,
what are satellites?
is a
dude?
religion, dude. It's a creation story, dude.
Are there
By
satellites?
definition.
I need to know.
What's a satellite?
Are you from Baltimore, dude?
Who's asking me?
I live in Maryland. I live in Baltimore County. So just letting you know. Just
Incredible.
wondering. It's cool.
Incredible.
Yeah. Grew up in Catonsville.
Amazing. So
It's amazing. We can take my P1000 out when I get home if you want.
amazing. So, like, where are the satellites to you guys? Like, I just don't understand.
It's very simple. It's very simple. High altitude. What's so hard to understand?
No, ask more questions. Anything else, but never about surface. Nothing about surface. Go everywhere. Go. Ask about gravity, space, moon. But never
Yeah,
about
bro.
surface. And you will.
Yeah, bro. You're triggering.
I see.
You're triggering Sasha's hives. He's allergic to people that don't inquire about the surface.
Yeah, because this is the 24/7 flat Earth. It's about the sun. It's about the satellites. It's about nothing about the surface. Everything about everything else.
Oh, well.
And people told you why they are flat earthers because of measurements, and you are asking about satellites. That is like this. Are you Sasha Baker? Yes. Can you tell me how you are making the steak? I'm Baker. Yeah, but how you are making the steak?
I mean, okay. Well, okay. Like, so you guys think that the moon is flat too, right? And the sun is also.
You're doing it again.
Okay.
Oh my
Who
God.
said that? Someone said they were circular at the very least. Someone did say they were circular earlier. I don't give a shit if I'm doing it again. I don't. It's a valid question. I don't care
Okay,
if you.
when you look the moon in the sky, how do it look like? What's the shape?
The cross section of a sphere is a circle. Yeah.
Is it the sphere or is it the circle when you look the moon?
You are in fact in reality looking at a sphere. Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because everything seems to have a circular cross section. It seems that you can circumnavigate the Earth. Everything seems to be. Given that everything has a circular cross section,
Hey, hold on a minute. Are you running around with some kick-ass katana cutting everything in half?
The most parsimonious explanation for why everything seems to have radial symmetry would be gravity.
My friend, you said the word seems a lot. The moon seems to be spherical.
We observe it. Yeah.
Dude, it seemed like that to me too when my brother told me about the flat Earth, and I was like, "Dude, you're a retard." Then I went and checked it out, and a month later, I was apologizing to him.
But we
were all Globers, dude. We're not just calling you a retard now. I'm calling you a retard now. You just gotta look into it first. We're not calling you retards.
Bro,
but in a month, if you look into it, dude, you'll be like, oh shit, I was wrong. None of this is verifiable. Everything that I believed in. No, everything that you believed in was just that. What you believed in. What your school teachers told you. Shit.
But and then in the place of that,
observations.
In the place of that, Algar, we don't know what the Earth looks like. We don't know, we can somehow manage.
Have you ever been to Ocean City? You ever been to Ocean City?
Yes.
Why is that a problem?
You go to Ocean City, you look out.
Phantom problems, man.
No, what do you mean? What's a phantom problem? I'm just saying. Oh. Not
not
me, not me.
you,
Or,
the other guy. He's like got all these
oh,
phantom problems, and it's all in his
yeah. Well,
imagination.
I'm
We
just
need to
I'm just
solve
trying
this.
to
We need to have
bring
this
it down to
perspective. We
home.
like,
He's in Maryland,
yeah,
so I'm just gonna
right.
try to like if you been to Ocean City, you go out on the boardwalk, dude, and you look out into the ocean. If we lived on a ball with a radius of 3959, you would see a hump of water at freaking 3 miles. You couldn't see past it. It'd be there every day, all day. You've been to the beach, dude. You can see far, dude. You can see like really far. You can see boats go out. They go forever, dude, on clear days. If you've been out on a like a deep sea boat, you can see freaking Ocean City boardwalk for like that doesn't start disappearing for like 40 miles on some days. So, it's just about how much you can see. You can see way farther, dude. Just
I'd have to, I guess,
make some observations and
yeah.
trust a guy from Maryland. If you don't trust these guys, I don't know. I'm just telling you, man. Like I grew up thinking the same shit you did, believing all the same shit you did.
But like, okay, what I'm not getting, right? I mean, I will replace this, and then this guy says phantom problem. Like, you suddenly, you're telling me that this doesn't work, and then you're in place
You
of
don't
it.
need a replacement. You don't need a replacement. You can't
You're not like, oh, we don't know, like.
You can't leave the realm and look down at the Earth, dude. I mean, you're not going to go out to space. There's no space. You're not going to look back and see a ball, dude.
There's no space.
It's not going to happen. No, there's no space, dude. There's no freaking no
Yeah.
satellites, no freaking space. When Neil Armstrong looked at that round window, that was the freaking magic trick, dude. He looked at the round window. And they took a picture of the round window, and everybody thought the camera was mounted on the glass flat, and they were seeing a sphere, the globe, the magic spinning ball. Well, you'll learn that.
Letting go of all that.
Into it.
Oh, what do you think?
Letting go of all that.
A lot of people see that shit.
So
just one second. Letting go of all that is not going to incapacitate you. Be able to go around about your life as usual. Nothing will change.
This guy over here, Migo Wego, with the annular solar eclipse, I think that's so interesting because I wouldn't know how to describe an annular solar eclipse with a flat Earth, because the fact that it might, or like an annular eclipse, not a purely annular eclipse, but one of the annular eclipses that becomes a total eclipse, how would you?
And when you look into the Selenalian eclipse, it can't happen. Your little eclipse can't happen. You're seeing the moon, the sun at the same time, but the sun's covered up.
But we have good explanations for that. It can happen.
Yeah. It bends. The light's coming in bending. All of a sudden, it's an umbra and penumbra, and NASA will talk you into that bullshit.
No,
all of a sudden, the lights coming in on. All of a sudden, it's coming in on an angle from 93 million miles away. It's supposed to be straight. Yeah, you can believe that, Matthew.
That's right. We're just going to be talking about refraction again. That isn't actually the moon.
That isn't the moon. Wow. What is it?
So.
Oh, you'll have to ask Matthew.
So, what happens during the eclipse? That's so big deal. Like, why is it even up for discussion? Like, what's the point?
Well, I think the point is that the geocentric, heliocentric model has good explanations for how eclipses work using 3D geometry.
You tell them that you only have explanations, that you don't have actual scientific proof.
Right, but that's fair enough. But that's not the question. The question was what happens.
Stuff in the sky doesn't prove what the frickin' ground's doing.
I ask what happens. The answer is explanations. So explanations are events now.
What happens during a solar eclipse is that the moon moves in front of the sun.
Awesome.
Oh shit! Oh damn, he's got us. Shit.
And then there are some eclipses where like the light, right? So the shadow, like there will be like there's like the shadow of the moon, and then like if the kind of like I don't know, the rays at the edge of the shadow of the moon cross again, then you'll get like a it'll it's like what I'm saying is like
Start again, dude. Please take a breath. Try to choose your. All right, man. No worries.
It's okay. It's freaking hard to understand, dude. If you freaking literally tried to explain NASA's bullshit, you'll just get tongue tied. Don't even try it, dude. There's a guy who's literally. You can watch this video of a dude who's watching the eclipse, and he literally realizes that what he's seeing shouldn't be happening, and he's like, oops. There's a lot of those.
What I'm
Go
saying
ahead. I'm
is
sorry.
the shadow, like as the kind of like if you imagine like the edge of the shadow of the moon, right? So the sun's out there, it's hitting the light's hitting the moon. There's going to be like a small shadow, like the area of totality for a solar eclipse would be quite small. But there are some solar eclipses where at the beginning of the arc across the Earth, the trajectory of the shadow of the moon, there will be at the beginning of that arc, it will be annular, and in the middle of the arc, it will be total, and then at the end of the arc, it will be annular again.
Do you know an annular eclipse is like a wedding ring eclipse, right? The moon
Yes.
is slightly smaller than the sun, so you have the ring of the sun. You can't invoke a total eclipse when you're talking about annular eclipses. They're not
Yes,
total.
what I'm saying is there are some eclipses that transition from annular to total, then to annular, and
how?
Well, I mean, they're recorded, dude. Like,
No, an annular eclipse is when the moon passes in front of the sun, but the moon is slightly smaller than the sun, so you have the ring of the sun around the moon. That's an annular eclipse.
Yes.
How does that happen? I thought they were the same size.
Well, an annular eclipse, the moon is slightly smaller. The disk of the moon is slightly smaller than the disk of the sun. I'm not saying the moon or the sun's a disk. It's just how it's described.
Also called an antumbra. Like you have umbra for coverage, penumbra for partial coverage, and antumbra for like not enough coverage.
Are you talking about the thing in the sky with the shadow on the floor, dude? You've got to be more clear.
Yeah, hybrid solar eclipse.
Hybrid solar eclipse. Okay, cool. So what's this about the area of totality or the shadow on the floor?
Well, it's because it only occurs because Earth's surface is curved, and as like it only because like that's the moon's hanging out in space, right? Moving across, right? The point at which like with the umbra would meet the antumbra, as previously said, as the Earth moves, it will be there will be at the beginning of the arc the the Earth will be will not intersect the umbra, it will intersect the antumbra, I guess. And then because the Earth is curved, as the moon moves, it will this lump, right, the hump of this curved Earth, right, it will transition from annular to total. Now it will intersect the umbra, and then as it continues to arc, now you'll move towards and it will leave the umbra and once again intersect the antumbra, right? The rays will cross, and then now, and this only occurs because Earth's surface is curved. So hybrid solar eclipses, right? That would be my phenomenon that I don't think would be explicable in a flat Earth.
I'm just going to Google hybrid eclipses. Give me a minute, mate. I just want to understand more what you're talking about. That's all.
Like, yeah, I'll just get this image here.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd never heard of hybrid solar eclipses before, but it makes sense.
I also never heard where he segued two objects in the sky being looked at means that necessarily the Earth shape is something.
I'm gonna send this in the chat here. I hope it works.
Well, this object passes in front of this object, then it looks like this. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say something like, "Hey, we have these observations, and the globe Earth model has good explanations about how they happen, and so therefore it's likely that that is the true reason for why they happen, rather than just sort of like throwing up your hands and saying, I don't know. Seems more likely that the truth could be explained."
Can I send an image in the chat? I don't think I could.
Yeah, I don't think you've got permissions, man. I think you're like a level 1 or level 2. You've got to be level 3 to have perms for sending things in the guest room chat. If you want to DM the image, I'll send it for you.
Here's a link to the image. You just look
I
at
got
that.
promoted today. I'm level 6.
Well, the fact, this image, this little, what is a hybrid eclipse image here, the fact that there are eclipses that start off annular and then move to total and then move to annular again only occurs because the Earth is curved.
It's the switching between total and annular which is really throwing me off. I don't understand how it can switch from total to annular.
Because the reason
Yeah.
it can is if the Earth is a globe, then part of the Earth is farther from the moon than another part, and so the part that's closer to the moon can see, will experience the moon slightly larger. I think that's the story.
Okay, cheers,
What?
Matthew.
Oh, so the only way you can be further away from something is if the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, if the surface of the Earth distance to the moon changes on a globe.
So let's get this straight, Matthew. If the
Oh,
moon is
whoa,
far
whoa,
from your house, and I'm in Australia, you're closer to the moon, yeah?
That's how he believes it.
Yeah, I mean the same thing would happen on a flat Earth. There are parts of the
Oh, so
Earth
thank
that are
you.
closer.
That's all we wanted to hear.
But it didn't change size.
The same thing would happen on a flat, or what? How?
Yeah, let me explain it. It's very simple. When you walk away, you're further away.
Bro. What?
Just to clarify, you're not talking about altitude here when you say like distance to the moon's phenomena, right?
Are you looking at the image? Like, can you look at the link I put in the?
Oh,
like
sorry. Yeah, I'll have a look.
Google Doc. I just an image from like the Google search.
Considering the alleged distances from the moon and the sun that we're supposed to be, I wouldn't have thought that 3,000 miles would have made a ring like that go from with this hybrid eclipse, Matthew.
Yeah, so on the globe Earth, the distance to the moon is about 280,000 miles. And so if you're on one edge of the Earth versus the other, you can be, up to 3,000 miles difference.
But considering the
same point.
distance from the moon and the sun, that they are apart, as a percentage, you moving 4,000 miles would be 0.000004, and it would make no difference because that is such a small part of it.
Yeah, so the size of the sun would be the same, but the point is that the size of the moon might be 1 or 2% different.
We've been hearing from you for weeks, Matthew, about not appearing to change angular size.
Yeah, the size of the full moon doesn't change angular size more than 2%, and I've always sort of qualified it by saying 2%.
Until
So it does
there's an
change.
eclipse.
That's enough to change a annular
holy shit.
eclipse to a total eclipse.
So what are you saying, Matthew? That the moon and the sun are a lot closer than the alleged numbers from our science?
Globers love their 2% margins. Remember that guy said he could see 2% of the Earth curve from like a plane?
Holy crap, dude!
bloody
This,
likely.
dude.
They can barely see 3%
Wait till you
from the
see this
ISS.
image. Do you see how stupid this image is, dude?
Well,
Can't
that's
click
just
on it though for stupid
the
reason.
image that I shared.
Matthew, how are the measurements done exactly? Like when you say
Yeah.
1-2%, like can you give us a bit more detail around the methodology of getting to that number out of interest?
Let me look up some real numbers for you. Give me a second.
The last hybrid solar
The number. Sorry.
was 2023. It literally happened
All right.
last year. Like this happened last year. The next one will be
Yeah, cool
2030.
story. Why is this graphic? Why does this graphic not have the moon following an orbit? Why does it have it just in arbitrary positions?
What do you mean? I mean, you can actually. I mean, they're actually not collinear if you look at it, right?
By the way, Matthew, I think
This is not this graphic doesn't represent how the moon passes over the Earth, dude.
Oh, you're right. Not to scale, but the point is that oh my god. Okay, anything representation. In 2031, the next one will happen, right? So if you want to see it happen, if you doubt its existence,
Cool, dude. Nobody's doubting that you're going to see a ring around the moon, dude. We're doubting the interpretation of this stupid image here and your little story it's associated with it.
Does the image have to be perfect? I'm pretty sure the sun is not the size of that Earth.
exactly. It's of course a diagrammatic description of the fact that the Earth will go from it being in an antumbra to the umbra and then back to the antumbra as a result of its curvature.
again, like the methodologies of like how the differences in size or observed size would be interesting to understand more so than the actual numbers. I think just the like how these comparisons are being gathered and made. Just
Right, if you just took this in this image, if you just took that arc of the Earth and made it straight, put it at the same distance from the center moon.
I understand the conceptual like methodology. I'm asking about the actual methodology put into practice to better understand what measures are being not measurements, but what measures are being taken for falsification, if any. You know, just like a little more meat on the bone, because this is interesting, but it just doesn't pass the smell test yet, I think.
What doesn't pass the smell test?
I don't think anyone's. We are yet to see the explanation of the practical implementation of measuring these two positions, measuring at these two positions, and how the comparison between data gathered in image form how are they compared exactly? Not conceptually. They must have done this at least once, right? So I'm asking for an explanation on what method was actually done. Does that make sense?
Honestly, like that was a lot of like for what phenomenon?
The difference in size for this, what is it, angular eclipse?
The hybrid eclipse that we're talking about?
Yeah. So I get the theory, I get the concept.
So you're saying
I'd like to understand what was actually done as a method to capture this data to be compared and confirmed that there is in fact a difference in the size at different parts of the Earth.
The size of what? Of the shadow of the moon, like of the amount that the moon covers of the sun. Like you just need multiple people with cameras standing at different places in the trajectory of the shadow.
I agree. You just need that. I'm asking for what the actual method of the just needing that was done in practice.
So you're saying, are we really sure that for the same eclipse event, somebody over here took a photo of it and it was annular, and then someone over here took a photo of it and is total? That's
Yo,
really all you
Geek,
need, right?
my nigga, you there?
You need nothing more than to show me the method of how these two things were compared. Are you just going to show me two photos?
Geeks. Yo, geeks.
They were
So, you
compared
know how
against
the
the
earth is
size of the
totally
sun.
flat? Listen, you're totally wrong about that. So, I'm one of these people, you know? I'm not Cookie, you know? But, anyways, the earth is totally flat, you know? I mean, have you ever seen.
You could have done so much better. You had the whole floor, but you fucked it up. Anyway,
I'm
back
just
to
saying
geeks.
the earth is flat, man.
Yeah. You had your
So,
chance. You fucked it
Benjamin,
up.
we're having a conversation here, and we're
No,
not like,
he did
interested
his
in
best.
trolls.
He did his best, but it was Anyway, listen. I'm just asking. You're claiming that there's the ability to take two images that were taken at a certain point in time at two different places of the Earth and compare them as a practical way of demonstrating this concept. Yes.
Okay.
Well, are you? Am I correct? I'm trying to
I mean,
clarify.
I think that's sufficient. Yeah, I mean, I think, but the thing is,
I that is sufficient, but I'd like to know what the actual two photos were that would be sufficient. What those two were, how they were compared to validate the concept to make that thing sufficient.
So, in one case, the moon was slightly bigger than the sun. In another case, the moon was slightly smaller than the sun. And we assume that the size of the sun in both photos is identical.
Please show me the two cases you are referring to.
One would be an annular eclipse, and one would be a total eclipse.
Okay, that tells me nothing about what the cases you're referring to actually are. So you're saying one would be and the other would be. Show me the two things that were compared, please.
A total eclipse is when the moon is larger than the sun.
I don't think you're listening to me, sir. I don't think you're listening to me, or you're intentionally being antagonistic.
So you're saying like how exactly was the photo taken? Like, why would that matter? I don't understand why you're like. It's like sounds like empty skepticism to me.
Okay. I think you guys are just playing now.
No, we're not.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, right here. So if you go, I'll share this Wikipedia. The solar eclipse of April 20th, 2023. It has from Australia total solar eclipse, and then also that's total eclipse from Exmouth in Western Australia, and then we have also here down here. Where's the annular?
This is more what I'm asking about. Thank you.
But this is what we're saying that there is.
Hang on. I know. But I'd yet to see them. So you're saying that there are two data points, right, on the Wikipedia article, yes?
Yes.
Does it also go into how the comparison was done?
Well, the comparison, no.
Would you not say that's quite important to understand?
You look at what do you mean by that? Like, if the sun is bigger at one point and they're both taken from the surface of the earth and the sun is smaller at the other, what methodological difference could there be? It's a photo.
Exactly, a photo taken at the same time from two different cameras with two different photographers. The method should at least have an explanation of the controls put in place to ensure standardization of all variables, such that the only possible answer for a difference in size or calculated size is the concept you're trying to prove. Not that there could be a different focal length or a different aperture. I don't know how photos work, but you can't tell me that the exact same photo, a photographer with the exact same camera simultaneously took two separate photos because they were in different places with two different people. I'm talking about. Go on.
I think you are going to have to see. You just said you don't know how the cameras work, and I'm going to say I don't really know how it works either, but I think that in order for me to care about what you're saying, you're going to have to explain to me how the mechanisms of a camera could produce a discrepancy. And I don't I'm
It's
not
called
buying.
intellectual
No,
curiosity.
I think
mate,
it's a
but
valid question.
if you're not interested in trying to control for any variability and in a pursuit of genuine truth, to dismiss the possibilities that you could present as falsification efforts by taking those things I highlighted seriously, then, sir, we have nothing more to discuss because you're intellectually dishonest.
I'm taking your question seriously. I have what I think is the answer that they would give, and that is
Please.
that no matter what kind of camera you're using or what location or whatever, the assumption that we Globers would have is that no matter where you are on Earth, that the size of the sun would be identical. The west of Australia, middle of Australia, or whatever. So the size of the sun is the standard or the marker. And then in one place, the moon is slightly larger than the sun.
You
and in
say
one
the
place,
size of the sun as though we have this this colloquial understanding
the angular
of the
size of the sun. Doesn't matter how big it really is. I'm talking about the angular size of the sun as it appears in the sky.
How is that measured?
It doesn't matter. We just assume that it's the same. It doesn't matter how big it is. It's just whether it's the same or not. And we say it is. And therefore, if the moon is bigger than that in one place and smaller than that in the other place, then the conclusion would be that it was the angular size of the moon that changed.
Okay. All right, then. I'm
Does that make sense?
dissatisfied. No, I'm unsatisfied.
I mean, I agree.
I'm
I
a
understand you
Glober
don't
too,
agree
by
with
the
that.
way. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a data scientist and a Glober, right? And I got to say, I'm the one asking you these questions that I would expect those with a scientific background and some genuine intellect would be able to critique themselves on and see the holes in the argument that they're trying to make.
Well, fair enough. But okay, so let me explain it this way. On the globe Earth model, no matter where you are on Earth, the distance to the sun is about the same, 93 million miles versus plus or minus 2,000
exactly.
miles.
I agree with that. Yes.
And therefore, the angular size of the sun is going to be exactly the same no matter where you take the picture or what
Agreed.
camera. So then, if you slide the moon in front of it, and sometimes the moon is bigger and sometimes the moon is smaller than the sun, that's where we come up with the conclusion that the angular size of the moon is different from different places on Earth.
Okay, fine. So you are effectively talking about an eclipse event that can be categorized as moon smaller or moon same size by the type of eclipse event that is occurring, correct?
Right. Annular eclipses are when the moon is smaller than the sun, and total eclipses are when the moon is larger than the sun.
It covers the sun, right?
Yeah. Visually covers, right.
Okay, fine. And are we saying that these events occur depending on where you are on what part of the Earth? Are we saying these events occur simultaneously?
Not simultaneously.
Then when does an angular eclipse versus a total eclipse, when do they occur? They can't occur simultaneously, right?
Within the space of a couple hours, maybe 4 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is simultaneous in celestial terms. Okay, fine. Within 4 hours. Okay. So tell me then, what controls are being put in place to ensure that nothing else could be a factor in the, not necessarily the observation, but the comparison with image data? What controls are being put in place? Because for me, if it is 4 hours apart, right?
Yeah, maybe something changed.
If nothing, and maybe something changed in the camp, but surely, what? Well, if there is, you haven't explained it very well. If there isn't, you haven't explained it well. But surely there is some kind of planetary shift that might have an impact on the
Surely there is?
Is there?
You're saying surely there is?
Happy to be proven wrong.
What is
Don't
the
call
plan?
me Shirley. Well, tell me. This is the thing. I'm coming at this asking you guys that if this is a robust method to follow, you must be able to throw away this rubbishy comment I just made, right? You must be able to show me that the statement I just made, that there is actually a shift on Earth that could explain it else in another way. That is ridiculous.
Like on a flat Earth, like how would that happen on a flat
No,
Earth?
on a globe, even on a globe.
Yeah, so generally, with the law of perspective, the reason things grow bigger or smaller is because they're, the visual size bigger or smaller is because they change distance. And so if the moon is slightly bigger in one case and slightly smaller in another case, that seems to be easily explained by the fact that maybe one
is
part
the
of Earth
moon-
is slightly closer or farther.
And is the moon's orbit elliptical around the Earth?
It is, but that's not the major factor. The major factor would be if the moon is about 250,000 miles away, then on one edge of the Earth it might be plus.
I understand.
1,000
You're
or
repeating yourself,
minus
sir.
1,000.
I get it. But are you saying that tiny distance, as we've already compared it to the distance from the sun, is negligible, right? Are you saying
Yes.
that the orbit within 4 hours from the moon versus the Earth is also negligible? Negligible so much so that you can discount it and attribute the entirety of a new observation after 4 hours to a distance from one side of the Earth to the other? In 4 hours, there's no impact based on the moon's elliptical orbit?
Well, that's a good question. I think it would be minimal, but I would also assume that
Minimal, but relative to the distance from one point of the Earth to the other point of the Earth, which I still don't even know how far is. Minimal.
I see what you're saying.
To what relative? Yeah, exactly. Like, this isn't necessarily the camera stuff that I'm talking about. It's another explanation for how the two observations should be.
No, I think you have a good point there, and I don't know the answer. I
thank
will
you.
say that that if you're looking at a basketball and you're looking at the center of the basketball, that is closer to you than if your eyes shift over to the edge of the basketball, it's slightly farther. And on the Earth, that accounts from the perspective of the moon, that accounts for maybe 1%, and that 1% by itself would be sufficient for the difference between annular and total. But there may be other factors involved also.
But that's the thing. I've just come up with like a factor which you say yourself is actually quite a good question.
Yeah.
And I'm a layperson when it comes to this. I'm some guy who's just asking you to bolster the model. I mean, if you speak to anyone who might be a bit more scientifically or astrophysically inclined, I can imagine that this, although it sounds good, this approach, this argument to demonstrate, a globe Earth versus a flat Earth is actually riddled with similar discrepancies. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I would agree. I don't think this is a good argument that the Earth is a globe. Instead, I would say that the existence of these hybrid eclipses can be explained on the globe Earth model, but just because they exist isn't in and of itself a very robust argument for the existence of the globe.
Yeah, before I believe that, I'd have to hear the explanation for how this could happen on the flat Earth model. Like, how is it going to happen on the flat Earth model?
I think, sir, you focus on your own game in your own wheelhouse. You find a way to become convincing enough that you believe it, then you are permitted to ask such questions.
Fuck off. That's hilarious.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, flat earthers are really good at convincing themselves, if no one else.
Yeah.
Be working backwards, right? You're doing yourself an injustice by having that standard of evaluating the validity of what you think you believe in.
Falsification is independent of replacement, says my fiance.
Exactly. So what you think to be true, right, has to stand out alone on its own merits. Spotlight on it, audience watching, it's on, your script, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a glober, and I just, I just allowed, in a polite way, of course, to Mr. Matthew Learns and to the other guy, that their approach was not worth its salt. So I'm a flatter.
So our approach to do what? What do you think we were trying to do with that?
I put forth a logically sound argument for globe Earth versus anything else.
I don't know if he's doing that. I'm doing that. And now I'm just curious. You said you believe in a globe Earth. Like, why do you believe that?
Believe what?
In a globe Earth.
My own personal assessment and experiences.
So it's just like your opinion, and you're not making it. You're like I think.
Yeah,
No, I don't think so. The words he said. Really? Because you said
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Why? Is that okay, or do I need to?
No, I mean
Any more?
that's fair enough. I mean.
Oh, thank you. Anyway.
Yeah.
But like you would never try to say like what experiences have lent credence to the globe Earth model in your opinion.
Well, I asked myself that, but not in words, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Anyway, I do want to ask Jedi a question if you're there, sir.
What's up, man?
Hello. I can't remember if I've given you this one before, or if maybe you've heard it. I asked Gregory a long time ago about it, so if you have heard me say this before, please just tell me to shut up. So,
shut up.
Yeah. So, okay, and this is just a thought experiment. I'm not trying to trap anyone. So, one of the staples of the owning globers is that gas cannot exist without a container to contain it. Is that correct?
No, gas can exist. It's gas pressure.
Sorry. That's it. Gas pressure. So without a container, gas pressure doesn't exist, or is so low that it might as well not exist because gas is just floating around.
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. And the real key thing that the two sides argue about is that the container, as you're saying, for the globers is gas. It's atmosphere, and your contention with that is that gas cannot contain gas. You know, it's basically it would just leak out because gas covered with gas is just not a container. Is that correct? Am I correct?
Kind of. I mean, for example, I hate to bring you up, Matthew, but Matthew would say the weight of the atmosphere is keeping the gas. So the gas is containing itself.
Not even just the weight of the atmosphere. I mean, this is why you can't neglect gravity. It's the weight of the whole planet creating a potential.
Sir, if I may. Okay.
Gets excited.
So if it was either liquid or solid, could it contain gas? Is it just gas that can't contain gas? Or is it?
Yeah, something liquid or solid, a physical boundary for gas to press against to achieve pressure.
I see. And so,
for example,
yeah, sorry, go on.
You can have a bubble in water, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Carry on, mate.
Oh, cool. So, okay. So, gas can't be the container. Liquid can, and solid obviously can.
Yeah, it's a physical boundary. Yeah.
Gotcha. So, there are two parts to this. So, the first part is, if you were to have gas and compress it or cool it enough so it became a liquid barrier instead of the claimed gas barrier, there is gas there, but it's cooled and compressed so much so it becomes a liquid. It would go from not being able to contain our air to able to contain our air. Theoretically.
If you're talking about a change of phase, then potentially, yeah.
Okay. That's just what the thought experiment. I don't have anywhere to go with that. The second part is this. So I will take the approach. Obviously, I don't think this, but humour me. I take the approach that I've been looking in my telescope, and actually, I can see what appears to be a solid barrier, like, something that isn't gas, but there is a solid barrier that is there somewhere. I can't really see it, but I know it's there because I've seen evidence of it myself. And so I now accept that our atmosphere, or whatever that differentiator is in fact solid. Does that prevent the Earth from being a globe? Or is it possible that you could have a physical solid barrier around a sphere? So like an empty sphere an empty sphere containing the Earth as a
It's just
sphere.
another space debunk, really. It's not really about the shape.
Yeah, you could hypothetically have a sphere with a barrier around it containing the gas and stopping the gas from dispersing into the space. Yes, hypothetically.
Gotcha. Yeah. I just wanted to, again, it's not trying to catch you out. It's just a thought experiment to better understand what that argument is actually trying to kind of push against. And actually, it's not necessarily the shape of anything, the Earth being one of those things, but it's more an explanation of lack of possibilities outside of the barrier. It says nothing about the shape of the Earth per se. Again, not trying to catch anyone out. Just it's an interesting. I thought it was quite interesting to go through those steps.
No, that's fine. It's not catching us out, man, and I appreciate he wasn't going to trip us up with that hypothetical. You're fine. That's fine.
Sure. Was that at least original, or had you kind of gone through that or a variation of that before? Or?
Yeah, it doesn't happen often. I've got a question to ask you though. What did you see? What did you see, dude? I'd love to know what you saw. When you say you saw a barrier, what do you mean?
Well, again, I prefaced this before. I was like, I'm playing the part of someone that says that I actually saw something. But in a way, it doesn't matter. The point is, it's enough to actually convince me that there is a solid barrier. It's not gas, but you need that step to then say or come to the realization that you can still theoretically have a sphere in that model. Yeah, does that answer your question? Or
Yeah.
I mean, I know I didn't, but
Yeah, no, it's fine. I understand your hypothetical. Yeah.
There is
so
no.
sorry.
There is no barrier. That's not a thing.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
But hopefully that was of some use or interest to you, Jedi. So.
No, that's absolutely fine. You've triggered somebody. There's no barrier. Okay, who said that?
When an asteroid falls through, does it like crack? Is it a semi-permeable barrier?
I don't know what an asteroid is.
Bold of you to believe in asteroids.
No asteroids. Okay, so what do you think about dinosaurs?
What the very fuck is that?
Dinosaurs were put there by Jesus to trick us.
Dinosaurs were put there by Jesus to trick us.
I actually did. All jokes aside, I did actually look up the KT extinction recently, just because I was on a Wikipedia bend and I just wanted to learn things, and it was fascinating. Like, there's actually a crater in the Yucatan Peninsula. It's really cool. Like, an asteroid hit Earth and killed like a shit ton of dinosaurs. I think it's a lot of physical evidence for this, but flat earthers don't believe it. So what are you gonna do?
Well, there's a crater on the floor. Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't even think this. I mean, they were like discussing a hypothetical here where there's like some like barrier, and I'm like, obviously there's no barrier. I'm just saying, like, the reason the gas doesn't escape, the whole thing was based on a false premise. The reason the gas doesn't escape is because there is, in fact, gravity.
Awesome. So we're going to have this conversation again. Okay. So can you point to gravity changing the vector of a gas? Show it to me. You're saying that gravity does this, so show it.
Yeah, the reason why there is differences in pressure as a result of height, like as you altitude.
In your model, the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is in dispersed heat radiated from the sun, where it radiates from the surface of the Earth. It's
thermal effects as well. Yeah, there are absolutely thermal effects as well.
Reason why you have a gas pressure gradient is one.
Water pressure gradient is better, a better example.
But you're not listening to what I said.
Okay. I mean, you're saying, yes, there are thermal effects as well. I'm going to agree with you there.
Cool. So within your model, and I can cite this 5 times, the reason why there's an atmospheric gradient is 1, because of radiated heat from the surface of the Earth. There are 2 gradients, one vertical, one horizontal away from the equator. Did you know that?
Yeah, sure. Like, it's not...
So temperature does that then?
Yeah, I just said there could be thermal effects. I said that, yes.
Good.
I said water. I said fluid pressure. Oh, gas and liquids are both fluids. Fluid pressure, same thing. If you look at water, go deeper down. The reason why the water pressure gets greater is because there's more weight above you.
That's lovely, but we're talking about
gas. As in a force. Weight is the force of gravity. Yes.
So we agree on temperature. Still waiting for the gravity bit.
Weight.
Gases weight. What vector is weight?
Okay. The reason. No. The pressure gradient of the ocean. That is the same. That is there are still going to be thermal effects in there, but it's much more clear.
Not listening.
Stop.
What vector?
You're not listening.
Stop. Go, Jedi. Jedi, take the floor.
What vector is weight?
What vector is weight?
Yeah, what direction
is weight?
Radially inwards.
So down. Yeah.
Radially inwards. I did not say down.
That's fine, but from your point of view, that's down then, right?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. Which direction does gas go?
It is held within a certain radial distance because it does not have the sufficient energy to reach escape velocity and leave the Earth's.
No, is it?
Well,
Answer my question. I'll help you.
Sometimes, well, like you just, sometimes thermal effects will cause air to rise. If it heats up, it'll go up. So obviously air can go all. It's a gas. It's gonna It's gonna be more erratic. But things fall down radially inwards. Yes.
Gotcha. So
no, what you got me?
Baltimore.
What did you get me? How'd you get me?
Talking, I'm going to mute you. Seriously, dude, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but you just don't shut up, do you?
Bro, okay, go, bitch.
Do I have to mute you like a child?
Bro, enjoy your freaking.
Can you guys just take turns? This is dumb. Come on.
Yeah, I have to, and apparently he's gone. Okay, now.
I was learning some cool things from him, but, whatever.
God, can't ask somebody a question without them keep rattling. Do you want to take over?
No, I'm not a smart science guy like that guy. I'm more of a social sciences nerd.
Okay, you're not a smart science guy like that one. Okay, maybe
there's different kind of science.
Maybe you can follow the conversation like that.
There's like STEM.
White Knight, maybe you can follow the conversation.
I'm being interrupted. What the heck?
Good. I drop a pen. Which way does it go? Don't want to answer, do you?
Wait, were you asking that to me?
Yes. I drop a pen. Which way does it go?
I don't know. I'm not a smart science. Wait a second. You interrupted me, and then I said you interrupted me, and then you're like, good. It's like, you're just going to interrupt me again. You think it's good to interrupt me.
Didn't interrupt you then. Still waiting for an answer to the question.
You interrupt me. I wanted you to interrupt me.
I'll ask it again. I drop a pen. Which way does it go?
Which way does it go?
Yeah, when I drop a solid object like a pen, which way does it go?
I guess it would go closer to the core of the Earth, where all the gravity is. I would think, from my perspective, I guess I'd say that's down.
Down. Good. Thank you. I pour myself a cup of coffee. Which way does the liquid go?
Same answer.
Good. I uncontained gas. Which way does the gas go?
Oh, you'd have to ask that guy who left.
Not you, then.
No, I don't know the answer. You have to ask someone else.
You don't know the answer. You've never looked at gas. You've never uncontained gas.
It's usually invisible.
You're an idiot. You're just an idiot, then, aren't you?
I didn't say I was an idiot. I don't know where you got that from.
Tell me which way gas goes.
Mute me now is going. Just mute me now, you dumbass. Come on, go do it, pussy. Come on, do it. Mute me.
Which way does gas go?
What's up? What's the question again?
Which way does gas go when I uncontain it?
What did I say the last time you asked that question?
Don't know. I wasn't listening.
All right, well, you're not going to listen the first time. You're not going to listen the second time. So let's just skip to the part where you mute me. Go ahead.
I want to know the answer.
Skip to the part where you mute me.
I want to know the answer. I haven't
Let's
muted
go somewhere else. You're boring.
Well, fuck off then. But I have not muted you. I'm still waiting for an answer to the question. If you said it the first time, then I do apologise. I did not hear you, but I'd still like to listen to your answer. You were correct. To drop a pen, it goes down. I pour myself a cup of coffee, the water goes down. Uncontained gas, which way does the gas go?
He's gone, mate.
Fair enough.
Maybe he was a lot smarter than his friend for leaving.
Maybe.
What's good, chat?
Here we go.
What's up, Jedi? What's up, Matrix?
Chicken fried rice. Pizza's good.
I just wanted to tap in, see what's going on. I'm just going to be listening for a bit. I'll chime in if anything comes up.
Good to see you, buddy.
I can't hear anything that well, though. You guys are really low for me, so I'll probably just go listening mode for a bit.
That's because you're old and you're getting deaf, mate.
Well, I'm still waiting on my salt and pepper like you, Jedi, all right? I'm trying to get on that salt and pepper life soon.
That's a burn on me. That's fair enough, man.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute up and listen in for a bit, guys. Good to hear from you all, and let's keep cooking. W Flat Earth.
CB, before you go, did you enjoy your ventures on X last night?
He left.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, I thought X was all right, but I'm not a fan of not being able to post up stuff really quickly, like citations, links to whatever. I find that somewhat irritating.
Yeah, there is a feature, a chat feature that Alpha hasn't managed to access yet. And so there is a side chat available. We just need to get it going.
Ah, right. That'd probably help a lot.
Yeah, definitely would, mate. Yeah.
Matrix, on that note, I agree 100%. The whole time I wanted to post somewhere my reactions to things that were being said, but all we had was the damn emoji reaction button. Wasn't that funny? Like, we need more than that, but it was fun though, nonetheless.
How many hours did you guys power through on that anyway?
You said how many hours?
Yeah, how many hours? Because I
Yes.
was listening in earlier, then I went to sleep, and I woke up, and you guys are still going.
Exactly. I don't know, man. Miggy can go for a minute. Pause.
It was about 8 hours or so.
How many people showed up? A bunch of people show up, or
Yeah, about 52.
Oh, he's
just
here.
just our
Oh,
people? Huh?
somebody roll out the red carpet.
Let's freaking go. Hey, does anybody want to go tonight?
Yeah, I'll go on Twitter.
Oh shit!
All right, let me set it up.
Yeah, fire it up, bro.
All right, anybody can join if you want to go. If you guys want to go over there, you'll see the.
But if you're a nobody, then don't join.
Then don't join. It's pretty good.
Is there a ramp? Is there a ramp on Twitter?
It's wheelchair accessible. Don't worry.
Ramp. Oh, no.
I don't
Yo.
think it's like an X. I don't think X have ramps. Well, they do actually have X games. Never mind.
Oh my god, wheelchair accessible.
Oh shit!
Yo, what the fuck?
That's crazy. You say 3 times now Alpha Veritas pops up. That's mental.
All right, well, just let me know when y'all are ready to go.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm about to open the space up.
All right, hell yeah, I'm gonna go jump on over there.
Let's see if let's create I'm trying to get a snazzy topic so we can get people in there.
Ooh, did you make the one yesterday? That was really good.
Yeah.
I've got a whole bunch of titles in my server, Miggy. You could do like, how many globe earthers does it take to stump a flat earther, or something like that, or what's another good one?
I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Scientist exposed? I don't know.
Yeah, that's-
I love stuff like that.
How'd you end up going with that red fella? Did he end up calming down after all?
Reds.
Red's
Oh my-
rhetoric.
Yeah.
he
Oh
left
my
at like
days.
6 in the morning.
No way, Reds came in
Really?
there.
Holy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know who he is, Paraplegic. Tell him who Red is.
Holy shit!
Damn.
Rez Rhetoric,
Yeah.
dude, he's old. Like he was around like 2017ish or something.
And he had the
Maybe
argument.
a little later.
He had the argument from that era too. So
Yep. He's in season 2.
Yeah.
You had
You
him
know what?
moving
People
down.
people believed him. Like people are like, oh, Rez is smacking the flat earth. Like, dude, the shit he talked, he was just so full of crap. Yeah.
He
came in there. What was he babbling?
He basically said him and Jaren were arguing about rockets landing, a particular type of rocket that goes up and it came back down. Jaren was saying that's not true. It doesn't happen, and that he took his video or whatever about it going to a certain height and it coming back down uncut, and proved him wrong. And I'm like, so what? Like, what does that prove? Like, what do you guys? I hit him up, dude. You know what I do. So
It
I just
proves they can put helium in a freaking cone and a little bit of weight in the tail so that it lands. Okay, maybe they do. I don't know.
that doesn't
Maybe
mean
it's some-
anything.
That
to the
doesn't mean
argument.
It's usually
anything, bro.
Right, right.
He's like, well,
It's
the
a
rocket
trick.
goes
It's
up
always
over
a
the
trick.
curvature.
It's always a magic
What?
trick. Holy
Crazy.
shit! Come on, man. He was. I'm pretty sure he was talking that freaking Pontchartrain horse shit for a minute too. I'm
He
almost
didn't.
sure.
He actually didn't mention that, but
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
he's-
Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
he said that
Holy shit,
rockets making a parabolic arc and also the ISS proves that gas pressure can be without a container.
You know what? I just realized
That's what he said.
he's a certain type of archetype.
Holy
There's an
shit.
archetype of globe earthers that do this whole thing. Well, they pick
He's
pick
stuck.
claims
He's
from
stuck.
flat earthers that aren't even here. They'll be like, "Well, this flat earther said," I'm like, "Yeah, well, who?" Like, "Oh, well, I talked to another flat earther, and then
Holy
they said
crap.
this." Like, yeah, well, fuck that guy. It's probably not even a real person.
Without container, how does that? How even if they weren't a pressure, dude, they're literally in a freaking container. Like, what is he talking about?
Well, for the ISS,
I
his
mean,
claim was
because they're supposedly in space. Whatever. Oh my gosh, dude. Come on, I'll prove they're literally in a pool somewhere in freaking Texas or some shit. I don't even know
You know
where
what
the
you
hell that
can't
damn
say?
pool is, but
You can't
dude,
say they're not at a specific
my
height.
Lord.
You can't say that. You can't say it.
What can't we say? What can't they say?
You can't say that they're not at a specific height. That's something you just can't say. Can't.
yeah, it'd be like,
What-
yeah, they could
what?
be at.
You can't say the
freaking
ISS is not this high.
Okay.
Yeah. just gotta get it out there.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm gonna send everybody the link.
That's funny.
Y'all join up, man. Here's the link.
Send me a
Dude,
link
they
too.
literally made
anyone
literally sent me some shit saying I was too young to be on Twitter. That was funny.
So anybody
I
can
don't know
join
how
the
they got
link.
that,
The
but
link
whatever.
is in the text channel.
I'll
So
figure
join
it out.
Link is in the text channel. As soon as you join, join the link, paraplegic. As soon as you join the link, make sure that you retweet the actual space so that you get more people in there. Retweet and throw the heart on it. That's whatever you can so we can get more eyeballs on it. The algorithm favors the space if people interact with it. So how that works.
That's smacking on X.
Yeah, go on. Join it, Highway.
Yo,
Everybody's on
Alpha,
there.
didn't you lose a debate earlier? That's crazy.
Wait,
Nobody lost the debate. Go
Alpha,
on
didn't
X.
you
and we'll-
lose 3 debates earlier about the same topic? Crazy.
What?
Alpha, can't you not debate? Crazy.
Still waiting. What do you mean, Goth Girl? What was the subject?
Alpha,
Wow.
didn't you
Go
lose a
meet us
debate
on
to a
X.
15-year-old? Crazy.
Guys, go meet us on X. The link's in the chat. Go do that.
Alpha,
Goth-
didn't you lose a debate
Goth
to a
Girl Fuller.
15-year-old?
That's awesome.
I'm listening to it. Can I join it or?
You should be able to, yeah. Hit
Yeah,
the link.
everyone can. If you have an X account, just join.
It says I'm a listener.
You can
Yeah,
ask.
it's basically like a stage. So there's only 10 people that can be speakers, and everybody else is a listening audience.
Nice.
I'm literally in there retweeting some shit, so I didn't know I could just get in there like that. So that's cool. I'm in.
Sweet. There's my
Yeah,
high
let me.
school Twitter I haven't used.
Yeah, I'll join in a little bit.
Yeah, you guys you just basically what I'm doing is I'm opening it up to anybody that wants to join, so we can do some couple of spaces on X and get our 24/7 presence known there.
How long were you around last night, Alpha? I'll tell you what. I'll come and ask you next, man. No worries. Give me a minute.
Yeah. We'll talk on there.
That's cool. I can listen and hear and be on that. I just invited Ivanka Trump. Come get some flat earth gravy.
Wake up! Dabba 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 dabba, wake up! Dabba 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 dabba, wake up! Wake up! Hello in there. All work and no play makes Jack a dull, dull boy. I hear people.
Oh, sorry.
Get, click on my name. I'm gonna get 2 co-hosts, CB and Jedi. We can rotate them, and like if you guys have to leave or whatever.
You're really criteria in your hot miking. Any Globers in the house?
CB, I dropped co-host.
I want to talk to Glober.
What do you mean, bro, Mike? Like what is? Yeah, you gotta check the mic at the front, bro.
You're really criteria on your hot miking.
Give us the ability. That's what I mean. Like,
Oh my god.
the listeners, right? Like they're listening.
Oh my god. No, please, somebody help.
But you just like tell them, here you go. Here's the.
Yo, really criteria on your hot miking. Mic check 1 2. Does anybody hear me? I guess not. Oh, what's up? How you doing? Where's the Glober? I want to talk to a Glober, man. Come on, man. Any Globers? I guess not. Gonna have to wait patiently. Lucky son bitch. A hot night tonight, man. What the fuck, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, since it's all flat earthers in here, who has not yet listened to my new songs? Who needs my links for my music? Now, don't rush. I got plenty of links for everybody. Man. Oh, Glover, where are you, Glover? You goddamn Glover. Mhm. God damn. Mm-mm. Okay,
Massive ocean discovered under the ocean.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Relax. It's been so quiet.
Yeah, it is a little quiet in here.
Are you a Glober, Dimitri?
8.2 earthquake in Bolivia.
Yes,
Bolivians.
I am. I'm a Glober.
You're a Glober, Dimitri.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you can-
not.
Yes, he is. He said he's a Glober.
By
I don't
Glober, do
believe
you
you.
mean somebody who believes the Earth is spherical? Then yes.
I don't believe you. Prove it.
How do I prove it?
Show us water curves. Show us curving elevation. Show us how
it
you
to
live on a
you?
ball. Up close and personal. Yeah, up close and personal. Dirt and water. Where does it curve at?
I mean, I could
It's
ask
the
you the
water.
same thing, but an opposite.
You can ask me where water curves and it's not curving. That makes
I could
no
ask you.
sense.
I could ask you to show it to me. Show
Show
me.
you what?
Show it
Non-existent
to me.
curving
Not.
water.
Yeah,
Horizontal
show it to
water.
me. Show
Horizontal
me
water.
non.
It's in your aquarium.
Okay. I mean,
Now,
you
where
can
is your
have
curving
curved water. I put it in a
No,
I put it in a circular cup.
At
The
rest.
water's curved.
No, water at rest, stupid. In your aquarium, draw a
Water in
horizontal
a
line.
cup is still curved at rest.
Show us where it's
Friends.
curving at.
Friends,
Okay.
can we just
Or
stop
water in a
talking like this?
circular cup. Ready?
Yeah,
It's
and show
curved
us
around
where
the
it's curving.
edges.
That's
At
not-
the
that's-
edges of the cup.
That's horizontal,
It's a
brother.
curve.
No, that's a level.
It's
That's a level
curved in the
horizontal.
Z dimension, but it's still curved just because it's not a
No, it's
ball of
still
water.
horizontal on the top
Okay,
dimension
fine.
on the
All right,
surface.
all right, all right. I'll give you that. What happens if I fill
Yeah,
a water
that's
balloon
what
up
we're
with
looking
water?
for. The
I
surface
I fill a
not
water balloon up with water.
horizontal.
I fill a water balloon up with water. The water inside is curved. I put on the
Do you
table.
live in
It's
a
still
water
curved.
balloon, buddy? Yo, buddy, you're giving us examples of
So
nothing
you
to
got
do with
plastic
anything.
air around you?
What the fuck are you talking about, buddy?
Elastic plastic is.
This
What's
guy
that doing?
thinks the Earth is a water fucking balloon. What's wrong
He
with
thinks
this
he lives
kid, bro?
inside the water plastic ball? What are you, stupid, brother?
You asked me to give you an example of
They
curved
asked you to
water.
prove
Yeah,
Earth
these
to
are
globe by
not
getting a
not
water
what he's
balloon.
asking, bro.
So you want water inside your fucking globe, Earth,
But
not
you
on the
just
outside like
asked.
the
Now
real
you're
one.
telling me no one's
That's not what
asked.
he's asking. That's not what he. Because you're stupid.
Then you have to be
understand what he's
specific with
asking.
the questions. Okay, then
Yes,
I'm
yes, yes.
stupid. But you got to give me
Denmark,
specific
you have to
questions
be
because I'm stupid.
specific. Yeah, you are stupid. So you at least
Yeah, you have to give me specific questions.
How do you
Otherwise, you're going to
demonstrate
get a stupid
water
answer.
is not horizontal at rest? Where do
You
you
have to be
show
more
it's
specific
not
than that.
horizontal
More
at
specific.
rest?
Get really specific with the question. What exactly are you asking?
Horizontal at
It
rest.
doesn't
Holy
get any
fuck.
more specific. A
He
fifth
is
grader
stupid.
understands that. A third grader
What do you
understands
mean
that.
by horizontal?
Go get
All
your
right,
grandson.
because
Go get your
This
nephew.
guy doesn't
Go get
understand
your
what
nephew and ask him what he
horizontal
means by
is.
horizontal. Say, hey, nephew,
directional
in
is
art class,
relative.
what's horizontal
Hey,
mean? It doesn't
hey,
mean
hey.
vertical.
Listen. Horizontal is the way your mother was when she was conceiving you.
All right, give it to me in radians.
Horizontal.
Give it to me in radians. What do you mean by horizontal?
Buddy,
No
Give it to me in
part higher
radians.
or lower than the next.
Give it to me in
Horizontal.
radians. In
No part
radians.
higher or lower than the next.
Give
Horizontal.
it to me. Give it to me in radians.
give it to him. Just give it to him. Yo,
Just
listen,
give it to
I
me in
gave it to you.
radians.
I'm gonna give it
Horizontal.
to you in water. A horizontal line doesn't have radians, retard.
Yes, it does. It does.
Fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Listen,
It would be 2
horizontal.
pi. It's radians.
Listen,
That's flat. That's
listen,
horizontal.
Listen.
Bro's
Horizontal.
asking me about geometry, but doesn't even know how to explain it himself.
Horizontal. The way your mother was when she was conceiving you. Fuck.
Just saying
Did
the
you
word
understand that?
horizontal doesn't have a
Horizontal.
number figure behind it.
I thought we were having a logical debate, and now you're trying to roast me about my mother.
Buddy,
Wow,
buddy,
how intellectual of
Horizontal
you.
just means
Oh
zero.
my god, dude. Trust me,
It
you're
means
stupid as
it's
fuck,
not going
buddy.
below itself. Horizontal is what you have to prove doesn't exist. You have to prove elevation, real life, how you get 0 inches high and go 0 inches high below 0 inches high. In reality, dumbass. So your ball can go down under itself. So your
Yeah, hear
ball
me
can
out.
go down under the inches can be
Hear me
1
out.
inch down
If-
below itself, down back
If
and
you
around.
want,
1 inch
if you
high.
want to be serious about debating, you have to start
Yeah, if you
throwing
want to
out.
be
You have to
serious
stop throwing
about
out all
proving
these.
Earth curve,
Okay.
you'll find Earth elevation to not curve or
Okay.
curve. Can you demonstrate which one it's doing?
If these are the
Elevation.
people, I know you know who you are right now. If these are the
How does
people that you're listening
elevation
to
work on a ball?
and believe, who can't have a normal
How do you
argument
find
without
your height on a
throwing, you know,
ball?
insults, then
Brother, we're
I don't
asking
know.
you how to find your
Why are you
elevation
crying?
on a
Kid,
ball.
are you a liberal? Demon,
What?
relax. This guy's a
Am
liberal
I
kid.
liberal?
Fine,
No,
yeah,
I hate liberals. I'm not a liberal. I'm
Oh,
Trump
I'm sorry.
2024.
I didn't know he was like
Okay.
12. It's okay.
Okay,
Sorry,
okay,
buddy.
listen. So you're making him
Would you,
cry and shit. Demon, relax.
if you had to guess my age, how
Relax.
old would you guess I am?
I don't give a fuck. Listen, to be honest with you, you're stupid as fuck.
I mean, the lower the better. I'm fine with that. If I sound young, I'm more years the merrier. I don't care.
Yeah.
Дмитрий, долбоёб,
Yeah?
заткнись нахуй и слушай, блядь.
I don't speak
Okay?
Russian.
Well, then why in the fuck do you have Dimitri as a name?
I'm Greek. Dimitri's a
Oh,
Greek name, not
God.
Russian. You guys stole it from us.
Oh, bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Listen,
somebody's mad. Somebody's mad.
I'm not mad at all. Listen, buddy.
Sure. I'm
Well,
listening.
usually that's the stereotype, asshole. So shut the fuck up. I was going off the stereotype.
Oh, okay,
Listen,
but the stereotype's bullshit.
What's the radius of the fucking Earth that you
What's
live
the
on?
radius of my cock in your ass?
Oh, look at this guy.
We'll play the
Yes,
same
another
game. We're playing the
radius of
same
ball. He's
game.
trying to- What fucking game? Your mother was horizontal. You couldn't understand that, you stupid
Yeah,
fuck.
and your mom was vertical, right on top of me. She was riding me doggy style.
Look at this.
Tit for tat. Let's go. Come on.
Your buddy, your insults are fucking like garbage. Trust me.
Bro, you started with the mom jokes. Now you're dissing
Mine
your
were
own
good, you
jokes.
stupid fuck.
Oh my god.
Mine were actually good. Mine was funny. Yours is garbage, bro.
I
Plus,
said
it's a fucking
mom
rip off of
horizontal.
my
I
joke.
said mom
See,
vertical,
this
and
is how
both
not
mad.
original you are.
Clean it up.
Oh my god.
Listen,
Oh
listen.
my god.
Hey, I can't clean it up. You know me. Listen, this guy's gonna get it. Listen.
Get what?
What's the radius of your fucking ball? I asked you the question. Answer the fucking question.
In what unit?
Oh my god.
In what
Give
unit of
me
measurement? I don't know.
I don't give a fuck. Give me meters. Give me fucking kilometers. Give me miles, inches. I don't give a fuck. Give it to me. What's the radius of your fucking ball?
3,958.8 miles.
Say it again. Somebody.
3,958.8 miles.
Amazing. Okay, so now that we have that radius, can we determine the curvature rate or drop over distance of this fucking curve or this ball with that radius?
We could. Yes.
Okay, so
using
what is
physics.
the drop over distance at this point, my friend?
It's going to require me to do some math, and I don't feel like doing that right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll cut to the fucking chase. Then it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the fucking formula, right?
Okay,
so
well,
when we
what
go
equation did
outside,
you use?
buddy, go fucking do it yourself, then, Mr. Lazy. I didn't want to do math. Now
Well,
he
if
wants
you
to do
have
some
the
fucking
answer,
math.
if you had the answer, I
Listen,
just
go
suppose that
get
you
the
did the math.
derivation.
And
Go
you had
get
it
the
already.
derivation yourself, buddy. I'm not gonna start
Alright.
fucking writing out a whole bunch of shit for you just because you're fucking lazy, asshole. Now listen to me very carefully. Stupid.
Wait, how about
fuck.
this? How about I'm gonna do the math and I'll come
How
back to you when I'm
about
done.
this?
I'm not leaving.
Okay,
I'll do the math.
Now,
all right.
go get
I'll
the
tell you
rate.
when I'm done. I'll tell you when I'm
Get the
done.
drop over distance. Go ahead. Go get it and come back. Any other Glober? Well, that dummy fucking gets 8 inches per mile. Holy fuck. Can't believe this guy's in here and he still doesn't do first step. And he's talking shit like this. What the fuck? He doesn't even know first step. Drop over distance. Goddamn. I think he's fucking smart. Am I still on? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hi, friends. We got a new person in here. We got a guy named Dorian. Dorian, what's up, guy? You don't want to party? Hey, friends, don't forget to listen to my new song that I put together recently. Here, it's gonna be in the side chat for anybody that's interested. Got any new Globers trying to globe? Friends? Friends? Oh, she's boosted. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Some of these guys are fucking boosted. Holy shit, you guys are boosted. Not me. Oh, Mr. Black One, welcome. You're clicking in, but can't hear anything. What's going on? Nope, still nothing. I just came in to have some fun. Nobody wants to have some fun. Sorry. Nobody wants the fun. What happened to the guy that was just here? Did you tell him to go do? You told him to go away. Oh yeah. I got you muted. That's why. I got your volume back up. What's up, guy? What are you saying? Black One. Say that again. Well, Dimitri? Well, the other guy just, he said he was going to go solve the problem and he still hasn't come back. So I'm going to have a hard time with that one. He doesn't seem smart. That's why. He pretends to be smart. He's one of the pseudo-intellectuals. Huh?
Alright, I just got back. I went to go take a piss.
Oh. Did you solve the problem you were having?
Yeah, I solved it.
Okay, how about, so what's the drop over distance?
What's the length of, so like every mile, every 10 miles?
There's a formula to it, man. It's just, you can easily get a formula. That's the thing.
I have it every 10 kilometers is a 6.2. Wait, give me a second. Where did I put it? Every 10 kilometers is a. Where did I write it down? Oh, shit. Is a 25.7 foot drop off. Every 10 kilometers.
Every 10 kilometers, 25 foot? No, it's if that would be linearly, buddy. It's an exponent. It's a curve, first of all, right? So you're gonna have to have an exponent in your function. So
yeah.
So there's there, and here, listen to me very carefully. It's every inch, and if you're gonna do it in fucking centimeters, right? It's 8 centimeters per kilometer, right? That's how it go, and it's squared. The kilometers are squared in the formula, right? Your
Yes.
8 is the constant, exactly. So the kilometers are squared over the distance, and there's your. This is what I'm trying to tell you here, buddy. Since now you're getting on the same page. If your ball was the radius that they claim it is, that formula is 8 inches per mile squared. It cannot fucking change, right? And this is an approximate formula. We understand that it's not like fucking perfect here, right? So the tolerance or the error gets kind of shitty after, let's say, like 2,000 miles, right? But we're not measuring over 2,000 mile distances. We're measuring fucking 100 miles, even less, right? Because in reality, you can't literally measure physically long distances like that. The best way you can measure, which we have found a way to measure over long distances, which is close to like 40 kilometers, 25 miles, right? They measured with fucking lasers, friend. And guess what happens?
What?
It's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wait, so using a laser, they measured that it was flat?
There's no deviation, right? So if your laser is hovering above the fucking thing you're fucking measuring, right, and it's not deviating downwards as it should because it's a curving fucking ball underneath your feet, but it's not, so it's flat. Welcome to Flat
But
Earth.
if it was a ball and the laser hit the tangential line, wouldn't that still assume
No,
it's
the
flat?
laser would be going off into the sky, bro. The ball's underneath you curving downwards, not upwards. So the laser would be pointing upwards. The laser would not reach the target. The laser would be shot up into the fucking sky, my friend. The fuck are you talking about?
But the curvature is downwards from your relative position.
Right,
so why
and the
would it be
laser
going
is
up?
fucking. You're leveling the fucking laser horizontal to where you're standing. So if you're starting parallel, right, to the fucking ground, and the ground is curving downwards, your deviation would start increasing. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. I can say it a million fucking times.
Bro.
What? Yeah. You can keep laughing, but then when you go and fucking measure this shit yourself, there's nothing to laugh about, my friend. So what's the longest distance you ever seen? What's the longest you've ever seen?
Listen. I'm not going to argue anymore. All right.
With your own eyes,
okay.
what's the longest you've ever listened with your own fucking eyes? What's the longest you ever observed? Like literally, like if you're fucking in your wilderness or whatever, you have fucking actual balls and you do shit, right? And you like real fucking workout in the field, right? What's the longest distance you've ever measured with your own fucking eyes?
Listen, I'm not going to argue anymore.
So you're a boy, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, so you're a boy, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Somebody added me to this Discord.
You started this, buddy.
Right?
You started this.
And,
I don't give a fuck, man. Why are you crying to me,
listen,
man? I'm
I
telling
could
you,
argue with you all night and all day.
There's no
Your
argument.
position,
There's no
your
argument.
opinion's not going to be changed. My opinion's not going to be changed.
There is no
so
arguing,
at the end of
my
the day,
friend.
it doesn't matter.
There is no arguing. You're crying like a little bitch right now. Why are you arguing? I'm not arguing. I'm telling you the facts. Disprove them
this
if
is
you
a
want.
debate, isn't it? You're trying to
No,
introduce
it's
your
not.
evidence to me. I'm trying to give you
It's
evidence
not.
back and
It's
forth.
not
You're
a
trying to convince me.
debate.
It is a
Buddy,
debate because we're arguing right now.
I was on your side. Why are you interrupting me? I was on your fucking side when I was fucking young too, idiot. All of us were Globers. We all start as fucking Globers.
All right, well,
Welcome
I'm
to
not going to
fucking Flat
change
Earth.
from Globers because,
Well,
I
'cause you're
went
an
to
idiot.
college.
You're
all right, I got my
buddy,
physics
you're talking
degree.
to an
I'm done.
engineer, you stupid fuck. You're stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
You
okay,
proved you're
cool.
stupid
I got
as
my
fuck.
physics degree. I'm getting
Your physics ain't
another
shit.
degree right
That's
now.
what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter.
Your physics ain't shit. I'm an engineer. You idiot. You can't
In
do
what?
anything with any
In
of your
what? What's your
physics.
engineering degree? What's your engineering degree?
I built
What's
a
your
fucking robot from scratch. You stupid
electronics.
fuck. On my Instagram.
Oh, and you're fucking you're a master at global. Yeah, okay, sure.
Huge math. You fucking moron. It's better than
Bro
any
said
of the
he
physics
played with
you
a
know.
Game Boy and says he knows physics. Okay.
See, that's the thing. You apply your fucking physics that you learned has nothing to do with actual physics in real life. You have fucking pseudo fucking science that you teach you, and you guys think you're fucking smart, and you never applied it in real life. You're fucking stupid.
All right. Let's say
And
the
you
Earth
pay-
is
and you
flat.
paid for-
Enlighten
and you
me.
pay- and you
Enlighten me.
paid for that
Enlighten me. If the
education,
Earth
which
is
is
flat, if the Earth is flat,
fantastic.
how are we like staying down on the ground right now? What's gravity?
That was the
Earth is
dumbest
holding
fucking
you.
question
What's
I've ever
holding us
heard in
down
my
if the
life.
Earth is flat? If the Earth is flat, then what's
Please,
uniform
Democ,
gravity?
hold on, Democ. It's not your conversation right now. Hold on. Let me fucking destroy this kid.
Go ahead.
He wants to be destroyed, Democ. Why interrupting? Now, first of all, what's holding you? What's holding the clouds up in the sky? Where's your fucking gravity?
What?
What?
What does that have to do with gravity?
What do you mean? Hey, all objects are being pulled with your gravity fucking thing, right? So why are the clouds in the fucking sky?
I'm done. You're actually
You're
too retarded
stupid.
for
Yeah, you're stupid, right? Yeah, where's your gravity? Everything, all fucking things are getting pulled to the ground with your gravity, right? So you got particles of fucking water in the sky that are fucking physical. Why are they in the sky, buddy? Where's
Why
your
are they
fucking
not
gravity?
ocean?
See your physics, you stupid motherfucker. Take that education that you paid fucking thousands of dollars and shove it up your fucking ass, you dumb motherfucker. Your physics cannot solve this fucking simplest fucking question. I did physics. I graduated physics. Stupid.
He should have got a helium balloon for Christmas
Yeah.
or his birthday.
Did he run away already?
Yeah, but that is like a really dumb fucking question. How does stuff sit on a table? Very curious. Like that's all. That's all it's gonna. What else would it do? What's stuff want to do? Run off the table? Hey, Spoon, take off running. No. Oh shit. Must be a magic word doing that.
It's funny when he starts flexing his education and then I shit on him and he runs away. Funny.
Well, I mean, if what they said made sense. If gravity was a real attribute of anything, and it's not even the idea of physicality, it's just like magic, fucking everything magic down. Heat wouldn't rise either.
Huh. Exactly. And how do you get rid of sciatica? Anybody know?
Back pain.
Sciatica. It's not just back. That's lower back.
Like
fucking
arthritis?
nerve. Sciatica. There's a sciatic nerve in the
Sciatic
back.
nerve, yeah. But it's like usually it's
lower.
like, yeah. I mean, it's different. Yeah, it's different.
It's just doesn't go away. Problem. Everything in my body fucking goes away. The sciatic pain doesn't go away. It's fucking nuts.
What do you bend your back a lot or anything, or like you done working, or like you still work all the time? And
I work a lot. No, but I mean,
well, that's what it is. Like my,
but I walk a lot. I walk it off. That's the thing.
I do too. I walk and have to lift a lot of shit back and forth, run back and forth, and carry shit. A lot of stacks of shit, piles of shit.
No, I don't bend like that. No.
I do. Fuck, man.
I know. I would never have a job like that. I would fucking.
Oh my god! It's not too bad sometimes. It's not, you know what I mean. But like every once in a while, like after a month of doing it, like it'll start to, you'll get like fucking damn, man. And then like it'll ease out, and then like a little while later you'll feel it, because my buddies that like when they put them on like a double shift, you can tell. Because all the mugs have been working there for a long time. When they do the double shift, you can tell because they all be standing there with their hand holding their back. Like, but they're all doing their stuff. But you could tell it's like it's it works on you, man. Bending over all day, picking stuff up, going back and forth. Yeah, it all works that back.
I know, man. I know, bro. But it's like not even. It's the one point. It's like I couldn't walk for 3 days. Like I couldn't lift my legs. It was fucked.
Yeah, that's bad. My buddy said he went home and couldn't even make it up his own steps. He had to like crawl with his elbows up his steps and like lay at the top until the morning, and then
yes,
and they want you to come back to work, man. Like what the fuck?
No, I didn't go to work. I called in. I couldn't work. I said, "Fuck you guys, 3 days off work, man." And they were like wondering, "Oh, is he faking it, buddy? What the faking this? Are you crazy?
Right? No, yeah, they want you. Yeah, they want you to come back. They don't.
Fuck out of here! I can't stand. My legs don't work. No, my legs couldn't. I couldn't lift them. It was insane.
Usually, I just get a really bad pain right there in the center, and then like whenever I go to do it, like lift more, it just hurts the whole time. You know. I mean, I can bear it, but God, oh my God, just barely, dude. Just, I mean,
Mine is like right where like the ass cheeks, the top of the ass cheeks meet like the back, and it's just the whole fucking triangle
oh,
area
that's a
there.
bad sharp pain right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like deep in there. And I went to the physiotherapist that one time, and he said that muscle just is like solid like a rock, and he loosened it up for me that one time. I did acupuncture and shit. Yeah, but I'm not going back there again. Fuck all that because they
It's kind
want
of
you to
like
get
it's cramp.
addicted to that shit.
It's
Well,
right.
no, but I'd rather go to no. Probably gonna go fucking eventually buy the electro things like
Okay.
what do you?
It's like a
But
permanent cramp. Yeah.
yeah, no, he said shock the muscles to reset. That's what he said. That's what the
That's
acupuncture
what Bruce
does.
Lee did,
Yeah, no, because it's
supposedly.
fucking nuts, bro. The pain is nuts. And Lulu, I fucking do all kinds of stretching. Don't worry, I'm not fucking retarded. Go on my Instagram, you can see how fit I am. I'm ripped to shreds. They call me Shredder. It's fucking insane. No, right now especially. Now I've been training after my surgery, after my hernia fixed and shit. I just keep training every day, you know. So I'm just Mr. Shredder. And that's the only problem with me right now is that I have this sciatic pain, and it's not when I'm working. When I'm working, I don't feel it. It's when I'm just
Isn't that fucking
relaxing.
weird? Isn't that crazy?
Well, yeah, because your muscles are all functioning and then everything's loose, and you know. But
As soon as you get
when
home and you want to relax a little bit, you're like, what the hell?
yeah, it starts fucking ripping. Yeah. Who hasn't listened to my song yet? Fucking speak up. I'm gonna force you to listen to it. I'll sit down and fucking make you listen to it. Heretic. Buddy, you there? It's been a minute.
Wait, so sick.
Mr. Heretic. I guess Mr. Heretic's AFK. Nobody wants to talk about my music? God damn. It's okay. I'll go make another one. What do you got here? Trump supporter. Look at this guy, eh? Fight, 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 eh? Taro Bun. Man, it's fucking a lively crowd. Fuck me.
Do you think you could take that that song by Ludacris, "My Chick Bad"? and turn it into like my Earth big. I'm too small. Can't see. Earth is too big.
I probably could, but I'm not in the mood to making like stuff like that. Like this like not my thing right now. But I probably could, definitely, most definitely could remake anything right now. Like I'm already in the middle of making my next new song. Like I just started it, like I just finished actually like working on it, and it's like it's coming along really well, and I'm like I had to like stop so that when I go and do it again, like I hear it like with a fresh ear, you know, rehear it again, so that I can start working on it. It's best to do that because you can't just keep working on a track like from like the beginning to end in the same night. It's like impossible. Like you gotta re-listen to it a couple times. Like you gotta like you know what I mean? Like in multiple times of the like multiple times in like multiple days. Like you gotta listen to it like so many times. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyways, that's why I don't want to like, especially with other people's like what do we call it? Satire. Like this is what do you call it? Spoofing other people's shit. No, I wouldn't do that. Although I did take what's his name? That stuff is flat from Neil deGrasse Tyson. But that's because it was,
To
I
be
like
music, but it sounds good.
Huh?
I don't think he meant for it to be music, but it sounds good.
Well, you heard that song?
Let me hear it.
Okay. It's in the side chat. I'll post it. Paste. I hope you have like good headphones or something. Because I did put some good work into it. What's up, liberals? Doug Cheney endorses Kamala. Yeah. Fuck the liberals, man. Those goddamn communists. Oh, regular Joe's here, no man. Crazy. Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Aha. The channel is empty.
No, it's not.
Kind of.
It's not. Well, it's not. Everybody's listening. Well, majority of people are listening.
It's just chilling, yeah.
Well, I mean, like,
So
are you a
this
Glober?
no, like this one here, right? Like the one in 24/7. This isn't 24/7. It's not the same broadcast.
I don't know about the YouTube thing, but they broadcast differently. Why?
Okay, I'm just like I couldn't tell if there was a difference because like I checked.
Different. I think different owners, different
Yeah,
people,
okay.
different streams, but same people, same group of people.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Are you a flat earther or a globe earther, my friend?
I always have the same position. Well, I'll just be permanently on the fence because you guys got this, and I think that flat Earth is a good stepping stone for people to start questioning, various narratives and figuring shit out for themselves. And yeah, for me, it doesn't matter what the shape of the planet is. It just matters that we have deep-seated psychological collective issues that we need to fix pretty soon before we do anything else.
Well, that is the root of the problem, my friends.
Yeah,
People
I know.
don't understand. Well, if you don't understand, hold on. If people don't understand what world or what they're living on, how the fuck can they solve anything else? If they don't understand their own home, if they don't understand what the fuck is their
Yeah.
home, how else? You know what I mean? So how can you? It really matters, and I'm not saying the shape. That's number one. Number two, you said planet. How do you know it's a planet?
Well, come on.
See, it's like stuff like that. No, you can't. You're saying that there's a vacuum of space. You're saying these
didn't say any of that.
people. Well, no, but it's when you say planet, you're implying everything else. No, that's how the logical.
It's just like where it comes out to be people just want to argue rather than
It's not an
infer
argument.
things. It
I'm
is.
not arguing. Listen. I'm not arguing. I'm telling you, when you say planet, right? It implies all the rest of the shit, like vacuum of space,
It just
people
applies where
that
I'm
went to
sitting.
space. No, I would never say planet because it's not a fucking planet.
Okay.
Because a planet implies that it's a fucking ball in
Uh-huh.
space and in a vacuum.
So, like, are other planets
No,
balls in
that's-
space?
No, those are lights in the sky. I don't know what
Okay.
the fuck they are, and I'm not
Yeah.
assuming anything about them. Why would I
Uh-huh.
assume?
What
But
if
why
like,
would
you're
you
just being-
assume?
You're
Why-
you're supposedly looking at them and they kind of look around, but you just like.
Well,
we don't know what
no,
that
but
is.
they're just. Have you
Yeah.
really looked at them with like closely?
That would suck.
They're lights. They're lights, man. They're not fucking. They're nothing else but lights. I don't know what the fuck you're
Supposedly,
talking about.
if you got within like a few hundred kilometers of Saturn or Jupiter, like the magnetic field alone would you just drop dead. Like,
Well, how would you know that? How would you know that?
be crazy.
But how would you know that? How do you know any of that shit? Like you just said some shit that's fake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Did it ever happen to anybody?
Nope.
Yeah, that ever
They just
happened
did
to
the
anybody?
readings from satellites and shit, whatever. but
Okay,
who
so
knows?
these
Who
things
knows?
that are fake, right? The other fake shit that they're
We don't
telling
know.
you. You're just reading. You're just eating it
Nobody
up.
knows.
I know.
No, like nobody knows whether it's.
No, I know. I know it's fake. I know it's fake. 100% it's fake.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so how does your Wi-Fi work? Let's just start there. Do you know how Wi-Fi works?
Elves.
Right. So the further away you go, does the Wi-Fi like pick up? Does the signal get better or worse when you go further away from your Wi-Fi modem?
Was it worse? I thought it was worse.
It
Supposedly
would-
worse.
it would be worse, right? To the point where you can't even pick up your Wi-Fi signal, right?
Yeah.
So how did these stupid fucking little satellites that send off into fucking millions and millions of miles? How did those
Well, it's
fucking
not-
radio
they're not
signals?
using-
Hey,
they're not using
hey,
Wi-Fi
buddy.
though, bro.
Well, I understand it. So now tell me, Mr. Smarty Pants, which radio signal, what radio frequency they're using, and what fucking
I know, let's check.
amplitude they're using. Go ahead, please. Let's do
Let's
it.
check it out.
Let's check it out.
Let's see.
Post it on the site.
Freak. And instrumentation. Let me see.
Choppa, choppa, cha, 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 cha.
Oh, we gotta put NASA in there, I guess. NASA.
Huh. My friend. Good
They
luck,
require a
buddy.
greater boost. Power amplifier takes signal and blah blah blah. 9.0
Uh-huh.
communications.
Uh-huh.
Let me see.
I specifically asked for frequency and amplitude.
That's what we're looking for.
Right.
Let me see. Oh, no. There's laser. There is free space optical. There is.
Yo, put my fries in the bag.
Put his fries in the bag, bro.
Work
Nah,
the
facts.
fryer. Let's go. Work the fryer.
Friend, do you understand that this technology that you're trying to find, or like this type of telecommunications, if it really existed, do you think we'd fucking have any problems communicating on this earth? Like fucking across this fucking earth?
Well, if it was flat, it'd probably be pretty easy, right?
Well, buddy, there's a reason why we communicate at certain distances. Yeah, it's because it's flat, my friend.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought because
yeah.
it curved and we couldn't send it directly
No,
to said.
well, that's what I'm saying. Do you know Marconi? Okay, since you're doing a googly search, now look up Marconi and the distance, the longest distance radio signal sent.
Yeah, he stole that shit from Tesla too.
Marconi, what's the longest distance did he do it?
I don't know.
You went from where to where?
Marconi, longest distance now. Let me see.
How long is distance radio signal sent?
Good old Marconi. He's a scammer.
History. Hey, listen, buddy. About history, you don't know nothing about history. Let's just say that. Like that.
History's
Everything
fucked.
from the past. So yeah, whatever you think you know about history, it's all fucked up.
You got
This-
700 miles
No, there's more.
by day and 2,000 by night. Why is it different at night?
No, he had longer distances.
Crazy. Yeah, I remember like you could pick
No.
up radio stations from longer distances when you're at
No,
night.
the furthest distance was from England to fucking Australia, guy. The fuck are you talking about?
Wasn't there like a wire for that one?
No.
Let's see.
Now,
Marconi.
now, listen. Do you understand that there's an attenuation to radio signals, right?
Yeah, you got to tune them shits up, bro.
No. It attenuates regardless of how tuned they are. The fuck are you talking about? You know what attenuation means?
Nope.
Power loss over distance traveled.
Nice.
How about that? Right. So if you're traveling over millions of fucking miles, now where the fuck is all that power going, man?
Need that boost or what?
Well, there's no fucking boost, and everything you know about space and NASA is a fucking lie,
Let's see.
buddy.
How did? Let me
Dumbass.
see this one. How did
My friend, I just broke your fucking head right now, my guy.
No,
Everything
I'm
that you
okay.
think you know is fuck. No, I broke your head.
No,
That's why you still
I'm
keep
okay.
coming back. It's not the first time you're here. I remember your ugly fucking picture.
Communicate. How did Voyager communicate? Communicated through deep space network
Oh.
system radio antenna on Earth. That's fucking weird, bro.
they said
Read out
some
the
shit to
entire
you.
flight data system.
Amazing. Fucking great.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know how they did this one.
Yeah, you'll never know. Because they said they did, and just that's it.
22.5 hours to transverse the like a 22.5 hour wait to fucking do one command. That's crazy.
Is that for real though? Is that for real?
For Earth and Voyager 1.
No way. So what you're saying when Nixon was talking to these people on the moon directly?
That was
like,
that was a fucking farce, that one.
oh, that was a farce. So everything else is not a farce, but that was a farce,
I said
right? So
that
now
one-
you're gonna
that one was a farce.
now you're gonna be selective
Dude,
with the
you're
farces.
arguing here like a woman, dude. It's
No, no,
fucking
no, no,
weird.
no. No, but
You're
you're
not
gonna
angry
be
with
selective.
me, though. You're
No,
not
no,
angry
no,
with
no,
me.
no.
Nobody's being
No, no, no,
selective
no,
with
no, no.
anything. You're just
You're
being a
very
fucking woman
selective.
right now.
You're
Quit being
being
a
very
woman.
selective.
You're
That's
being
what
a
you're
woman.
being right now.
I
You're
just
being
brought
very
it up.
selective.
That's all. I'm not
Well, that's
disagreeing
what I'm
with
saying.
anything you're saying.
You're being a woman.
You're being a woman.
fucking woman. You're being a fucking woman right now.
Oh, now he's repeating. That's fucking
No,
great.
well, that's exactly. But you're just—it's called projection,
Dude,
my guy. You're projecting it.
I'm
You're
how?
projecting
What am I projecting?
by being a fucking bitch, avoiding the fucking thing. The most important thing, and you're starting to avoid it. You're being the bitch.
You're funny as fuck.
Hey, but I got you there. Got you by the toe, Mr. Friend.
Dude, you're sick, bro.
Buddy, I got you though.
But I'm not arguing anything. It's funny.
Man.
Anyways.
Who muted me?
Yeah, you're being weird.
Who's the fucking mod muting me for no fucking reason?
No reason. You're being a sadistic fuck right now.
Sadistic. I got you.
Kinda making a racket on the channel, and there was a conversation going on, and you kind of jumped right in, and that's why I muted you. But you're unmuted now, so there you go.
Buddy, the conversation was between me and him only, and me and him only. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're being weird.
Yeah, me and you were only talking though, right?
Unless I had somebody else muted, I'm not sure.
No, nobody else was talking, but some cocksucker just got here and fucking heard a little racket and muted me.
Oh, you're being a little weird.
Fucking
so, I wouldn't be
dumbasses.
surprised.
No, it's just these fucking.
That's too much to take right now.
Yeah, it's quiet time.
not a category error. You said there needs to be point that's not consistent. So is it consistent that with this you see the bottom of obstruction? So is it consistent? Okay. Consistent. What this? Okay, so that's what you didn't tell the audience, did you? Yeah, you just cut. No,
Criteria.
because you
Your audio is coming in from the background.
And I'm not sure if he's hot micing or something there. It sounds like he's listening to something in the background.
Yeah, he's listening to Miggy and interrogate somebody.
Not able to just run over conversation. So at the distance, there's inconsistency. Didn't mention that. Only mentioned the part. We all know that this, but at what this is the problem.
Sounds like he's listening to Alpha Veritas. That's what it sounds like.
It is. I said Miggy.
At the predictable amount of Earth curvature.
Yeah, it is.
That is inconsistent, sir. That's never going to be. So the consistent part that by you is the part that's taken. This bottom up of fucking occur never consistent because the is not consistently known.
Why don't you guys mute the guy?
Get that from looking at the bottom up of
I get muted like no fucking problem, but you guys are gonna let this guy hot mic the whole time, yeah?
I listened
Amazing.
to your music, bro, and it was actually pretty good.
the radius value of 39.
Oh, thank you, Tactical Droid. I appreciate that. Which one? The stuff is flat?
The one flat. Yeah, that stuff was flat.
Yeah.
I think
Did you listen?
it was.
Go ahead, sorry.
I listened to that.
Yeah, you're cutting out, in and out. You're roboting like crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's a little
It's
choppy there.
topography and rain now. The topography and the rain is causing my signal to be in and out.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay. It's okay there, buddy. Don't worry about it then. Thanks for the compliment, though.
On the name. You're good. Had a lot of people tell me I've been roboting, so I decided to take my name and change it back to one of my old names because it's funny.
Yeah, where do you live? Like in the boonies somewhere, in the farmlands?
Hill country leading into mountain.
Oh,
So
shit.
it's a lot of up and down, and signals not strongest in all locations, obviously.
Why don't they just stretch out a fiber to you?
Why don't they just actually put a balloon in the sky and get the signal overhead and not transversely across the horizontal plane?
I mean, the fiber's the best. That's all I gotta say. If I ever go
Kinda
live
hard
out in the
to-
boonies, I just want a fiber directly to my line.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to attach a fiber to the car, though, don't you think?
Well, I mean, I didn't know. I thought I said you lived in the mountains. Well, I didn't know it was in a car.
I'm in
You
the
live
car.
Oh, okay, so you live in a car. That's different.
No, I don't live in a car. I just have a long ways to go from home to work.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, if I lived in the farmland somewhere, I would make it my priority because I know the internet up there doesn't matter where you go in the up north in Canada, it's shit. Like all so you have to get a fiber directly stretched out there. It's expensive though, but whatever.
Putting fiber in the ground is a well-paying job.
Yes, but I think it's monopolized. That shit. I think it's all monopolized. Yeah, because I think in Canada, it's Bell Canada that controls all the lines, right? And any telecommunication company that wants to be a company, fuck, they go up to Bell and say, "Hey, Bell, can I lease some lines from you?" And Bell's like, "Okay, here you go for this much," you know. So Bell's a monopoly. It's crazy. And they say they don't have monopoly.
Yeah.
I think there's the same shit in America. I don't know about America, but yeah. I mean, United States.
I think it's the same. The monopolies everywhere. Like all of your news comes from the same like 6 or 8 main voices, and then your TV entertainment comes from the same 6 or 8 fucking companies, and they're all branched out. There's always a monopoly on it. It just doesn't appear to be a monopoly.
Have you ever listened to those news clips that people have put together from various stations, and it's the same buzzwords, and they all use it, and then they start adding in more of the channels using the same buzzwords until your whole computer screen is filled up with the same buzzwords? That's just bizarre.
It is. What's his name? The Flat Earth Man, when he makes a music video. It was
oh yeah. Saw that. That's good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, friends, we gotta stop now about all this bullshit. We got Mr. fucking Learns in the house. How you doing, Matthew?
Hey, good
Hey,
evening.
Matthew. How are you tonight?
Doing well, thank you.
Are you a music connoisseur, Matthew?
Music? No, not really. Not very good at it.
Why not?
I don't know. I mean, I play the piano a little bit, but not any other instruments.
By piano, okay. When you mean you play the piano, are you like you can like freestyle and fucking, let's say a fucking what do you call it? A scale. Like I tell you, okay, go to like C sharp major and fucking freestyle. Can you do that?
I can play some scales, but not quite like that. I can read music a little bit. I mean, but it would take.
Okay, so what scale? So okay, C major. Everybody knows C major. It's all the white fucking keys. Okay, what other scale? What other scale do you know?
Well, I mean, all the scales are fairly straightforward, so I don't know.
Really? Well, I mean, because I haven't really sat down and looked at the piano like an octave by octave and said, because I think it gets fucked up like at certain points. I mean, it gets really hard to read the scales. I don't know. They're not that easy, bro. I don't know how you're saying scales are easy.
Well, I mean, they're not that easy.
Can you play the piano?
So that's what I'm saying. Like if I say, okay, go C sharp major and fucking, and you fucking just do it off freestyle, and you're like, no, okay, so it's hard. I'm telling you, it's fucking hard. That's like insane. So you're not that big of a connoisseur then.
Like I said,
You're all right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying. Hey, but Matthew, you heard my songs?
Yeah, I heard.
Which was the last one? Which was the last one you heard?
You played one for us like a day or two ago, I think.
Well, I didn't play for it. You listened to it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The stuff is flat, right? Is that the one?
Yeah, it was the Neil deGrasse Tyson quote.
Yes, it was in that. Yeah, I actually remade that one. I'm actually going back to all my old tracks, right? Because I've made plenty of them, and they're so garbage. I'm listening to them I'm like, bro, dude, that is so shit. But they're not that shit. I got the structure in there. I got so now I'm just really like well, this track that I'm working on, right? So because I lost all the stems, I literally one of my hard drives failed and all my Ableton files just fucking went to shit. So all the Ableton files and all the stems and shit and all the the fucking settings and anyways, all fucking gone, right? For 30 songs of mine.
Oh, that's depressing. Sorry, man.
No, it was pretty fucked up. Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say depressing, but it was. I was pretty angry. Yeah, I was pretty fucking angry. I was like, no, I will never buy a Seagate hard drive ever in my fucking life ever again. If I'm ever buying a hard drive now, I'm buying the most reliable fucking hard drives in the world. Never again will I buy a Seagate. Never, ever, ever. Anyways.
Yeah, I always buy Western Digital.
Anyways, the last thing I bought was a fucking Panasonic hard drive, and it's crazy good. Anyways. Well, no, it's a Samsung hard drive. Anyways, it's a really good Samsung hard drive. But anyways, so
Yeah, I would
all
recommend Samsung SSDs there, the Evos or the Qvos.
the Samsung SSD, yeah, that's the one. Anyways,
Yeah. There's Evos.
amazing.
CPU. Yeah.
I love it. As soon as I bought it, I was like, yo, I'm gonna keep buying these ones. But anyways, so but I still have all my songs on my SoundCloud as WAV files, right? So now I'm going back and pulling those waves, right? And this last track I'm working on, I duplicated it 2 times, so like I have 3 tracks now, right? Then an equalizer on each track, one equalizer for the lows between like the whatever fucking I cut off at 20 hertz to like fucking let's say 500 hertz, right? And I have that on one track. Then I'll have the mids, so that's like fucking sectioned off, and I'd have the high sectioned off, right? So now at that point, that wave I can manipulate like that way, right? But like in higher detail. And then what's crazy is I can make, let's say, use an envelope follower, which an envelope follower follows, let's say, the frequency of the channel or the track, right? So it goes, let's say if it goes up and down, the envelope follower follows exactly the ups and the downs, right? The peaks and shit. And now I can go to the other track, let's say into my mids, right? And then fucking put on another equalizer or some kind of fucking shit and map that to the envelope follower. So as those peaks are bumping, right, that envelope follower is triggering something on the second track, and it's becoming really fucking dynamic. Like it's like crazy dynamics are starting to come out. Yeah.
Vlad, you want a real hack?
What's up?
Take any piece that you're working on and transpose it up or down by semitone or whatever, perfect fifth, whatnot. And it'll trick your brain into thinking it's a different piece when in reality it's basically the same thing. So you have a new piece, but not really a new piece.
I understand. I know exactly what you mean. Buddy, and I'm doing that too, kind of, sort of, which you just reminded me. Which you just reminded me because I split. Listen, because I split the channels in 3, right? And that's what I did. I in one of the channels, I fucking started moving the semitones, right? Just even a little bit, just the fucking, what do you call it? The pitch of the whole track. And that shit started fucking going off the chain. I'm like, oh fuck. And it just sounds good as it changes. I love it.
Yeah. If you like, do you mean you changed everything, like highlight everything and then move it up or down?
Well, as it's playing, I can change the pitch.
Okay, yeah.
So what I'm saying is everything's split up, and I got everything EQ'd. It's getting more dynamic, and I'm fucking just yeah. And then when I started fucking with the pitch, it started. Buddy, Ableton Live 12, right? If you go look at it, what they're doing now with Ableton Live 12, because I bought that shit, right? I upgraded. Fucking amazing. And now they're putting in their new auto-tune in the next patch. Bro, I'm probably gonna start singing soon.
Oh, shit.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta start writing shit. But real shit, not like bullshit. I'm like the type of guy. I have to do real shit. I cannot do bullshit.
Just bust a rhyme there and pinning.
No, but I can't. No, I don't want to. I don't want to make it corny. I can't do corny shit. I'm not a corny guy, bro. I can't do corny. I have to have like. I have
Yeah, yeah.
fucking. I have style and flair and shit. I can't do corny. Fuck that.
Yeah. The transpose thing has been a real tool of mine, because when I practice, it gets so repetitive just to be able to play things to a certain caliber. There's so much repetition, right? So on my keyboard, I have this little transpose button. So what I do is I just transpose everything up or down, a fifth, whatever, a third, whatever the hell. And when I practice, I'm playing the same buttons, right, on the keyboard, on the piano, whatever. But it sounds quasi like a different piece, right? So it kind of reinvigorates the sense of novelty, and it kind of just keeps me going. It's fun to do also when you're just listening to stuff. There's apps out there that you can just tune by fractions of a semitone or even whole semitones or whatnot. And yeah, you can listen to the same thing without really changing too much.
Right. Well, what I want to tell you about Ableton, right? Because since I have the whole Ableton plus the pad, right? So now the pad goes into my scale, right? So everything gets highlighted, and all my roots are on the thing. So like the color of my root note is there, and then everything's counted for me, right? So when I'm saying, all I do is put on I'll layer some drums together really quick, and then off I go freestyling any scale, bro. Like I love going into like say pentatonic, right? Go into like B flat minor or major, no, B flat major pentatonic, bro, or blues minor. My God, have you ever tried a blues minor scale? And then you're just sitting there
cool,
right? Yeah, and I'm just fucking. I feel like those, like those guys that are like fucking sit there on guitars and just fucking jam out, like, bro. And I'm just playing this thing, and I'm like, God damn, this is so sick. Because I'm not even. You can't fuck up the notes because it's all in scale. I love it, and it's fucking sounds crazy every time you change the scale. It's something different.
Are you playing on a MIDI?
What? The Ableton Push 2, like the Ableton Live, right? It has the push with it. It has the push. It's called the push. Yeah, it's like a controller, the full MIDI controller.
Oh, you do have an
Just
external.
Google it. Well, Google Ableton Push. Google what that is. That's what I have. And it works with Ableton. It's the Ableton software is for Ableton Push. I bought the whole package together.
It's a sort of like
yeah, it is. I got all the fucking octaves. I got everything, and yeah. So like what I'm telling you,
it's not an actual keyboard.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a pad, right?
Yeah.
But you set it into scale, and I got like fucking maybe 5 octaves right in front of me, and just fucking jam out, bro. It just fucking jam out.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's not, you don't really necessarily need to know instruments or anything at this point, right? You
I
just
mean,
set that
it depends what you want. It depends what you want, like.
No, I personally want to know how to play the guitar. You know what I mean? I kind of know how to play piano and stuff. I know all that shit I want to do, right? But when it comes to just production of music, this shit it gets to the pro level. A lot of professionals use this shit. It's just amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Get into learning the circle of fifth, and then learn the different chords for the guitar, and then play with remembering that if you start off low, you can raise your pitch, right? So low, high, low, and then just remember to go back to those and keep playing through the circle of fifths. You can make up your own music.
Yeah, you're up a fourth, up a fifth, down a fourth, up a fifth, down a fourth.
Right. See, now I'm trying to like learn like the harmonic circle stuff and all that
Yeah.
shit too. You know what I mean? I'm trying like what it like, yeah. And like I've literally fucking multiple types of people. I sit down and I make them try and explain this shit. Like, and I'm like YouTube, like these professional music guys. I'm listening to them, and it's like I understand it, but it still gets fucking complicated at some point. It's like there's a
Yeah.
skip, there's a fucking skip, and I always fucking fuck that skip up. You know, it's
Yeah.
sequential, and then there's a skip. You're like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, whole tones and then half tones. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. But I'll tell you, man, learning music theory is a really, really interesting endeavor. Like I come from a percussion background. I was a metal drummer for 10, 15 years, jazz drumming, did all that stuff, right? The full double pedal, metal shit, prog, all that, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
And I learned piano on the side. I learned piano as a kid, but never really took it off, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I picked it back up now. I play purely classical piano, right? That's all I do.
Right.
And I'm telling you,
Hey guys, I think we need to get the channel back on the topic here. If you guys want to talk piano and stuff, I'm sure there's other places that you can go to do that. That would be just fine. But
no problem.
Not here. Okay.
It was just.
Hey, listen, where's the Glober? Send me a Glober. We'll talk about the fucking Earth, my guy. Unless you want to fucking mute the channel again and let everybody fucking be quiet and shit, my guy. Jesus Christ.
You can be a dick. You can just screw off. I don't know. I don't know why you're being like that.
Buddy, do you know who I am? Who the fuck are you? I don't care if you're a mod.
Hey, then fine. Just screw off then.
Yeah, we went
It's
on.
okay. He's just drunk. He's just drunk. Don't worry about him.
Vlad's just
If he's drunk, he's got no place here. We don't need a bunch of drunks hanging around either.
I hope he's not.
I mean, he's been like this the whole time. He's drunk. He's
50%
wasted.
of the patrons are always drunk.
Yeah,
Okay,
as far as
whatever.
I know.
Let's get back on topic. If anybody wants to talk about the globe or the flat Earth, that would be fine. But that's what this channel's about. So let's keep it on topic, okay?
Of course. Of course. It was dead for a while, but picking up.
Yeah, no, I let it run for a bit, but then it just gets a little bit old. That's all.
Yeah.
All right, well, you better have something more interesting because I was listening to that.
Well, I can unmute him if you want.
Yeah, why'd you mute him in the first place? He was being nice. He didn't break any rules.
I just want to
No,
keep
that's
it
what you
on
called
topic.
nice.
That's
That
all.
was not nice. Like I was being a douchebag.
I mean, Vlad's
That's
Vlad,
Deacon, bro. Come on. Why are you getting
Yeah, we
offended
know.
by Deacon? He's a cool guy.
Oh yeah, it's cool to be annoying and trike. That's really cool.
I don't know. I mean, whatever, dude. You got annoyed. I didn't. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't hear
I'm for
Vlad very often. But
I mean, I'm all for conversing, bro. Like, if you're just gonna be like, blah, 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 and like, yeah, I guess, it's okay to get muted, but like, just not for too long, I guess.
I was trying to keep conversation going. That's all,
No
and we should keep it on topic. The channel is 24/7 flat Earth, so we can have people that want to claim the globe and see how that goes, and people that want to talk about flat and see how that goes.
As long as everyone's being nice.
yeah, as far as I understood, the room was kind of dead for 10, 15 minutes. And Vlad just started chatting about his music and just took off on that path.
Am I still muted?
No, you're back, bro.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not next to my
The other
computer. I
guy's
just have my
muted.
headset. Who's the other guy?
Yeah, the black one.
Whatever, man.
Callie's muted now.
Oh, because he was an asshole instigating. Yeah, that guy's an
Yeah,
asshole
because he
instigating. Yeah.
supported you. Shut the fuck up, dude. What the fuck?
Well, he supported me. My bad. Well, I don't know. I'm not there. Listen, I heard multiple voices, and I heard some assholes talking some shit about me. I was like, I hope it wasn't him.
Callie was actually supportive of you coming
okay,
back.
good. But you know why? He's a glober. Do you guys know that
Yeah,
Callie's a glober? Okay, good. I don't know. For some reason, I got Glober fans. You guys know that? I got Glober fans. It's nuts.
I came here to listen to you guys discuss this.
Who's this?
Oh, I'm no one.
Are you a Glober or a flat earther?
I lean towards flat earther.
Okay, good.
I'm pretty sure I'm a flat earther, but I can't argue it. I'm still learning, so I cannot argue anything.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, why is that unfortunate?
Well, because I mean, trust me, it's very unfortunate. It's like a pretend flat earther. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you're calling me pretend?
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm just saying it's like a pretend flat earther. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you're like a
Okay.
pretend because you can't argue. It's like yeah, it's like being a believer. You know, it's like
Well,
you know
I'm
what I
here to
mean?
learn.
It's
I'm here to learn.
I,
and want
I,
to-
I understand.
Well, thank you. Yep.
But yeah, it's okay. So what is making you lean towards the flat Earth? Let's start there.
The horizon?
Oh, there you go. Ha! Okay, well then, what's holding you back? What's holding you back on the globe?
My childhood, I guess.
Okay,
Everything.
do you believe in
Everything.
Santa Claus?
No.
Okay, well you were a kid and you believe in Santa, no?
No. I mean, okay. So,
You can let go of the childhood stuff, man.
no. I'm just gonna say you don't need to try and sway me.
I'm not trying to sway. I'm just saying, it's for the audience. Trust me, it's for the audience.
Like I can't argue these points yet.
Well, I mean, you said the horizon's flat. It's observably flat. That's like point number one.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's a good argument. That's an argument. What is it? That's not an argument.
Yeah.
You know, a good argument is basic. It's like simple. You know, it doesn't need to be fucking like extravagant, fucking complicated. The best explanations are simple.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. I like hearing the flat earthers tear the globers apart.
Oh, that's what gets you off. Oh, it gets me off too. I love that shit.
You can do that yourself too.
Not the other guy. What did he say?
He said you can do it yourself too.
Like tear the globers apart or whatever.
Yeah.
No. I can't tear the globers apart yet. I'm here to listen to you guys tear the globers apart. So are the globers, because that's what I want to listen to.
No, but that's what I'm saying. He's trying to say you can join the fun. Yeah, you can. You can join the fun.
Wait, one person? No, I can't join the fun because I haven't learned enough yet. But where are the globers? Is it just flat earthers right now?
I believe Matthew Learns is a glober. He's pretty smart.
Oh, wait. Matthew's here still learning. Oh, Matthew's here still learning, friends. Hey, here's a side note about Matthew, guys. Matthew's been in the flat Earth community, if I'm not mistaken, for like 4 or 5 years now. Matthew, yes.
On and off, yeah.
Right, and Matthew here is a staunch motherfucking glober, friends. Right. So Matthew is the perfect example of why the Earth is flat, right? So, well, because it's all about psychology, right? So if, let's say, we were a group of people that thought that there were things like unicorns and fucking fairies and all kinds of weird shit, right? And we were a group, right? And we were telling everybody that shit's real, right? Matthew would not be here, right? He'd be like, okay, these are a bunch of crazy motherfuckers, right? But Matthew is here for 5 fucking years, right? And he's a what? A professor at a university, yeah, or a college?
I teach part time at a college. Yeah.
Yeah. So and he's a math teacher too, I think it is.
Math and computer science. Yep.
Yes. So he's supposedly a smart guy, and yet he's been here for 5 fucking years. So he is the perfect example of why the Earth is flat.
Well, I've actually spoken to him before, and he is extremely kind.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, sure. He's a snake.
No, I'm not.
And
a snake.
I don't
100%.
I don't know if it's appropriate to tear into him because he's very nice.
I can.
No.
He just hasn't admitted it.
Wait, what? One person at a time. I can't hear you guys.
He said he's a flat earther. He's not. He's a snake. I say he's a snake in the grass.
Yeah, I'm not a snake either.
He's a big snake.
No, he's very nice. I don't think it's nice to call.
Wait, so
Yeah, I agree.
I've been calling Matthew a snake for a very long time, friends. So Matthew's pretty used to it.
But Declan, would you say that everybody who disagrees with you is a snake?
No, you're a snake.
No.
I listen, bro. I call people directly by what they. I know a lot of you guys, right? So let's say Mr. Cancer was here. What's his name? Shit. Let me not call him by his name, or he'll appear. What's that guy with the glasses? Your best friend, Matthew. What's your friend here that comes around?
MC Toon or Matt?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The guy that was always here, the old dude with the glasses, the goofy guy, the married guy.
Platypus or
No.
platy?
No, not platypus.
Kosho?
No, definitely not kosher.
I know.
Wow, you guys are.
Mr. Mackey.
Yeah, Mackie, there you go. Where is he, anyways? Yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a minute. Where is he? He's come around?
Saw him a few days ago.
Does he come around or no? He's got banned.
No, I saw him a few days ago.
Anybody?
Yeah, Smacky got banned.
No way. No way.
Guess couldn't.
He lost it.
He lost his mind,
all being-
finally?
Yeah, he finally lost it. The mask slipped off,
And
he went all.
Well, what did he say? Come on.
Yeah,
He might,
What do you mean by the mask slipped off?
he called AV a punk ass and all this. It was funny.
he must have been drunk. But yeah, so Mr. Mackey, I would call him some other shit, right? So like I'm very like my adjectives are like I don't just blanket call everybody a fucking snake if you're a Glober. No. If I know you on a personal level, I have a specific thing for you, and you're a snake.
Wait. I'm curious though. If Matthew's a snake in the grass, then what does that make Mr. Mackey?
Mackey's a piece of shit. Yeah.
One way or another, I know. I agree with that. He's way worse than Matthew because Matthew actually believes in liberty. Mr. Mackey doesn't. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, Mackey's a fucking communist, bro. He admitted it to me. Fucking, he's a piece of shit.
Bro, you mental. You should stop drinking.
Who's drinking? I don't drink. The fuck
I agree. I agree.
I hope you're drunk,
right
because
now,
if you
bro.
clean now, that's mental.
Oh my god. Oh. Cry more in Discord. Oh.
You sound like you're wasted right now.
Your opinions
You
matter.
crossed?
Oh my god. Oh,
Are you
your opinions
crossed right
matter.
now, bro? Are you faded?
Oh, your opinions matter. Cry more, baby.
Anybody got
Listen,
any
you
debate?
Globers? You guys are Globers,
Bro, so
eh?
faded right now.
Well, hold on. You guys are Globers, eh? You guys are drunk on that globe.
Yeah, I'm drunk on that globe. I love that spherical roundness. The globe.
Yeah, there you go. See, it comes out. The truth comes out, boys. You hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is. For some reason, these guys started defending Mackie. Like, Mackie's not here, and these guys started fucking going crazy for Mackie.
Anybody got some evidence that the Earth is not a topographical plane?
Please.
I always have a bunch of evidence, but you guys have heard.
No. What you got
I
is a
usually
bunch of
agree with
lies.
you, Matthew.
I want to hear what Matthew has to say about it being right.
Yeah, no, I without laughing
Sorry,
and
guys.
without the laughing and
If the
disrespect,
drunk guy could just like mute himself for a little bit, so I could actually hear what Matthew has to say, that'd be much appreciated.
Who's drunk?
I was trying to say
Well, you're
without all the laughing and making fun of, I would like to hear what he has to say. Seriously.
Matthew?
Yeah.
I think that's his name. The professor guy.
Yeah. I can explain it pretty quickly. Basically, I think that all the observations we see, we're looking for different explanations and see which explanations fit the best. And so I think that the globe and heliocentric ideas have better explanations for what we see than the flat Earth. So, for example, sunsets, seasons, the constant size of the full moon all night, solar eclipses, lunar eclipses, and those are just things we see. In addition, I would add into there things that human beings have engineered and work well, namely GPS satellites and also satellite TVs. Those are things that are based on satellites which are orbiting the Earth, and we know the system so well that we can engineer these things and they work well. So I'd say those things are some good evidence. Now on the negative side, a whole bunch of things don't work on the flat Earth, like celestial navigation, sunsets, maps. You can't even map anything, flights in the southern hemisphere, stuff like that. So I would put the evidence in kind of those categories.
So all of that aside, and I'm not talking down to you because I'm not that kind of person. I'm a very nice
Don't worry, I can take it. I've been in this this kind of
No, I know.
don't worry about offending me.
Well, but I'm not the type of person that likes to offend people.
Fair enough.
They were saying you've been here for a couple of years.
5.
So okay. So they're saying you've been here for 5 years. So if I may ask you, what keeps bringing you back? And again, I'm asking that respectfully. I'm not trying to be mean.
Yeah. So a few years ago, I have a YouTube channel where I talk about math related to other topics like math of Bitcoin or mathematics of cryptography. But I did a couple on the mathematics of how geometry and the full moon shows us that Earth can't be flat. And that's sort of when I got into it. But I think it's an interesting topic because it's interesting to me to explain things well to people. I like teaching. Honestly, it's kind of fun to be right about something. To even if everybody's against you, I know I'm right about this.
How do you know you're right?
The evidence that I mentioned before.
Hold on, can we listen to what he has to say?
Feel the consensus or the authority or whatnot.
Right. No, I was explaining my motivations for why I think it's an interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you're an honorary flat earther anyway, Matt.
In the sense that I understand a lot of what you guys say, I do know a lot of the flat Earth ideas. I don't think that makes me an honorary flat earther, and I have been to a couple flat Earth meetups. But so I know
you do admit you would observe it as flat, though, right, Matthew? You're consistent with that.
Of course.
So, like, to me, at least in a slight sense, in a certain sense, you're a flat earther to me, just because of that. Like, a lot of Globers, maybe even more than half of them, aren't willing to admit that.
Wait, Charles, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. I'm sorry.
He says that I admit that it appears flat, and I do. Just like I admit that it appears that Wi-Fi doesn't exist, but that doesn't make me a Wi-Fi denier.
Can you admit that you don't know how the fucking GPS works?
I do. I know how it works.
Okay. No, you don't. How does it work? How does it work?
It's trilateration between 4 or more satellites to your position based on the times of the signals arriving at your
My guy,
GPS.
these are ground based towers, my guy.
No, they aren't.
Yes, they are.
Well, then why does GPS work in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of mountain valleys where they're
They have fucking pontoons and buoys they fucking ping off of.
not in the middle of the ocean? And not in the
Yes,
middle of
they do. They have highways. They have all kinds of highways on the fucking ocean. What the fuck are you talking about?
So all the people who designed the GPS system, they're lying about the way they designed it? Is that what you're saying?
Buddy, the military designed it. That's how the military uses it, and they install satellites and these ground fucking satellites. They use them, and there's fucking guys that fucking hold these satellites down.
The
What the fuck are you
American
talking about?
network and the PSN-11.
They're all ground-based fucking towers.
Dude, shut the fuck up. How does Starlink work?
What?
How does Starlink work?
How does Starlink ground-based towers? Fuck you.
No. How can you have internet in the fucking middle of the ocean, dude? Shut the fuck up.
Like I said, the same fucking way. They have fucking shit on the ocean. The fuck are you talking about?
And mesh network.
Yo,
too.
can you do me like a small favor? Can you like move your microphone like maybe 2 inches away from your mouth because it's like super loud?
I can't because the microphone is like directly like lower my volume down.
I don't know, dude. I've been deep sea fishing
Yeah,
a
don't be a bitch.
lot, and I've never ran into these fucking GPS buoys like you're fucking saying exist. They just ain't out there cheap.
Bro.
And I've been fucking hunting up in Nebraska where it's mountains on all sides, no towers along the fucking mountain. And I still get GPS signals showing me on my little fucking GPS where I am.
And that was just one example. Satellite TV is
GPS on
another
the phone, but GPS on the phone actually goes through phone
Dude,
towers, right?
I'm
not in the middle of the ocean. It doesn't.
Hold on.
No,
I'm
I'm
not using GPS on the phone. I'm talking about an
that's
actual
good, that's good,
handheld
that's good.
GPS.
I'm just saying, on the phone.
Okay,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm
Lynn
sorry
was
to interrupt, but
going
I'm
through some
still-
questions. Let's let her talk. Go ahead, Lynn.
No, I'm still curious about what Matthew has to say. And again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we got kind of off track there.
Yeah, so
and-
I listed the reasons I am not a flat earther. So did you have any
Oh,
questions
yeah,
about any
no.
of them?
Yeah, they're talking about GPS. Can I hear about what you have to say about that?
Yeah, GPS, if you ask the people who designed it and maintain it, they claim that it's based on 24 satellites.
So he
orbiting
doesn't
Earth.
know. That's what he's trying to say. He's appealing to authority. And I asked him this fucking question. Do you know how GPS works? And he said yes. Okay, how does
Yes, and I was in the middle of explaining it.
No, you said appealing to authority based on the people that designed it. That's what you just said, asshole.
Oh, no, I was citing sources. She asked.
I'm
how
asking
did
you,
it work.
okay, how does the GPS work? Okay, so how do they build a transmitter? What's in the transmitter? What kind of fucking transmitter? The chips and all that shit. Do you know that?
It's a radio transmitter.
Do you know what the parts of this fucking transmitter are? How they designed it?
Dude, it's not so hard to build a radio. Shut the fuck up, man.
Nobody's talking to you, dumb fuck.
Or you?
I'm talking to you, Matthew, claiming to know how this shit is designed and built. You said you know how it works. So tell me.
Yeah, I
does it
know
work?
how my car works, but I don't know the exact model of every component of my car.
You don't know how these fucking transmitters and receivers work, do you now?
Yeah, I do. I just explained it earlier. I said it's based on trilateration, very precise atomic clocks on those satellites ping out their time, and we can measure how long that signal took to get to the GPS device and use a bunch of complicated math to figure out the location.
It's not complicated math,
Yeah, it is.
idiot. No, it's not. No, trust me, it's not. It's just a fucking function, and that's it. And that function's been there for a while. Number one. Number two, do you know there's different fucking types of frequencies? Like, do you understand that?
Wait,
Right.
if the math is so easy, can you please explain to me what the function is that you're talking about? Because I'm,
Buddy, I don't have it in front. I don't have it in
You
front of
just
me,
said
buddy.
it's
But
so
trust
easy.
me, I've done
so easy.
buddy. I've graduated electrical engineering. I go look at the shit I've built in my fucking life.
So
And if I ever fucking, if I actually had to go sit down and look at it, buddy, I would fucking destroy you on it, stupid
Hey,
motherfucker.
guys, one at a
Jesus
time,
Christ.
one at a time, or
Dumb
we're gonna get
motherfucker.
muted. Okay, so just
I'm
one at a
just
time. Have a good
saying.
conversation, please. It was good to this point, so continue on.
Third party interruption should stop fucking interrupting when I'm talking to fucking Matthew, because Matthew's claiming to be a fucking know-it-all, right? But I'm pointing out that he's a fucking Dunning-Kruger, doesn't know shit.
No, I'm not claiming to be a know-it-all. It's just
No, we don't
Lynn's
need
question.
that. We had a good conversation going on. We don't need the ad homs, the name calling. It was a good conversation. So I'll take you off mute and we can go back to a good conversation, or you can go back onto silent mode.
And I'm sorry to say this, but can we do this, or can I listen to this without like all the name calling and everything?
Well,
I'm a lady.
Free speech.
I like the
Free speech, baby.
I understand that, but okay, I'm gonna stop.
Okay, everyone's unmuted, so you can continue on and go at it, but just one at a time. Don't talk over one another and stop the name calling. It's been a good conversation up to this point. Okay, let's continue.
Lynn, go ahead. You were sort of driving this conversation, so yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I liked the way the conversation was going, but I was just
Anyways, listen, you know how much time I fucking destroyed fucking Matthew on this? I'm getting fucking bored again. I'm gonna go play some games.
Okay.
Fuck you, Matthew. It's been 5 years of this shit. Remember that, Matthew. You're still fucking stupid. You haven't learned shit. You should name yourself Matthew. You haven't learned.
Hey, we don't need any of that. Go play some games. Let's get back onto the conversation, okay? Matthew, if you want to continue on with Lynn there, that would be great. It was a good conversation so far.
Yeah, so Lynn, I was saying, hey, there are people who designed the GPS systems, and according to them, and I'm citing them, not like appealing to authority, just saying what they say, it's based on, about 24 satellites and that are in known orbits and known positions. And then that's how your phone or GPS device can find its signal. Now, of course, people are right that your phone also uses trilateration from cell phone towers, because that can be quicker and more accurate. But when there are no cell towers around, your phone still gets GPS signal.
True.
The problem with GPS is that most of the people in here don't believe in the universe. That means, ergo, it cannot happen with any satellites. So they believe GPS comes from this Earth.
Yeah, of course. If you don't believe that the Earth is a sphere, then satellites can't exist.
Why wouldn't Starlink work everywhere? If there's a bunch of satellites, why wouldn't Starlink work everywhere?
It works
When it doesn't.
everywhere, I guess. No.
It does not. I got a buddy in West Virginia. It doesn't work, and it doesn't work out in Whitman, Arizona, where I'm at currently.
But
I've got 3 neighbors that freaking bought it and gave it back because it doesn't work. Doesn't work in Whitman, Arizona. Doesn't work
But
in
it
West
works
Virginia.
in the
I know that
middle
for a
of the
fact.
ocean, dude. It works in the middle of the ocean on a sailing boat.
Maybe your
Okay,
buddies
then
just
how
can't get.
do people get freaking stranded in the ocean, dude?
Yeah, because
think
not
it's
everyone
random
has
up there.
Starlink, obviously. And all
People
these
have
80-year-olds.
dude. People have sat phones.
Only,
People have
only
sat
30.
phones that get stuck out in the middle of the ocean with sat phones, dude. Tell me
Yeah,
how that happens.
So
A
they have
satellite phone.
phones.
A
Yeah, so
satellite
they're
phone
using
doesn't have
satellite as well,
GPS.
dude. What the fuck? It's not about GPS. It's about are there satellites
It's
controlling
on a
anything.
satellite, though. My lord. Like,
Yes,
there's only
Starlink as
40,000
well
of
and
them, right?
GPS as well. What the fuck? Everything is on a satellite. That's the question. Do satellites exist or no? That's exactly the
No,
point.
absolutely not, dude. Not satellites in space. No, there's tech in the sky, but it is not in the vacuum of space, and it damn sure
Yeah.
ain't going 17,000 miles per hour. That's a joke.
I'm
Yeah, I was
seeing.
just going to throw that in there about like the claim that there's no devices up in the sky that we're utilizing seems to be, to me, a little bit far-fetched, right? Because there's nothing to say that we can't have.
Sky
for
tech,
example, like
Sky
a-
tech, yes.
Exactly, like
Satelloons,
Satelloons
freaking
and all that.
old freaking old amplifiers attached to the top of the freaking dome. Maybe guys up there kicking them with their foot, trying to get them to work.
I don't know, dude. I've been star watching for my whole life, and I see those satellites zoom right overhead, dude. Quite repeatedly.
You don't know what the hell there's.
Oh, I can tell you what it's
the same
not.
way you don't know what the.
I can tell you what it's not.
You that it's not in the vacuum of space. I can tell you where it's not. I can tell you where it's not.
I can tell you for a
Not in the
fact it's
vacuum
not
of
a
space.
balloon.
I would actually like to point out that I'm an astrophotographer in my free time.
See the balloon
I've
anyway.
seen some satellites pass by.
Yeah, I can tell you
Yeah,
for a
most of
fact
us
it's not a
have
balloon, dog.
So there is
how
two
do you
options
know?
now. What the mainstream science tells us, that there is something like automatically floating objects in our space are real, or they are on a train or whatever in a fake dome or in a fake display. But obviously we don't know that.
Why are you reducing it down to solely those two? We just
What's the other option?
enumerated at least one other, right? Balloons or balloons with propellers or motors or a sort of device that can
but
propel them laterally.
so
You know what?
either
Like,
it's ma- either
hang on. My point is,
What if they're bouncing signals off the dome? They could bounce signals
Hey
off
guys,
the dome.
guys, calm down. One at a
That's
time. One at a
speculation. I'm
time.
just saying.
Just one at a
And Lynn
time.
was trying to
Just
say
back and
something.
forth
Yeah.
conversation because it's getting into just absolute chaos here, and it's really hard to follow. So please, one at a time. Everybody will have a chance to talk.
Either it is man-made floating or it is natural galaxy-based floating, right? However it's happening, then it doesn't care at the end if it's man-made.
Yeah, my saying is I've seen all those satellites soar over my property. 200 acres, fucking empty space, dude. You look straight up there, you see those zooming little lights. Ain't no balloon, obviously. Anybody with like a lick of sense should
With
be
their
able to tell
solar
that.
array, and their little dish,
Huh?
You see them like the ISS with their little wings.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, dude. I've never
Like Darth
seen a
Vader's
fucking.
frickin'
I've never
TIE
seen a balloon.
fighter.
I've never seen a balloon zip through the sky like that in a nice little straight path.
He has an argument, no? I mean,
yeah.
So Lynn, you were trying to get in earlier. What were you going to say?
Well, it was completely off topic, but I was just going to ask Matthew another question. And that question was, do you think that everyone is being lied to? I don't even know if I can ask this. And I'm not sure how to word it. It feels like everyone's being lied to about a lot of things. And do you think that it's possible that, that it's not necessarily a lie, but it's misinformation that we're all brought up on, like we're all taught that from I don't even know how to word this.
So yeah, I think that's a great question. Like, do governments lie? Yes, they do sometimes. And do cultures get things wrong? Yes, they do. And in fact, I think the modern lie of the West is individualism and materialism. And I think that the biggest lies are the ones you hear on ads, like if you buy this product, then you will be happy. If you purchase this car or this hamburger or these clothes, then you will be a more attractive human being. It's just so common that we don't even bat an eye about that anymore.
That is true. If you buy paraplegics, you will be more handsome and more popular if you buy paraplegics, and you will be wide awake.
Right. So, but Lynn's asking an important question.
Is it not hard to believe that we could be misinformed about the universe?
Right. And in fact, I do think that there is a strong tide of scientism where scientists are trying to claim authority over all of knowledge and saying science is higher than philosophy or than religion or whatever.
Yeah.
And just sort of trying to make it seem like, oh, we have an answer for everything, the universe, for life, the origin of the universe, and all that type of stuff. And that's just plain false, because scientism doesn't have all the answers. Now, as far as like the shape of the Earth and that type of thing, even if NASA's lying, even if the government's lying and all that type of stuff, I end up talking about. That's why I end up talking about things like things we can see, like the normal person can see: sunsets, moon phases, seasons, and all that type of stuff. And I think that's more important than like trying to scrutinize all these launches or ISS videos or moonwalks or whatever.
But everything they say is fake.
I don't think it is, but even if it were, my point is that I think there's plenty of other kinds of evidence. In fact, people thought that the universe, or that the Earth was round 200 years ago, way before NASA or our government or anything.
Yeah, it was already then the Freemasons. I mean, obviously.
Tog, it was a thing since it was a common concept since BC times.
Yeah,
And Lynn, what was your follow-up?
I was going to ask if you're a religious person, if I may ask.
Yes. I'm happy to admit that, yes, I'm a religious person. I think the universe was designed by an intelligence. Specifically, I'm an evangelical Christian. I believe the Bible is true. I believe Jesus Christ is the only way to salvation. The whole bit.
Bro, that's crazy.
Really?
That's crazy.
Alexander Byrne, why is that crazy?
Because even if you believe in God, never believe in a religion. Religion is made by the same people who tell us that the earth is round. It's all hoax. It's divide and conquer.
Yeah, man-made
Obviously,
religion, sure.
Christianity is the biggest child rapist organization on this planet. So you can also say, even if it's not religion involved, it's just a fucking criminal organization.
Yeah, I would say man-made religions fit that category. I'm talking about true religion, believing what God said himself, and like trying to find out the truth of how the world is made and how things work.
But I hate to break it to you, but all religions are man-made religions.
Unless God exists and there is one true religion that he approves of.
I need you to understand. One, I don't care if you're religious. The only time I care if people are religious in this room is if they use their religion to determine that the earth is flat. That's when I kind of get hung up on it, and I'll go back and forth over. But you need to understand you're an evangelical Christian, right?
Yeah, and I'm making truth claims that my religion is true.
Okay, you understand the only reason you feel that your religion, other than any other religion, is the true one is because that's the religion you were raised on. Your belief that your religion is the true religion is just as valid as anybody who believes everything that Muhammad said is true.
So
you only believe that because you were raised that way. If you were raised Muslim, you would believe that Allah is the one true God and Muhammad was his prophet. You would believe that wholeheartedly because that's how you were raised.
So I completely disagree with that. In the sense that I was not raised religious, but I do believe in God now that I'm older, and I'm not gonna argue these points, but I disagree with that, being raised one
Okay,
way.
we're drifting off topic here. If we can take this and bring it back on topic, that would be really great. If you can tie it together, great. If not, move on.
In nomine patri.
Yeah, I mean, I think religion does intersect this topic some, but it is sort of a different thing.
It does too. I think so too.
Okay, then you can talk about that part specifically. That part.
Well, the Vatican State definitely knows if the Earth is flat or no. They're obviously They're obviously part of the lie.
No, I understand why religion is kind of a taboo in this topic and why we should steer away from it. I'm just going to say that.
No, I didn't say it was taboo. I just said that it's not for this particular channel. If you want to talk religion, I'm sure there's other places that you can go. If you want to talk about religion and how it specifically ties into the shape of the earth, that's fine. You can bring that forward.
Yeah, if I
Yeah,
may. Sorry,
yeah,
Lynn. I
and
was just
I have nothing. I have nothing for that, and so I apologize for asking Matthew that question because it was totally off to.
No, it's
I'm
fine.
happy to
It's
answer
fine.
it.
I
It's
let
fine.
it go for a bit, and I just try and bring it back on topic. That's all.
Yeah, if I may just throw in there, like the intersection or the intersecting point, I think, or I've come to think I've understood, is that whether it's a ball or it's flat, among those in the room, speaking now, the common understanding is there's some sort of creator, right? There's some people that come in here and say, oh, we're just a random speck that a rock that just coagulated over billions of years, that type of thing. And many of them would claim, oh, it's just random act without a sense of, intervention from a higher authority of sorts, right? So that is something I think we can all find common ground on, and then the rest is, the rest is the rest.
Yeah, here's how I would say these topics intersect. If the Earth is flat, there is no natural explanation for how it came to be that way. And so if the Earth is flat, that implies a supernatural creator, that God made the Earth. However, the contrapositive is not true, that if the Earth is a globe, that implies God doesn't exist. If the Earth is a globe, there are plenty of believers who believe the Earth is a globe, and plenty of secular people, non-believer atheists, who have a secular story about how the Earth came to be without God.
Yes, they are mutually exclusive concepts. You can have either a flat or a globe, and you can either have a God or no God.
I don't think you can have a flat Earth and no God.
I only know of like one or two flat earthers that think there is no God.
It could be a
They don't
developer,
hang out
no.
here.
It could be a developer, no. It could be the Matrix.
Maybe I should play it this way. I don't think you can be a flat earther and not believe in the supernatural creation of the realm that we're in.
No, but I mean,
For the most part, at least.
Could just be a simulation. Some dude played Sim, got a little carried away.
You gotta be careful with how you use that word.
Matthew, can you elaborate on why you think that?
Which part? Why I think that there must be a creator if the Earth is flat, or which one?
Yeah, that one.
Sure. If the Earth is a globe, you can come up with a story for naturalistic explanations about how gravity brought things together, coalesced into the sun and the solar system, and then evolution caused life and blah blah blah. There's a naturalistic explanation without any appeal to supernatural for the existence of the Earth as it is. And part of that story is gravity, and it ends up being a globe, right? However, there is no corresponding there's no corresponding naturalistic story for how the Earth could come together as a flat realm. And so the only option we have, I mean, I guess I'm open to people coming up with one of those, but the only option, if you think the Earth is flat, currently the only option is, it must have been created that way by a supernatural intelligence. Supernatural being something bigger than our nature here. I suppose it could be the simulator of the simulation or whatever.
Well, I appreciate your insight on that. I'm here to learn, so thank you.
And to be clear,
Another line of thinking.
Yeah, I don't think that the naturalistic story works on the globe model either. I think there are plenty of fine-tuning arguments that lead to the conclusion that this universe must have been created by an intelligent designer.
Matthew, has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the consistent X value form?
I would say that gas pressure, the necessary antecedents for gas pressure are gas and pressure. You have to have the gas hitting a area to cause a force. That's all you need for gas pressure.
Yeah. consistent X value form.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up there. Consistent X.
PSI level.
You're robot in there,
Breaking up
Charles.
really bad.
Mr. Roboto.
Try your question. Oh, he's logged out there. He'll pop back in, I'm sure. He'll repost his question. Try again, Charles. We're here listening.
So you know what a consistent X value form of gas pressure is, right, Matthew? Like 14.7 psi at sea level.
Yeah, you just mean that there's a constant air pressure, right?
Well, consistent, as in not like at the ground level, a relatively consistent pressure. You know, like it may change by 0.01 psi a little bit here and there at sea level because the weather changes. For the most part, all around the world, it stays right around 14.7 psi. You follow me?
Well, yeah, within reason, there are weather systems for high pressure and low pressure, but yes.
Yeah, and I just went through that. But the relatively consistent X value form, what you can logically call a consistent X value form, is a 14.7 psi. So the thing is, we have demonstrations of this in containers. You know, like we can have an airtight container, 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, 1 cubic foot, and we can make sure to start with that inside of it is 14.7 psi. All right, and let's say without breaking the seal of that container, we double the volume. We make it two cubic feet instead of 1 cubic foot. Now my question is to you: is the X value inside consistent, or does it change?
I don't know what you mean by X value. If you're just talking about the pressure, it obviously changes. If you double the volume, then the pressure goes down by half.
Yeah, exactly. And so what I'm asking you is there a demonstration of the X value, the consistent X value of gas pressure? Is there a demonstration of that without a container due to gravity here on the surface of the Earth? Like someone with 20 psi
Breaking up again, Charles.
Roboting again, Charles, right at the end of it, right at the climax.
I'll try to answer what I understand of his question. So obviously, yes, containers can cause air pressure. There's no question about that. I just think that's not the only cause for air pressure. I think the wind blowing causes pressure on a sail, and that makes the sailboat go. You stick your hand out a window of a moving car, and there's pressure against your hand. The weight of the air causes the atmospheric pressure. So there's lots of things that cause pressure. Containers are one of them.
Again, I'm talking about consistent X value forms, not the wind on your hand. That's not a consistent X value form of pressure.
If you go the same speed, it would be. You're driving along 60 for a long time.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. You know damn well that's not what I'm talking about. Like I'm not talking about you holding a fan in front of your hand and being like, oh, there's a consistent X value. I'm not talking about a fan in front of your hand. I'm obviously not talking about that. So stop going off into other topics. Stay focused and stop doing that. So
I do have a.
No one has demonstrated it, right? No one. Well, anyway, Elgin asking you something about God or some question about that. So I was just pointing out to her. No one has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity or any other damn thing for that matter.
Just false.
If we are inside a container, we know that because we have a consistent X value form. So then the question arises: who or what created the container? I would have gotten to that a lot faster.
Hold on.
Matthew hadn't
I got two problems here.
The examples that he gave her actually correct.
Okay, this is just completely false. What are you even talking about, dude? I mean,
well, Charles is just using the same cookie cutter argument that they've been using for 8 years that follows like faulty logic.
Gas pressure doesn't require a container. What are you talking about?
Do you have a demonstration the contrary? No.
Okay, so
obviously no.
I wouldn't even. How do you expect? Hold on. Hold on. It's a loaded request because for gravity to generate a force great enough to hold gas to
Oh,
the
that's an
surface of a
excuse. Yeah,
massive
I
object?
know that excuse, GE.
That's
I
not
know it just as well as you do. That's an excuse.
Well, okay, so
I have no uses for your
don't
excuses,
interrupt
as
me.
the saying goes.
Don't interrupt me. I let you talk for we let you talk for 4 minutes almost without interrupting you.
Yeah, but
Don't
I know
interrupt
your
me.
religion better than you do,
Hey,
so
I
I'm
don't
cutting
know.
your space.
One at a time, or we all get muted. Okay, Platypus, put out your point. Okay, your turn.
It is impossible for us here on the surface of the Earth to make an object that is so massive and dense that it could generate a gravitational field strong enough for you to observe gas sticking to it. That is impossible for us to do here on the surface of the Earth.
Well, even
So what you're asking for is impossible to do,
Well, even
and
if
you
you
know that it is. It's
It is, but not for the reason that you're saying.
ridiculous.
It is, but not for the reason that you're saying.
Even if you
Barrett.
do though, Platypus, even if you do that, Platypus, he would still say that, oh, it's still within the supposed container that is the fucking firmament, or whatever the fuck he wants
No,
to claim.
he's
Or listen,
no.
I've talked to him multiple times. I know exactly what he's gonna say. If
I've
you do
been
it
here
in a
too.
and even if you do it in a vacuum chamber, he's still gonna say, "Oh, you're in a chamber. That's a container." So like, big fat.
I got it.
The one big listen.
I got it.
The one big factor that a lot of these flat earthers just ask them what gas pressure even is. Like that's the thing. They always define gas pressure as it's like
the force exerted on the walls of the
Why do
container
you?
by the
Let me ask you a
particles
question,
inside of it.
Charles. Yeah. Why do you think gas pressure is defined that way?
Why can't you define
Because that's the only
gas
way that it's
pressure?
because that's the only way that it's demonstrated.
Because it's how you measure gas. Like the only reason why gas pressure is
think you measure
defined
with a
in that way is
barometer.
because the way you measure gas is to contain it. Doesn't mean that a container is a barrier, a physical barrier is necessary to have gas.
No. Let me ask you, what measuring device do you use to measure
barometer?
Yeah,
This guy's so confused, dude.
gas pressure. Do you even know?
Yeah,
it begins
great.
with a B.
What do you think
know what
gas
it's called?
pressure means?
No. Hold on. It begins with a B. What's the name of the tool that you use to measure gas pressure? It begins with the letter B. Do you even know what it is?
Holy fuck, dude! He literally just said it. Get to the nitty gritty of
barometer.
this. Why do you think?
I just said it.
Why
I think
he
this
literally
guy's
just
being
told
muted.
you? Why do you think gas pressure is measured in this way?
Well, hold on. Let's also remember the barometer is not the walls of the container, according to his fucking logic. The barometer is just another tool within the field.
I know. I'm just pointing out that what he's saying is just talking out his ass.
Anyways, like I was trying to say, right? The barometer is not the walls of the container, according to his faulty logic. Therefore, its reading should be 0.
So do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Like I know platypus
Well, also, this is another
excuse. It's you know what that reminds me of platypus. What you said. It reminds me when Globers say, "Oh, you can't see the curvature because the Earth is too big."
Hey, don't put words in my
that's one of the
mouth.
weakest arguments that you guys ever make is that the Earth looks pretty horizontal on the surface, therefore it's flat. That's a shitty argument. It's almost like you don't understand basic geometry.
All that one has to show is you take 2 examples, one where mass attracts mass, which we've done many times. Then you just show that gas, in fact, has mass.
Wait, mass attract mass?
Absolutely, dude.
You know that's supposed to be, done away with by what Einstein came up with, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Einstein did not do away with mass attracting mass.
Well, he's just parroting what fucking Numpty says because Charles.
Well, actually, I learned that in public school, but whatever. I guess public schools aren't really worth our tax dollars, so maybe you're just proving my point on that.
No, hold on. I'll give Charles a 30-second education on this. So Einstein did not get rid of mass attracting mass. All Einstein did is show why mass attracts mass. That's it.
Yeah,
mass
due to the bending and warping of space-time, right? The bending and warping of space-time. Now hold on, G. Platypus, is space-time a physical thing or is it a concept?
Audio chaos, guys. Do we need to mute people or are we going to talk one at a time? Please. Good conversation. Just keep it flowing.
Mass attracting mass is the observed phenomenon. The warping of space-time is the cause of that phenomenon. They are 2 different things, but they talk about the exact same thing. It's that simple.
Wait, space-time. Is space-time a concept?
What?
It kind of.
It is.
Kind
It is. Oh, it kind of. No, it is. Just say it. It is. So you're talking about warping a concept.
It's
as
not that
opposed
it's
to like a piece of wood or a metal.
It's not just a concept. There are things that you can observe that match our understanding of space-time and it bending, particularly how light interacts with it near massive objects. That's why you get time dilation.
And time as well. Time dilation, all sorts of things. Einstein also mentions in special relativity. But the main thing is just when people say like this is one of their arguments is like space isn't really bending. No, that's a mathematical model. It's just a model to explain to you what's going on. Like the things behind it is actually pretty complicated mathematics, and most people in here probably can't even do so.
Right. They act. No, Charles. You act like. No, hold on, Charles. You act like space time. Hold on. You act like space time is a thing that you can carve pieces out of the universe and
no,
like,
I'm not acting like that, you idiot. I'm pointing out that that's not it. That's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying, you idiot. I'm pointing out that's not the case. That's why I pointed that out. That's why I said that to you. I'm saying the opposite of that. You dunce.
You really got him there.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I mean, it depends on whatever your epistemology is. I mean, I'd still consider space and time.
Well, at the end of the day, Trump, right?
Oh, you really
all one has to look at is the countless demonstrations in various directions of mass being attracted to mass through some non-electrical physics. And then you can just apply that logic to gas because gas also has mass, surprise, surprise.
It does. They like to ignore that.
Yeah.
See, here's the again, and there are some flat earthers in here that are going to grow and call it Charles.
Ignore your excuses?
Stop, Charles. Stop, Charles.
Ignore what?
Stop. Don't interrupt me.
I'm not ignoring anything. You're accusing people of
something. I didn't say
That's
ignore.
Not true.
I said interrupt. Fix your internet connection.
Yeah, but you said we were ignoring something that we're not ignoring.
Get this guy some
no.
Starlink.
Jesus Christ. So the what do you call it? The thing that I've pitched to flat earthers that it doesn't seem to click is you can have your flat earth and you can have your gas pressure without a container at the same time. I maintain this. All you got to do is acknowledge that gas has mass, and just like everything else that we observe with mass, it all moves toward the surface of the earth.
So when you say everything else, do you mean to exclude gas?
I'm doing the opposite of excluding gas. I'm including
show it with gas. Okay, then don't mention everything else. Just mention gas and show it with that.
No, the reason I'm wording it as everything else is because when you talk about solids and liquids and gases with a flat earther, they will acknowledge that solids and liquids move toward the surface of the earth, but they don't acknowledge that gases do the same thing. For some, I still cannot
the
understand.
The reason is that you can't demonstrate that.
Gases, they have mass. Everything with mass moves toward the surface of the earth.
Rationalization. Listen, buddy, I asked
Don't
for
you think that makes a lot more sense than some unknown barrier?
Yeah, thanks for trying to run my room. But no, I asked you for a demonstration. What you gave me was a rationalization. Do you want to try again or concede the point?
All you got to do is take a gas that's more dense than the atmosphere around you and pour it out of something. You can pour it onto a scale, and the weight of the scale will increase. Ergo, you're measuring the weight of the gas.
I'll get a CO2 pool that just sticks around there on the floor. That's what'll happen.
I got to point out a problem with this platypus. I got to point out a problem with this platypus.
Go ahead.
The pressure is still omnidirectional, even with this example. The pressure is still omnidirectional.
I'm not talking about whether the pressure is omnidirectional.
That's because it still moves omnidirectional. This is so silly, dude.
I'm not talking about the. Hold on. I'm not talking about the pressure.
Chaos. Come on, platypus. I already warned you once. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to mute you. Let's have a back and forth conversation, please.
Well, he thinks he's running the room right now because no mods were available, I guess. But we'll fix that.
And if I can throw in there also,
can we just have one person talk at a time so everyone can listen?
Yeah, if I may, I'd like to address that point that Platypus just brought up about dropping gas onto a scale. Plat, you brought this up maybe about a month and a half ago, and we talked about this. That's not measuring the weight of the gas. That's measuring the pressure exerted onto the scale from the velocity of like of the gas falling from said height. If you dropped it from a lower height, it would read differently than if you dropped it from a higher height, right? It's the speed of the gas hitting the thing that's exerting that force that you're reading. That's not measuring mass of the gas.
Oh, interesting. So hold on.
It sounds like you're describing wind.
Okay.
It's the same idea with wind pushing, a fan pushing up against something. It's not the mass of the wind. It's the force it's exerting because of the speed.
So you're saying my example of pouring CO2, if I do that from a higher, if I pour it from a higher height, that sounds weird, it's going to give a larger reading than if I did it closer to the scale, right?
It's height contingent. Yeah, if you drop it from an inch or 2 inches or whatever, you're going to get a fractionally different thing because of the acceleration.
Interesting. Oh, acceleration. What's the necessary antecedent to acceleration?
What kind of
Well, it depends on what paradigm. He's going to say force, but are we talking Newtonian or Einsteinian?
Yeah, hold on.
Acceleration only. Hold on. Acceleration only has two values: a vector, which is a direction, and a force.
Yeah. I'm not
So
disputing that. Hold on. I'm not disputing that there's an acceleration. If the air, common air that we breathe, is a mix of oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, whatever, and I take sulfur hexafluoride or something that's more dense, well, that's going to accelerate downwards, right? The gases are going to delineate, right, at a certain point, right? So that relative density.
Why would they be accelerating though? That's your problem.
Well,
there's no reason for them to accelerate.
Well, that's probably for somebody else to pick up. My point was that what you're measuring when you drop a gas like that onto a scale, it's not the mass per se. It's the force exerted from the acceleration, right? Because if you just poured it on there, directly right on the scale, it's going to get a different reading than if you dropped it, right? Like eventually it would balance out or whatever, and that figure that you would read if it's at rest, even if you could, assuming you even could, right? It's going to be different than if you than when you dropped it initially. Anyway, carry on.
It's also a null point if you put a bowl on that scale. If that bowl fills up with CO2, you will be weighing the contents of that bowl. And for anybody who thinks they're going to be sneaky and say, "Oh, that bowl is a container," yeah, we're not talking about that open bowl right now. We're talking about the fact that the gas has weight. It has weight because it has mass. It has mass because it's made of matter. That's it.
Now
There you
just
go.
demonstrate it going down, and that's it.
It does go down, heretic.
Wait,
Any
I
gas.
want to point out something about this. It's funny you guys say this go down gas thing, because it's like, well, gas is omnidirectional, so it goes down and every other direction.
It's not
What's this it go down thing? Like, yeah, it goes every direction, including down.
But
like,
it goes
I
down
don't understand
slightly
what you're
more.
trying to demonstrate. It seems to me like you're kind of like grasping at straws in a certain sense.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I took a scale, tipped it upside down, and mounted it on my ceiling, and put another scale on the floor underneath that scale, and I started pouring some CO2 out equidistant between those scales, that both of the scales are going to show an increase in the weight that they're measuring? Because
no,
gas is
I'm not
omnidirectional?
saying that, and I don't know why you're even describing that.
Because
nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about weighing gas because it has matter. You're going off on something else about how gas is omnidirectional. Forget the fact that you're not using the word omnidirectional correctly. It's just so simple. Gas has mass. It has weight. Just like anything else that has mass in this world. It moves toward the surface of the earth. You and I could argue about why it moves toward the surface of the earth, but we both acknowledge that it does. Everything moves toward the surface of the earth.
You haven't shown that yet. You just keep rationalizing it. We're just waiting for the demonstration. It's just the same shit on repeat now.
Of weighing a gas.
Okay, you can weigh it. Great. But just show it going down, falling down. Show gas fall.
But more, if you pour it over a scale and the scale increases in the weight that it's measuring, you've just demonstrated that the gas has weight.
It's going to disperse. It's going to homogenize. I mean, the atmosphere isn't layered like that.
It doesn't
It's not
matter.
Like you get all that big gas at the bottom and it just pools up, and then you get the next, density layer after that. It just homogenizes and mixes together.
It doesn't change the fact that you're still able to measure its weight while its concentration is high. And to MIK's point, if you do it from a higher height, you get a slightly higher weight because it's going faster. It, just like all other matter, it accelerates as it moves towards the surface of the Earth. Liquids do that, solids do that, and yes, gases do that. It's not that hard
to take a gas from higher, pour it out, and you're going to see it accelerate as it moves down. I'd like to see that.
If you have a problem with that, bring it up with MIK. He's the one who invoked that.
Okay, well, I haven't seen that.
Wait, so do we not agree that gases have weight? Because some gases fall, like some gases will fall to the ground, and some gases don't do that. Does anyone disagree with that?
Well, they're not going to stay there. They're just going to homogenize over time.
I don't know what you mean by
There's
that.
a reason why they tell you to put carbon monoxide
It's
detectors.
just going to mix with everything omnidirectionally and just, yeah.
No, there's there's a reason why they tell you to put carbon monoxide detectors in the lowest portions of your house. There's a reason why my house has a xenon removal system that's only hooked up to the basement. It's because those gases are heavier than the air that's normally in your house, and so they move down to the lowest parts of the house first.
Are they heavier
Even if the gas leaks, if the gas leak isn't in the basement, even if it's on the second floor, it's going to accumulate in the lowest portions of the house first because it's heavier than the air around it. Plain and simple.
Or is it more dense? Is it that it's heavier, or is it more dense? I think it's just because it's more dense, not because it's heavier.
Well, wouldn't the fact that it's more dense make it heavier, or am I wrong?
Not necessarily, no. Because a helium balloon is made partially of rubber. A helium balloon will go up in the medium of air.
Okay, Charles, how do you calculate density?
I don't know.
What is density?
You have to explain it, please.
I know what it is. It's, the amount of material in volume.
No, not the amount of material.
Platypus,
it's not the right word.
Please, what we are talking about.
I'm talking to Charles right now, man.
No.
Are you just going to go on to a tangent now, or do you have a point
How
to
much
this?
matter? Yeah, measure of how tightly the matter is packed together. You could say material. You're going to say mass. I know what you're going for, but
What are we talking about? Why is it important?
Why do you have to interrupt to ask what we're talking about? Why don't you just listen long enough to find out so you don't have to do that?
No one understands. You have weight gas so often, no one follows anymore, brother.
Oh, just shut up. That's completely off topic. Go ahead.
So density is what again?
Well, it's something that can describe things like relative. Density is a relative thing. And, just some things are more dense than others. Like the least dense of all the elements is hydrogen, I think. And then the second place is helium. That's why they use those to make, lighter than air aircraft in the past and sometimes in the present day.
No. The density of, oh my God. So forget that none of what you just said was defining density. It also...
Okay, are you going off onto a tangent with a purpose, or are you just going to say, you can't define density? Checkmate.
No, you're the one who asked if gases move down because they have different densities, and I asked you if you understood what density was. Which you don't.
I know what relative density is.
I'm not asking you relative density, I'm asking you density. What's the definition of the word density?
I'm just saying I can know what it is without knowing the exact definition.
Okay.
By knowing what relative density is.
Define it, because the Jason define it.
Relative density, also known as specific gravity, is, some things go up and some things go down, and depending on the medium that they're in. If you're in water, a balloon full of air will go up.
Nope.
If you're in air, a balloon full of helium will go up.
Still diverting. That's still not what I asked you.
Okay, yeah. Again, I'm asking you. Can you hear me, Platypus? You can
Just
hear
say
me, right?
I don't know. If you, I'll define it
I
for
already
you.
said I don't know. Wait, Platypus, I already answered your question by saying I don't know. Could you not hear me? Was I roboting a second ago?
Then
Yes.
yeah, you
Was I
were. You've been
roboting?
Yes, you've been roboting a lot
Okay,
tonight,
well, I
Charles.
already answered your stupid question by saying I don't know, and I asked you what's next. Continue your thought, unless that's where it ends.
It's all I wanted to hear was you define density. That's it.
I just said
So,
I don't know. Am I roboting? Hello?
Oh my, no, he's just being
Hello?
difficult on purpose. Oh my fucking god, dude! Like you're stringing
Oh,
us
he's just
along.
turning
Like,
into a he's just going full retard. That's what he's doing, right? He's just like, oh, I have no arguments, so I'm just gonna fuck with him
me
and
so
pretend I can't
much.
hear him. And ask the
Dude, you're
same
acting
question over and over again. You don't know how to
wait a
define
second.
density. Checkmate, Flurf.
Mr. Telcon, are you unmuting the server muted ones? Probably is. Okay, anyway, go ahead. I guess what Platypus wants to say is you can have a flat Earth in space.
Nope, that's not what I said.
Well, essentially.
No,
Saying you don't need
that's
the
not even what I mean.
containment, you don't need the barrier for the gas, right? You're saying that it's going to have a downward vector to the Earth and just stay there, regardless of containment, right?
Yeah,
It kind of sounds like
yeah.
that.
That's it. That's all you need.
I see that you have rationalizations for it. I haven't seen a demonstration. I'll just say
Speaking
that.
of rationalizations, there's something else I want to point out. He's trying to say earlier, so like, oh, the Earth is so big, and that's why we have the gravity here, and we can't replicate that because we can't replicate the Earth because it's so big. And I just want to point out that they're using that same excuse for 3 different topics. They're using that for gas pressure. They're using that for curvature of the Earth. Oh, the Earth is so big, that's why you can't see the curvature of the Earth. And they're also using it for rotation of the Earth. They're saying, oh, you can't feel the rotation of the Earth or measure it because the Earth is so big. Derpity derp derp.
Nobody said you
All
can't measure it.
Yeah, nobody said that. I'll humor you, Charles, to address your 3 points in order. 1, yes, your first point is exactly what we're talking about right now. An object that's
when I say
an object
measure
that.
rotation,
Hold on,
I meant with an
excuse me.
accelerometer, you retard, not with whatever crackpot nonsense you guys are thinking about.
Well, that was the third one that you said. I'm addressing the first one. Pay attention, follow along. The first one that you said was
No, I'm
you
not
can't make
listening
an
to your
object.
condescending bullshit. You speak like a man. Talk to me like a man, not like a. No, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna take you, Charles, back to first grade. I'm gonna talk to you with this NPR voice while I tell you about the globe. No, you talk to me like a fucking man, dude. Talk to me like a fucking man. Like the man that you are not. Try to be one.
Okay. He sounds like he's on the verge of tears, but then he wants to say that we need to talk to him like a man.
Yeah, I want to speak with my NPR voice to these flat earthers about how the globe is just so easy to understand if they could just get their first grade level minds around it. My name's Platypus, and I'm going to talk with just such a lovely little voice here. Just a voice. I'm not being condescending at all. I'm just being here to educate these fully flat earthers.
You can carve. You can carve
that's
the
enough for
irony
the
with a
ad homs.
knife.
That's enough for the ad homs. Let's get back to a conversation. It's been good up until this point, and now it's turned into a train wreck again. Let's get back country. Come on,
Lynn, you wanted to jump in? Let's let Lynn jump in again.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I just want to hear what Platypus has to say. Sorry.
There you go. Okay, Platypus, it's your turn.
No, I just sit here until I get called on.
If it helps you, do a Chuck Norris impression while you say it. Just do anything.
We want to hear about your pain, Platypus.
Whatever
Tell
you're
us
saying
about
it
your
for.
pain.
Somebody was talking over your plum. I think you were trying to talk to me.
Can I say something?
I was saying it's your turn to talk. Tell us about your pain. Tell us where we're at now in this conversation. It's been good up until this point, and then it just got a little messed up there.
A little bit.
Can I say something?
I'll yield to Alexander. I gotta go get another beer or two anyway, so I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Good. Okay, let's. Is it Alexander?
Get ready for 5 minutes of whining.
Who's up next? Is it Alexander? Is that who it is?
So can we choose a topic where, when you are fighting on this topic since 5 years, where we all also have already knowledge?
Well, I feel like we drove Platypus away.
He's coming back.
I'll be back.
No.
I'll be back. Hold on.
It's like we're discussing 1 hour topic. You are fighting since 5 years, and after 5 years you couldn't make a conclusion, so you're not going to make one today. I'm sorry, but
We like
that's
the discussion.
Yeah, I understand.
The type of content that this venue is dedicated to.
I understand that, but there is many topics people have conclusions. No, it's more interesting.
I got a question for Heretic.
Yeah, but it's not interesting to just hear you always talk about how other things could be more interesting. I don't understand how, if there's so much else out there that's more interesting than what you do, why you don't just go to another room that does those things. Like, this is all you do. Okay, so what do you want, Yakubinite?
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, you can call me Low Punny Enjoyer. That's my old name. That's not even my OG name.
It's all I remember.
It's okay. When's Nathan Oakley gonna be back on here? I got so many questions for him.
We get them Fridays, every Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
Damn, that's when I'm working.
It's inconvenient for me, too.
Yeah, I want to ask him why he's not going to Antarctica.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Well, next Friday, if you can make it in, I mean, I don't know, call in sick.
No, I'm not gonna call in sick. I'll just have somebody in the chat ask me.
Yeah.
Heretic, are you running? It sounds like you're running.
I'm not. I'm just walking down the street. Just walking.
Okay, sorry.
So for anybody who's interested, I posted a little snippet in the chat, little YouTube link. Take it for what it's worth. You know, you may have your doubts about it or whatnot, but it's just a little demo of somebody pouring concentrated sulfur hexafluoride from a balloon into a little bin, and then dumping that bin over a array of little candles, and you see that the gas disperses and puts out all the candles. So that just, you know, from what we were talking about before, you know,
Where?
go down.
So.
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Yeah.
I'll pick.
Where is the text chat for this VC?
Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on a phone, but I can get on a computer, but I still don't.
No. If you're on your phone, if you tap on the screen, you have the little menu pop up where you can mute.
11 minutes after the hour. 11 minutes after the hour in the text chat, you will see the video.
So I got a question for you, Mick.
Yeah, hang on. To get to the text chat, you just tap on the little speech bubble.
I'll repost it for her so she can find it.
I'll reply. Yeah.
Or yeah, can you at me? Sorry, maybe I should probably get on my computer.
If you're in the chat there, you should see your name there. I just posted it.
I don't know what this is supposed to demonstrate to us, Mick.
So what the lady does is she takes a tank of sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah.
She fills a balloon with it, and then empties the contents of the balloon into a bin, and then dumps the bin on the candles. Right, and because sulfur hexafluoride is not oxygen, right? The candles need oxygen to burn.
Yeah.
It snuffs out all the candles like instantly, right?
Yeah, we know it flows down.
Yeah, it's more dense, so it goes down, right? Just because that's what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Yeah, it's all relative density. That's not that. I have no dispute about that. It was just that seemed to have been a topic of
relative to what?
inquiry. Well, the rest of the air, right? We have oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, et cetera, and that's more dense than the rest, so it goes down, or it tends to go down. Of course, it disperses laterally and finds equilibrium upwards, right? It's not
what is the directional influence for relative density?
Dense is down, less dense is up, as far as I know.
So
why?
Yeah, hold on. So my question is like we have density towers in free fall, and if relative density is its own thing, then even in free fall, they should be able to form a force vector for a directional influence. But that does
If you
not
put
seem to
them
be
in
the
free
case.
fall, you applied a force to them.
I apply
If you
equal
put them
force
in
to all
free
of them.
fall.
Yeah,
If you put them in free fall, you have applied a force to them.
yeah, an equal force to all of them. So therefore, nullifying like the force that I'm applying. So like they should all still be able to separate amongst themselves if like relative density is its own force.
But you applied a force to them.
No shit. So again, if I apply the same force to all three of a material, like an equal force to all three of the material within the density tower, and relative density is its own force, then the net force, if I'm applying equal force to all three of them in free fall, it'd be 0. So again, a nothing burger coming from you. Why do they not mix up in free fall?
Wait, why are you saying it's nothing burger for me? What did I say?
Not you. I'm talking to
Oh,
Plum
okay.
Bob.
Oh, okay.
What force do I apply when I've dropped something?
No force. It's in.
Hey, Low Pony.
What's up?
I got some bad news for you.
What's up?
A density tower in free fall.
Mm-hmm.
You can make them mix together.
No. What I'm saying, I must have misspoke, right? When I say mix together, I must have meant to separate, right? So in free fall, they don't separate. They kind of mix together. They congeal. They move all around, right?
Yes.
Because the
You said the opposite originally. That's why I jumped in to correct you.
My fault.
They're in free fall. You've applied a force to them that's causing them to be in free fall. They're no longer in a place of equal.
What force is being applied to it?
Out.
What force is being applied?
The free fall.
What force?
They're dropping.
Free fall isn't a force.
You let go of them. You picked them up and you dropped it. You picked it up, not just potential energy, and then you let go of it, and it fell. And it's releasing its potential energy that you gave to it.
Plum Bob.
Free fall isn't a force.
Your problem here is you're just saying they're falling. That's not what they're doing. They're accelerating while they do that falling. And you can't have acceleration.
9.80 meters per second squared. Yeah. But somebody picked it up. In order for that to happen, somebody picked it up and let go of it. It didn't just happen. It's not happening on my counter right now. I got vinegar and some oil here, and I'll put them together. They're in a jar, and they're not mixing. What's going on? They're just sitting there in a layer.
Plum Bob, let me ask you another question. What force is being applied to the object in free fall that is not being applied to the object while it's sitting on the ground?
I don't know. How high did you lift it up before you let go of it?
1,000 feet.
You gave it 1,000 feet of free fall. That's how much.
Is free fall a force?
It absolutely does not explain why it's accelerating in any way.
Oh no! I just want him to answer the question. Is free fall a force?
I didn't know that we were talking about why it was accelerating. It's accelerating because after 1 second, it's already going some sort of a speed, and it's going to go another bit more speed in the next second. So yeah, it'll accelerate. I don't know what that proves. That doesn't prove anything.
Hold on. My question is free fall a force?
Yeah, because you gave it potential. For something to fall, you've given it potential.
Potential doesn't mean anything.
Potential energy.
I gave it nothing. I just dropped it.
Yeah, its kinetic energy is 0 before I drop it. So again, what force is being?
If its kinetic energy is 0 before you drop it, that's because it's in equilibrium. As soon as it falls, it now has the potential energy of whatever the distance is that it can fall until it reaches its next equilibrium.
So again, there is potential energy, which is theoretical. You have kinetic energy, which is
you picked it up. If you picked it up so that it could fall, you gave it. It's not hypothetical.
There's no energy in it.
It's reality. It's reality. You picked it up and you dropped it.
There's no energy in it if it's like sitting on the top of the 1,000-foot ledge.
No. If you kick it off the ledge, it has energy because it can fall down to equilibrium to whatever point that is. You're still not answering my
question.
You have to put one out there to answer.
Oh my god. I'll ask it a 5th time. Is free fall a force?
Yeah, if something's falling, there's a force behind it because it'll accelerate.
Okay, what is the force that is different when an object is at rest on a scale versus when an object is free falling through the air?
If something's at rest, there is no potential energy in it because you haven't lifted it up
Okay,
anywhere.
potential
It's at
energy doesn't mean
equilibrium.
anything. Potential energy doesn't mean anything. It's a
Okay, I'm done.
theoretical
I'm
concept.
done.
Hey, wait a
I'm
minute.
done.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So an object sitting on the ground, like in the dirt, has no potential energy. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what he said.
Which is wrong.
Way wrong.
Because if I dig a 1,000-foot hole next
Or
to
you can
that
just
scale,
kick it sideways, maybe, you know.
yeah, I'll just kick it.
Then you dug a hole. You gave it the potential energy.
Okay, what
the
do you
rock
think
sitting
potential
there
energy is?
at equilibrium doesn't have any potential energy until you give it some. You
Do you
haven't
think
given it any potential.
Do you think that potential energy is like literally a battery?
Wait, you guys are actually both wrong. The definition of potential energy is mass times the acceleration of gravity times height. If there is no height, if there is no reference point of height, there is no potential energy. You're a
Why
fucking idiot if you think a rock on the ground has
Why there
potential
is no
energy.
height now? Why there is no height now?
But
We
I
drop
told him
nothing from height. We
it
drop
doesn't have
something
any
from height
potential
now.
energy until you give it potential energy by lifting it up.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. Whoever said you're wrong is an idiot who doesn't understand basic science and needs to be punched in the face
So we're
repeatedly.
dropping something into free fall from no height, and the energy used to drop into no height is created by lifting this object up. Bro, you are talking nonsense.
Rocks on the ground still have potential energy.
No, they don't. What's the reference point of rocks on the ground? Underground? How are they going to fall underground?
If the stuff underneath them suddenly gets out of the way. You haven't touched the
You
rock.
realize the particles.
Which makes no sense within a scientific
It's not
standpoint.
even. It's not even that. Just the particles in the rock are constantly vibrating. They have both potential and kinetic. If you want to get technical with that.
That's not what potential energy means. That's literally not what it means. Potential energy is literally a reference point of energy. It's based on what a certain object what kind of energy it can create or possess based on its incrementally approach to the center of a mass that has a gravitational pull. So in this case, it would be gravity of the Earth. Okay, if there's no height, if there's nothing allowing it to fall, basically, there's no potential energy. It's a concept. It's not an actual part of the object. It's not intrinsic to the object. It's intrinsic to a situation in which the object, for example, sits on a ledge, and if you push it off the ledge, then it has potential energy. It's literally it's conceptual. You're thinking of it as something as like an inherent property of an object, which makes you an idiot who doesn't understand what potential energy is.
Okay, we understand now there is no energy, but there is no free fall allowed, but we are in a free fall state. Everyone understood that now. So what force do I give that object when I drop it? I want to know. Don't make it so complicated. Just
That's the
explain
force
it.
of gravity. It's gravity.
Oh, okay. So Plump, what do you think? Because he's saying we are giving a force when we are dropping it. I want to know what force do I give when I drop an object.
Well, it depends upon how much height you gave it.
It doesn't depend on height.
If you dropped it, no, if you're dropping it, it is moving from one elevation to another elevation. If you drop something, it doesn't go higher, it goes lower. So when you drop something, you have taken it from one level and you've let it fall to another level. And the weight of that object can release some potential energy. That's what's going on.
Why we're talking 30 minutes about gravity? What the fuck?
I have
Yeah,
no
it's gravity.
freaking idea.
Gravity is what gives things potential energy, but gravity is only useful if something is actually moving towards the center of an object with a gravitational pull. In this case, Earth, because we live on Earth. If you were on the moon,
It'd be nice if you
it's
could
much
prove that. Can you
lower.
prove that? Do you have any scientific proof that that actually happens?
Yes, it's the fact that any object that's falling has the same acceleration, unless the
But
properties of the object allow it to, for example, interact with molecules of air,
Just say
essentially,
air resistance.
like
Just say
like
air
a
resistance.
feather. Like a feather or a wing, an airfoil, for example, they react differently because of the way that they change. There's called a pressure differential. It's the change in pressure from the top of an object to the bottom of an object, which allows it to essentially glide or float. So the wings of an airplane, a feather, a bird. So those things obviously change the speed or the
yes, we do.
acceleration
We
of
do have. We
descent.
do have flight. We do know how airplanes work, and we do have pressure differentials that can take place over wings. That's really cool.
Yeah, well, if you don't have that, then everything descends at the same acceleration. So that's a very easy way to prove gravity. Doesn't matter what an
Now, we
object
don't have
weighs,
proof
it's
for
going to have the
gravity.
same
There's no
acceleration.
scientific proof for gravity. In
We
order to
don't.
have
There is.
scientific proof
Plumba.
for gravity, you would
There
have
is
to
actually.
manipulate the cause. Whatever you think the cause of gravity is, you would have to manipulate it in order to find out if it gives you the effect. And nobody has
May,
ever done that. And nobody
may I
even
ask?
in your globe
Actually,
community.
that's not true.
It's
Are you familiar with the
no,
Hadron
it's
Collider?
no, it's all
There are
agreed that nobody
several.
knows what the
No,
what
no.
causes
See, you don't
gravity. They don't know
understand
that for
basic
sure.
physics. You don't understand basic physics. So the Hadron Collider has already run this experiment multiple times, and we discovered a new particle. Some people call it the God particle. It's not really the God particle. It's a Higgs boson
The
particle,
Higgs
which is
boson. Yeah.
a gravitational field that is provable, not just mathematically, but we proved it physically within the Hadron Collider. We had particles that essentially.
How does that prove the shape of the Earth? How does that make the Earth a globe?
No, it doesn't.
It's the equation itself. It wouldn't make the equation
It's a
itself
great equation. Yeah,
requires.
that's all you've got is a bunch of equations. That's what all of this stuff is about mathematics, and it runs through the school systems, the universities, et cetera, et cetera. And
Okay,
people
Yeah, how
love
dare the
math.
school?
But
How
where's the
dare the school
reality
systems
behind
teach
it?
people how math works? How dare they teach
There's
people how
nothing
math works?
wrong with
Okay,
that,
well,
Platypus.
the
That's not
Hadron
the issue here. It's
Collider,
just that
so
demons.
that's not a
you're
response
not
right there.
learning
That's a
anything
cop
that's
out.
of real value.
What you're doing is a cop out. Instead of understanding what a mathematical formula or what any formula
I went
actually
through school.
symbolizes
I
in
learned all
reality.
this stuff. I used to be big on the globe. I'm 60 fucking years old. I learned all of this shit in school. And then I came to realize that
It
none
doesn't
of it
matter.
is true.
Regardless,
That's what
you
I
sound
learned.
like a
None of
retarded
it's true. It's
Canadian.
just a bunch of BS.
No,
And you guys
you're
are
a
just
troll.
you're
You're a
living a
troll.
dream.
You're
That's
not
what
willing. You're a
Could
troll. You're basically not
I
willing to understand the fact that.
could I ask a couple of questions, maybe, if I may?
Sure, go
When
ahead.
you finish.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Thank you, gentlemen. I was just listening to what people were talking about earlier, and there was this thing about how we know how aeroplanes work because of the airfoil and the pressure difference. I just wanted to clarify that globers and flat earthers agree on how aeroplanes work, because I don't know if that's actually the case. I'm going somewhere with it, I promise. But I think that's a really important thing to understand. Is
Hey,
if
get to your point, geeks. Don't stretch this out too long. Get to your point there, okay?
sure, do globers and flat earthers align on how aeroplanes work, i.e., flying, not necessarily flying on a globe or a flat earth, like actually staying up in the air? Do they agree? Or
Probably not, because flat earthers don't believe in gravity.
Well, hang on. Let's not assume anything. I just want to know if people think they do agree.
the airplane doesn't work with gravity, right? It works with low pressure and high pressure in vents, and I think everyone believes that that's true in here now.
Sorry, sir, you're a flat earther?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, cool. Could you repeat that? I didn't quite hear it.
I think everyone, I think, also from flat earthers believes that if you accelerate wind enough, that you get a low pressure on under pressure, that you will gain altitude. So
I see. Okay, let's assume, just for like the sake of discussion, that that's the accepted stance for flat earthers. Why? The question, I guess, then becomes: why do you need to have a pressure differential for something to take flight? Why? What would it be trying to overcome with that
Well,
pressure
it would be
differential?
either flight or crash. Do you not understand that, geeks? If you didn't have the pressure differential, you would end up crashing. The plane
Why?
wouldn't fly because
though?
that's the way it works. That's just the way it is. You need the
But why do you
pressure
need
differential so that you
that
get
pressure
lift. You need to
differential?
have lift to get the wings up in the air. That's how it works. And if you don't like this, that's
Lift
just
from
bad for you.
lift against what though? What are you lifting against?
Against the ground, you're trying to gain altitude. Geeks,
You're
if this
trying
is
to
too much
gain
for you,
altitude.
if you can't comprehend how airplanes fly, maybe you don't deserve to be in this conversation right now.
we are gaining
Sorry.
altitude by creating lift through wind, right? Not through the ground, or am I wrong? Seems weird to me if someone flies 20,000 feet that he creates altitude from the ground.
You want to have less air pressure above and more
You need
air pressure
some air
below,
pressure,
right?
definitely, because you need air that you can fly.
If I may
but
quickly,
sorry.
geeks, with all due respect, it almost sounds like you're trying to pigeonhole the room into using the naughty G word, gravity. Am I correct on that?
It's more a thought experiment that if indeed gravity is considered not to be or to be in question, there must be another good reason with gravity, like not concluded upon, that a plane needs to have airfoils in order to generate lift because of something that is preventing lift. You're right in the sense that I'm trying to lead
Okay, geeks,
towards something.
everyone here
but in a
knows
good
how a
faith way.
plane
In a
works.
good
We
faith
all
way.
know how planes work. We understand their wings. We understand the lift. If you have another point that you want to make, that would be great. Otherwise, it might be time for you to put yourself on mute. Maybe you've had too many sodas tonight.
Geeks, if I may, the one thing is for sure, at least as far as I'm in this room, is that people acknowledge that there's a tendency for dense things to go down when less dense things are around them, and the less dense things go up, right? And there tends to be a specific rate at which that happens in a vacuum or in your average air composition.
Sure,
Right?
just our composition of
Exactly.
the Earth. Carry on. Sorry.
Right, but what's in contention is the reason why things go down. So oftentimes the term gravity will be used interchangeably as being the effect. Right, we see something goes down. Oh, it's gravity. You know, we're witnessing gravity in action, as opposed to being gravity, which is the source of acceleration, and things go down because of it. I.e., like this magical thing that apparently.
I agree with you. I'm aligned with you. I'm aligned with you on that because I think that posing the argument that way, which I see a lot of Globers do, is just pointless because it just shows that they haven't actually bothered to do any investigation around their own rhetoric. You know, that's
what is
why
the
I'm.
investigation then?
Sorry.
What is your conclusion about gravity then?
Well, I don't know. Mick quite put it. Is it Mick or Mike? Sorry.
Mick's fine.
Mick. So Mick put it quite succinctly and eloquently by explaining that actually the effect that is claimed is a weak argument because it's actually supposed to be this magical force that causes the effect, right? So it's really confusing. I think whatever Mick said, I can't remember it verbatim, but whatever he said was probably the best way of putting it under scrutiny, right?
I don't want to argue against gravity or for gravity, but we see it every day, hundreds of thousands of times.
Sure, but I'm trying to approach this from a slightly more collaborative, in a slightly more collaborative way, by understanding what the contention actually is. If it's gravity, then fine, but I'm trying to investigate what the answers would be versus my question that is, what is a plane actually trying to gain lift if there isn't something that is preventing it from gaining lift? And if I think Mick talked about the differences in air pressure or something, I can't remember, Mick. What was it that you were saying?
No, my point was more dense things tend to go down when
That's
less dense things are around them, right? And a plane is extremely dense relative to the air, so it tends to go down, right? There's no contention about that. It's just about why that's, a hot topic in this room.
Sure.
Right.
But then, so the thinking is exactly where I am, even being a glober. But then dense things tend to go down only gets you so far because the plane itself is still the same density on the ground as when it's up in the air. So something is providing a cheat code or something, you know what I mean? It's like the density.
Can we get this back onto the topic of the room? I'm not sure where you're going with this. It's
my
kind of all
apologies.
over
I
the place here.
didn't mean to go on and on and on.
No sweat. It's all good. Just bring it back on topic, and then it'll all be good.
So I'm kind of with you guys, even as a glober. I have to admit that the term gravity, when investigated, doesn't stand up to everyday scrutiny. It might, if you understand what a Higgs boson is, it might make sense. But for most people, it's kind of just accepting it.
So I'm. Hang on a sec here. So let's say that I went out tomorrow and I went for a walk, and I wandered around in the woods, and I found a rock that nobody else had ever seen in their entire life. Does that make the Earth round?
It doesn't make it anything. I don't understand how.
So
I don't understand the link to the two.
Finding the Higgs boson, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh no, it's purely to do with does gravity exist?
Does gravity exist? Okay, so here's the thing with gravity, and here's what flat earthers have the issue with. The issue with gravity is that nobody has ever manipulated gravity to prove what causes gravity. We've got all kinds of mathematical things, mathematical equations, but nobody has ever manipulated anything to prove what gravity is, what the cause is. We've all seen the effect. We see the 9.80 meters per second squared, the downward acceleration when you drop something after you give it the potential energy. But we don't know the cause.
Why do I give potential energy if I drop something? Explain.
Yo, what's up, Shawty? What's up, my nigga?
Please
It's not that
explain
we
now
don't believe
why
in
I give
gravity.
potential energy when I drop something. I don't give any energy when I drop something.
Dude, I'm trying to listen to Plumbub.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I got way
Carry
off.
on. I'm listening. No, I'm listening. I agree with you. You don't see the ability to manipulate gravity. I think that's what you said. There's nothing that's
So
demonstrated to manipulate gravity.
all we see is the effect, but we don't know the cause. Okay,
Do you
the
know?
cause
May I
has never
ask?
been proven, so
May
therefore
I
there's
ask?
no scientific proof. There's no scientific proof of it, but we all see the effect. That's not the issue. We all experience that. I can draw something right now, and I did the experiment. Well, not the experiments. The
May I ask
observations
one
in
question?
school where you
I
would
need to
drop
ask you
something
one
with
question.
a timer and you would watch it fall against a scale, against
Yeah.
a wall,
Okay.
and all that kind of stuff. I did all of that, and we figured out,
Dude,
oh my God, it accelerated at
chill.
9.80 meters per
I need
second.
to.
Who cares?
9.81 meters per second squared. Do you agree that we can see manipulation of not of gravity itself, but of the effect? Do you agree that we can manipulate the effect of gravity?
No, I can't manipulate the effect. I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe
Yeah,
expand on that.
so the plane example, right? The effect of you can manipulate the effect of gravity by creating pressure differentials around a solid
Okay,
object.
so like
Do you know
for
what I mean?
example, if we took a plane, a 747, and we took it way up into the sky, up to 35,000 feet, and we said, okay, here you go, and we just let go of it, it would fall down to the earth really quick and crash. But we could turn the engines on and it could fly a little bit and we could bring it in slowly down onto the ground. Is that what you mean?
Well, you can not slowly to the ground. It continues flight for as long as the engines can run. That's an example of manipulating the effect. But I agree with you.
So we're
There's no way to
manipulating
say
the effect. But that's not the cause.
that's
And
not.
that's
No. It's not manipulating gravity itself. I just wanted to clarify that you'd agree that we can observe manipulation of the effect of so-called gravity.
I think I can go with that to some degree.
It's not a trick question, honestly.
No,
It's not
I
a
know.
trick question.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to think about that one for a bit because it's a good question. It's quite in depth.
I thought so,
But
and it was helped along by
agree
your guys
that we
talking.
can manipulate. So, for example, if I say that a rock will drop at 9.80 meters per second squared, and we let it go, and it accelerates down, and we can take a little a timer and we can go, yeah, it accelerated and it got up to the speed. Yeah, we can do all of that. But at the same time, we can take a plane and we go, you know what? I'm up here at 35,000 feet and my destination is over there and I will be on the ground after 500 miles of a slow descent. So, because if that plane was just let go, it would reach the ground a lot quicker. So, in that instance, yes, we could manipulate the effect.
Just the effect. I promise you, it's not a trick question. It's not trying to catch anyone out. I promise. It's more for me to just basically understand.
Okay. So, do you have a point? It's an interesting question. I'm just wondering where you're going with it.
The point was exactly that, is to kind of drill down on where the points of disagreement actually are. I think that if, like, your good self was to engage with, actually, I've done some thinking about this, we can manipulate the effects of gravity, but we can't manipulate gravity itself. I actually think you'd get a load of globers to agree with you, you know?
In the first instance, what caused the plane to fall to the earth? Because essentially it fell to the earth.
We don't know.
We just made it fall gracefully. Hey, wasn't that the movie Toy Story? I'm falling gracefully.
I'm falling with style, I think it was. I'm falling with
maybe
style.
that's what it was. Something like that, yeah.
It's like, Buzz, you're flying. I start flying. I'm falling with style.
Falling with style. No,
that was my point. So I hope
that's a good point,
that.
though.
Thank you. I apologize if it took a while to get there, and I appreciate your patience in getting there. But hopefully that was of some value to you. Again, I was not trying to catch you out. It's just sort of thought experiment sort of thing.
Well, and
So
again,
thank
we
you.
have no idea why that happened. It's just something that is. It's something that happens all the time. We have a plane of Earth that we live in where there's an up and down, and stuff happens. Helium balloons go up and other things go down. And
Yeah.
the only reason why the plane came back down was because we got it up there in the first place. We gave it potential energy by
Careful,
getting
careful,
it up
careful.
into the stratosphere.
Careful, careful, because you're starting to slip into, like you're getting very, very close to like not proving, but sounding like you're in support of gravitational pull. I just looking out for you.
No, not at all. The only reason why the plane can fall back down to Earth is because we lifted it up in the first place. We gave it energy with the engines on it to get it up into the sky. And when it was up in the sky, it came back down. But we gave it energy to get up there. It required a force to get up there.
Stop, please stop, because you're gonna.
Why? Hang on. If I can echo that comment, I remember from high school science class, the equation was the amount of energy that is exerted when you drop something, right? The total amount of potential energy, right? If I take an apple, I lift it up 5 feet, I drop it, and it exerts X newtons. Well, it's equivalent to this amount of energy that it took to actually lift it to 1-to-1. So it took 5 newtons or whatever.
It's measured. It's measured. I think it's measured in joules. It's not newtons. Is a constant.
In high school, it was newtons when I was in school. That's what we measured it in.
The equation you're probably referring to is GP. Is it GPH? So it's the MGH mass times.
It all depends. Newtons and joules, they're both. They have an equivalence to them. It's sort of like miles is 1.6 kilometers or vice versa. It's just a different unit, right? So it depends on which school you went to. If you're in, Commonwealth or whatever versus the United States. Same idea.
Miles and kilometers are just different measurements for the same thing. Newtons and joules are not measuring the same thing. They're measuring different things. Are they? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Sorry.
Hang on, geeks. Hang on there for a sec there, geeks. Hey, Mick, been kind of picking up the airways here with Geek. Did you have a point that you wanted to bring out, that you wanted to pop up to the panel?
I just wanted to echo your point about the amount of energy it took to actually bring something up. It's literally the equivalent, right? So to your credit about what you're saying about, I gave it potential energy. Like using that type of colloquial language, there is a legitimacy to it.
But if you look up the equation for what potential energy is defined as, do you want to do that quickly?
We don't need to get into the nitty gritty on it. We just need to know that if something fell, it's because you picked it up in the first place. You pick it up and then it falls. Something doesn't just have potential energy just cause. There's got to be a reason for it. Either the ground eroded away underneath it and allowed it to roll or fall. That's what gave it the potential energy. If something happened, it doesn't have it unless something gives it to it.
Okay. But thank you for talking to me, gentlemen. I learned a lot about how you guys are thinking, and it was very useful for me. Thank you for being so patient. I appreciate
Well, thank you. No, you've been a good attendee to hang out in the room, and please come back and stay if you want.
So, Plumbob, I don't think you were around when I was originally in the room. I was one of the tyrants that caused all sorts of trouble. So
I heard.
Oh, you did hear? Okay, fine.
I've heard the stories.
But my fiance has been trying to get me to be a bit more compassionate and less trolly in specific rooms. So I'm trying that out.
Well, it's working here. Good for you. I've noticed a big change in you, so I appreciate that. It makes it nice for the room. It's nice to have good flowing conversations because there's when you look at it from the macro, there's all kinds of different topics that are in there, and then you get into the micro, and the micro conversations can be quite interesting, and I really enjoy them. But only when I can hear them.
Of course. The thing is, what I try and do, Plum Bob, more so now, is generate original lines of thought for you guys, because I can imagine you get sick of hearing the same repeated words or the same structure of attempted arguments over and over. So for me, it's quite valuable to kind of test my mind out to create original lines of thought and throw them at you guys to see if indeed, they are thought provoking.
That sounds good. All I can give you for advice is to keep your thoughts short and precise. If you can spit them out in a matter of a minute or two, if you later on, if it's a good point, you'll be able to elaborate on it. But if you can, in 2 to 3 minutes, make your point and get it out there, it will be listened to. I guarantee it.
Appreciate it, man. That's great. That's good feedback. That I'm going to improve on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, you can take that back and tell your wife you learned something tonight. How's that?
Well, I've been like, every time I do something good in my mind, I go back to like some school child, and I'm like, guess what I did? I had a really nice conversation. Look, I said this and this and this, and then she's very happy for me. So.
Awesome. Right on. Well, I'm looking for another mod to take over the room because it's midnight where I live and I am tuckered out. I've had a busy day.
Pleasure to talk to you, sir. Pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, no, I've had a good night. I live with MS. I have multiple sclerosis, and
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
And no problem there. I'm having a great day today. It just takes me a lot to get through each day. It's a lot of work, but I enjoy the battle. That's all I can say. I love life.
Well, God bless you, and I hope this evening brings you nice, calm vibes, because you've put a smile on my face. That's all I can say.
All right, take care, geeks. It's been good. You did a good job.
Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.
God bless, Plum.
Thanks, Mick. By the way, you were instrumental in helping focus my ramblings into something coherent. I appreciate you taking.
No,
yeah, but you took a neutral. You almost took like a neutral educational stance, which was very, very strategically positive of you. Whether you meant to do it or not, you get my thumbs up.
Well, thank you, and kudos to you, man. Like, for a second, I actually wasn't sure. I recognized the name, but it didn't dawn on me that it was the geeks that I remember there. You don't sound the same. I don't know if it's late or early where you're at, but in the way that you were engaged.
Sorry, carry on. You cut out. I thought you finished. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I wasn't sure if it was you or not, from what I remember, right? Especially by the way you were conversing. So kudos to you.
Thank you very much. Well, so a couple of things contribute to that. Like I said, my fiance has been chastising the way that I engage. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that, and also, I mean, I got unbanned from Flat Earth, which I was surprised about. So I just, I think I'll just try this approach, and see if it brings me and the people I interact with a bit more happiness. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the conversation, man. Because people come in here like you've witnessed it, and it gets really rowdy, and there's name calling and stuff on both sides, right? And it can get annoying even for the mods, especially for the mods because they see it day in and day out, same old, same old. So if we can keep it fluid, and cordial, I don't see a problem with it.
It's been a pleasure. I'll go on mute now, but I appreciate your compliments, and hopefully I'll have more original stuff for you guys. So.
Take care, geeks. Thank you for a very wonderful evening for myself to have you here, and hope that you do come back. It'll be interesting to hear what you come back with.
A gentleman. Thank you.
Anybody else want to come up and yak?
I won't have very long to entertain you. Sorry, thanks for sharing.
That's okay.
That.
I'm
That
running
must
out
be
of steam
wild
too.
with living with MS.
It's been a battle, but I'm doing okay. I'm okay with it now.
Was it? I imagine that hearing that initially would be. I don't know. I've thought about that, and I'm like,
Yeah, it was a very bizarre situation when I was told about it, because I had gone to see my doctor, but my doctor thought I already knew. And my doctor said something, and I went into the room, which threw me for an absolute loop. But anyway, that was 25 years ago, so I'm okay with it now, and I'm still alive.
yeah, right. Good on you. Yeah, it does sound like you like the battle.
Yeah, it's all I got is the battle. I'm not as active as I used to be, but I get around and I do what I can and enjoy what I can.
You want to battle 10 more minutes? Because
Sorry,
I'm
say
still
again?
You want to battle 10 more minutes? Because I'm still interested, right? How it's possible that when I lift something up, that this object then gets loaded with energy, and when I drop it, that this energy is... I'm sorry, but I still don't understand it. The definition of gravity, right? And we all agree maybe gravity is fake. But the definition of gravity is there is a force coming from the inside of the planet.
No, that's not the case anymore.
Independent of you as a person. Okay, gravity functions. And what you are saying is gravity is not real when something falls down, because when I lift it
You're
up...
wrong. Stop right there. You're lying. I never said gravity is not real. I said gravity has never been scientifically proven.
Okay, I agree with that.
Because
It's a
nobody
theory.
ever
It's good.
varied and manipulated gravity to prove what causes gravity. Okay?
I mean, if we start the rocket
now?
if we start the rocket, then we manipulate gravity in a way, I guess. But anyway, I want to go back to the other side of the coin. So that is option B or option A for this world, but option B now is for this world. If some objects fall, so if something is in free fall, it is in free fall because of how do you say?
Because of something caused it to be in free fall.
But not that I lift it up, right? How does that make sense? Because that would mean if you lift up an apple and it's 3 meters in the air, then the apple would be energized, obviously. And that means if I would measure the energy of the apple, like by measuring the volt, then the apple would have more volt in the air than on the floor, no? Obviously, you can prove that you are not energizing something by...
Alexander, can you repeat your last sentence there, because I got disconnected from the room, please, so that I can hear it nice and slow.
Okay, so if you would energize something by lifting it up, right? So if you would give the apple you're lifting up energy, so it can fall down after, that would mean the apple would have in the air more energy stored than on the ground, right? First, would that indicate that there is something like gravity, so energy falls from the bottom? But anyway, on the other side, it means if you would do a volt measurement on the apple, then the apple would have more volt output on 3 meters height than on the floor, and it makes no sense.
I don't follow the last part of that.
You are saying, so if I drop something, right, then you are saying you give that object you drop a force. So that means
Correct.
the force of the drop is created by me as a human while lifting that apple or that object up, right? That would
Correct.
also mean if I lift an object up, I would easily be able to measure the energy values of that object in air. And that means if I lift up an object like an apple, the apple would have a higher volt output on the air than on the floor. It makes no sense. And then how do you explain when I now let the apple go? So is the energy from the lift out up now stored in my hand, or is it stored in
I'm
the apple?
confused. Do you have a device that can measure potential energy? Is that what you're saying? That you can measure potential energy?
I'm saying, obviously, if I drop something, I am not the reason why this apple has force to fall down. It is everything around. Maybe it's density, maybe it's air pressure, maybe it's gravity. I don't know what it is, but it's obviously measurable that it's not me.
Well, hold on. Either you picked it up or the apple tree, for example, grew from the ground, from a seed, and sprouted and grew a trunk and grew branches and leaves and sprouted apples. Okay,
If something falls,
so now you've got an apple that's up there and has been. The apple's been given potential energy from the tree, lifting it up higher.
Please listen to me. I'm listening to this 20 times now. I understand very well what you're saying, okay? You can trust in that, I promise.
Okay, then I'm not following where you're going.
That would mean if I drop the apple, the energy level inside of the apple would change by reaching the floor. That would mean you could easily measure if the energy was actually stored in the apple, which caused the drop down.
No.
No,
Obviously.
I don't think you could do that. I think you could only do it mathematically. I do not think you could do it with any apparatus.
Obviously, because you're saying it's a loaded object. Obviously, you can measurement unloading. Obviously, when you load your phone, you can measure the loading process of energy, and you can measure the unloading process of energy.
But
all you need is a scale to actually measure the energy. Is a scale. And
That makes no sense.
I still don't know where you're going with this. I don't understand what the issue is, and I still have no idea how this is related to whether the Earth is a globe or a flat plane.
I mean, you have talked about that for 1 hour. That was your topic. I was silent. That was your topic for 1 hour, not mine.
It's not making any sense. I don't understand how that relates to flat Earth or a globe. Like, does that prove globe or does that?
How did you come to that idea? Okay, it doesn't care, dude. Let's just change the topic. I'm happy we talked about it.
Alex, if I've understood you correctly, it's almost as if you're trying to edify the concept of gravity being a living thing.
It's almost as you are just making up sentences and combining words. I'm not gonna lie. No, not you, but this discussion.
Okay. Well, it's just because, like, to your question about measuring with a voltmeter or something in the apple, it's not exactly like that because it's a contextual quote unquote store of energy. It's not in the apple itself. Oh, if I take my amp meter or my voltmeter, I'm gonna be able to register, potential energy exerted in volts or something like that. It's not
So
like
the apple has no clue that you took it up 100 feet up above the tree. It has no clue that happened.
Because you are saying by the lifting process it generates energy. So obviously the apple would know that it generated energy.
No.
Yes, of
I
course.
said it creates potential energy. I didn't say it creates energy. It creates potential energy. And if
Please
you lift an
explain
apple up
potential
to
energy then.
100 feet and you drop the apple, it'll have 100 feet of falling energy that it can release.
Please explain potential energy then.
It is the amount of energy that can be released into something that you have caused to happen by
Okay, so
lifting it up to a particular
you are
place.
defining the creation of energy process by the creation of energy process.
No, not
You are
creation.
saying A is A because you are saying
stop.
A
You
is A
can't
because of
create energy. Stop, Alexander. You can't create energy. Okay.
But you're
I
saying
can
with
use,
oh my
Alexander, stop. I can use my energy to lift the apple up 100 feet. And I have transferred my energy into the potential energy of the apple that is now 100 feet above the ground so I can drop it. Okay, but I used energy to get it there. It's not free energy. It came from me.
Everyone understands that, and no one is saying that this in a scientific Star Trek universe could not be the reality. But bro, you're just making that up. No one ever, no scientist, no book, no documents, I mean, literally not a single documentary in my life I have seen where ever has one spoken about that. That makes no sense.
Nah,
no one has
dude,
tested that. Why you don't test it? You can
Alex,
test it if
Alex, if I may, you must be misunderstanding him. This is textbook shit. Okay, in high
It's
school
not.
we're taught this stuff. Yeah. In high school science, okay, we're taught if I take an apple, okay, it weighs, I don't know, a pound, right? I take my arm, I exert whatever X newtons to lift the thing up 1 foot. I exert it an extra X or Y newtons to lift it up 5 feet. That total amount of energy required to actually lift it, not to sustain it in the air, but to lift it, is the total amount of potential energy, quote unquote, stored in that situation. Now, when I drop that apple, it will exert a force equivalent to the amount of energy it took to lift it. Now, we're not saying this energy is now condensed or coalesced into some sort of electrical potential inside the thing that you can measure. It's a context or a situationally aware sort of thing. Okay, it's textbook shit. Okay, it's just there's different terms or more colloquial way of explaining it, but this is basic shit. It's
I
all.
swear,
It's not a
if you send
creation.
me,
It's
listen,
a
if you send me, I
it's a
swear to God,
transference
no.
of energy. Sorry.
If you send me a textbook page screenshot where it says
Oh, dude,
that
15.
that the energy of dropping is created by the lifting force,
I didn't
send
say
you
it's
$10 cash app, brother. I swear to God, I'm
dude,
sending you.
dude.
I'm
Okay,
sending
well,
you.
number one, this is 15 years ago. Okay, so I don't have the textbook. Number
Okay,
two,
but that's not
it's
happening,
not a
dude.
creation. It's not a creation. You don't have to smirk and shit. Okay, this is
Yeah,
it's
it's
not a
funny.
creation. It's a transference. It's
Yeah,
not hard to
okay.
comprehend. That.
You're just
exerting force
exchanging
enough.
valuables. Where do you know that? What calculation says that? What experiment proves it? What experiment tries it to prove? Where do you have that information from? It's not in the science books. I'm telling you, it's not in your school book. 100% not.
Okay, well then the school books must have just simplified it. There, of course, there's air resistance and all this other stuff. You know, the amount of energy it takes to sustain the item in the air based off of how much it weighs. Of course, there's loss, right? But that was the balance. That was the balance sheet, so to speak. That was the equation.
Okay, we can change topic. If you find something, I'm happy to read it. Okay, I'm very happy to get.
So let's put it this way: we can pick up a rock and we can take it up 100 feet. We can do a whole bunch of math and figure out all the energy force that the rock is going to release because we've got mathematics. But the point is, how did the rock get up there in the first place? Who took it there? That's where the energy came from. The potential energy came from because when it was on the ground 100 feet below, it didn't have that energy. It was quite happy with where it was.
Everyone understands that we need something like thrust or lift or whatever to go up. Everyone understands that. Everyone understands
Can
we
we move
need
on then?
energy to
Can we move
accelerate
on?
up.
Can we move on from this? That potential energy can be given to something by
Okay,
lifting
let's just
something
move
up?
on. Let's just move on. Okay, it's good. It's good.
Okay, move on.
It's
Next
good. It's
topic.
good. Peace out.
Well, hello. I'd like to have a conversation if somebody would like to talk.
What do you got to say, Donald?
Oh, I'm just wondering if you guys have ever come across any evidence for the flat Earth.
What kind of evidence? Criminal evidence?
What is that? No, not criminal evidence. No, like I don't know, some sort of measurement. That'd be nice. Can you?
Measurement.
Yeah, can you measure things that exist?
Sure, you could take a tape measure, measure things. Yeah.
Is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
How are you going to measure something that doesn't exist? That would just be weird. Why would you even want to try to do that? Doesn't exist. How are you going to measure it? You don't know how big it's supposed to be if it doesn't exist.
That's my point. It's incoherent to try and measure something that doesn't exist. So if you cannot measure it,
I think you've been here before.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I think I've heard this argument before, and it doesn't go anywhere. I don't know what your point is. Can you tell me what your point is before you move on?
Well, measurements are very important. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, stop there. Can you move on to the bigger picture? What are you trying to explain to us? And without the measurement thing, because I don't know where that's leading. You're going somewhere that I don't think we need to go to.
Well, the measurement is the thing that I'm trying to get to, that how important measurements are.
What measurement to something that doesn't exist is it so important to you? What is that measurement of the thing that doesn't exist? Tell us about it.
I'm saying that it's impossible to do that. You cannot measure something that does not exist. That's
fine. Why would we even try to measure something that doesn't exist? That is just retarded.
I just want you to agree that you cannot do it. That's all.
Fine. So where are we going?
Well, I mean, I can measure the surface of the Earth. So can you, all by yourself. But
okay.
Whenever I measure it, it's never flat. It's never a zero measurement.
Okay.
It's always.
Hold on a sec here. Do you understand that the Earth has a variation of about 7 miles deep to the deepest point in the ocean to about 7 miles high to the highest mountain? So that's a topographical plane that covers about 14 miles from top to bottom. Okay?
That's utterly irrelevant.
Where do you go?
That's utterly irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Well, I have no idea what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that
you're trying to measure something that doesn't exist, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is that doesn't exist that we're trying to measure.
That's not what I said. I said you cannot measure.
You brought it up, not me.
It is I said that.
Why
it's
did you bring it up then?
Because it's a dichotomy. Okay. Either you can or cannot do this thing. I was just making sure that we agreed that you can't.
It's irrelevant. Why are we talking about it? It has nothing to do with the conversation. Bugger off with that topic. Get on to the next topic. Try again, Donald.
You say your words right at my most important part of the sentence. Please let me finish for once. I'm saying that it's impossible to measure something that exists, and I need you to agree with it. That's all.
It's impossible to measure something that does exist or does
not exist. Does not exist.
Okay, we can't measure something that doesn't exist. Okay, fine. Good.
But if we can measure it, it does exist. Correct?
I suppose if you can measure something, you might be able to grab a hold of it and figure out what the hell it is.
Well, I don't have to touch it to measure it. That's irrelevant. But if we can measure it, that means it does exist, right?
Perhaps.
But I don't need a perhaps. This is a true dichotomy. This is a 1 and a 0.
I'm just going to say perhaps because I don't know where you're going with this. It sounds like you're trying to trick me on something, and I'm not into this tonight. I'm kind of pissed off.
Okay, well then I can end the conversation, because if you can't agree with that, I cannot have a rational conversation with you. I
Can't you
apologize.
just say your point? I don't know why you need
That
to
was my
question
point.
me. No, that's a stupid point. You didn't
It's
come here
not.
to question me. You just came here to question
No.
me. 1, 2, 3,
No,
5, and 7. Those are my answers. I'm done.
No, I just came here to have a conversation. I don't care with who. You can
Then
stop
have
talking
a
with me.
conversation. You're not having a conversation. You're trying to
No.
trick me on something, and I don't know what it's about.
That's not what's happening.
Okay, where are you trying to go with this? I'm all ears right now.
Well, when I said that you cannot measure something that does not exist, you said I agree. But when I said if I can measure it, it does exist, you said
Okay,
perhaps.
so we measured it. You gave me a cinder block, and I measured it, and it's about 12 inches by about 8.5 inches.
So is it possible for that cinder block to not exist since you can measure it?
I wouldn't have been able to measure it. Nobody gave it to me.
I don't have to touch it to measure it. So if you can measure it, it does exist. If you cannot measure it, it does not exist. That's a true dichotomy, correct?
The hell? Where the hell? Make your point. I'm done with this.
Is my
Make your
point. This
Yes,
is my
sir.
It's a stupid point. This doesn't make any
That's
sense.
correct. That's correct. We agree. Go on, dude. Shut the fuck up and go
Go
on.
on, man.
No, he said perhaps. I can't continue with
We
perhaps.
agree. Go on now. Go on. If not, then shut up.
Well, unless this guy wants to end the conversation, I can't move on from this.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm done with that crap. Donald, if you want to have a conversation, I'll unmute you, but this is just stupid. I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know what your point is. Yes, something needs to be there for you to measure it. That makes total sense. So something needs to exist in order for it to be measured. Fine. What is your point?
So that is my point. It's a 1 or a 0, and you said a perhaps. I cannot continue with a perhaps. We have to talk about that.
The problem is, listen, the problem is, Donald. The problem is
I just said
people
that it has to exist in order for it to be measured. I just said
Thank you
that,
very much.
Donald.
I appreciate it. All right.
What's your point?
Well, I can measure the surface of the Earth.
Yes, you can, but people don't believe the people who measured the Earth. That's the
Well,
point in here.
I can teach you how to do it. Anybody. I can
I
teach anybody
understand
how
how
to do it.
to do it. Yes.
Okay, I've measured
But I've
the
never
Earth. I've
done it,
measured
you
my
see,
yard.
so.
I know how big my yard is. My
Have you
yard's
done
pretty
it?
big.
The question is not if you know how to do it, have you done it?
I've done it personally.
Okay, then tell us about your results and
Okay,
about how
how
you
do
made the
we
experience or the
measure?
experiment.
How
No,
do
no,
we measure?
let him
How
talk
do we
about his
measure the
experiment.
Earth?
It sounds interesting, no? Give us your experiment you made and your results.
Hey, Alexander, hang on a sec there. Let me take this here. Okay. What are we going to measure? How are we going to measure it?
You can measure the surface of the Earth, and you can use your car.
I'm going to use my car, and I'm going to measure the surface of the Earth. Okay. How am I going to measure this? Go ahead.
So, do you know what an odometer is?
I'm going to mute you if you're going to be a dickhead about this. Of course I
I
do.
don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. What the fuck?
Can you just make your fucking point, man?
I am.
I don't
So
know what it is.
odometers
Explain
are
it, please.
It's being a dick.
Kilometer, okay, we know what it is, obviously. What the fuck are you talking?
So odometers are accurate. So what you can do is you can start at one point on Earth, and you can drive to another point on Earth, and then you can drive from there to a third point, and you can measure the
I've done that
distance.
numerous times. I have a trip odometer too, and I use it a lot when I'm driving
No,
between
let him continue. What the
my
fuck?
home.
We can measure the distance we have traveled. We agree with that one. Go on.
All right. So, when you have those known positions that you measured yourself, you can use math to figure out how big it is and what the angles are. And if those angles
The
add up
angles.
to 100,
What angles? What angles? Hang on. I use when I drive, I use a trip odometer all the time because I have to keep track of my mileage because I can claim it on my taxes. Okay, so I keep track of where I drive, and quite often I will make a 700-kilometer trip. Well, it's about 723 kilometers there and back. I do that about twice a month, and I do another trip in another direction that's about 430, I think it's 433 or 34 kilometers round trip. So how does that prove what? I've done it twice now. Do I need to do it more?
So what you do is you solve the triangle. So if you have 3 points and you know the distances between all 3 points, you can solve the triangle and get the angles. If the angles...
So can you tell me about angles? Are angles, do they use straight lines or do they use curved lines? What are you using?
It depends on the surface. So
we're talking about the Earth. Are you using curved lines or straight lines for your angles?
I figure the angles out with math.
You figure the angles out with math. Are they straight lines or curved lines once again?
If you would allow me, please. So whenever you do this at the distance you're talking about,
straight lines or curved lines, Donald?
Would you allow me, please? So when you do this, you can solve triangles with math, and if you get angles that are 180 degrees, then you're on a flat surface. If you get angles that are not 100 degrees, you're
I've heard
not.
this story before, and I found out why they don't get 180 degrees, and it's because they don't use the same starting point for where they're measuring the degrees from.
No, you can go from the third city straight back to the first city.
You're only going to get 180 degrees, buddy.
Except I've done it, and it was more than 180 degrees.
You did it wrong because you took your measurements. You had more than one spot where you took your angle from. All three angles must be taken from one location.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Yeah, if you don't do it that way, you won't get 180 degrees. You won't get a proper triangle.
That's just incorrect. All you need is
sorry, Donald. That's the way it is. All you get are angles and triangles when you do surveying. And if you take them from one location, you can only get 180 degrees. It's only when you go and add the little mathematics stuff where you go to place it onto a globe that you get the excess. It's the only place it happens is in the math.
I wasn't talking about any kind of theodolite, or I wasn't talking about. You don't need any of that for my measurement. You don't need any of that. All you need to know is the distance between the 3 points, and you can measure that with your car. All you have to do is go from point one to point 2 to point 3 back to point 1.
Okay, so I've done it in my car. I've gone 700 kilometers there and back in that direction. I've gone 434 kilometers and back in that direction, and numerous other places and a lot of short distances within town. What does that prove?
We know how to solve triangles. So whenever we solve the triangle...
Okay, so we've solved triangles. Can you tell me about triangles? Can you tell me about the curved lines on the triangles that you're using?
Yes. No, I don't do that. I just measure the distances and then I solve the triangle.
So it's a triangle that's straight lines, right?
No, it's just angles. It's 3 angles. It doesn't matter. It depends on the surface.
It's angles that uses straight lines. Is that correct?
Why do you guys always argue about this?
No, it's important. Are they straight lines or are they curved?
It depends on the surface that you're on. All geometry depends on the surface.
Okay, we're on the Earth. Are they straight lines or are they curved lines?
They're curved lines, of course.
Okay, then you don't have an angle. You lying bugger. You don't have an angle. You can't get an angle from a curve. You can't get an angle from a curve. If you can put the math for a 45-degree angle from a squiggle into the chat box, that would be great, and we will look at it. And if you can't put the math in there for a 45-degree angle on a squiggle, you can just bugger off, Donald.
Squiggles are not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about with the squiggle stuff. I don't understand.
Holy shit, that's enough of him.
Yeah, so he had a triangle on a flat map. Great.
Yeah, we got to do 3 of them, though. He made that very abundantly clear.
Oh, yeah, like that makes a difference. So a triangle on a flat map is just flat, isn't it?
Yeah, once again, that's all that they seem to have. How's it going, Daz?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you, mate?
Not bad. I'm just about ready for the pillow. It's late here. It's about 12:30 here. It's morning for you guys, I think, though.
It's 5:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, midday. I'm off a bit there.
It's Saturday afternoon here, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm rolling into. It's a Saturday, Friday evening here. Hoping to go do some kayaking tomorrow. I think that's the plan.
No way. That's awesome.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
It's great being so close to the water.
Well, I don't live close to the water. I'm inland, so I'm doing the lake.
I mean, when you're in the kayak, you're physically really close to the water.
Oh yeah. It's amazing. I was saying to my wife there, it's like I belong, you know, in the kayak. It's such a great feeling.
I used to work with this guy, and he would travel a lot. You know, the sort of people, you know, and they go, "Oh, I really want to go and kayak in Siberia," but this dude actually did it, you know, and he just went there, took a kayak, whatever, and yeah, just kayaked down this river in Siberia for a week or something.
Wow, that's fucking crazy.
He didn't see another person. He said he didn't see anyone. It was just this beautiful river and snow and mountains and stuff, and it was just him. And he said he had the best time. It feels awesome.
That's too cool. That would be so great. That'd be wonderful.
So what he would do is that he would just, as soon as he got enough money for a ticket, he would just buy the ticket in advance, sort of thing, you know, and he just forced himself to save. He's like, look, 3 months I'm going, whether I've got money or not, and he just does it. So he used to go everywhere, yeah. He'd come back with these great stories.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that would be just wonderful. Hey, Donald, you're unmuted now. I don't know if you want to try again. I'll let you have another go.
I mean, you guys are just not accepting reality, so I'm not sure if it's
No,
important.
you haven't given us any reality. You've given us just a bunch of crap that doesn't make any sense. If you have something, please present it.
I did in chat right after you muted me. So, curved triangles are a thing. You have to accept that. You can have curved triangles on a surface that is more than 180 degrees, and you can have curved surfaces on a triangle that are less than 180 degrees. You have to. That's just reality, man.
Okay, let's talk about triangles then. Can we get an actual definition for an actual triangle? Do you have that, Donald?
Yes.
Can you tell me a definition for a triangle?
Yes, a geometric object that has 3 angles.
Okay, and what do those angles add up to, and what do each side represent in each angle? What are they?
It depends on the surface that it's on.
No, it's in the name. It's called a triangle. It's there for you. There's no tricks here. The triangle. Can you tell me what the lines are that represent a triangle?
It depends on the surface it's on, man. I've been trying to get you to accept.
No, it doesn't. No.
It
No. You're trying to
does.
make something else. A
I'm not
triangle is
doing it.
made up of 3 straight lines.
No, it's not.
Three straight lines that total 180 degrees. That is a
No,
triangle.
that's only on a flat surface. You have to accept that you can put a triangle on different surfaces. That's
And it's
just
not a
the reality.
triangle. It's not a
just
triangle then. A triangle are 3 straight lines.
angles, just angles.
3 straight
Triangle.
lines is
No,
a triangle, Donald. 3
this
straight
is
lines.
this is
If
a
it's something else, you need to put into the chat right now. I want you to do the math for a 45-degree angle on a squiggle.
that
Can you do the math for that,
what
showing
we're
that it's
talking about
45
here.
degrees on a squiggle? It's just a squiggle. It's no big deal. It's just a squiggle.
That's
And there's
not,
a 45-degree line on it. Can you do the math for it, Donald?
That's not what we're talking about. So do you see the thing in chat right now? I mean, it was put there at 2:36 on my time.
That's
I don't
not
know
a
about
triangle, Donald.
Those are
That's not a
absolutely
triangle.
triangles.
It's not
Do
a
you see the
triangle. A
3
triangle is 3
angles?
straight
Do you
lines. Where's
see?
the 3 straight lines on that?
You don't need straight lines for a
Then
triangle. The
it's not a
triangle has
triangle,
oh my
Donald.
god.
You've
The
been
triangle has
duped. You've been
nothing.
duped by the people. The people
Triangle
have
has
got to you,
nothing to
Donald. A triangle is 3 straight lines that total 180
are
degrees. That is a
wrong.
triangle.
That is only on a flat surface. That is only on a flat surface. You can put a
So, are
triangle
you
on
telling me that a
different surfaces.
triangle is a 3-dimensional object? Are you telling
No,
me
the
that?
surface. No,
Are
the
you
surface of
telling me that a triangle is a
no,
3-dimensional object?
no. The surface of a 3-dimensional object is 2 dimensions. So it is still on a 2-dimension. It is still in 2 dimensions.
So, how do you have curved lines on there? Why is there curved lines on there? Where did they come from?
The
You went from point
surface.
A to point B to point C and back to point A. How did you get curved lines?
The surface is curved.
You made the shit up, is what you did. It's not real. You got
That's
3 straight lines. That's all you have.
What is that?
That's a triangle.
No,
3
that
straight
is not.
lines. Totals
But
180
where?
degrees. The rest of
What?
it is
Oh,
pseudoscience.
okay.
It's a bunch of BS, Donald.
Dude, you have to accept that there are curved objects in the universe. Do you accept that there are any curved
Have you ever
objects
been
in
to
the
one?
universe at all?
We don't get to see curved objects in the universe.
Have
They're
you
too
ever
far
held a
away.
rock?
You can only
Have you
see
ever held a
3-dimensional
marble?
objects up to about 18
Sir.
feet away with your
Sir.
vision. You can't see 3-dimensional objects beyond that. Nobody can. Nobody ever has. You never will. So all the shit you see in the sky is only 2-dimensional,
I'm not
and
talking about
that's
the
it.
sky. Dude, Plum Bob, that's your name, right?
You're talking about other shit out there.
No, I'm talking about a marble in your hand. Have you ever held a marble in your hand?
A marble.
Yes,
A
have you ever
marble.
held a marble?
A marble's
A
round.
marble.
Okay. A marble
Okay,
is
that's it.
spherical.
It's curved, right? It's curved, right?
Yeah, but there's no triangles on it.
What is this in chat right here? Imagine that's a marble.
Yeah,
and
that's
put 3
BS.
points
That's not
on
a
it.
triangle. That is not a
It
triangle. That is
is.
not the
What
definition
part
of
of
a triangle.
angle?
The definition of a triangle
What
is
part?
3 straight lines with the totaling
It
of
is
180
not.
degrees. You're
That is on
dealing
a
in
flat.
pseudoscience,
Dude,
Donald.
no, you are lying. You are just lying. You're not accepting reality. So you have to accept that there are curved objects in the universe, and we can put 3 points on it, and
Hey,
that
what
makes
are these curved objects in the universe? I need to know what these curved objects are in the universe that we can draw squiggly line triangles on.
not
What are they,
squiggly.
Donald?
Do you see any squiggles on that thing in chat? We're not talking
Donald,
about
they
squiggly
are
lines here.
curved lines. They are not straight lines that represent a triangle.
It is irrelevant. You need to accept
It's
that curved.
totally relevant.
You need to accept that curved objects can have triangles on them. All you have to do is take a marble and a marker and put 3 points on a marble, and you have a fucking triangle, dude.
No, you've got 3 points on a marble. You don't have a
You
triangle. A triangle is
have
3
angles.
straight
Each point
lines.
has an angle. Each point has an
You need,
angle. All you need is
holy
an
crap,
angle
Donald.
for a
A triangle
triangle.
is 3 straight lines that adds up
No,
to
a triangle's
180
3
degrees.
angles. 3 angles. It's right there in the name, buddy. 3 angles.
It's called spherical geometry.
Yeah, and it's all a bunch of BS because it's only in the math. It doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, unfortunately, Donald here is conflating the term triangle as a category of geometric objects, right? If you have something in three-dimensional space or four-dimensional space, which exists mathematically but not in reality, and you make those between points across all these spaces, right? In basic Euclidean geometry, it wouldn't add up to 180 degrees, right? Which is the colloquial sense of the term a triangle, which is what Tom Bob is referring to. Everyone uses triangles as two-dimensional objects, right?
And Donald's not listening to any of this. He's put his fingers in his ears and he's missed all of that rebuttal. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's fine. But for the room there, it's unfortunate.
The driving your car thing, that wasn't a very good analogy.
What was that, Rainey? Rennie or Rennie? Is it Rennie?
Renee.
Renee. Hello, Renee. How you doing?
I was just saying that the driving analogy that wasn't very well chosen.
Where can I ask a silly question, maybe to you? So if I get to the end of the flat Earth, do I like respawn at the other side? How does this work?
No, that's just dumb. That's dumb. No, that doesn't happen. Hang on a sec,
trying to
Chris.
figure
We'll get Christ is King. Get back to you in just a sec. I just want to continue on here with Renee for a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah, I was just curious.
That's okay. We'll bring you in here in a sec. Just hang in there for a sec. Renee, can you just reposition your statement again there?
I simply stated that his driving analogy wasn't a very good one.
Okay, very good.
Because all that is that's just that's for all intents and purposes that's just a flat surface.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, okay, Christ, do you want to take a go at it? What do you got there?
He left.
Oh boy, that was fast.
Yeah, it was a troll there. And to that point about the driving analogy, I mean, at that point, it's redundant to invoke the whole driving element to it. It gives an air of, you being involved in the quote unquote experiment or the observation, right? Because, I'm doing my car driving thing and, I have direct measurement, quote unquote, of what's going on. But number one, you're driving over hills and valleys, which are up and down, and your odometer measures total distance driven, not a linear velocity, right? At this point A to point B, straight line, right? So it's irrelevant. You just use a map at that point. It's like, why get yourself involved in it in the car? Because you're just screwing the whole thing up.
That's just nonsense. You can do it in your car just fine. You can do it in your backyard. There's many ways of doing it. I was just bringing up a one that I hadn't thought of before. But no, if you trust your odometer, then this is an easy thing to do.
Hang on. So it was more of a thought experiment than it was a real practically demonstrated event?
Well, I mean, I've done a trip with three points. I could do the math on them. It's no problem. But I'd have to use a map now because I didn't actually.
That's fine. If you can do the work and retroactively kind of like, figure out what you've done already, but the point still stands, right? If you're going over hills and valleys, right, you're not getting a point A to point B straight line distance, right? Just purely lateral. Your odometer is measuring all the distance traveled, right? So that screws up the distance metric, right?
Well, no,
so that
you can do it.
That can inflate, one of the lines that you draw out. If I go up and down, like if I go up and down in a sinusoidal wave, right, from point A to point B, it measures like I traveled 10 units of distance when in fact, point A to point B is just 4. You know what I mean?
You can do it in an area that is level. It's very easy. There's the Great Plains of the United States. I live near there. There is very, very flat. There's also Utah. Utah is very, very flat a lot.
So here's the thing, Donald. In this room, okay, the tendency that I hear is that it is asked for that people bring in things that they actually have done and demonstrated, and present it to the room, right? Because it's one thing to go into theoretics and just contemplate hypotheticals. Oh, if we do this, if we do that, we'll get this and that. Okay, cool. Where has it been done? Who's done it? What was their methodology, et cetera, et cetera? These are the types of questions that are asked.
The thing is that I've tried to do that in the past, and it wasn't accepted. So I was trying something I hadn't thought of before, and it's also not accepted. So I don't know. You guys don't accept that. The person I was talking to before doesn't even accept reality. So I don't know how to talk to someone who won't accept reality.
Here's the thing. Unfortunately, you were deafened right after I chimed in. Unfortunately, you're conflating. You're using the term triangle, okay, in a sense that is unfortunately a bit of a misrepresentation. Because I'll tell you why. In your discussion, you're using the term triangle as a category of geometric objects. Okay,
yes, that's what it is.
Not traditionally. Okay, so
yes,
this is where
traditionally since they were getting incepted.
Chill.
Well, I mean, you're wrong already, but go ahead.
Dude, chill. What I mean tradition, I don't mean. Can you shut up for a second, fuck? Okay. When I say traditionally, I don't mean in higher level learning and stuff like that. I understand that. Okay, there's 3D shapes, there's 4D shapes. Okay, it's all mathematical and all that. You can get normals and orthogonal measurements and shit like that from all sorts of abstract objects. Okay, and then you can define angles and shit between all these things, and that's all fine and dandy. Okay, but these are higher abstract geometric objects. Well, the term triangle used in this room is traditionally just plain old fucking kindergarten level triangles. Okay, it's 2 dimensions. Okay, so instead of using the term, instead of using the term triangle as a category, okay, boil it down to something that is at least conventional.
Well, that is the misrepresentation. So you are misrepresenting what a triangle is. Because since their inception, we have understood that triangles can be on a curved object. Since their inception.
I'm not saying they can't. A traditional triangle is 180 degree.
Only on a flat surface. It is subject to the surface being flat.
Of course, it's subject to the dimensions. I get that.
Okay, so on a curved surface, we can put a triangle.
But it's not a triangle in the triangle sense.
It is a spherical triangle, or it is a convex triangle.
Thank you.
They're still triangles.
Dude, shut your fucking mouth. Okay, don't yell at me, SC.
Well, he's right.
They
are still triangles.
They're under the category of triangles. Absolutely.
Yes, they're triangles.
Hang on, but you're prefixing it with spherical or curved or three-dimensional or whatever.
So
Notice
what?
the
No, not 3 dimensions. Not 3 dimensions.
well, for
Triangles
whatever
are
the
2
other.
dimensions.
I'm sorry, whatever the other term was. It was either convex or something like that.
Convex.
Thank you. You're prefixing the term to give it specificity.
Yes, because it's a huge category of triangles. Triangles have a huge category. You have to be specific.
And I appreciate the specificity. Okay, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because when you don't specify it, okay,
But I did. I said at the very beginning. I said non-Euclidean. At the very beginning, I said non-Euclidean.
I didn't hear that. And I don't think if you did, okay, I don't think the room heard it. I didn't hear that. Okay.
Well,
but
I mean, I did say it.
Well, if you did, then I'll give you that. But here's the thing: if you don't specify it, which you say you did, which is fine. In other contexts, when you're using the term triangle, plain point blank, brass tacks, it's interpreted as a two-dimensional shape, and this is where
all triangles are 2 dimensions. Even spherical triangles.
They have two-dimensional surface areas. I get that. But when it's spanned out over other dimensions, like a third dimension in this case, of course it is.
The surface.
Thank you. I know that's what I understand. The surface is, but the entire object itself spans multiple dimensions, and this is where it gets
utterly irrelevant.
No, it is relevant. It is relevant because if you don't,
how is it
relevant?
relevant?
Because if you don't specify that that's the space that it's actually occupying, okay, then you get this weird conflation of if it's a two-dimensional triangle or a two-dimensional triangle.
Triangles. Show me a three-dimensional triangle, please. Show me a three-dimensional triangle, please.
Hang on, dude. What I mean by three-dimensional triangle is the curved triangle that you're talking about. The surface is measured in 2 dimensions, right? Yes. It's a square area, yes. But the points
and so is the triangle on the surface. So is the triangle on the surface. It's 2 dimensions.
But the points are spread across 3 dimensions. They're
the surface is 2 dimensions. The surface is 2 dimensions.
I get that. But here's my point. Okay, the reason why I think there was contention before is that this type of specificity didn't come up in conversation.
I specified at the beginning. I said it. This is non-Euclidean. I said that at the very beginning. Non-Euclidean.
Like I said, it was probably not heard. I didn't hear it.
I said it over and over and over and over. The guy kept asking me, and I kept answering over and over and over.
Chill, dude. Okay. The reason why I'm harping on this is because by definition, okay, a triangle, as everyone knows it, okay, is all angles add up to 180 degrees and are made up of straight. Now listen. Now, if you have
only on a flat surface.
Chill. Of course.
You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Dude, why are you telling me you're misrepresenting what I said?
Dude, I heard the conversation, dude.
I'm sure being ignored.
Other people can hear this too and can probably vouch for it. In the conversation,
I said curved many times.
I know, and by definition,
could I possibly interject for a moment?
Hang on.
Donald, I'm going to share something for you. Share something with you in side chat.
Yeah, let me
I'd
finish
like to have you have a look at it. Look at the triangulation section.
Yeah, let me finish the thought. Okay. In the conversation, okay, there was a statement made of this is not a triangle, point blank, right? But it's an object that falls under a higher abstract geometric category of triangles.
All triangles are abstract. All triangles are abstract. That makes no sense.
I said higher level abstract.
It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Yes, it does. Because unless you have...
There you go, Donald. Inside chat. That's just for you. Look at this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll save it and I'll check it out.
Triangulation.
Unless you prefix the term triangle or object X, whatever, over other spaces.
I did over and over and over and over. I did over and over and over.
Yes, and this is why. Okay, and when it became clear that this is not an ordinary triangle, the statement that this is not a triangle holds true. Because
it's still a triangle.
Dude, it's a curved triangle. This is what I was saying.
It's still a triangle.
But this is the point. This is where the confusion came in between the traditional colloquial term of the triangle of just a 2D flat plane span. Okay,
that's only on a flat
over. I know, but this is why the contention came up, because by definition, a triangle, as we all know it, is just a two-dimensional thing, unless you prefix it.
All triangles are two-dimensional. Oh my god!
Not in spherical
Yes, even in spherical geometry, there's still 2 dimensions.
Dude, spherical triangles, yes, they have two-dimensional surface.
Only 2 dimensions. All triangles are 2-dimensional.
Dude, I get. Can you calm your fucking balls?
You're just fucking lying.
Dude, I'm not lying. You're squealing like a fucking 6-year-old. See. Okay, listen to me.
You say the same thing over and over and over and over, and it's always wrong.
Because it doesn't seem to get through your fucking thick skull.
Well,
okay?
You're wrong.
We understand. Wrong. No, listen. The points have X, Y, and Z, okay, coordinates. The surface area is measured in square units. We get that. I get that. The point in contention is the coordinate system. Dude, do you hear what I'm fucking saying?
Yes.
Apparently not. The points are 3-dimensional coordinates.
They're not.
Yes, on your sphere.
It's a 2-dimensional surface.
The surface
Why do you not understand?
I told you. I get it. The surface is measured in square units. It's 2-dimensional. I get that.
Those are triangles. All triangles.
Dude, the points, the surface area, I get that. That's not the argument. The argument came from the fact that it's no longer a traditional triangle because it has 3 coordinates. 3-dimensional coordinates.
All triangles have 3 coordinates. All triangles have 3 points. I don't understand what you're saying.
Dude, I said 3-dimensional coordinates.
No, all triangles are 2-dimensional.
Oh my god. Can anybody else hear what the problem with this is?
You don't understand triangles.
Dude,
do you potentially have a triangle that's 3 dimensions?
No, you cannot. That's called a pyramid.
Well, can you have a triangle that exists on the X and Y axis for the 2 points, but on the Z axis for the 3rd point?
A triangle on a sphere is 3-dimensional by default. Okay.
The surface is 2 dimensions. The surface is 2 dimensions.
The surface.
Can you answer my question?
The surface.
I didn't. Which question? I thought I answered it. Which question?
The X, Y, and then Z coordinate question about a triangle.
It can only exist in 2 dimensions. That's an X and a Y.
If I shift a triangle by 180 degrees, or not 180, 90 degrees, that triangle will exist onto a Z dimension, would it not?
No, it's only in 2 dimensions.
I feel like you're not understanding my concept. If you have a point on 1, 1, and then you have a point on 0, 1, and then you have the 3rd point of the triangle on, say, 0, 0, 1, that is 3 points of a triangle that exists in a 3-dimension plane.
This plane, we're not talking about planes. We're talking about curved triangles here. I was very specific about that.
Yes, sir. Your comment about that last example, that just renders one of the axes redundant. I hear your point, but more specifically, the thing that Donald brought up is if you have a sphere and you plaster on a shape that has 3 angles, okay, that thing, those coordinates, the tips of the shape, okay, each of them occupied non-zero coordinates in 3D space. So you have like X, Y, Z, 4, 3, 1, and then -2, whatever the fuck, right? and then the surface it curves. Okay, so the claim is that this falls under the category of a higher abstract geometric shape of category of what people are calling triangles, and that term, okay, to define the category, is being conflated or misconstrued with the traditional term, just a two-dimensional shape triangle that all adds up to 180 degrees. So when the claim
Yes.
comes in here, like, oh well, 3 to 3, we have a triangle that's greater than 180 degrees. That's more than just a triangle. That is a curved triangle. This is why you have to prefix it with all these different terms. I know you did, and this is why when it was said this is not a triangle, that is a correct statement, and this is where the argument came up. It's like, yes, it is, but it adds up. Well, it's not a traditional triangle.
Traditional is irrelevant. It's still a triangle, even if it's on a curved surface. It's still a triangle.
But this is why in your from your line of argumentation, you're speaking about the category of triangles, higher abstract, or lower abstract baseline versus traditional. It is, but it was relevant before, and this is why the argument came up.
I made sure to specify that I was talking about curved objects over and over and over.
I know.
And I wasn't even talking about the surface of the Earth at most of it. I was just talking about curved objects in the universe existing. A marble. I was talking about a freaking marble.
That's fine. That's fine. I know you. I know I see your line of thinking, and I was following it, right? But unfortunately, you were trying to pigeonhole the argument to be like, oh, well, the Earth is a sphere because this is what we do. I mean, there's
I was trying to.
Whole swath. There's a whole swath of other parts of the argument that need to be validated, like the actual experimentation and all that to prove it to be so. Minus the odometer stuff and skid and loss and hills and valleys and all that to actually come up with valid data points.
Well,
but that's the point.
We can correct for all of that, and we can make sure that we have as level a surface as possible. And you don't need a whole lot of distance to do this. You need like 70 miles. 1 degree is fine.
So here's the thing. Here's your homework. You go do that, and then we can talk about it. Otherwise, it's all theoretical.
I've used other ways to measure the surface, but this is not theoretical. People do this all the time. I mean, it's very easy.
Okay.
And you can do it yourself. You can do it yourself, and it's very easy.
So here's what I would put forth. Whoever has done it or has the data points and it's done all the numbers, bring it to the room and show it to the room.
Oh my God. That's utterly irrelevant. You can do it yourself. You don't need people to bring numbers. You can just go for a drive.
I mean, because here's the thing. I get that. I drive. I'm not stupid. I know that. But here's the problem. There's other things that people have also done that are brought into the room that claim the opposite about all sorts of other
just go do it yourself. I mean, do your own research. That's what everybody in this room says all the time.
Exactly. And this is why the room is available, I think, because people have done their own stuff. Granted, a lot of people don't. They come in and make claims on behalf of others. Right? And this is
that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. And this is what so that's fine, right?
Science doesn't care who presents the science. The science is the same no matter who presents it.
Well, first of all, this is not actually really science. This is geometry, right? Just over a larger span.
Other stuff.
But you hear my point. That's fine. But you hear my point, right? So this is what this room is for. So
instead of sitting here talking about it, why don't you just go for a drive?
Dude, I've gone for a drive. I just don't take the measurements.
Why not?
Because I have other shit to do, and there's other things that have come in here that have been brought in here that are.
So you're too busy you're too busy to just press the trip odometer in your car twice?
Dude, first of all, I don't drive far enough distances to actually make this at all relevant.
You can do it in 10 miles. You can do it in 10 miles.
No, you can't, dude. Not in city driving. Dude, in city, you can't rely on that. Don't be silly. You cannot rely on that.
City driving is actually perfect. You can actually, because
not where I live. Not where I live. There's hills and valleys and shit all over the place. You
Okay,
cannot
well then,
rely on that.
okay, well then choose a place that you can be flat in. That's all you have to do.
Well, that's all I have to do. So how about this? How about you bring someone who actually has done it, and
Oh
we'll
my
screw them.
god.
You
Holy
can
crap, just go do it yourself.
dude, you can, okay. So you can squeal all you want like a fucking pig, but you know
This
you
is
do
something you can
you, man.
easily just do yourself. You guys want evidence? That's evidence. Just do it yourself.
So bring it. Other people have brought other stuff,
God,
and we're looking at it.
okay.
Just do it, man.
Wow, I'm gonna go take a break because this is very silly, the things that are happening here. So I'm gonna go take a break.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've had it.
This conversation's quite ironic because we tell Globers all the time to do their own tests and they never actually do.
Well, apparently this guy has. And he has some numbers.
No, he hasn't. He's just lying about it.
Yeah. Apparently he's been in here before and all that.
Yeah, I know Donald. He's a well-known person in here.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how much of that you heard there, but the guy apparently, you know, knows that we live on a sphere supposedly because you can drive, you know, distance from point A to point B, point C, and back to point A, and you'll get, quote unquote, a triangle that has a great 180 degree.
Sure. I mean, if he says so.
Well, that's the thing, right? So we went down the line of it's not a traditional triangle, so don't call it a triangle. Maybe it's under the category. It exists in the of what people might call triangles in the higher abstract sort of sense, right? With, you know, 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional geometric objects. You can call those triangles, but they're not triangles as everyone speaks of them, right? So you have to prefix it with specialized terms. And then when someone comes in here and says, that's not a triangle, they're technically correct. You know, it's a spherical triangle, so it has different rules, you know. Anyway.
So, if I can do that over 10 miles, can I do it over 10 feet?
You would think. Maybe ask Donald, you know.
Is there like a distance at which this becomes true?
Ask him, man.
Just sounds like bullshit. Just another one of these dumb claims that they make and expect you to just accept.
Yeah. Apparently he did it, though, but he didn't show the numbers. He just showed the abstraction, right? He posted like a wiki link or something to a triangle over a sphere. Quote-unquote triangle.
Yep.
You know, and I get that. You know, it's a higher order, you know, geometric object that people colloquially call a triangle just for simplicity, but it, you know, not exactly a triangle as we all know it and are arguing about based off of. So fun.
I mean, even if he had presented himself measurements that he took himself, there would still be need for replication and verification, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't really see that the whole dismissing the point that is being made or the argument that is being made on the basis that he didn't do it himself in the first place, because even if he did it himself, he would still have to double check what he did and see if you get the same results or if there was something going on that makes those results invalid.
Yeah, but I don't believe that he did it in the first place, so that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's inconsequential, because even if he did it,
no, it isn't. It isn't inconsequential, because if someone claims to have done something once, then that one is greater than 0, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, no. Okay, so if I say to you, I can bench press 500 kilos, and then I say, yeah, I've done it once, then you would say, oh, well, can you do it twice? Sure, but could I even do it once? Because 2 is greater than 1 and 1 is greater than 0, correct? The more you do something, the more validated it is.
Okay, you seem to be missing my point.
No, I'm not missing your point.
Well, according to your analogy, you do. What do you think my point is?
You think that if it does something once, it needs to be validated again anyway. I'm telling you, I think he's lying about the first one.
Oh, yeah. No, what I was pointing out is that I think if he had done something or not, doesn't matter because you wouldn't trust his results in the first place. So you would have to do it yourself. You would have to validate it yourself, or you would have to find a source that you trust to validate it in the first place.
You just said that. You're either not listening or you're not understanding, and I don't really care which is.
So if he did it or not does not matter, because even
Yes, it does.
1 is greater than 0. Sure, if he did it once or multiple times, it's inconsequential because you treat it as if it's 0 anyway.
Dude, this is why you get muted and banned, because you get told something and then you just don't listen, and then you just repeat the same thing you said, and then someone says to you the same thing they said, and then you just end up saying the same thing over and over because you're not listening, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah, dude, the whole point of this room is
I'm
to actually
taking that feedback too hard. Thank you.
I mean, think about it, right? In theory, the whole point of this room is to look over stuff. In here, they've made claims. They're supposed to bring evidence so the room can look at it, scrutinize it, ask questions. Maybe be inspired by it and take it upon themselves to try and duplicate it. But it all starts with the first bit, right? So it's a little bit unfair to say, oh, you just won't believe it anyway. It's like, well, look at it. It's like that's right. Like, we'll look at it. We'll ask if there's something fishy. Well, okay, maybe it's discarded, but it's certainly open. The door's open.
That's not my experience.
What's your experience?
My experience is that any reasoning that has the potential that people within this community will have to look at their core truths again and reevaluate them will get interrupted before that reasoning is completely laid out and will be getting derailed. You won't be able to talk about it. That's my experience.
I think it's a little bit.
I have noticed the same thing. They interrupt at the most important words of the entire sentence.
I mean, I'm not saying that this is inherent or anything. I'm just saying this is my experience.
My heart bleeds for you, both of you.
I hope it doesn't.
I don't care. I'm trying to teach you guys like 4th grade math, and you won't let me. So it's your problem,
What's
not
the most
mine.
important word? You're trying to gaslight people, and it's cringe as fuck.
Oh, I don't do that. I'm sorry. That's real. That's demonstrably wrong. That is demonstrably wrong.
Donald, that's not what happened, man. You don't have to try and aggrandize yourself. Okay, that's not at all what happened. I heard the entire conversation with Plum Bob. I tried to go over it with you and find middle ground and quote unquote arbitrate or arbiter the situation or mediate, if you will, and try and explain what I saw happen. Okay, as to why there was some friction, and you're basically calling me an idiot. So fuck you too.
I'm just no. I didn't call you an idiot. I just said that that's not what happened. I was very clear about what I was saying, and I did the thing. I did the thing that you told me over and over I didn't do. I did it over and over and over.
By what? Specifying that it's a higher order triangle, and then when someone says it's not a
curve. By specifying that we were talking about a curve. By specifying that we were talking about a curved surface. I did that many times.
I agreed with that. Okay. Earlier you made the claim that you said it was a non-Euclidean. You didn't use those terms. That's why I said no.
I did use non-Euclidean. I did. That was the first thing I called it.
I didn't hear that part. Okay, but by inference, you are right.
Did. I was here.
Okay, I missed that.
Thank you.
But when you did,
I appreciate
when
it.
you use, that's cool. I must have missed it. But when you use the term curved triangle, that's what you're inferring, and I'll grant you that. Okay. But when someone says that's not a triangle, okay, and saying it from the point of that's not a traditional triangle, because that's the customary when people talk about triangles, they're technically correct.
On a flat surface. On a flat surface.
Yeah. They're just talking about two-dimensional triangles, right? Now,
Well,
if the
curved
argument
triangles
was
are two-dimensional too. You guys really need to understand that.
dude, come on,
They're
I
not.
keep telling you. I kept specifying this. They're two-dimensional surface areas, but the coordinates are 3 or 4 or 5 when you get into higher abstractions. Those are
That's not the
technically
triangle. The coordinates are not the triangle.
But the
The
coordinates
surface of a globe is 3-dimensional, bro.
Yeah, but the surface is two-dimensional.
That's understood, but the reason why this matters is because the properties change, right? You're
Yes,
talking
they do.
about exactly, yeah, and that's why specificity matters. Okay, so that's all
I
I'm saying.
was specific. I was very specific. I said
And-
non-Euclidean,
yeah.
curved surface, marble. These are all words that I used during the the conversation.
I got all, and that's all. And that's all fine. That's all fine. The point of where it was needless, okay, was when someone was saying, either it was I or Plumbo. Somebody pointed out that's not a triangle, okay,
It is.
and the rebuttal was yes, it is.
It's non-Euclidean triangle.
Exactly. It's
I
a
said that in
non-Euclidean.
the beginning.
I understand. I'm just highlighting the situation, right? I get
And
your
I
point.
said it over and over and over throughout the conversation. Over and over and over.
I understand that. Okay, I heard that.
Then why are you telling me I didn't do something I did do?
No. No, I heard you. I heard you say it's a curved triangle or whatever, but all I'm saying is when someone says that's not a triangle and they mean it's not a traditional triangle, they're correct. And you have to grant them that. And this is where the friction was, because you're taking the statement that that's not a triangle as being this object doesn't fall into the category of any triangle across any dimensional.
My dude, you seriously need to clean your record. It's skipping an awful lot.
Okay, but I didn't. I didn't do that. What happened was they said the only thing that can be a triangle is something with straight lines. That's what they said, and I said that was incorrect because there is non-Euclidean triangles.
In a traditional, exactly, but in a traditional sense, a triangle is a triangle is a triangle.
Yes, and a non-Euclidean triangle is still a triangle.
Colloquially speaking, this is what
I don't care about. I don't care about colloquial.
But this is. I know. There's higher orders of thinking into all this. I'm just saying.
It's not true.
In the conversation,
that's utterly irrelevant.
Well, it's relevant because when you're speaking to people, okay, who have a frame of reference that is different from yours, the terminology and the definitions need to be specific. That's all.
I was very specific.
I'm not criticizing you.
I was extremely specific.
I'm not. Dude, chill out. I'm not criticizing you on this.
You are. You're telling me I didn't do something I did over and over and over.
Hang on. No, I grant you that you use the proper terminology.
Over and over and over and over, and you're telling me I did not. You're telling me I was not specific when I was absolutely very specific.
I know you used the terminology, okay, that you used. One of them I missed, okay, but the rest was clear. I'm talking about in the conversation, the way the dialogue went. It's like you guys were talking past each other.
Yes, because he would not let me finish thoughts. He would not let me finish thoughts, so we were talking past each other.
Yeah,
he's allowed to have he's allowed to talk during the conversation. I find it quite interesting how Donald will literally come in and pretend like he's teaching people 4th grade maths, but then
that's
also
what geometry is. Geometry
but also then,
math.
isn't it ironic that you interrupted me after complaining about being interrupted? Why don't you wait till I'm done? So
my apologies.
You come in here and you act like you're teaching people 4th grade maths, but literally all he's talking about is saying you need to be specific, and he's not talking about you, it's the royal you, right? You, as in a group of people, needs to be specific and agree terms in order to have a conversation. And you take that personally. You, Donald, take that personally after, yeah, you are, you're acting like it, after you've told the entire room that they're idiots because they don't understand 4th grade maths.
Never
Why
said
don't you
that,
just
ever.
stop personalizing the conversation? It's getting really dumb.
Donald,
Why
there's
do
no such thing as a
you guys keep
non-Euclidean.
telling me I'm doing something I didn't
There's
do?
no such thing as a non-Euclidean triangle.
That's garbage. I can post it.
No, there's no such thing as triangles on a sphere, on surface.
That's just wrong. There's one posted earlier. I can post it.
It's not a triangle, bro. I'm sorry to tell you, triangles have to be flat.
That's
triangles
not
have
true.
to have straight lines.
That's just not true.
That is true. Look up the definition of a triangle. Maybe
have you ever looked up the definition?
Maybe, hold up. Maybe we should like come up with a different category of words for these shapes that you now put on the surface of a sphere.
We did. They're
like
called non-Euclidean.
Maybe like triangle curve. How about triangle curve?
No.
It's a triangle curve. That's what it is. It's not a triangle.
No.
It's a triangle curve.
No, it's a triangle.
No, it's a triangle curve.
Oh my goodness! It's a non-Euclidean triangle. I can post it. It is. I can post it.
It said it somewhere. It doesn't make it true.
What?
I'm disagreeing with it. Okay.
Well, I'm about to post it.
Triangles in every dictionary, from hundreds and hundreds of years, have been flat, three-sided shapes. That's
Here's the definition of a non-Euclidean triangle.
The word triangle. Come up with a new word. I came up with the word.
I did.
Triangle curve. Triangle curve. It's better.
I did.
You didn't come up with non-Euclidean triangle.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Is non-Euclidean
Yeah, but you didn't come up with
triangle.
that. You didn't come up with that.
It doesn't matter. You didn't come up with triangles.
No, it doesn't count because it's not.
It does.
True.
I have access to all human knowledge.
Euclidean. All of them are flat. You can't come up with a non-Euclidean one.
I just posted it. It's right there. Look in chat. Just look in chat.
I don't care if there's a citation of someone saying it. It's not true.
No, it's just a picture. Just look at the picture.
Yeah, percentage. I don't know if you
did.
I don't know how much.
There's the definition below it, and the picture above it. Right now.
Percentage.
I just posted
percentage. Check this out. Right. The argument earlier was about exactly this. Okay. In the traditional sense, when we talk about triangles, we're talking about the flat. I know you. I know
it's only the traditional sense. And Donald, these are not non-Euclidean triangles. They're non-Euclidean triangle.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are.
They're triangle curves, bro. Okay,
they are non-Euclidean triangles. I got the definition directly. Read the definition. Non-Euclidean triangle is a triangle drawn on a curved surface.
Exactly.
That's the definition.
Yeah, a triangle drawn on a curved surface is a triangle curve, not a triangle.
No, it's a triangle because angles are three angles. Triangle. It has nothing to do with the line. Sir, you are wrong.
Are the sides straight or are they curved?
Sir, you have to understand.
Are the three sides of this triangle straight or curved?
It doesn't matter. It's the angles that matter on a triangle.
Because triangles have straight lines.
Are you going to?
Sides, and triangle curves have curved sides.
Are you going to engage in conversation? Because you're not letting me speak.
I'm correcting you.
But I'm trying to tell you that you are wrong, and I can demonstrate it because
you're trying to tell me that you guys have hijacked the word triangle to fit your.
No, this is thousands of years old, buddy. This is ancient. Yeah, ancient Greece came up with this. Euclid. That is an ancient Greek mathematician.
Wait, Euclid came up with a non-Euclidean triangle?
He came up with both.
Okay, citation.
Citation is Euclid.
Give me the citation of Euclid's text saying that this is a non-Euclidean triangle, and he points to a triangle curve with curved side.
I don't remember.
Yeah, just give the citation, man. It'll help. But the point is, the conflation is happening between what people are now dubbing the term triangle to be a category of geometric objects of any magnitude, or not magnitude, of any order, 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, all these crazy mathematical concepts.
Only 2 dimensions.
Dude, shut up.
2 dimensions on the sphere, bro. The surface of the sphere is 3-dimensional.
I know, Donald, I'm talking about the coordinate system. that the points exist in. Okay,
I'm not talking about that. You have to understand you're conflating now.
No, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it is important. Okay, if you have a 4-dimensional object, you can graph out mathematically a 2-dimensional,
like a tesseract.
Yeah, all this crazy shit.
It's a 3-dimension. You can only go down 1 dimension. You can only go down 1 dimension.
To get
right?
to get yeah, but then you can go down again on a surface of that.
But you're not going down from a tesseract anymore. You're going down from a cube.
I know, but it's you're taking derivatives and you're just going down the chain. I know there's steps, but my point is the process would end up with a two-dimensional surface, okay, but derived from any ordered shape.
Euclid.
Okay, I get that the surface area is what's important, is what we're talking about here. Okay, but the coordinates are the starting point. That's what I'm talking about.
No, we don't care about. I don't care about the coordinates. I'm not using coordinates.
I don't care about the surface area. If you're saying it's a curved triangle, that has to denote 3 dimensions.
Euclid's elements.
But that's the whole. But no, this is the whole point, Donald. Because in your post earlier, okay, you have a sphere, right? That is 3-dimensional shape with three-dimensional coordinates points, coordinates, I should say, right? And then a surface area spanning over an arc segment or whatever, right?
It's irrelevant.
Yes,
because we're just
relevant.
talking about the surface. We're not talking about the third dimension, just the 2-dimensional surface.
I get that. That was the crux of the whole point of the topic.
No, it wasn't. I never got to my point.
Well, that's what it seemed like you were going down there, because you're talking about angles being greater than 180 degrees. And that's fine.
Well, yeah, that's what the calculation comes out to.
Yeah, so
whatever you saw for the triangle, it comes out to greater than 180 degrees every time.
And that's fine. And that's fine. Okay, my point is, technically speaking, this is not a traditional triangle, and you heard my words correctly.
There's no such thing as traditional, and I was very specific about it being on a curved surface.
I know you
were very specific, non-Euclidean, curved surface. I was talking about a marble. I was talking about the surface of a marble.
Can you chill? Okay, I'm not criticizing you on that point.
You are absolutely doing that.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
And you're doing it badly because you're wrong.
Dude, shut up, okay? I'm not criticizing.
It's pathetic, dude.
You're trying to be a victim.
You kind of sound like Brenda. Like, you got to lay off the soy
it almost sounds like Brenda. Sure, right?
You're lying to my face.
No, I'm not. Okay. What I'm trying to do is give percentage of preamble on what preceded earlier, in case he wasn't there. Maybe you were, and I'm just wasting my breath. But this is what I sort of took away from it. Right? There's the term triangle being used in 2 different contexts. One to describe the simple geometric shape that we all know from grade 2. Versus the category of geometric objects that can be 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, whatever.
No, triangles cannot be anything other than 2 dimensions.
Bro,
it's not a triangle if it's more than 2 dimensions.
That's the smartest thing you've said yet, Donald. Absolutely
not correct. Everything that I've said is
trying curves, however. Trying curves require 3 dimensions.
Dude,
okay. The surface is what we're talking about.
I know, but
the surface of a sphere is 3-dimensional. I don't care what anyone tells you. The surface of a sphere is
3-dimensional. Donald. I know the surface. What I meant to say is an object with coordinates.
We're not talking about coordinates.
Yes,
I never mentioned coordinates. We don't need coordinates.
It does. Yes, it does matter. Because how else?
It does not.
Yes, because
how else are you going to map out the full surface of a sphere?
Yeah,
with your odometer on your vehicle is what I said. With the odometer on your vehicle,
bro. Now
that's what we were talking about.
No, but now you're going to the context. We were talking about the abstraction first. This is why I'm being hyper specific about this, because without the coordinates, okay,
you don't need coordinates. Oh my god, you're annoying.
Yes, it does, dude.
You are so fucking annoying, man.
And Mick, I don't even know why you give him like yes, in terms of the surface, yeah, it's 2-dimensional, but the coordinates are 3-dimensional. No, the whole thing is.
I don't care about the coordinates. I don't care what the coordinates say. They're irrelevant.
I wouldn't even give him that. Like, you don't agree with that. All surfaces are 2-dimensional. No, that's not true. The surface of a sphere is 3-dimensional.
No, it's not. The sphere is 3-dimensional. The surface is 2 dimensions.
No, it's not. The surface is on the sphere, which is 3-dimensional.
Topography is different. We're not talking about topography here.
I'm not either.
Hang on. The coordinates exist in 3 dimensions, but you can map out a square area, which is a two-dimensional thing, over
surface.
Yes, we agree on that. But the coordinates are the starting point. Okay.
No,
in this argument.
they're not. I never once mentioned coordinate systems. You do not require coordinate systems for what I'm talking about. You are lying, and I have told you over and over and over that you're wrong.
No, it's important. You know why?
It is irrelevant.
No, it is relevant because you are the one that
No, you do not need coordinates with this measurement.
Yes, because you don't need the coordinates themselves. But what your argument was
not even a little. Not at all.
Bro, dude, shh.
Yeah, Donald, you got
calm down. Okay. The reason why it's important is because your argument implies that we live on something that can be plotted out with 3-dimensional coordinate systems.
No.
Yes. Dude, I'm not a fucking horse. Calm your fucking tits. Okay.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Donald, can you say a word for me? Can you say try and curve?
No, because that's not a thing.
Oh, your argument was your base argument was leading down the path to basically to tell us that this shape, right, that we're able to plot out based off of the distances between these things, the angles between these things are greater than 180 degrees, which means that's
the point.
So it's not a triangle. It's a triangle curve.
It's a non-Euclidean triangle.
And that implies, and this is the whole point, that implies a coordinate system that exists in three dimensions.
No, it does not. I'm so sick of hearing you say that over and over and over and over. You're still wrong. True. It doesn't matter how many times you say it, you're still wrong.
Yo, I still have a citation, Donald. Citation of where Euclid said this is a non-Euclidean triangle.
It's in chat.
And Donald,
what's in chat is just wikipedia.org Euclid's Elements.
Well, look at the bottom. There's sources at the bottom.
And, no, that's not my job. It's your job to provide the source.
I did. They're at the bottom of the page.
Which number?
And
all of them.
Donald.
Donald, you were the sources.
One. Donald, you were the one.
Okay, there are like, oh god, there's tons. Those are my sources.
Pick one.
At the bottom.
Pick one. We'll chase it down.
All of them. I don't need one. I want all of them.
Yeah, you're BSing.
They're all my sources. Every one of them.
No, you're wrong.
Let's go one at a time.
I'm wrong about my citations being all of them. That's amazing.
Show me which one. Which one? There's a bunch of sources
all of them. Just click on any of them and read. Click on any of them and read.
Donald, were you you?
Are you scared?
All of them.
You're scared, aren't you?
Dude. You can't just link. You can't just give a link and then just say all of them. You have to give a specific
bottom. I'm not. The link is not. The link is not the thing. The source is at the bottom.
Right.
Go to the bottom of the page.
What are the sources? Citation.
They're there. Every one of them is cited. Every one of them is cited. There are dozens.
You were given feedback on this non-Euclidean triangle.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna pick one. Okay, Donald. I'm gonna pick one for you.
Randomly pick one. Talk about non-Euclidean triangle.
Right here.
Yeah, your college professor Matthew Learns was trying to teach you this topic.
One. Ball, Walter, William Rouse, A Short Account of the History of Mathematics. Okay.
It'll talk about non-Euclidean triangles in there somewhere.
No, that's not what you said. You said Euclid came up with them and
he will
called
tell
them
you how
non-Euclidean triangles. You said the term non-Euclidean triangle existed from Euclid.
Yes, Euclid came up with it. Euclid came up with it, and he will tell you
in Euclid's Elements. Which book is it, by the way? Because there's a bunch of books to his Elements. Which one is it?
Yeah,
I don't recall right off the top of my head. Let me look.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you're just BS,
Yeah,
bro.
Don, you're gonna have to cite something, man, because throwing references.
I have dozens and dozens of citations.
Is it book one?
No, you haven't. You haven't cited anything.
Is it book 4?
Oh my god, you people are crazy. You people are just.
No, we're not. We know what a citation is.
Can I
Donald,
say
slow
one
down.
thing?
Hey, Donald, can you stop
Can I?
spazzing for 2 seconds so we can feed you some information that you're desperately in need of right now? A citation means that you give a reference and then you also grab a snippet, a quotation from within that reference. Yes,
I cannot do that. I need the entire thing.
No, you fucking fool. You take the part from it that actually supports the claim that you're making and you go, there it is. This is it right here. Here's the evidence for what I was saying. It's right at this part in this paper. That's what we need from you, you goddamn idiot, or else you're throwing an elephant hurl and we don't know where we're going to find what we're looking for, you jackass. So show it.
Don,
Snippets.
And Don,
You need all of it.
And Don, it can be a paragraph, dude. Like, it doesn't have to just be one word. Like you just got to hone down to something that's reasonable and palatable for people. Okay.
Guys,
it's very easy.
Painfully obvious that he has no clue what the hell he's talking about. He doesn't even know what book of
So
his 13 books.
I don't recall right off the top of my head, and I'm trying to find.
Jack.
You don't know. No, dude, you just whipped these out because you found them on Google. Okay, just because you looked it up and you found the first one. This is pretty evident. Okay.
Given the excuse of your shoddy memory, for all we know, what you're claiming is there, isn't even.
Yeah. So Don,
you don't even know. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna finish up a point there because it didn't seem to settle earlier. Don, did you or did you not?
27 of Euclid's Elements. There you go. Three-dimensional geometry, and it's gonna have
it's about
non-Euclidean triangles in there.
Okay, so it's about time.
Book
So here's the
recommended
thing,
on
right?
plain
Wait, what's the citation? I'll actually search it. What's the citation?
Book 1, Proposition 27 of Euclid's Elements.
Cool. So good. So now check this out. Don, was it or was it not
Please,
you
Donald.
brought
I
in?
prefer Donald.
Fine. Is it or is it not the case that you brought in your first post, whether it was a wiki or of some sort, right? That showed a. No, I'm just trying to hone it down there. Whatever it was that depicted a sphere, right, with a chopped up, segment of it, right, with 3 points, and each of those points were points in through coordinate space.
Might not.
Was that you or was that somebody else?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Somebody else. I had never talked about 3 dimensions at all.
So the sphere that you chop up and you draw, quote unquote. So you take a sphere.
We're talking about the surface.
You plot out. Yeah, this on the surface. Yeah.
On the surface.
And on that you chop it up, and you have a surface, right, with 3 points on the sphere. Each of these points on the surface of the sphere are coordinates in 3-dimensional space.
No.
I.e., they have an X, a Y, and a Z.
Not. Oh my God.
So you mean to say that if I have a sphere, and I have a point on the surface, anywhere on the surface, it does not have three coordinates, X, Y, and Z.
The surface is 2 dimensions.
You're not listening to my fucking question, dude. The point on the surface.
Teach him this. Matthew spent.
He's not listening, dude.
Yeah, Matthew.
You don't
understand. Hey, listen, Matthew spent about 45 minutes one-on-one tutoring on math, and Donald walked away. And Donald walked away with the math professor doesn't know math.
Donald, you don't get it, man. We understand that the surface area is a surface area, a meter squared, centimeter squared, foot squared measurement, right? When you put that is a 2-dimensional representation of the area. The coordinate, yes.
I don't care about the coordinates. Stop talking about the coordinates. It's not involved in my experiment. The coordinates are irrelevant.
You don't understand why they are relevant. Because they
You don't understand why they are not relevant.
Dude, chill the fuck out, man.
Perfectly chill. Stop telling me to do things I've already done and telling me to not do things I'm not doing already.
Dude, you're screaming like a fucking 5-year-old.
Because I've repeated myself 100 fucking times.
So
And
you
you
can
know what? I
keep
like when you
screaming.
repeat yourself. I like it when you get angry like that. You sound really cute.
Not
So
angry.
keep, yeah.
Loud is
So
not
keep.
angry.
Yeah, I checked the
Loud is not the
citation.
same as angry.
I checked the citation, and Donald, you're wrong.
So Donald,
What
do you
am I
mean to
wrong
say that
about?
you're gonna?
Yeah,
So
hold
Donald,
on, guys.
do you mean?
You said
Pump the
book
brakes for
one
a second.
proposition 27. Book one proposition.
Oh yeah,
proposition
it
27
was. I
does
said
not
right after
talk
that was
about
wrong.
what you said at all.
Yeah, I said right after that was the wrong one. I looked at it and it's the wrong one. I'll
No,
have
you
to.
didn't. You didn't
Did
say
actually.
that.
Say that.
I
No,
did
you
actually.
didn't.
Right after I said, I looked at it and I was like, oh
Did
man,
he?
that's the
I
wrong
didn't hear
one.
that.
I didn't
I don't
hear
care
that
if you didn't hear it. I don't care if you didn't hear it. I said it.
Whisper it to yourself.
No, I was on my mic when I
Maybe
said
you
it.
just thought it.
No,
Yeah,
I said
maybe,
it.
or maybe you muttered it.
Which one's the right
citing
one? Which one's the right one?
It may have been. I'm looking for it right now. Give me a sec.
All right, I appreciate it.
So the point being that the fact that you have 3 points that are each of them in 3-dimensional space, okay, and you're finding a surface area of a shape that these points find themselves on, okay. These are important because the properties of that shape are defined by that in some way, shape, or form. No pun intended. Okay, this is where you get your greater than 180 degree angle summation and all this stuff. Without the points in 3-dimensional space, you would not have that property arise. Okay, so when you're saying you didn't talk about 3-dimensional, no, you brought the fucking shape in, and you're implying that in your argument.
No, I didn't imply anything, and I wasn't doing an argument. You guys just didn't let me finish.
By the way, for anyone interested in what Proposition 27 says, it says an ambligonium or obtuse angle triangle is that which hath one angle obtuse. So basically, it's talking about a triangle where one angle is more than 90 degrees and the other two is less.
So, okay, so I posted the link. I posted the link to
a regular triangle, a flat triangle.
Okay, you guys, you're missing some lore here, okay? So you had Matthew try to teach Donald this. Donald was over on another server called Mass Media, where the Globalists gave him feedback. This is the worst possible argument that you can give.
This is a different one. I've never used this before. This is a different one.
Is it his contention that he's providing evidence? Is it his contention he's providing evidence that the Earth is a globe with this argument? Or
yeah, it's basically a recycled McToon.
Not an argument. It's an experiment that you can do yourself, or a measurement, really, that you can do yourself.
And then
that's why I do it. That's why I said it.
I'll ask him directly because I don't want to have too many people answer it. What
I
are
tried,
you measuring?
You're measuring the
effort, though, Mick. Go ahead, Donald.
You're measuring the distance between 3 points on the surface of the planet that we're on.
Okay, has this ever been done in practice?
Many times, but you can do it yourself.
Okay.
That's the point. You can do it yourself.
Donald, who's done it?
It's been done thousands of times. It doesn't matter. You can do it yourself.
Thank you for saying that. Who's done it?
You can do it yourself. That's the point. You can do it yourself. You don't need to. You don't need to refer to someone else.
We don't have in history. We don't have a reference point at anybody's done this at any time.
It's been done thousands of times, but the point is, you can do it. You can do it. The point,
bro. No, it's not the point. If it's been done thousands of times, you can point to at least one person.
Just one.
No, that's not my point. That's not at all my point. My point is, you can do it. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, Donald, but if you're going to point to it being done already thousands of times, that's a claim. Now, the supporting evidence for that claim would be that you're pointing to someone in history that you can reference that it has done it, and we can look at their work.
Listen,
you don't have to.
If
you don't have to labor over the point. You can just easily point to the method that has been done by somebody, and we'll look at them. But that's what I'm asking for. If you have that information, can you substantiate it?
The point of my...
Yes or no, Donald?
Oh my god, that's a fucking irrelevant. You can... The whole point...
So
let me fucking finish. Please let me finish. I let you. I didn't interrupt you.
Donald, you gotta relax, man.
Nah, I don't want to let you finish.
I'm trying to finish a single sentence.
Again. Say the same fucking thing again. It's not even addressing our point.
That's the point that you're not getting. You don't have to look.
We got it. We got it. You're telling us we can do it ourselves, but that is not addressing what we're asking you, which is we want you to provide at least one person out of these thousands that you claim did it. And you're just not answering to that.
Dude.
So we don't need to hear you repeat. Yeah, we don't need to hear you repeat your red herring again. Just
It's
give us what
not
we're
a
asking.
herring. It is the entire point. It's the whole point, and you're missing it. You're missing the entire point of what I'm saying.
So
Please
nobody's done this. Sorry, Lynn. Nobody's done this in history, and you're saying we
We've
can do
done
it. But
thousands of times. Thousands of
great.
times.
So yeah, so you keep saying that, but there's no evidence to support the case, Donald. That's
The evidence is you doing it yourself.
No,
That's
there's no
the
evidence
evidence.
anyone did it. Donald, there's no evidence
Oh
anyone
my
did it until you show us
God.
someone who did it.
Yeah. Who's done it if you keep saying thousands of times? Oh yeah, that's
Every
great.
surveyor on the planet has done this. So
Okay.
just listen.
The very specific
The
thing
point
you mentioned.
is,
The very specific thing you mentioned, Donald, the very specific thing that you're actually arguing for right now, I'm asking every surveyor's done it. Point to one so we can see the method that surveyor has done the method. So that's
okay,
all
the
I'm
main
asking.
surveyor. The main surveyor's done it. It's irrelevant, okay? He's got a YouTube channel. Go look at it. So it's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
That's
all we needed to know.
You
not
guys
gonna be good
don't
enough, Donald.
generally. Oh my
It's
God!
not
You
good
guys.
enough,
Oh my
Donald.
God!
It's not good enough, Donald. We want the actual information, not just you
That's
dropping a name and then
trying to-
breezing past.
You're interrupting me doing that very thing. So my point is that you guys don't accept other people's measurements, so you can do the
It's
measurement.
not about accepting the
Oh
measurements.
my fucking Christ!
Not about accepting the
off.
measurements. It's about you being able to present the information, Donald, in a very concise way, so that we know that somebody's done it. If you said main surveyor's done it, go ahead and post the information.
Single surveyor on the planet.
No, that's a claim that you can't
Oh
support.
my God, that's their job, is measuring the distance between points on the surface.
Yeah,
Oh,
so you're saying that
our job.
yeah, wait a minute.
All they do all day long, forever, their entire career.
Okay, Donald, but the very method that you're talking about is what's in contention, right? The 3 points that
But
you say
that's
that,
why I'm saying ignore them. Ignore them. Fucking ignore them.
Why?
But do it yourself.
So we don't have a reference point then, because you said ignore the
Oh my
information
God.
that you're saying. Ignore the
Every
information
surveyor
that's
on the fucking planet.
There we
But
go again.
ignore them. Just ignore them and do it yourself.
Donald, that's a
ignore
lie,
them.
though.
Do it
You
your
can't
fucking
say-
self.
Donald, you can't say every surveyor on the planet. First
Why
of all,
not?
it's on the
It's
planet.
true.
Second of all, not every
It is a
one of
fucking
them
planet.
did
Oh,
that.
you don't think it's a planet?
That's
This-
not
No.
the point. Don't swing off to that, Donald. Don't swing off to that topic. We're still trying to figure out if you said main surveyor's done this test. Well, can you explain the
Every
method?
surveyor does this. It's their job.
That the specific method where they're measuring the 3 points that you're speaking of, does every surveyor do that? Because that's what you're talking about in this particular argument. That everybody's doing that method. Yeah?
I'm giving you a method that you can do yourself, that you don't have to worry about anybody else. You can do it yourself.
You just finished saying that every surveyor has done this particular method
my
that you're
God.
bringing in the argument for, right?
Yeah, ignore them. Don't worry about them. They're all wrong. They could all be fucking wrong, and I don't care. You can do it yourself.
Donald, can you take a couple of deep breaths and calm down?
Oh my Christ, people! Just because I'm loud does not mean
Hey,
that I'm
Donald,
emotional.
listen, if all you're going to say for the rest of this conversation is you can do it yourself, which is obviously not what we're looking for, then why don't you just shut the fuck up from now on?
Well, you don't accept other people's evidence as a general.
No, you don't have any evidence, you dickhead.
He does have.
Dude.
Well, he does. He's just not like.
Oh, he
But
does.
Donald, you need to substantiate your claim that other people have done it. You know, show.
I did.
one
It's main
example
surveyor.
of it
I
being
did.
done.
Main
No, you said
surveyor.
one name.
He's got a YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel. Main surveyor.
Okay, but don't do this whole
Name.
Euclid source thing all over again. Actually, point to the thing that you're claiming. Point to the thing that substantiates. Find the link in his YouTube list of videos.
Just type in the name main surveyor in YouTube.
It's not our job to substantiate your information. It's your job to provide the
Dude,
evidence that we're asking
oh
for.
my God.
But Donald, what
Yeah,
you could say, like you could be completely wrong. Maybe you're misrecalling who it is or whatever. So then, for you to say main surveyor and us to spend the time going through each and every video, could be a wild goose chase. So you understand why it makes sense for you to just go and find it, since
Here,
you're
for
familiar.
anybody who doesn't think Earth is a planet, there you go, right there. That's Carl Sagan
we're
talking
not-
about Earth
we're
is a
not
planet.
worried
Now
about
let me
that.
go get you. Let me go get you the
Jacking
fucking
claims
YouTube.
now.
YouTube for a main surveyor. How about that?
We're
By
not
the way,
looking
still
for
haven't
the
given me a citation
YouTube.
for
Hopefully,
Euclid saying non-Euclidean.
Hopefully, it's about the specific argument that you're bringing up. So just not his YouTube channel. We're looking for the specific.
Oh my God, that's all I said was his YouTube channel. That's all he does is measure points on Earth.
It would have It would've
measures
made
the
more
distance
sense.
between points on Earth.
No, Donald. It's the
Yes,
method that
yes, yes.
it's the method that you're bringing up right now. That 3 points can be measured as a the surface of the Earth being curved. So if he's done something on the Earth, that actually substantiates that, then point whatever video that is, so we can all have a look.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
His
Glober, and this guy's
entire
even making me
channel.
think the Earth is flat.
Why do you guys want me to try and cherry pick? I don't cherry pick. You guys want me to cherry pick? I'm not going to
You're
do
such
that.
a moron,
Let
Donald.
Geeks
It's
get
just
in
a
here.
citation for your claim.
I did. They're both there. I just posted both of them.
Donald, listen
I
to
just
Geeks.
did.
Donald, listen
Yeah.
to Geeks. Okay, Geeks
I'm
is
doing
here.
what you're telling me to do.
I just like to say I disown this guy in representing Globers. Please, we have nothing affiliated with him at all. I don't know who he is, where he's come from. He does not represent the views of Globers in general. Thank you very much.
No,
God
I'm
bless
my
America.
very own person. Yeah, I'm my
Silence.
very own person.
Hey,
I'm
it
my
would have
very
been
own person.
better.
But I posted the stuff that you wanted. Everything you asked for, I posted. Earth is a planet.
That's just a
The
lie,
major-
bro.
Euclidean one.
You didn't do that at all. You didn't post
I did
anything
the
you
Euclid
wanted.
one.
We told you
I'd
again and
like to
again what we
I'd
want.
like to add
You didn't
that
post it.
I did. It's right there in chat.
Had no
No, it's
affiliation with the Globes
Oh my
people.
God.
We have videos showing that he actually was in a position of lower management and did a really bad job, so was excluded. And yeah,
It's
not
funny the
his.
first time, man. Come on.
No idea what's going on. You cannot tell me that I didn't do what I just did. It's in chat right now. I mean, just go look at it. It's in
I can't
chat.
take it anymore.
Donald, all
Donald,
the
I gotta
best.
meet you. Listen, hold on a second. We've asked you for citation of one person doing what you claimed anybody can do. Thousands of people have done. We just asked for citation of one person. We don't have that. And now you're just straight up
Plugged his
lying.
ears. Heretic.
Straight up lying. Yeah, of course it did.
Donald, I think you need
He
to
plugged
take.
his ears.
Bro, he deafened. He can't hear you guys, which is probably
can't
for
hear
the
you
best
guys.
because I think he needs to take a break.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think he needs to take a few deep breaths to help himself relax. I don't know.
Yeah, count to 1 million.
Just Elephant Hurl's main surveyor's YouTube. Like, we don't know that we're gonna find what we're asking for in there. Like, just snip it out for us. Like,
Did he come
fuck,
on here
dude.
after having like 2 monsters or something? Like, what's going on with this guy, man? He's a
No,
level 10,
that's
bro.
just Donald. That's just
Hey,
Donald.
we do have AGI that was kind of like white knighting for him, so maybe AGI's got something he wants to bring to the table. Go on, bro. You were saying you're not letting him speak. He can't produce his evidence. I mean, he's saying it already. Like, well, AGI, do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe, or at least are you going to take over the point he's making? Hey, take your pick.
In the meantime, let's say you guys missed it earlier with Plum Bob.
What happened?
Thought this was bad. Basically this, but escalated more and prolonged, going back like an hour.
Damn. Plum Bob going.
Yeah,
ahead.
this has been a long night.
Well, it seems like it was getting to you, Mick. So it was already starting to. It was reaching.
Yeah,
you don't usually get out of pocket like that. I mean, you got out of pocket a little bit.
Nah, man. He was just man. Thank you.
No, sir. Thank you. We got Jedi back in it. What's up, Heretic?
Oh, just stopping in for a late night shit show.
Yeah, dude.
Well, you definitely got that.
Well, dude, AGI, because I want to catch as many people in here that actually think the Earth's a globe. AGI was in here. Sounded like he's on the globe side, but he's not talking right now. He's got radio silence. AGI, if you're there, man, come on.
Plum Bob?
So, I have a legitimate question.
Well, wait, Plum. 1 sec. Plum is a mod. He can self unmute. He was probably just hot micing or something.
Yeah, hot mic.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Lynn, did you have some?
Yeah, I just I don't. Isn't it infuriating to do this day after day?
Nope.
Nope. It's funny as fuck.
I enjoy this.
It's a comedy show.
This is why I come into this channel, man, to hear humans like Donald actually.
No, I had to ask. It just seems extremely infuriating. That's why I don't understand.
Everybody's getting their cup of baller tears filled up right now. We're having a sip.
Here.
Jedi's actually dipping his Earl Grey in there.
Having a sip.
Baller tears.
I'm dipping my tea as we speak. Baltimore's got a question. If you read the chat, I don't know if Baltimore will mute himself. He rage quit earlier after I mute him because he wouldn't answer a fucking simple question.
Yeah, what was the question you asked me?
Where does gas go?
Where does gas go?
No, which way does gas go? You said gravity.
Radially inward.
Yeah, out. No, gas doesn't go radially inward.
Yeah, gravity pulls it down.
Dude, without your belief in what gravity does, just describe the motion of gases for me.
The motion of gases.
Yes. How would you
describe external forces? I couldn't do that without external forces.
You couldn't describe which way gas goes?
No.
This is why this
everywhere. It goes in every direction.
Thank you.
Well, there.
So, with regards to gravity, I gave you the three. I gave you. It's why you got muted. Thanks.
Yeah.
So I gave you
mute me again, bitch.
No, don't call me a bitch.
What the fuck?
Call him a bitch.
So, when I drop my pen, which way does that go?
Radially inward.
Awesome. When I pour my cup of coffee, which way does the fluid go into my cup? Which
Radially inward.
When I uncontain gas, which way does it go?
Did you say contained, uncontained? What did you just say?
When I
Coffee doesn't have to be radially inward, right?
Jake,
When
stop interrupting, man. Put yourself on mute. You can hear the gentleman speaking. Come on, man.
Respect.
When
I hear you.
When I uncontain gas, which way does it go? You've already answered, haven't you, Baltimore? All directions.
Because it's hilarious because it diffuses. It diffuses, but if it does not have a sufficient amount of energy to escape the Earth's gravitational potential well, it will remain bound to the Earth within a certain radius.
Okay, so which way does gas go again? Without your invoking of four-dimensional space-time in your religion.
It goes in many directions. My religion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What the hell does that mean? How is physics a religion?
Donald, relax. Have a decaf, bro. We're talking to another guy.
Yeah,
I'm just curious. I apologize. That was very rude of you.
Shush. Obviously, other adults are talking. Shut your mouth.
You don't need to mute people.
When you say that gravity makes gas go down boom boom like balls do, you're wrong. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, doesn't it? But gravity's just the vector downwards according to you.
We had already talked about it. The gravity introduces a pressure gradient. Now your response was no, the pressure gradient is more a result of thermal radiation, and that's true. There are going to be effects on pressure based on temperature because the sun is bombarding the Earth with energy. And then I said, well, look at the ocean instead because it's also a fluid. Liquids and gases are both fluids. And there is a pressure gradient that exists in the ocean because there's more weight on top of you in the pillar above you. And that weight is gravity pulling all that water down. The reason why you...
Wait a second. So you're giving us a pressure gradient within a container?
Well, there's no, it's not there's no container.
You need a container to have the system, like the ocean, the water, right? That body of water, you would need the containment, right?
What contain? Everything is contained. All of the containment is happening within the Earth's gravitational field. There's no different. I don't know what.
Well, that's some bullshit that you added on top. That's extra. There's no gravitational field. It's just an ocean basin with the water collecting in it, and that's how you're able to have a gradient in the first place. I just thought it was worth mentioning. Thanks.
Why does water go down for you? Why do things fall to you, in your opinion?
Go up.
Do you have a theory for why things fall?
Why do things go up?
Relative density, brother.
Why do things go up? Like gas.
Relative density.
Why does gas go up?
Why does gas go up?
Yeah.
It doesn't just go. It just uses...
Are you aware of the evaporation cycle?
The evaporation cycle?
Yeah, when the sun, the big bright light comes out and heats the water and the water changes state and turns to gas and the gas goes up. Gas goes up.
Because it's hot.
Because it's hot. Because it's got energy, dude.
Yes, because it heated up.
Yes, good. So the gas goes up. So where's
Because
gravity
it heated
again?
up. Cool
Yeah,
air
up.
sinks, bro.
Yeah, good. So you've described gas motion as freely and randomly in all directions. We've pointed out the evaporation cycle.
No, I said it was influenced by external forces.
More. Shush. I'm still waiting for you to show me gravity changing the vector of gases. Can you provide that, please?
It's like it absolutely has an effect on the overall pressure gradient. There are also thermal contributions, but you're like the idea that you're saying, oh well, this one affects the pressure, this one cause affects the pressure gradient in the atmosphere, but that means therefore it can't be this other cause too. Things superimpose in nature, dude. Like gravity still has an effect on binding the atmosphere to this planet.
In my question, I'm still waiting for you to show me gravity changing the vector of gas.
What do you mean?
Show me a gas molecule being.
That's a stupid question, dude. Like,
No,
I don't know what the fuck that means. What do you mean? You want me to fucking you want me to show you one gas molecule? What the fuck do you want me to show you? That's a bad question.
I want you to show me gravity changing the direction of gases. This is your religion.
May I speak for a sec?
I can't do it. No one can. I can't show you a single gas molecule and for you to track it. I mean, there are other effects going in.
At all, you can't show gravity changing the vector of any gas at all, ever.
You're misunderstanding the effect of there are all sorts of like effects of gas particles hitting each other, repelling each other around. You know, they're spinning, they're fucking going all over the place. You know, they're moving pretty fast. They have energy, right? I mean,
yeah. So you can't show me them.
I think
I can.
No, I mean actually, the actual discussion of the energy states of gas particles and it can only fundamentally be understood statistically and probabilistically, which is why the fucking field of physics which studies this is called statistical mechanics. Do you doubt statistical mechanics? Do you doubt thermodynamics? Because you actually reference yourself in your argument.
Still waiting for you to show me gravity changing the vector of a gas.
It's a dumb question. It indicates your lack of understanding. That question
I want you to show me gravity violating the second law of thermodynamics. I want you to show me it.
I want gravity violating the second law of thermodynamics. That doesn't happen, dude. What the fuck is that? Where did that come from? What does that even mean?
It had to have happened in forming these, like, you know, the gas giant planets and like stars and sun and stuff like that. You'd have to have.
No, I posted exactly what he asked for.
Second law of thermodynamics temporarily on hold so that the molecules can like come together and then have enough gravitational pull so as to stave off entropy. But after it's done, then it's not really a violation.
Well, you say stave off entropy. There are many ways that entropy. I mean, if by entropy you mean like dissipation? You know,
sorry,
like in the accretion of a gas giant, things are also going to heat up, which also increases entropy.
So problems then.
Entropy doesn't increase. I mean, entropy.
How do you have the gas coming together in the first place?
Gravity, bro. I mean, I'm sorry if you don't accept it.
Hold up, it's equalized. The gas molecules are all equalized. How do you have gravity causing them to move to one molecule or one?
They have a center of mass. They have a collective center of mass, which gravitates to which.
You understand that gas equalizes, right? It's achieving thermodynamic equilibrium. It's more like isotropic. Homogeneous. So why? How can you amass enough gravitation for it to go in one specific area? And how did you choose that specific area? Is it random?
The gas giants are not homogeneous.
I'm gonna have to hold you because he's not gonna. Percentage won't allow you to jump in, Jedi. Go ahead.
I know he jumps into my conversation and fucking takes over. Brilliant.
Yeah, you go on, Jedi.
Yeah, I want you to now show me, being you said that gravity's mass attracting mass, gas attracting gas. Can you do that?
Yes, I just posted it. Yes, I just posted it.
Okay. Problem. The reason why you're opportunistic. You're opportunistically choosing questions and examples that are fundamentally like the fundamental problem here. F equals GMM over R squared. G is small, right? So the problem is if I have two gas molecules, it is impossible for me to show you the force between two gas molecules because G is just such a small physical constant, right? It's like the gravitational constant, Newton's constant, is small. So I can't show you that. No, that's going to be a lot harder. But you can. The problem is you disagree with fucking NASA, and so when they have giant pictures of big fucking gas clouds out there, you say it's fake.
More because you're just spewing shit. Show me a big mass attracting gas. Show it.
Okay, let's click a quasar. Just Google quasar here, and you're gonna be like, "It's a fake. That's fake." You're gonna be like, "That's fake."
He doesn't believe in quasars.
Oh, on the Earth. Okay, so that again, you're opportunistically going off of something with the Newton's gravity. No, that's the way it is. I'm sorry, I don't choose the fucking. You know, if you ever made a fine tuning argument, this is one of the constants that is fine tuned. I don't decide what the fucking value is. It's small. That's it.
So you can't show me that. You can't show me mass attracting gas.
Can you calculate it?
Well, I actually I
put
can't.
yourself
Okay,
on mute.
actually, I can't show you. No, I can't show you this. I can't show you this one. Okay,
Alright.
okay. Breathe in. You just breathed in air that was graciously attracted to this planet for you by the mass of the planet. The atmosphere itself is held here by gravity. The mass of this planet. It's not complicated.
It is when I asked you to demonstrate me mass attracting gas.
Yes, this planet attracts its own atmosphere.
Okay, so when the evaporation cycle happens, which way did the gas go?
It heated up. Like I said, gravity pull is one factor in influencing the pressure gradient.
Which way did it go for the audience, Baltimore?
Cold air sinks. You're telling me hot air rises. I'm telling you cold air sinks. There are additional factors at play besides gravity in determining this the behavior of the atmosphere. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's change this up. I've got a vacuum chamber and I've got a cold gas. I impart the gas back into the vacuum chamber. It's cold. Which way does it go?
You said you have a cold gas and you put it back into the vacuum chamber.
Yes. Which way does it go?
It's already cold.
Yes. Which way does it go?
Well, it's going to go in all directions.
Thank you. So the gravity.
Wait, is it? I mean, yeah.
Baltimore, shush. The vacuum chamber's on the Earth. I've given you the entire gravity of the Earth, and the gas, even though it's cold, is still moving freely and randomly in all directions, colliding with the physical walls of its container, pressing upwards, downwards, and outwards. I'm still failing to see your gravity.
Yeah, because you don't understand the physics of the situation, right? If you were expecting all of the particles to go to the bottom as if that would be not the behavior of a gas. The problem is you just don't understand what the phase of a gas is. That's the issue. Is if it was all resting on you talk, then you let me talk, right? Is that how this works? Or are you going to be a sassy little bitch?
Yes. Especially when you give me attitude and you keep fucking talking through me, child. Yes.
You let me ask me a question.
Yes. And you pointed out the answer. That's not gas behavior, Jedi. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which is my fucking point. Thank you for conceding my fucking point. Gas
it didn't prove anything, though.
Where's the fucking gravity?
It's still there. The problem is that the way overall nature is going to work is that you're going to move towards a low energy state. It'll be it would overall be a high energy state if all of those gas particles were on top of each other at the bottom. That would be high energy, unstable state that nature abhors. It will spread out because it's in the gas state. Perhaps it liquefies. Perhaps you already have something very cold and then you put it into a vacuum. Maybe when it goes out, it will liquefy. Maybe it will. And then it will fall down to the fucking bottom of the container. I can't tell you because I don't know the material properties of theoretical gas.
You're a stupid idiot. We're not talking about it changing state back to water and coming back down. You've already described the motion of gases as freely and randomly in all directions. That's gas behavior. You jumped on your soapbox and said, which is my fucking point, but I still don't see the gravity.
Bro, okay, imagine this, right?
Imagine, no,
No, the thing is, what I'm saying is your alternative, what you would expect if you were to see the gravity, would be things, the particles, the gas particles settling at the bottom of this vacuum chamber. I'm telling you, if all of those particles settled at the bottom of the vacuum chamber, it would be overall a higher energy state, and it would not, it would, if it did do that, if they all did do that, it would liquefy. That's not how gas behaves. You are asking a dumb question because that's not because gases are defined. I mean, if you look at a pressure, if you look at like the fucking triple point of a gas, like the pressure versus temperature fucking
what is
phase transition chart of a fucking gas, like
pressure.
You saying what?
What's pressure?
What is pressure? Like the force exerted per unit area.
On what?
On the fucking container. So
you're gonna need a container for pressure then?
Well, it's actually interesting because you're saying container and you're kind of like, the thing is, like, you can draw in physics, right? If you're doing the math, you can literally draw like an imaginary line and you can calculate. No, you literally can. Like, you could say if you want to find pressure underwater, you just fucking imagine it, dude. You don't. Yeah. It's like you can say if there was a container there of negligible mass. Yeah, that's totally valid. That's how physicists work. If you don't accept it, then don't go on a boat because you'll probably die.
Define it for me.
If that's what you think.
Pressure is the force of the gas per unit area on the walls of its container. Our questions remember. How do you have gas pressure without a Baltimore? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Because you literally missed the whole point. You literally missed everything I just said. What I'm saying is the container.
Brother,
you are very autistically assuming what?
You're cooked, brother. You don't have you don't have an answer to that. How can you have gas pressure without a container? You've just described the definition to everybody listening to you, and now you couldn't answer how it's possible to have that same pressure without a container because it's in the definition, Baltimore.
Well, so if you're out in free space, it will spread out.
We're not talking about, sir.
The problem is
Baltimore.
The Earth doesn't have. The Earth has a gravitational potential well that keeps the atmosphere in. Some of the atmosphere does leak out. Some of the atmosphere does leak out. It actually does.
That's another claim. You're claim stacking. But even if you have gas pressure in the first instance, Jedi thoroughly went through with you and showing you how gas pressure is not affected by anything except for the container walls that holds it. So if you don't have that container walls, how is it possible
that's actually not true? It's also affected by temperature.
You just defined it, sir. You said the walls of its container. You said it not only a minute ago.
What did I define?
Gas having pressure with the
gas
walls
pressure. I defined as what?
The walls of its container are what defines it. It's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure.
Okay, is it a net? I said it was both necessary and sufficient here. That get the notion of the containers.
It's the definition.
Completely both necessary and sufficient for.
I mean, it would be the definition for gas pressure, Baltimore. And so, if you're saying that, of course, the Earth being a globe doesn't have that, what Jedi's just describing to you is that even you defining it is the example of how you have to have a container walls for the gas to have pressure in the first place. So if you remove the walls of the container, then the gas will disperse into the available space. That makes sense because
there's a gravitational potential well out of which, in order to escape, you need a certain amount of energy.
There's no caveat or an addendum to that definition. That is the definition you just read right now.
No. You're completely misunderstanding. No. That's not a good argument. I see what you're trying to do.
Argument. It's a definition.
No, that's not. No, and I understand that now you're going to try to play dumb, but it's not working. It's not going to work.
Baltimore, you just defined it.
It's sufficient.
You just defined it.
And you're right. Yeah, it will leak out. It will expand, and in fact, it does. the atmosphere
Okay.
does leak a little bit, but it is held in predominantly by gravity.
So what is the container? What is the container that's holding the gases here? You said gravity, right? According to the beginning of your
the gravitational potential well,
So
out
with
of which the atmospheric particles do not have enough energy to escape.
all right, so with Jedi describing that the only way that can be possible is if you have the walls of a container. So in every instance, you have gas pressure.
Again,
You have to have the walls.
that is no. That's not. I don't. That's not valid. That's
Well,
that is
it
a.
is valid because that's a
that is
see
a
the
weak attempt.
what
That
you
is
know
a
what
weak
makes it
attempt.
no, it's not, sir. Baltimore.
is
The reason why it's valid is because it's in the definition and the demonstration. There's two things that are attached to this. If you're saying that the walls of the container are not going to define gas pressure, then you have to do something very specific. You have to
Like what?
redefine gas pressure, that it doesn't necessarily need the antecedent,
Force
which is the
per
walls.
area.
Hold on, Baltimore. Which is the walls of the container, and also check this out. The most important part is demonstration of that. So you have to have redefined what gas pressure is to make your point valid, and also with the redefinition of gas pressure, you have to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container. Two things you have to do right now. So yes, you can have your explanation, but alongside that, you're going to have to, while you redefine gas pressure, you're going to have to show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That needs to be demonstrated. So we
Yeah.
already have the other. We
Okay,
have the
I got
Go ahead.
multiple. So there's
Give me one.
obviously our
Just one.
atmosphere. There's obviously Venus's atmosphere. There's
No, hold on, sir.
The sun itself is
that's
gas.
great. That's great. You're pointing to things that are unobtainable. So
Yes,
you
because
can't.
the thing is, very few things are able to self-gravitate and serve as their own containers. And the thing is, they tend to be celestial objects that.
So the
for
things
some
that we
reason
can
are always-
obtain is what you're using for your argument to solidify your point. Is things that you can obtain. They're unobtainable to you and I. We can't get to the
No,
place and actually test.
I am in contact with the atmosphere at this moment. Actually,
No. The atmosphere wasn't what you were using as the evidence for your claim. You were saying other planets, possibly the sun,
which is which is usually visible during the day.
you can't go over there and test for what the claim would be to see if there's gas pressure there without a container. You can't go and validate that. You can only assume that's the case as a theory.
Well, there's a storm on Jupiter right now, right?
I know, dude. But what I'm saying is, it exists as a claim. Exists as a claim or a theory without any substantial evidence. You can't test the claim. So all we know is that there's
I was in here earlier and people were like, "Oh, we actually don't know." I was like, "What does the flat Earth look like?" We're like, "You guys are like, we don't know." And I was like, "Oh, how did the Earth come to be?" And you're like, "We actually don't know."
Let's not swing off.
You don't have answers for anything. Your theories
Check this
suck.
out. Baltimore, relax, dude. We're not going to swing off to another topic. I'm always on point with what we're talking about. Let's track with the dialogue.
Okay, we're talking about gas pressure, sure.
Without a container. So
no, but the thing is, you're autistically misunderstanding what a container is. You just
so what is a container? What is you define what a container is? Can you define it?
Consider a surface.
What is a container?
Well, look, if
I'm mistaken in Baltimore, then tell me where I'm.
Water pressure. If you're thinking about water pressure, you just say through.
It's not water. It's not water. It's gas. We're talking about gas, Baltimore. So if we're talking about gas, what is the container? What is a container for gas? Describe a container for gas.
Something that contains gas. That's
what the reasoning.
That's what's the definition of a container? Well, how would you describe it? What is your alternative? What is your alternative?
No. It's not all my alternative.
What is your alternative definition of a container?
Baltimore, it's not up to me. I want you because you had a contention with the idea. You had a contention with
something that contains
Baltimore.
Yes.
Baltimore, you had a contention with the idea that we're talking about a container. You said, I have it autistically wrong. I want you as a superior to define what a container is to contain gases. What is a container to contain gas?
Contains gases is a container.
What is it? It's not circular. You have to describe what a container is.
What do you mean? It's not. I have to contains gas.
Yeah, I know that's a claim. You're saying the thing that contains gas is a container.
Gas can be called a container.
Yeah, what is it? Describe the container that can contain a gas.
There are many different types of containers. I couldn't possibly
name one that can contain gas.
Oh, one is a planet.
Okay, so if it's a planet, then how does the planet contain the gas?
It's got gravity.
Okay,
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, listen, when you defined gas pressure earlier, that was force over unit area, wasn't it?
Sure.
Awesome. So that requires the gas to physically press against something, doesn't it? The area, given in feet or meters.
Baltimore?
Well, what we were talking about earlier, I'm saying the units of pressure are guaranteed force per unit area. Yes.
So the
That's
area.
You misunderstood. That's what I meant. I meant
so
the unit.
Area
The units. The units are force per unit area. And if you look, you can just consider all the gas, right? It's the whole mass distribution row of the gas in three-dimensional space, right? It's attracted to the Earth, right?
No, that's not force over unit area.
You integrate
force over unit area.
Rho G, you integrate rho G dr, right? Rho of R, the density of the gas as a function of R times G, right?
Baltimore.
dr. That'll work.
Baltimore. What's PV equals nRT?
PV equals nRT with the ideal gas law, right? And that's the ideal gas law. Doesn't apply for every situation. Certainly not an open system like the fucking Earth.
What would happen within an open system?
There's energy coming in.
Open system.
Energy, and then also mass can escape. And like I said, it does.
Thank you.
All right. And let me just drop something, Jedi.
Atmosphere leaks.
Hold on, Baltimore. I need you to quickly go to your attention to the text channel, if you don't mind, sir.
Okay.
It's 23 minutes after the hour. I just posted something. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna read what it says. You can expand it and it'll open up for you. Gas pressure study guide, March 28, 2023. What's the definition of gas pressure? In general, pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit of area. In the case of gas, pressure is the force exerted by the gaseous molecules on the vessel that holds them. Gas particles move quickly and randomly in straight lines, colliding with both each other and the walls of their container. The greater the number of collisions that occur with the container walls, the higher the pressure of the gas. Now, there's another snippet on the bottom of that. Factors that affect gas pressure: the number of gas particles. Gas pressure is affected by the number of gas particles present within the vessel that holds them. Imagine you have a rigid container with a fixed volume, temperature, and amount of gas. This container will have some particle pressure according to these variables. As we know, gas pressure results from the number of collisions that occur between gas particles and the walls of their container. If we add more gas particles to the container, the number of collisions and thus the pressure will increase. In the reverse, the removal of gas particles will decrease and the gas pressure within the container. As you can see, there's little demonstrations there, but it's perfectly outlined as to what it is.
Again, what I meant by autistic is the fucking surface of the planet is the wall.
Yeah, but that's just one wall. So
the other side is a gradual decrease in density of air, right?
Right. But that's not substantiated. That's not substantiated. What we have.
You're
Baltimore.
No. Let me just say something.
You can't power through, dude, because what we're doing right now is showing the example of
the definition.
The definition.
Brother, you're telling me that there are two options. That it's either in a container.
No. There's no two options. The only way that this can be defined.
Escape, but it's also
you need to relax, brother. You're actually trying to get through, but I'm trying to show you that when we went over this, is there any contention with what I just read right now? Any contention?
Yeah. So the understanding of what is the wall of the container, the Earth's surface itself is a wall. The Earth's
I know.
surface, okay, so you can imagine the container as a shell. As it starts at the crust of the Earth and goes to the end of the atmosphere. That's the container, right?
Okay. So what is in the example?
We feel the gas. We are the container,
brother. Relax. In the example that Baltimore,
you're just frustrating.
Your attention, please. The when you see the little snippet that I put up, the first one, it shows what gas particles are doing inside of a vessel. Do you see that vessel?
Yes,
and it shows the direction of gas particles. Now, in every direction that they're going, they're hitting a wall and they're bouncing and they're going into the direction that they right. So in every which way, gas particles are contained. This is the walls of the container that they're hitting. Now, the walls would be
You said
considered
in every which way, and
Yes.
and then the alternative is if there is no wall, they will escape. I'm saying on the
Right.
side of that shell that there is no wall. Yes, in fact, gas particles do escape. They're just partially contained by the gravity. Like this, you're like, oh, the air would escape. Like, yeah, it does escape. That's my point. It does actually escape. You have no point. It just doesn't all escape because of gravity.
Okay, but that right there, what you just said, because of gravity, then
Yes,
when
most of
then when
your
okay, so now we're gonna connect the dots. So now when Jedi picked up the conversation, when you were talking about it earlier, he was showing demonstrations of gas pressure within inside a vacuum chamber. You said because we have hot and cold air, and the hot air rises, of course, but cold air goes downward because of
It
the
does.
way that right. So then he used a demonstration of a vacuum chamber, putting cold gas inside of that vacuum chamber, and he said, "In which way does that the cold gas go?" And you said, "In all directions." So you demonstrated the
Well,
very
there's no
claim.
absolute,
You
there's only no
demonstrated the very
absolute
claim
cold
that
or hot.
even
There's
when
no
you said
absolute cold or hot. It's about being hot or
Baltimore.
cold relative to the surrounding air.
I
Isn't
know,
that
and so
bring
when
into
you
a vacuum chamber?
yeah, but if gravity is an effect on the gas particles, and you said cold, right? Cold gas. If you said that that would have been a factor, gravity would have still held them down to the center of the Earth, and it didn't do that because you understand that gas pressure is
No,
unaffected
that's still
by
that's still
gravity.
nope,
Gravity
that
is not affecting the gas pressure. So you clearly understood that in the demonstration Jedi showed you. So now we're at the point where you're going to try to justify the container being not there and there at the same time. Not there that the fact that we don't have to have a container like an open system, being the Earth being a globe. Rockets can leave the surface and gas can rush out into the vacuum of space. But at
Yeah.
the same time, it holds true that gravity is a container as well and
Yeah,
holds
yep.
some of the gas
Life
down.
is like that sometimes, dude.
No, it's not really because that's a
A little bit more
paradox.
complicated than a
It's a
simple answer.
no, it's a paradox because when we talk about the definition of gas pressure, we understand it very simply. Now, if there's another definition,
You understand it very simply,
okay,
sir.
no. You don't have an explanation to justify gas pressure having no container walls as per the definition. If you're going to redefine it, point to a citation that redefines gas pressure, please, Baltimore.
We got to this part of it. Give me a second. I literally have a
Go to
thermodynamic.
citation, please. We need a citation that backs up your claim that gas pressure does not need container walls. That's up to you now. You're gonna have to research or go find out where you can, in academia, where you're gonna post.
I got a thermal physics book by Stephen Blundell right in front of me. I'm looking through it.
Go ahead.
Good luck. Citation and demonstration.
Yep, two things. Remember.
Citation and demonstration.
Yes, and a demonstration.
Well, look, the demonstration is the fucking planet.
Baltimore.
The demonstration is the fucking planet.
Baltimore.
Jedi. Fucking.
Right. So I can demonstrate gas pressure. I can define it.
I like him better.
I can-
You're fucking annoying.
Do I have to mute you? Are you going to run away if I do?
I
just
will
wanna get
leave.
the point out.
I would leave. I'm not gonna run away. Okay. I'm not. You actually don't give good arguments. Okay.
Dude, at the moment, I can define gas pressure and demonstrate it. I can
You know,
define.
I actually said yes. It is contained. You still haven't understood the basic logical situation that you are presenting. You said it's either going to escape or it's going to be in a container.
Okay,
I'm
so you
saying
had a-
it is in a shell.
you had
The
a
shell that I
citation-
described of the atmosphere is
Right.
on
So
one
goes
side.
your claim.
the
So
edge,
goes your
the
claim,
other
Baltimore.
surface
So
is going
goes your
to be
claim.
one edge of the
Baltimore.
container. The other
So
side,
goes your claim.
it will
It's
escape
your
out.
claim.
You have no point.
Dude, it's your claim. Now, you said you were going to search for a citation. I don't think you're actually going to find one, but right now I'm kind of curious, morbidly curious, to think that you're going to actually find one. And once you do, can you post it somewhere? Because I don't know who you're talking about has written the actual word to actually negate the second law of thermodynamics. I want to know who the guy
How does
is.
the second law of thermodynamics play into this?
I want to figure out who you're talking about and the citation that supports the claim that you're making. What guy
Hey,
is
Alpha.
gassing you up, pun intended,
Hey,
to think this?
Hey, Alpha, check your DMs.
All right. So it's up to you, Baltimore.
I mean, sure, I'm going through some shit now. If you want to find it, you'll be fucking.
Mute, go and read and get back to us when you found it.
Sure. Just put yourself on mute, Baltimore, and come back whenever you're done and talk. We'll discuss it.
Right. Geeks.
Maybe this is an opportunity. That's what I sent you.
Did you want to talk to Donald? Donald's not even in here, man.
No, I know, but just for the room. For when he comes back.
He'll come back. Yeah. Did you want to post something?
No, I'll just break it down. I watched the video so you guys wouldn't have to. You know that one that Donald was talking about, and just put us on a rabbit chase, or should I say a rabbit hole? So I found a video that he might have been talking about. So I have some points. Everybody, just please listen. So first of all, I literally took notes and I titled it, "A Man Using the Radius to Prove the Radius." So, at 9 minutes and 58 seconds into the video, he recommended not to do the observations at sunrise or sunset and requested that you do them during the middle of the day, which would be advantageous. First of all, completely false. You never want to take observations when the sun is high above you or over you, because that's when it's the hottest usually, and that's when you're going to get the most error in a margin of error, right? So then at 10:21 he shows a disc in the ground, the NGS disc, and he says it has a known elevation. Okay, a transferred horizontal from sea level, aka a flat baseline to start from, right? Interestingly enough, at 11:57 talks about how important it is to measure from a 90-degree position to the horizon. Dude.
Yeah, that's main surveyor. He's bogus, dude.
Yeah.
He's been debunked many times over.
Look at 12:31. Admits he had some error that needed calibrating, that he did after he took the 6 face sets that he took. Okay? Imagine that. He knew his equipment was bad. He still took them. At 13:16, he says he fell short on his measurements every single set. I wonder why. 13:25, he says that he took what he was short by all the shots, divided by half, and add that half to the first face. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yes, this is ridiculous.
He's fudging the numbers. He's fudging the numbers, man.
Yes, and then at 15:45, he comes up with the radius value of 3,772 miles. He then says, that's okay, it's acceptable because the value is 3959. I'm 95% correct.
Yeah,
this
that'll do.
video was retarded. For all you guys, when Donald comes back in here, it's like, oh, you gotta watch this guy. Dude, throw him out the freaking throw him with the water.
I know main surveyor's bunk, but I wanted him to actually point to where exactly it said to support its claim. Because I think that's what he was doing, basically what Baltimore's doing right now. They're on a wild goose chase to actually put the evidence that supports their claim. But in all reality, what they're going to do
first of all, bro, first of all, I told you how you would go about calculating the fucking pressure. The problem is, I told you, you take rho, the density of the air, you multiply it by the gravity, the gravitational constant, and the fucking height above, and you integrate that. You integrate that actually from infinity all the way back down here, with rho being expression of the density along that line, right?
Baltimore infinity's calculation. You can't do a calculation with infinity. It's not a numeric value.
Have you ever? Okay, so you never took calculus. Then.
It's not a numeric value.
Have you ever taken calculus?
All right, so go ahead. You provide the evidence that you're doing this information that you're talking about with a numeric value for infinite.
Well, first of all,
go ahead and square that for us.
Numeric value. Okay, you just go a little bit beyond the fucking radius of the Earth, twice the radius of the from the center of the Earth to the fucking end of the atmosphere, wherever we would just arbitrarily decide that. I mean, it doesn't. There's no distinct end of the atmosphere because it gradually falls off. That's the thing that you're missing. But
I'm not.
Yes, you. Well, yeah, because you think it's a flat.
No, well, I mean, I know that you can't define it. It's not defined.
Well, it's interesting. Actually, I didn't really think of this, but it's
not arbitrary.
Well, no, this is kind of interesting because but this isn't gas pressure. This is atmospheric pressure. Of just you can assess atmospheric pressure just with the fucking thermometer. You know what I mean? That's kind of. there, obviously, but I guess you think. So wait, do you think we're in like a fucking glass?
Oh yeah,
like,
we'll talk about it, man. But I want the citation that I'm curious that you're not going to provide. So have you found it yet?
I mean, you're saying citation. I mean, right here I have
what
atmospheric pressure from. I mean, I'm looking for.
Just take some time, man. We're gonna be here. We're not going anywhere. Just find
No,
this
you
thing.
You just started. We're like, oh, it's a wild goose chase. And I'm like, I told you exactly.
Because you're not gonna find it. I'm confident that you're not gonna find what you're looking for.
I absolutely will.
Well, then find it, please.
I told you exactly how it's gonna be some fucking integral, and then it's gonna be it's gonna give you that the fucking pressure is equal to 10 to the 5th pascals.
In your atmospheric equation, what's the G for?
The G, gravitational constant.
Which is?
It'll be like the gravitational constant times the mass of the Earth over the the radius. You probably need
it's the radius value.
You need to introduce the radius in there as well.
Bro, are you actually actively searching for that? Because I'm just, if you're not going to be, I'm not going to wait for it. I'm not going to have my.
No, I am actually.
All right.
I literally have a book open in front of me, a physical book, looking through. I also have Google open.
That's
the problem is like it's really just something.
In the atmosphere.
Jedi's annoying. I prefer Alpha Veritas. Jedi, you're a fucking
dude. I'm asking you a question. Within that formula, that's G, the acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared, isn't it?
Well, it's also G big M over R. It's also well, you're saying 9.8
meters per second squared.
You could also, it represents GM over R squared. So that if you actually want to do the integral with variable R all the way to the end of the atmosphere, you wouldn't use G as lowercase g. You would use so G, lowercase g, when F equals mg, the lowercase g actually stands for the rest of the GMM over R squared version of the same thing. So lowercase g equals capital G times capital M over R squared. Now, what you would actually put in that integral would be rho capital G capital M times R, and then it would be over R squared, so the R's would cancel, and you would integrate rho capital G capital M over R dr. Okay?
Awesome. Thank you. And G is the acceleration downwards of 9.8 meters per second squared, correct?
That's little g. No, it's actually not present in this. It would be we were using capital G. The whole thing I just said was to go to use capital G instead of lowercase g. Lowercase g is 9.8.
My God, to rattle on. So I can go and get the atmospheric graduation formula. It will describe G as the acceleration down at 9.8 meters per second squared. My question to you is this:
gravitational field strength, which is variable.
Does gas do that? Does gas accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared?
You see, you're missing the fact that there are other internal forces in gases, like Van der Waals forces and bullshit like that. Like there are other internal forces within a gas. You're missing. You're just like playing dumb, but you're just like you're not understanding the actual content of the situation.
Oh, I do. You're just saying, nuh-uh. You just don't like me. You're emotionally involved.
You're also saying, I don't like you because you muted me earlier and you're being a little sassy bitch, abusing your over fucking power.
I'll do it again. How about that?
Do it. I'll just leave. Okay. I mean,
see ya.
It was nice knowing you, bud.
Don't threaten us with a good time.
Yeah. Well, you just made it more spicy for Jedi to mute you. Oh, yeah? Here, take this.
Double dog dare ya.
The boy would not stop talking. So I had no choice but to mute him so I could get my question out. And he fucked off. He didn't like it.
Just like gas.
Yeah, he fucked off just like uncontained gas. Bless.
Yeah. He just proved your point, actually. Well, proved the point.
Anyway, that was fun. See, not everybody wants to talk to me. You're all right now. That's fine.
And they wanted to talk to like what happened here, man. I was being just as aggressive as you were.
I want to talk to Alpha. Shit, I haven't heard that for a long time.
Yeah, that's kind of refreshing, dude, that he said that. I'm like, yeah, really? Okay. Well, I guarantee you, we probably would have wound up being. I would have been the one at the end of the conversation to be. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I think I prefer Jedi after this.
Funny as fuck. Giggs wanted to jump in, but he left. That was crazy.
Yeah, he'd been. I prefer Jedi now, and also Apoc's a dirt digger, so it's okay. I just want to say that he just digs holes. He don't really do much. Just put a real backhand comment in there just for no reason. Just
hell yeah. That's hilarious. You know, I actually used to dig holes way back in the day.
don't entice them, dude. They're gonna be feeding the trolls.
I used to have to dig the holes for the big satellite dishes that we would mount with concrete into the ground. That was when I was little, though. When I was younger.
Back when I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
Yeah, I was like preteen at that time. My uncle was a slave driver.
No more ballers, huh? It's all right.
Scare them all away, guys. I think so.
I really wanted to hear that citation, bro. Fucking hell. Now I guess I'll never know.
You wasn't get a citation, dude.
I was like, dude, are you serious? We got some professor actually saying that he's negating the fact that you can have a definition of gas pressure being contained with the walls of its container? Really? Interesting. Who is saying this? Like, point him out. Like, let's see who he is. Oh shit! I think he even said that I might want to rewind the stream because he did say the name, didn't he? But then he couldn't find it. I literally have the book open. It's open right here. I see the book. It's literally open. I'm like, yes. But I don't know. Hopes got dashed. However, he was actually had time to look for it though. To be fair, he did have time to look for it.
Yeah, but then he came with the old "you don't understand."
There was a fucking he called Jedi a sassy bitch. Dude, that's like a 1948 comment or something. Like 1948 would like want its like put down back or something.
It's like it's like you got told off by the Golden Girls.
Yeah, you're being a sassy bitch. Like what the fuck? Who says that? Like men don't call each other sassy bitches. Like that's weird. I was gonna actually say something about it, but I was like, I'll leave it alone. It was Matrix idea.
Yeah, just blame me.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
You can blame me, but did I deliver what I promised? A meltdown. And you got to see too.
Oh yeah. Man, what the hell was up with Donald, dude? That guy was on something. He must have been, because, I mean, he was at level 10, bro, the whole time.
He was like this yesterday.
Yelling at the top of his lungs, like.
He's obviously got some trauma. Bless him. Some PTSD. Some flat earthers hurt him in the past. That type of shit.
Yeah, show me on this doll where the flat earthers hurt you.
Seriously. And he gets like He gets like that's what he gets frustrated.
Dude, check this shit out. Like, that one guy, Baltimore. I'm gonna show you. He just posted something. I'm gonna clip this image that's in that little PDF thing that he just put in there. Check this out. I'll post it in the text. I want you guys to read that snippet. It's so stupid, dude. Air pressure at any height in the atmosphere is due to the force per unit area exerted by the weight of all the air lying above the height. Consequently, atmospheric pressure decreases with increasing height above the ground. The net upward force acting on a thin horizontal slab of air. What in the actual fuck is that, dude? Horizontal slab of air. Can somebody please point to that horizontal slab of air? This is so stupid. And it says, due to the decrease in atmospheric pressure with height is generally very closely in balance with the downward force due to the gravitational attraction that acts on the slab.
Wow.
But
so then why doesn't pull it all the way down?
Oh, look. There's slabs of air. Has anybody seen a fucking slab of air? A horizontal slab. A slab of air, bro. Like, you can't make this shit up. Oh my god. Oh, I was waiting for this too, and he posted it. I'm so grateful. It was worth the wait, dude. It really was. I gotta play around with this image here. I'm gonna put it in paint.
I was gonna say the that formula, the cosine, tangent, all that stuff that they do in surveying because they're trying to get an angle to the center of the earth, making a triangle that way. Like, all of that is using something they don't know. They can't prove it, but it's just a complete system that's mathematical. And in reality, that's not the way we do those things. And that's what's crazy. Because when you do transfer those lines and measure it and take shots, like, it is off from those NGS discs. But it's because they assume that radius, and you'll even see, like, in their surveying, like, they'll adjust them, they'll change them. So, like, wait, how can it be, like, changed? Like, if that's what it is, that's what it is. And you'll see, though, in the notes, like, if you go to the NGS like site, and then they'll show, like, let's say you find a disc and you could type in the number and it'll pop up, this is the elevation of that one. And then you'll see that they get changed. So, like, that means somebody else will go there, take measurements, and be like, oh, the last guy was wrong. Let me adjust this. And then they'll approve it and then put it in the books. And it's like, bro, they're just willy-nilling it, dude. Like, what the hell? It's crazy. How can you just change? Oh, this one's wrong. I guess the last guy messed up. And you literally see in the notes, like, the year that it was changed or updated. Like, what the hell? Did the Earth grow? Did it shrink? Is it like a human being? You have to change the height of a senior on their ID because they shrank over the years? It's crazy.
I modified the image.
Let me check it out.
Right, Alpha, I invited Baltimore back for you. I'm going to stick myself on mute so he doesn't get upset.
Is he back?
I am back here, and I see that you have highlighted.
Dude, hey, Baltimore, wait, before you go on, man, come on, bro. You gotta admit, that is kind of funny. Like, nobody can actually point to a horizontal slab of air. Come on, even for you.
You literally can't, bro. Like,
Come on, man.
No. It's this is what I'm saying. This is what I meant earlier by you're being too literal with what is a container.
What do you think that implies, though? What's being said in that? What is it? A PDF? What's being implied here in this specific paragraph? Because it's pretty extraordinary, man. Like, I mean, what I'm reading.
Well, you simply, it's force per unit area, right? So you find the force incoming from the air above you down because of gravity. All you have to do is find the force, right? So and what that would mean would be
finding Waldo. Like, we're gonna look for this thing.
No, it's just physics, dude. It's literally just physics.
I'm being facetious, bro. But like, if you're making this out to be something where it has to be thought of in an idea where it's like you're trying to describe something that doesn't have a physical consistency. So a thin horizontal slab of air is basically just an idea that you're giving somebody. It's like a convention, right? It's useful for the conveying the idea over to someone else. But if I'm saying that to somebody else, like, how can I make that resonate with what I'm actually trying to talk about, in the sense of saying, think about it like this? Because I'm going to take that literal. What do you mean a horizontal? Because it's so specific. Horizontal, thin slab of air. Bro, that doesn't have any sense in physical reality. So it does sound pretty extraordinary, even for anyone like looking into this. Like,
did you go to like the next page? Like, this is, and the thing is, like, this is why it's like there's an image where it says you go to. I'm gonna find the fucking image. Wait.
Wait a minute. I think I have the thing.
4 page. It's just on page 4. Sorry, I was farther back down. It's just on page 4, and you see it gives you the ground. Yeah, it gives you a depiction of the ground. Now, of course, it is approximated to be flat.
Wait. Yeah, let me. Oh, dude, you're giving up the ghost already? Wait, dude, we haven't even talked about.
And if you zoom in on any smooth shit, it will look flat.
Oh, dude, don't say that shit. Come on, Baltimore.
That is calculus, bro. That is literally just that is just calculus.
I was waiting for the Glober of all Globers, and you just like gave up the ghost already. You already conceded the point. All right, look, let me just post that image for everyone.
Yes, if you zoom in on some curved shit, it will look flat if it's sufficiently smoothly curved.
So you're saying smoothly curved. So you're basically saying that it looks locally flat, and is the way we all observe it.
Earth?
Yeah.
Earth. One could say, sure.
Well, I'm using the word so that you don't have to give up too much, right? But I'm just allowing you to say
locally.
Locally, right?
Locally, yes.
Is that good enough?
Sure.
All right. Well, with the image that you wanted me to look at, I'm actually posting that image for everybody to look at in the text channel.
How are you doing, bitch? I'm gonna fuck you. Oh.
So trolls, right? No,
oh my god.
Never troll.
And you're gonna get fucked. You're gonna get a dick in your ass, so you better watch out.
That was
great.
Yeah. So
what were you saying, Baltimore?
Yeah. So I was saying that
he was saying that like he's gonna put his dick in your ass, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh my god.
So
are you gonna enjoy it?
Are you done?
Okay, so like basically the rectangle there, which is it's shown, it's in like the gray, on page 4. Do you have? It has GP delta Z. So delta Z is the height there, right? And then you look, so that, and then there's also going to be like a delta Y and a delta Z. That is what defines the thin slab. It's the reason why it's thin slab is because if you're working in, let's say, rectangular coordinates, and you're going to integrate, dx, dy, dz, right? You're going to deal with rectangular regions, right? So that it's a mathematical construct, right?
I'm fine with that, bro. I'm fine with that. So far, so good.
And you actually could do the integral in polar coordinates, spherical polar coordinates with phi, phi, and rho. If you wanted to, you just have to use a Jacobian, and you'd have to do a change of variables, and it would be fucking. It's just you. It doesn't have to be a rectangle. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't actually have to be a rectangle. It could be
No, I want it to be because it's depicted that way. So can we just leave it like that? You don't have to
Girl,
change.
yes, but mathematically, I'm just saying a thing called the Jacobian can turn it into spherical polar coordinates.
Yeah, but
right?
that's not what the PDF. Who's behind all this PDF? Like what
Noah.
professor?
NOAA, Noah.
Noah.
Yeah.
So why do you suppose now?
Spherical.
I'll give it to you this way. Why do you suppose they're using this particular model to depict a non-curved surface? Well,
'Cause
they
it's-
could have easily. I know you might go to being locally flat. We talked about that, but I'm saying
Not
why?
only just locally flat, it's because it's for educational purposes and it's easier to integrate in rectangular coordinates.
Yeah, I'm cool with that, man. Like for us, it's a win. It's still a win, but for you, it's like more work, right? Because now you have to engage with like, okay, so they're showing this small concept of like a tiny portion of the Earth that could look locally flat, but now I'm going to extrapolate that out into a macro style globe Earth, right? So now that you got to do the work, because for us, we're good. I mean, solid good. And so
Well, the thing is, like, it's like you're definitely asking me to hand everything to you on a silver platter with no.
Oh,
like,
it's my contention that you guys can't produce the evidence that would substantiate the Earth being a globe. Now,
well,
I'm
this
saying
is
that. What's that?
This is sufficient evidence. This is, you asked specifically. It closes the chapter on can you define air pressure in an open system like
But
the
that's
Earth?
showing a flat Earth, bro. The ground is flat. The slab of air is horizontal. It's using words that are indicative.
Completely irrelevant. That's
Brother,
completely
it's using words indicative to flat, horizontal. Come on, bro.
It's actually not. It's actually not particularly relevant, though. I mean, you're just calculating. No, it doesn't matter because it's all radially symmetric. It actually has no bearing on the.
All right.
As if you get one column above going out, it will be the same in every direction.
On a flat
So it
rectangle. Yeah,
doesn't
I
matter.
know, but we are okay. So from all of this, it's still like for us, we were talking about the gas pressure without a container argument. Now it went from that specific argument to these like these diagrams of showing what it looks like on a Earth that's not a globe. So now it went from gas pressure without container to like them showing examples of how the gas pressure can be in an uncontained environment on a flat Earth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just now it's odd because now you have to go through.
I mean, and it's unfortunate because in spherical polar coordinates, like, in polar coordinates, it's not just going to be like, it's not just going to, you just integrate like, like dx, dy, dz, right? But in polar coordinates, you're going to have, well, I don't want to do we're going to do it in two variables because I don't want to do cylindrical or spherical. I'm just going to do two-dimensional polar coordinates. You're going to have dx, dy, right? That would switch to become in polar coordinates r, dr, d theta, right? So there's an extra factor of an r there, and you can imagine that because if you were imagine the center of the Earth or the circle. In this case, it's not a sphere; it's just a circle because it's two-dimensional. Imagine the center of the circle, and then you go out a certain radius. Okay, so now you're at a second point. Now you rotate around the center a certain angle, right? Okay, and then now after you've done that, you go out a certain smaller distance, not a full radius, but a small. You could call it dr, right? You would have, and I can just show you an image of. I'll just Google polar. Differential area element, right? And then that would be the difference. That would be the equivalent. Or I would just Google spherical differential volume element, and then that would give you the equivalent. If you don't like this thin, yeah, there you go. Spherical.
No, I said I'm good with that. Like the demonstration of a horizontal thin slab of air over a flat Earth, we're actually really good on that point. It's more demonstrating the fact that they're having to use for practical purposes an illustration of something that depicts the Earth being flat.
For pedagogical purposes.
I know, but it's working against your point. It's countering you. It's like instead of it helping your point, it's actually solidifying ours. But not only that, you have to go to the extra length of actually talking about the polar coordinate system to kind of further extrapolate that it's not actually a flat Earth. That's what you're doing right now. But like the hard part is like you've made mention of like a bit of mathematics. So I take it that you are studied in this type of math.
Yeah, I studied
Okay.
some math. Yep.
All right. So you do understand that with math, it's great that you do know some math, but is it any way that you can verify the specific equation that you're talking about out in the field? As in, you would know, right? Can you go and test this math?
See, what I think is interesting, right, is because it ultimately so it talks about the hydrostatic equation in the thing. I think, like, or I believe that was the
Yeah, it's what it's talking about. Yep.
Yeah, and so it gets into that, and basically, right, it's got G rho D, or it's a D, it's a delta, whatever, Z, which is the height, right? So that's what I was saying before. And so, where G in this case is actually not constant 9.8. It varies based on the radial, inverse square. Well, actually, it's not inverse square because it would be in this representation, it would be inverse. So that it would vary. It's that small g, if you're on page like 8, if you're looking, or just on page 4, that small g actually varies with height, so it's not a constant 9.8. It's misleading. And you can actually see that if you go later in the document, because I looked through it. And like basically my point here is that where does it come from? Well, that rho, right, is just mass per volume, right? And so ultimately this equation that we're dealing with here, I mean, first we're just dealing with like a fucking with a fucking free body diagram essentially on this slab of air, right? And so essentially this is just F equals ma. So I mean, we've already accepted actually for the earlier in this when I was talking earlier, we accepted F equals ma as being valid physics. So I think that if you just divide it by volume, then you essentially get this. So
yeah,
I don't think
a lot of it has to deal with conventions that are being useful for people to convey ideas, right? So if certain things that are used in the equations like mass and such are defined in a very specific way, but I would ask you, do you think that mass can be defined in a very specific way? Just the terms that are being used. I mean, if you're going to be honest.
I mean, unfortunately, it was a mass. I mean, how is it? Well, the way is it how? Let me think here for a second. What is the definition of mass? It's interesting. I mean, in terms of units, there's a fucking cylinder of platinum somewhere in Paris that defines a kilogram.
Yeah, but if I want to, but we're going to start talking about weight and such. And if you're saying that it's defined by something else, then it's not the actual term that's being used. And I think the term denotes something very specific.
A kilogram is mass, not weight. Pound is weight. A kilogram is mass.
Okay, so when you say that you want to find the mass of something, it's actually synonymous with saying I want to find the kilogram of something.
The mass, yeah, the mass is a different. The mass is not the weight, right? So,
well, how would you define mass?
Mass, I mean, how would I mean, let me think about that. I mean, it's the mass of a part. I mean, I don't know how like define mass. Like, it's a property things have. Like,
oh, maybe you can circle back to that later. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, it causes you to interact with gravity and have inertia. Right.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of things that mass is useful for as a convention, but it's a word that these terms that are being thrown around, they have very specific meanings, and I think that's the reason why when we talk about topics such as these, most of the terms that are being used are not put into a category that are like isolating the terms to understand their meaning in a contextual, the message that you're putting forth. So if we're saying you understand what you mean because you know the terms you're using, then we have an understanding. We know what you mean because now you've understood the terms. So
yeah,
can you see what I'm saying? Like if I don't want you to get lost in context, I have to understand. If I'm going to tell you something, I have to outline the meaning of the terms. Like I can't just say what the word level means if you don't understand what level means, right?
Yeah, I mean, the way that I think about mass is that it's the gravitational charge essentially. So basically, it is the thing that makes you interact with gravity, but it also gives you inertia separately from gravity. So it does two very
But
important.
I think that's a subjective interpretation by
Oh,
you
those
right
are-
now.
Those are both.
He's almost there. Okay,
Yeah.
think of the kilogram in Paris. Is that inertia or resistance to inertia?
What do you think, Baltimore?
A kilogram? I mean, the kilogram is. I mean, that's defining a unit of measure. Because of, I mean, mass itself is what gives inertia. I would
Okay,
say.
so you're pushing something, and you add a kilogram to it. Did you add resistance to inertia, or did you add more inertia?
You would have added more inertia to the system.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You misunderstood. You're pushing a 1 kilogram block.
Yes.
Okay. Then you double it. Are you adding resistance or decreasing resistance?
Now you see, you switched it up. So I would say you're adding resistance because of friction, which is dependent on the normal force, which is dependent on gravity. So that would be adding resistance. But as a matter of fact, also inertia goes up because mass goes up, and mass causes inertia.
So, yeah, I think that's the.
Yeah, he walked himself into a contradiction there.
Yeah, it's a contradiction.
No, inertia goes up and resistance goes up.
So resistance to inertia is inertia.
Resistance to in the sense of
paradox.
Resistance in the sense of friction goes up. Friction will be stronger. There will be a stronger friction force, sure. But inertia will also go up because mass is a measure of inertia.
So is it a resistance to inertia? That's what Crit was posing it to you.
The thing is
or
that
is it inertia? Which one?
the problem
You
is
can't do
that
both.
friction. The problem is that friction is a non-conservative force, right? So you're dissipating energy there. Gravity is pulling the blocks into the ground, causing friction opposite the direction of motion, right? That is a function of mass. Okay, so mass has two completely separate properties that that inertia and gravitational mass as inertia and mass as gravitational charge do not have anything a priori connected to each other, right? There's no reason why we would know, besides the fact that it's just empirically true. There's no reason for sure why that would be the case, I believe, right? So like the fact that the resistance comes from gravity pulling it down, causing a normal force, which then increase in the normal force, which is just what stops it from falling through the earth, right? And that in this friction force depends on the normal force. That is coming from the gravitational charge function of mass, which you increased, but the inertia goes up because that's a separate function of mass. Inertia, mass increases inertia. It also increases gravitational charge. So when you put a second block on, inertia goes up, but also gravitational charge goes up, gravitational force goes up, normal force goes up in the opposite direction, and then also
Oh my God,
friction goes
you
up.
got
I mean,
you got a multitude. You got a multitude of variables that are happening consistently all at once. How do you isolate for any of these to actually test for them?
Contradictory.
Yeah, it sounds so convoluted right now that
the normal force is more just kind of normal force is just kind of like a result of things of not falling through each other.
Can you,
right?
Baltimore? Can you appreciate that it does sound convoluted whenever you're saying how you're explaining this, right?
It's really just mass, the gravitational field strength.
Dude, can I just ask you something?
What?
You said there's two properties of mass?
Yeah, inertia and gravitational charge.
Mass is a property. How does a property have properties?
Oh, well, mass is okay. Matter, sure. Massive matter. Yeah, matter has
massive matter.
Matter has mass, right? Matter is that which has mass. So I guess I should have said matter. I guess if you want. Sure, that's
okay.
That's
Thank
fine
you.
with that. I'm fine with that.
So you were okay. Wait a minute. So you're mischaracterizing the thing you were speaking of, and
No,
it's actually matter that you're talking about, not mass.
No, I still stand. I mean, when you say matter and energy, mass energy, I mean, it's pretty much interchangeable. But if he wants to be
Well, not really.
no, it is. If you talk to a physicist,
You
no one's
said
gonna
mass has matter. Or sorry, matter has mass. I'm sorry, I said that backwards.
Yeah, and it's essentially a one-to-one direct relationship. There's nothing really fancy about it, but like
that's just what people are saying. How is this tested? How do you know how much mass something has?
Well, so now you're getting into questioning the fundamental units of the universe, and at this point, like literally, like you can answer. There's something called dimensional analysis. You can answer whole entire fucking problems about the universe. You can fucking figure out definitive parameters of a system just by knowing certain, how to conjugate certain constants together to get a certain
Planck's constant.
Dimensional quantity at the other end. Yeah, you could Planck's constant would be one thing. It's kind of exotic, but you could do it with, if you have a pendulum and you know the length of the pendulum and you know the gravitational field strengths and the mass of the pendulum, and you have all of the definitive parameters of the system, you can just kind of combine them with whatever coefficient would be necessary to produce whatever unit outcome you're looking for, and that will get you within a multiple of the actual period if you're looking for time, right? Because it doesn't matter. There's dimensional analysis. To go all the way down to what is mass, that is fundamental stuff.
Philosophical? Are we talking about just?
Yeah, I had no problem earlier when we were talking about metaphysics, right? I said right up, someone was saying it's a logical contradiction that there's space-time, and I was like, no, not really. It's metaphysics. I accept that it's metaphysics. I don't have a problem with mass being, or matter itself being metaphysics, I guess, or whatever. I guess if you really want to push me back all the way there, I don't really care. But it still doesn't.
It's almost like we get into philosophy from the realm of empiricism. We're not going to be talking about things that can be tested anymore. We're talking about the ideas of what can be due to the fact that we have constructed mathematical constructs, bro. We're not engaging with the actual consistency of the physical and natural world. We're actually turning this over to or if we're refining our points down to the degree that we're talking, maybe the quantum level, then things start becoming a little crazy. We can't use the same.
If you start denying mass, I literally don't have. I mean, I'm already mentioned,
bro. I'm talking about the most important thing.
Matter.
Everybody says that they know what mass is, but just like when I gave you the question, what is mass? It came out as a very convoluted answer.
A measure of inertia or gravitational field coupling. Those are the two ways that you could define it. It's a measure of inertia, meaning the resistance to changes in momentum.
Let's do this. Do you have a citation to support the claim that you're mentioning right now?
The definition of mass or matter, that would be mass.
As per your explanation right here, what you stated, is it somewhere cited just the way you stated it?
I mean, it's so interesting that
because listen, man, any talking head can say whatever, but when you start to say, yeah, I learned this somewhere and this is how I've understood it, let me cite the source. The source is,
I mean, it's just interesting because, there's NASA. They got photos of the fucking round Earth. It's what sources are?
I don't want you to feel like you're not going to be able to provide that, because it's something very specific you said for the explanation of mass. And now we're getting right down to the nuts and bolts. But if you want to abandon the argument, that's fine.
I'll just do definition of physical mass. Let's see what happens.
But it has to coincide with what you said already. So we have to at least
measurement of the total amount of matter in an object. Like I said, 1-to-1 relation. Nothing really fancy going on. Mass. Okay, here are some things to know about mass. Mass is constant. That's interesting. I mean, obviously,
hold on, Baltimore, 1 second. Waz, your mic is backfeeding, brother. Waz.
Oh shit. Sorry.
All right, go ahead, Baltimore.
It's mass is related to inertia, the tendency to remain at rest or move at a constant speed. It's measured in kilograms. It's different from weight, which I did say all of these things. I didn't say that it's affected by energy because I didn't get into relativity, but everything that I said is correct. And I don't, we don't need to get into the relativity aspect of it. It does not really matter for what we're talking about.
I saw what you did there with matter. No, yeah, I know what you mean, but like,
what did I do? It's
you use the word matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we're talking about that.
No, it wasn't
I know you're probably too wrapped up in the conversation, but check this out. I know you disliked Jedi coming in earlier because he was, arguing with you a bit, but he does have something to add. He posted something in the text channel. I could read it, but I'd rather him because he's been. These are his points too, so everybody has a voice here. But as long as you're not gonna run away if he gets on the mic, I think we'll just let him read this real quick.
All right.
Jedi, if you're there.
Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. This comes from the Royal Society of Chemistry. Nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Edwin Taylor, John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. In ordinary language, the word mass connotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter, these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize that the word mass has no meaning other than given in mathematical formula. It is the measure of the resistance to a change in velocity. Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's theory of general relativity.
No, I mean, roughly, that is what I said here. Like I said, it's a resistance to a measure of change. Now, there's a certain amount of it says there's not a clear statement of the amount of matter. That's coming from a textbook here, Taylor, Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. I actually know that book. This is about special relativity. Yeah. Which is about, it's specifically making that claim because once you start moving at a different speed, the energy content will change the apparent mass of the thing. So it's for a specific.
Yeah, but you can appreciate the Nobel laureate Max Born was what he was saying as well, right?
Yeah,
He basically
definitely.
broke it down in the sense of saying it. Yeah.
No, but I wanna just say, like, you guys are questioning gravity and you're questioning mass. Now, first, like, the mass and gravity, because like I said, mass is gravitational charge. This is open. This is open science. There's still more to come on this topic. It's not done yet, right?
No, I think you're going along the lines of saying what most people say when they come in here is that we're waiting for somebody to, if they have a better explanation, to disprove the thing that's already been given. But with what's been proposed already with these people in science, right, in physics, like what they're proposing is that mass doesn't have this special connotation that you think it does to attribute it to something in the physical known reality that we are in right now. So that's why Max Born put it in the way he did. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like an amount of substance or quantity of matter. Those concepts, he really strongly put it in this way, concepts, right? Conceptual. Themselves being defined no further. So it begins and ends at that moment right there. The concept
mass
of substance.
Mass is the amount of substance or matter, and then matter is the concept that is no longer defined, right? Matter is just, it's just there.
These denotes both. These concepts, mass and matter. So the concept of substance is...
Well, it's actually ambiguous because it could just be matter and substance, but sure.
Hold on, Waz, you're backfeeding again, brother. Like, we heard dishes clanking and clamoring or something. All right, so we got the concept of substance is considered self-evident, right? So basically, if you say something that has substance, that's already self-evident that it exists. So if you're saying in physics, we must strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than given by a formula. So what you're probably alluding to or saying is that there's some mathematical construct that has been built around mass, right?
Yeah.
You've already said what it is, didn't you, earlier?
Well, F equals ma is one enough. Right. That is the relationship with inertia, at least at the kind of
Yeah, so you can work it out, but what's happening is that it's not being able to be defined in a way that you can put it to something in the physical reality that we have.
It says
It's
right
worked
here,
out.
the next sentence is, it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. That's inertia. That is one property right there.
I
Is
know
that
that.
it?
But
property.
what it's saying though is that it does not have meaning. The word mass doesn't have the meaning, and I think a lot of people use it in a very conventional way. That they're using it to it's useful for like describing something that doesn't. You can't say that mass in and of itself is is something in physical form. So if I tell you that this thing has mass, how can I point to the thing that I'm saying has mass when it doesn't have meaning? It's useful for a conventional purpose in a formula, but I cannot tell you that it exists in physical reality. I can't point to something and say that's got a lot of mass in it.
Okay,
You get
sure.
what I'm saying?
I do, and that doesn't prove anything about flat Earth. That would be idealism, right? That would be, or you could even say solipsism. But this is a philosophical notion of people like George Berkeley, who thought that trees did not make a sound if they fall.
I know there's a philosophical interpretation, man. But what I'm saying though, if I'm pointing to the Earth and I say this Earth that you're standing on has a lot of mass, I'm actually giving it a physical property, and that word has no meaning. I can't give it a physical property when it doesn't have that meaning.
It has at least one meaning, which is that it's the measure of a change in resistance.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. If you're saying something has mass, matter is mass, I'm sorry, but those concepts are defined no further. You can't just say something has something that's basically.
And this is why I said I'm okay with the metaphysics. I can't define time for you either, or space. I can't. I'm sorry. I wish I could, and that's why I admit it. I admit it already. It's metaphysical. I'm not worried about it though.
So here's here's.
And you can say it's my religion. How do you manage to live in this world if you don't?
What I'm saying though is that when these words get tossed around in this forum, people think that they're speaking of something very specific, and they're pointing to things and making it sound like they're exist in the physical and natural world. When in fact, they don't understand the terms that are being used are not defined. They don't have a meaning in the sense of saying that they have this specific property in physical form.
But I will say one thing. Right? Besides dark matter, dark energy, right? We're just going to forget about that because they're not understood. There's a standard model of particle physics. Everything in the universe is a top quark or a down quark or a strange quark or a charm quark or a fucking electron, a fucking neutrino,
Oh my God, dude, you really want to go deep into this? Like
and all of these things, all of these things in the way that they have a specific charge, a specific like electrons have a specific charge. Up quarks have a specific charge. Down quarks have a specific.
Baltimore. These things are just they're conventions, man, that people use. They're like models. They're models that are used. They're not in the physical form, brother. Like, I've been trying to tell you this the whole time. These things are not in the physical form. They're used as concepts, and because of the conventional way they're spoken of, people think that they are attributed to the physical reality. Like, oh, we got this many quarks. So how do you know something?
Is charge real? Because your computer's working right now.
Yeah, but there's something different between something that's acting like with the forces that we have in the physical and natural world, and the idea that the concept that's behind them. Like, what is an electron? You know what I'm saying? Let's get down to it. Like, if we're gonna do it, how do you know what
it's a vibration in the electron field if you really wanted to get as possible fucking down in the weeds as you wanted to.
Yeah, because it seems like where else are we going to go if we're not only going to start defining reality for the substance of matter that it's made up of?
Well, actually, I would say, but this is the thing is we're not approaching flat Earth right now. We're approaching like immaterialism, right? Okay. So I would say, if you really wanted to get down to the fundamental, what is an electron? It is an excitation mode of the electron field. Up quark.
But that's already something. That's something that we can. That's something we can measure, though. the electric charge in something and the field that it produces. Like all these things are able to be quantified.
I want to say the electromagnetic field is not the electron field. I want to make that clear. The electromagnetic field is not the electron.
Listen, things that can be quantified, whatever types of fields that we're using, is not. There's a very different distinction from that and the concepts that are being put forward as to what models are being used to describe them. So that is very separate from the idea that the things that the forces that you're dealing with are something that can interact with the physical and natural world. And then the models that describe them are something entirely different. So let me just say this. With that, I'll segue back into reality. So I would say with that, that's how the Earth being a globe is used. It's used as an idea put forward in your mind. And you and everybody else thinks that idea of the Earth being a globe is actual physical reality, and it's not. So I'm telling you, and you're giving me the explanation of these models, these constructs, mathematical forms, but we don't have tangible reality being able to demonstrate the very essence of what the Earth being a globe would substantiate, and that's curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. So we don't have that physical, tangible evidence, and this is why I'm telling you.
What do you mean vacuum of space?
Well,
you mean the air escape? Is that what you're saying? But there's mass.
Well, listen, no, we're it's going to be circular because we're going to go right back to where we started from.
But just because you're saying that we don't have proper definitions of matter and mass doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist. I mean, you can't just throw out.
No, listen. Gravity, as the way you think it exists right now, has only been described to you as this idea of how you can explain it with mathematics, right? But as per the understanding, right, there is other explanations and demonstrations of us being able to produce something that you can quantify. So everybody understands the effect of what you call gravity. We might describe it as specific gravity, right? To us, it's understood as relative density. So something that is interacting with the medium that it's in, the object and medium relationship would counter each other. So if you're saying I'm dropping a pen in the medium of air, it actually is displacing the air all the way till it reaches the ground, where it reaches its state of equalized. So it doesn't go any farther than that. So if you change the medium, however, then you change the object's relationship to that medium, which also defines the vector that it goes in relation to that medium. So I'll give you an example, right? So if I have an egg and I drop it in fresh water, it immediately sinks down to the bottom of that water, right? It goes into the medium of water. As it falls to the medium of air, it's heavier than the air, and it's also more dense than the water that it's in. So as it goes down into the bottom of that water, well, we're going to actually do a test, an experiment. We're going to change the medium's relationship. We're going to add some salt to that. That becomes a solution, right? So now the medium is actually more dense than the egg. So the egg, what happens is that it changes its vector. It starts to rise. So as you change the object and medium relationship, you didn't cause an anti-gravity egg. You've just changed the relationship between the object and medium. So what happens with this understanding is that you can have two things that interact with each other. And because of that, the law of nature, which states that the law of gravity, right, would be what something does in relation to the medium it's in, would change the specific vector. And things that always occur is that, like, if you drop something in whatever medium, it just depends what medium you're dropping it in. It will have a specific relationship to that medium. So it could be you drop a beach ball in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. But however, if you're underwater and you drop a beach ball, what happens is it rises to the top of the water because it's in relation to that medium. It's going to respond to it in a very like manner. So it's not going to do what you think gravity is said to be doing, pulling things down to the center.
You haven't got rid of gravity. If there was no gravity, everything would just hang out.
No, that's incorrect, because the idea that gravity to you means that you live on a spherical Earth, all of that is a very I won't say convoluted, but it's the demonstration for that is non-existent. You can't demonstrate that gravity is the occurrence of mass attracting mass or a gravity well caused by space-time bending and warping. There's no way that you can put these concepts that you even said you couldn't define in any way, space or time. You even said that. So I mean, that's right. So we're at an understanding right now that these concepts of what supports the effect, right? The cause of the effect, you're not able to substantiate it in any way. You can't tell me or anybody in this room how the cause is substantiated scientifically. You can't substantiate it,
I
and
see
that's
what
why
so you're not even trying, right? I can't.
No. It's not that I'm not trying. It's that it's you can't support something that you even said yourself. How can you tell me what space and time is?
You're saying you understand that it's quixotic to even try, so you don't even try. You're
No, I'm saying that scientifically it cannot be demonstrated. These theories that have been proposed are only these conventions that have been given to people to talk about as in describing, as an explanation to the effect. The effect is we see things falling to the medium of air at 9.8 meters per second square downward as an average. That's an average. It's not a constant, contrary to what you might think it could be.
No, I
but
mean,
it's an
it's
average.
Perfectly constant. It's
I understand. That's why I'm saying it's an average. That's true, and you know it. You just stated it right now. So
Yes.
what we're understanding is that the effect occurs. It can be quantified. Industries use it. It's useful for the application of demonstrating how different computer things, the equations to for testing things. All these things can be useful for practical purposes. But when you start to say that the effect that we all see and can quantify, and nobody here disagrees with, is also supported by a cause, a theory for that, meaning you're saying things are being pulled to the center of Earth, that, sir, is not able to be demonstrated. Or you would be able to, right now, if I give you the floor, demonstrate how the cause interacts with the effect, and then you could tell us how you know that the cause is supported by science. So if you can do that, I'd welcome that. Cause for the effect. I'm serious. I'm serious, Baltimore. If you have the information to support the claim for what the cause is, as in, let's see if there's any science to back you up, I'd love to hear it. Because over the many years I've been doing this, nobody, Baltimore, can tell me they can support it.
Well, it's curious because you're asking me how, if you don't accept gravity, I can't do it.
No. I told you what I accept. I accept the effect and how to quantify it. I gave you the example of the egg. We can definitely demonstrate the effect has immediate things that we could see in physical world.
The effect has in buoyancy, but buoyancy is a result of.
No. I said relative density, but buoyancy is a part of the fact, the reason why something is lighter than the medium. But if we're gonna specifically talk about the cause,
you accepted F equals ma, so I said buoyancy because something has to induce it to move, which would be the.
So now the onus is on you to provide to substantiate the claim with scientific evidence that the cause of whatever you say it is, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. What is the cause for the effect?
The cause of the effect of the buoyant force. Let's see. So I'm going to say it's gravity.
I know, but gravity is a word. What is the current scientific theory for the cause of an effect for gravity?
The cause of an effect
for the gravity.
So you're saying the gravity is so gravitons. That's what you're asking me. Where's the graviton? And we haven't detected gravitons, and you got me. Okay, there you go. I mean,
I didn't get you, but
then separately, right? The more accepted notion of what gravity is the curvature of space-time, which we've already said before. Space-time is a metaphysical notion. So you're not.
You didn't want to walk down that path. You said so yourself. I don't want to take that path because I couldn't. I couldn't talk about what time or space is in a way that.
No, I mean. Okay, well, what I am saying about that is, first of all, it's actually so interesting because we were talking earlier about whether how hard it would be to do a surveying and do the triangle thing we
were talking to Donald about that. I don't know if you were even in the conversation.
People do similar things. In cosmology, right? They do basically the same calculation to see what the geometry of the universe is, to see if it's flat or or otherwise, like what the
figured out what Earth is yet, man. But we're like 2 degrees away from the premise. So I'd like to every time we seem to drift, I think we need to come right back to the point. Is there any scientific evidence for the cause of the effect for the gravitational attraction?
You're saying is there scientific evidence for curvature of space-time? That's what you're saying, or
essentially.
I have either gravitons or curvature of space-time. Those are my 2 options, basically.
Well, I mean, is there any scientific evidence to support the claim that is the what's going on and what's causing the effect of what you see happening when you drop a pen through the medium of air?
They detected gravitational waves not too long ago. Do you accept that finding?
I mean, gravitational waves. Well, what's the current theory and how is that supported? Because mainstream rhetoric, I don't know, maybe
far out somewhere, right? There was a binary like black hole system, 2 black holes spinning around each other, or 2 stars.
God. This guy's lost in the source, man. He's not coming back out.
2 stars.
I will say this.
Gravitational wave is. Google what a gravitational
Baltimore. I will say this. We have to actually adhere to the principles of the Earth, the physics of the Earth. So you can't drift off. But you can't drift off to another. You can't give me an example of something that's not the Earth. So you have to stick to
neutron stars. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, but like what I said before, because what's in contention right now is how is Earth giving the effect of dropping something, and then you said we see that. Now, what is causing that? I'm going to give you the scientific definition or explanation as to why this is occurring, and is it scientifically validated? I'm asking you.
Well,
is there validation for the science behind the cause of an effect for gravity?
Yes. So you're asking me specific. Okay, the question you just asked me is there scientific evidence for the cause behind the effect of gravity? You didn't say on Earth. Gravity happens out there too.
All right. So let's not be. You want me to be pedantic, dude? I will say specifically on the Earth that you and I are standing on. No other Earth. There's not like XJ29 out there. No, we're talking about the specific Earth that you and I are standing on.
Okay. Nonetheless,
how else are you going to apply? Hey, how else are you going to apply the scientific method?
How else am I going to apply?
You're going out into the space to those things.
Well, I mean, we observe it, right? So, and then
not enough. That's one step. Okay, that's one step in the scientific.
LIGO. There was a experiment. LIGO
doesn't matter, dude. It's very
what do you mean? There was an experiment.
You are able to and not able to.
We measured. We had
more than one sense. Because how are you going to manipulate an independent variable with your eyeballs?
You don't have to. I'm just saying the dependent variable.
You do have to. If it's scientific evidence, that's what it will include, dude. I'm sorry to tell you. But absolutely.
You're like trying to bring out you're trying to bring out like randomized control trials people would use in medicine for fucking physics.
Absolutely. Yep.
Everybody cares. Everybody who cares has accepted that we have detected gravitational waves at LIGO. LIGO is
gravitational waves from LIGO, but is that the rhetoric that we're talking about? That's adhering to the cosmic scale for the Earth to reside. For the Earth to reside,
the curvature of space-time. Bro, that's what.
Yeah, I know, but for the Earth to reside within the concept of what the gravitational force or attraction or however you want to describe it, right? The scientific theory, is it validated? I'm asking you a specific question for the cause of an effect on Earth, the Earth that you and I are standing on. Has science ever validated that the cause for the effect ever been validated?
I mean, we have on this planet, right? LIGO is a set of lasers on Earth, right? Like, we did measure some fucking warpage. We know that space-time can warp, right? So that's one thing. Whether or not you're allowing me to tell you what the wave came from, which was gravitational in nature, maybe I have to pretend I don't know that gravity caused the wave, even though everything in the theory indicates that the wave. but everything in the theory indicates, causally the whole
So
structure of the theory.
they've received information according to what you're saying, and the interpretation of that information they received, the data, is such that the idea of the gravitational bending and warping of the cause for the effect has occurred, that they've understood, according to you saying that LIGO's already discovered this, right? You're saying these findings solidify scientifically that the cause for the effect is now validated. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, no, I would.
Come on, Baltimore! Don't leave me hanging, man. You
never
gotta
validates
come through.
anything
Gotta come through with some honesty.
Science doesn't validate anything ever. It only
Thank you.
tentatively validates or falsifies.
Thank you.
Those
So
are
that's the whole enchilada, man. That's the kit and caboodle. That's the where you understand. That's what we've been asking, that nobody can provide because of that. What you just stated. You said basically this. It took us this long, but basically every other person that comes in here that has the same kind of mind that you do, basically says either I'm not a scientist, so I can't validate it, or that science doesn't work that way. So now we're left with empty-handed. Everybody can now go home, and we can turn off the lights because the party's over.
Well, but do you really think that your model of reality explains things better than the globe?
And it's not a model, but yes, we can explain it 100 times better than you possibly could understand. So
why?
Because it's manifest in the physical and natural world. So let's just put it this way.
But I already had the discussion earlier, and I would love to hear it.
Not with me?
But you can't explain where the flat Earth came from. It didn't come from gravitational accretion, spherically symmetric in a spherical.
Yeah, because that idea is talking about Narnia. Let's talk about reality now. Let's talk about the realm that you and I exist in.
Okay,
Baltimore.
I see.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't want to talk about things that are pretend.
I don't want to talk about things that it requires imagination.
Yeah, of course not, dude. Why? I'd rather take you outside and observe the world for what it is, and then the actual interpretation of what you're seeing is what you get. So you're now going to understand that real physics, right? Applied physics are going to tell you what you already know, right? Your observation is, well, of course, I've heard you say this before, but that the Earth is locally flat. So we're seeing a locally flat Earth as first. I got three things for you, right? I'm going to tell you like this: observation, measurement, and practical use. I've always dropped this knowledge bomb on people because it's so simple, right? So in observation, you already have submitted to us, you agree with the fact that it's observed as a locally flat Earth. I mean, locally, just looks that way. You don't have to think about an Earth being a globe. Your primary experience is such that it looks like a flat and stationary plane. For the most part, I added stationary, but you didn't agree to that. You just said locally flat. But you can see where we're coming from on that. You could say, yeah, sure, locally looks that way to me. I'm not saying that I'm agreeing that it's not a globe, but locally it looks like it's a flat Earth. So we got observation, check. Second one, measurement. Now, if we're going to say that the Earth measures flat, then what are we talking about? Like paper thin flat? What is the measurement for Earth's measurement to say that there's a flat Earth? What we're talking about is a horizontal plane that's not deviating from the topographical plane of existence that you and I are on. So if we're saying that flat Earth is defined by the Earth itself, we'd say that the mean sea level is the vertical point on the mean sea level where the tides rise and fall. That median point extrapolated out into a distance, right? Any connecting point on land, wherever we can get elevation from that mean sea level point would be a horizontal plane that extends outward. So in any position that connects that mean sea level will be considered a horizontal plane. Now, when we reference that horizontal plane, that, sir, is flat Earth. That is the definition of what flat Earth is. It's the horizontal plane that extends from mean sea level outward into every point on Earth. So we say that we reference mean sea level to say that we know and we garner elevation profiles from that mean sea level. So from mean sea level all the way out to any point that has land topography, we'd say that point would be the vertical point that you stand on which whatever amount of height above sea level that is, that from wherever that is to the bottom of where it connects 90 degrees to mean sea level on outward to where mean sea level is garnered from would be a horizontal and vertical line, making a 90 degree to that vertical point. So that, sir, is flat Earth. Everywhere it extends horizontally in the realm of Earth, it's at 0 deviation from horizontal. So there is no curvature of the Earth to be garnered because we measure from the horizontal plane from mean sea level outward everywhere on Earth. So mean sea level horizontally outward is flat Earth everywhere. So we could say that we can know now that there's rise and fall of tides. We got elevation change on land, but definitely horizontal everywhere on Earth, and it's garnered from mean sea level. And so we understand there is no deviation from that, meaning that there is no curving of the Earth to be understood at any distance from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth. You can't measure any drop over the distance. What we have only is on land. There's elevation change, of course, because of topography, but we don't have the curvature of the Earth being substantiated as the radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth being of the numeric values of radius values of 3959 and circumference of 24,901 miles. So we don't have that. There's nothing measured in that sense because all we understand from the measurement is 0 deviation. So there is no elevation change from 0. So the measurement for the flat Earth is 0 deviation from horizontal. So there is no elevation change to say that the Earth is curving in any way for a drop over a distance. So far, so good. Measuring 0, the numeric value for the measurement for Earth being a flat and stationary plane would be 0 deviation from horizontal. So there is no deviation. If there is, and if you say that the Earth is measured to have that deviation and drop over distance, then the onus would be on you to provide that because we don't have that elevation change from horizontal measured from mean sea level. And we garner that because of the fact the rise and fall of tides, I've already told you. And so we can work flat Earth from that position horizontally everywhere across the face of the Earth. All right, so that's measurement. Now we're going to move off to the last point, which is the practical use. Practically, the Earth is used as a flat and stationary plane in such that pilots navigate across the face of the Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. Now, we've talked to many pilots and mariners.
That's not true.
Yes, it's absolutely true.
They absolutely, as if it were flat and stationary. They do not. That is not true.
Yes, Baltimore. That's 100% true. These pilots, they're not gonna listen. They're not gonna outwardly Baltimore. They're not gonna outwardly say they believe that the Earth is flat. But what they will say is that they understand when they're traveling from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth, is that they travel as practically use the surface as if it were flat and stationary. They're not saying they understand it to be a flat Earth, but they're going to travel over it as if it were. They're not negotiating over any amount of curvature. No pilot even takes that into consideration when they're flying over the Earth. They're not factoring in how much curvature they're going to be negotiating over. They never do this. They only fly over the Earth as if it were flat and stationary for practical purposes. They don't have to account for how much curvature they're going to negotiate from point A to point B on any distance of the surface of the Earth.
So it's an interesting statement that you're saying. It's interesting because if you imagine you're in a plane and you're traveling, right?
Mm-hmm.
The amount of lift that your plane is getting will serve as a certain resistance to the weight of the plane.
Yeah,
and the weight
which has nothing to do. Yeah, which has nothing. Yeah, thank you, Baltimore. But that point has nothing to do with the pilot negotiating over any specific amount of curvature over the course of his flight. He doesn't interact with the Earth as a globe. He interacts with the Earth as if it were flat and stationary for practical purposes. And anything that he does to keep his plane level in level flight, still, your point, is a non sequitur to the point that he's negotiating over any amount of curvature. So he doesn't do that.
For me to understand this, right? I need to understand, and I talked about this earlier.
Sure.
What does the map look like? what's in the middle? Is the Arctic in the middle? And then it, like,
All right, but just hang on a second. I will answer your question, Baltimore.
Necessary because it has to do with
All right.
routes.
Check this out, man. I'm going to answer your question, but it's still a non sequitur to the point. So I gave you 3 things: observation, measurement. We're on the last one, which is practical use. So pilots and mariners and even people that are driving on land topography will understand that they're not going to negotiate over any specific amount of Earth curvature. It just is a flat and stationary plane. And for practical purposes, people that navigate across the face of the Earth will never have to think about negotiating any amount of curvature from the point they are originating from to their destination. There isn't any of the curvature taken into account when you're going to travel the Earth. That doesn't need to be had in any way. So practically, you can think of the Earth as a flat Earth when you travel over it. So they don't, pilots, like I said, and mariners don't have to think about traveling the oceans as if it were a curving surface. They only have to travel over it as if it were a horizontal plane. So nobody accounts for this curvature that you might think you live on currently. So 3 things I just demonstrated unequivocally: that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't believe flat. I don't believe. You're saying observed, and you're using just like a very just everyday notion of observed, right? It
Sure.
doesn't fit. It doesn't fit our observations from our from technical instruments that we have orbiting the planet, right? Obviously, it doesn't
Really?
fit those observations. It's just fitting an everyday sense of
All right,
observation.
I'll give you
That's
one thing.
That's
So
observation.
if
Measurements obviously similar, and then I actually
let's
disagree.
see. Let's see.
Go ahead.
I'll test your claim. Bring up one instance where you're using something that actually tests the Earth as a globe. Name one.
GPS.
Okay, so what in GPS tells you that the surface of the Earth is curving?
You need to account using general relativity. You need to use general relativity to account for to synchronize.
How?
Yes, I'll just Google that because I'm not an expert in GP.
So you
fucking-
don't know. Baltimore, check this out,
No,
man. This is what okay.
US
This is what we
military
call Baltimore.
shit.
This is what we call in this forum as Baltimore. This is what we call in the forum as grasping at straws. And you might know what that is, but that's what you're doing right now, sir. You're looking for the answer on
I don't.
Google.
Yes, I am not an expert in
I know
GPS
this.
technology.
So then why did you bring it up? Because if you weren't an expert, you would have stayed silent and said, "You know what? I don't know, man. I
You're
don't
not
know."
a pilot. Why did you bring up pilots?
Because pilots already, we've talked to pilots and they've given their admission that this is how they travel over the surface, Baltimore. They're telling us from their mouths, this is how they use the Earth. They're not saying the Earth is flat Earth, but they're saying definitely as they travel over it, it's like they're traveling over a flat Earth.
So if
So
I get a
practically it's been used that way. But I just wanted to point out that at this moment, a concession is needed right now from you to say, okay, I don't know this information and I'll think about it. You don't need to grasp at straws or look for something on Google to back your point up. You can just easily say, I'll check it out. You know, I don't know. So that's all it is,
so
man.
it says right here, as predicted by Einstein's theory, clocks under the force of gravity
God.
run at a slower rate than clocks viewed at a distant region experiencing weaker gravity.
Go ahead, Jedi.
So this means that clocks on Earth observed from orbiting satellites run at a slower rate, and then, like I said, in order to synchronize the clocks, you have to account for general relativity with GPS. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Awesome stuff.
The fact that your GPS works means general relativity is real, and that gravity exists, and that the
Come
Earth
on,
is a
Baltimore. Come on, brother.
Cool. So just wanted to help you as well, Alpha. It's not just pilots that say this. This is the training manuals and literature that you can get from the aviation authorities around the world, up to and including NASA. All aviation authorities, up to including NASA, within their literature, describe and define treating the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane. You can find that in their literature. Don't believe it, I can post it for you.
I mean, I'd like to see that.
Appreciate that, Jedi. But Baltimore, at some point, man, I think you do have to recognize when you reach your limit, at least in this particular argument, and say, you know what, let me just check it out. And there's nothing wrong with that, Baltimore. Maybe you haven't heard of this argument, you don't know how we present it. That's all I'm saying. For you, it should be just like you don't have to concede. You can say, just let me think about it. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm giving you the easy way out because we're not arguing to the point where I'm just like shellacking you. But all you understand currently is that we've given you substantial information to support the claim that the Earth is flat and stationary. And from the side of the Earth being a globe, we've already tested that there isn't anything to observe and test. There's nothing in the way of demonstration. So we're left with us kind of like showing you that you're just holding the bag right now for globe Earth. You're not really demonstrating anything.
Well, but like, I mean, so is what? Okay, can you answer my question? What? I'll think about it, bro. What does the map look like?
Well, currently, right now, go ahead. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
What is the layout of flat Earth in your opinion? Right, I'm curious because it does affect your third point of how we use the Earth.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But cartography is a tricky thing. So we have many map projections, as you well know, at least should well know.
It's only tricky because it's trying to make a curved thing flat.
No, actually, that's not the reason why. Baltimore.
No, that is the exact reason why.
That's not the reason why, Baltimore. That's not the reason why.
If it was flat, you could just make it flat.
Dude,
you could just
listen. No.
It's hard is because it's a fucking globe.
How Baltimore? How do you understand how cartography works? Because it sounds like you're coming from a place of knowledge.
And what I just said is correct.
Okay, how?
Because you can't take something with non-zero curvature and paste it and cut it open and paste it on something with zero curvature.
Yeah. What is a map, Baltimore? What is a map?
A map is oftentimes they're projections.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't they some of them will preserve angle, right? Between some but not size.
Right. Let me just rephrase it. Let me rephrase the question. Is a map a globe? Is a globe a map?
Well, it's a flat representation of the globe.
Thank you. So when you ask for your flat Earth in a map, you just answered your own question.
No, but you don't need my point is, if the Earth was actually flat, maps would be perfect. There'd be no difficulty.
It's not about being perfect, Baltimore. The distances are understood as being something that mariners have had trouble with, and especially over oceans. To actually understand the orientation, the sizes of things, like landmass sizes are always, like in cartography, given as to certain variables of distortion, how big they are in relation to other things, and also the orientation of the way the positioning of the continents are. So there's a lot of variables that are not understood exactly in which way are they arranged exactly. There's a more or less a general idea of where things are if you head, from one position to the other, let's say on a navigational course. But as far as, like you're saying, in relation to one another specifically, how is it orientated? Like, there isn't that. There's only the best information that we have so far with all the world maps that we understand that are put forward. But with that, I would say you need to go and look to see how many world maps there are and how many different types of distortions these particular map projections have. And each map is very specific, useful for a very specific case, for people that are going to use them for whatever they are. It doesn't matter what projection you're looking at. But currently, right now, Google Maps is using the Mercator projection. You can look that up for yourself. You can find out that's what they're using. So if we're saying the globe has the gold standard map, I would say you're wrong, because no map is a gold standard. They all have their imperfections and distortions. Do you understand that, Baltimore? I'm just telling you, this is what we've understood from our research.
All the maps are distorted. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So, but like, that's not here or there for you saying the Earth's a globe or flat. That's just showing that when we're talking about what they're attempting to do with cartography, that the difficulty of getting everything laid out. So no one, Baltimore, has the perfect gold standard map. So I can't tell you that there's a flat earther out there that's got the gold standard, or the globers that have the gold standard, because nobody does. They just have.
It should be easier for you. It should be an easier task if you were right. It should be an easier task to make a good map.
Well, what do you think the problem is? Because I think if you understand, if you recognize there has been issues in cartography why do you think it would be difficult to put a map out for the Earth in general? Not just saying it's just
globe.
No, not that it's a globe, dude. You keep saying that, right? But because of the fact that they're traveling over distances and they're trying to position themselves in relation to something else. So if you're leaving a specific continent and trying to figure out what position you're leaving from to say you're going in a
Okay, I understand because you don't have
Yeah.
you don't put in satellites because it's not a globe.
No. Orientation, dude.
Okay, no, but-
Orientation is a very difficult thing when you're traveling over oceans of water.
I mean, because you're saying a dude has to sit there and kind of draw a line on some shit. Like, no, we got cameras orbiting the Earth. You know,
Yeah, that's then why Baltimore? Let me just say this, dude. If that is the case, then why is Google Earth using the Mercator projection? And guess how old it is, Baltimore?
Yeah, pretty old. Sure.
Right. So why are we still using that for Google Earth if we got, as you say, cameras that are orbiting the Earth?
Yeah. Well, if we want them, if you for Google Maps, I mean, you can go on Google Earth and that shit does spin that fucking representation of the globe.
Yeah, great. But why are we still using the Mercator projection if all these wonderful technological cameras are flying around?
I don't know exactly what the benefit of the Mercator projection is. I think
There you have it.
It
There you
preserves
have it. But because this is what I'm showing you, Baltimore, is that you're saying that there's this information that supersedes the fact that we have now technology that can get us to a more accurate representation. Well, that's not being used now. We're still using the Mercator projection over the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Because the Mercator projection specifically is meant to preserve local directions and shapes. So it's meant to be. It's useful for personal navigation because the local directions are preserved, right?
They're plotting when people are plotting courses over the oceans. It probably could be better used that way.
If you need to get around locally, you'll only ever be at one place at a time. The directions will be preserved with a Mercator projection.
No,
dude.
Can you like that? Because I feel like you just made that up.
I googled it. I googled I just googled Mercator projection. So, there are different projections. Some of them will preserve.
I know that. Go ahead, Cookie.
No, he just made.
Google it.
Google it. An hour of Donald on the way over to one of my jobs this morning. I had an hour of Donald just making things up, while pretending to have all of this knowledge. And then as soon as I get in the car, I just hear another guy just making things up. Why do you guys do this?
I didn't make that up. I literally just googled it, bro.
You don't know what you said is true. Why are you saying it?
Because it says right here, Encyclopedia Britannica, the Mercator projection is widely used for navigation charts because any straight line on a Mercator projection map is a line of constant true bearing that enables a navigator to plot a straight line course. That's why.
You said local, it preserves the distance locally, and then you didn't cite it. I asked for the citation, you didn't provide it.
I have it right here, Encyclopedia Britannica. I have it open, I'll copy, paste, go to the chat.
In your citation.
Right here. There you go.
No,
did it say local in his citation? Because that was the point I was trying to get to.
Well, I was on a different website the first time. Does it say local?
Okay.
I mean, no. I mean, does it you? I mean, like you're saying, do you want the word local to appear? Like it's the same idea.
You said it though, yeah, because
you want to devolve into semantics. It's an admission that you're losing the argument. If you want to devolve into semantics at that level, that's bullshit. It's talking about local navigation.
You're done. Yeah, you're done. You asked me a question. Then you carried on.
Do you have are you like some fucking mod here and you're gonna fucking block me too? Because I'm ready to go to sleep. I don't give two fucks about your opinion. You're fucking making shit up.
He actually is a mod.
Okay, then fucking block me and I can go to bed. I fucking
while I answer your question.
I didn't even go to fucking bed. It's 7 a.m. Fucking block me, bitch. Block me, bitch. I don't give a shit. You are being you shouldn't be a mod on this, bitch. Fuck you.
What's wrong with this guy? He's asked the question, then he carries on talking. Then he wonders why I'm answering his question. What the fuck?
He does this all the time. What he does is he continues to talk.
Bro, you blocking me. That's why I don't like you. I have no problem with Alpha Veritas.
Shut up. Other people are talking. Allow other people to talk so you don't get muted.
I'll listen to him.
Ask a question, Baltimore. You asked a question, then
Dude, it's 7
continue to
a.m. I
talk.
should go to bed. I shouldn't be fucking here. I should go to
fuck
fucking
off.
bed. Fuck me and I'll be in bed.
Take yourself to bed. You're an adult. Take yourself to bed.
Yeah, I know, but I'm having this conversation. If I'm just saying, if you fuck me, okay, I don't give a fuck, bro. So
Right.
be an
Could
asshole.
you let other people speak? Is that possible?
Okay. Shut
Good.
the fuck up. Let him talk
You
then.
asked
I'm
a
stopping.
question.
Fuck you.
You asked a question and then continue to talk, just like you are now.
Yeah, exactly. So the reason that the word local is really important, as you asked and then talked over, is because you heavily implied that the reason the Mercator projection is used for Google Maps is because of its practicality for directions at the local scale. And then you didn't cite local in your citation. It didn't appear. It just said it's used for navigation, right? Which could be at any scale. So that's not
okay. That's pretty stupid.
Haven't
That's
finished.
Stupid. All right,
finished.
have a good night. I don't give a fuck because you're being.
I haven't finished.
Bad. It's performatively bad. Have a good
Why are
night.
you so rude?
Why I don't give a fuck. It's a bad point. It's a weak
being
point.
rude.
It's a stupid point.
I'm not
it's
just
a bad
going to
point.
yield
It's
because
not
you're being
interesting.
rude.
I don't care. Okay, good night. Good night, sir. I enjoyed having.
Carry on until you stop being rude or you're muted. It's really that simple. So, all right, fine. I'm so sick of being bullied by these pricks that think they can just talk over you. Anyway, as I was saying, he made the claim. Sorry, Alpha. I know that like you're having a conversation with him, but he made the claim that it's useful locally. He then cited something that didn't say local, didn't even imply local. It did say about navigation, which could be used at any scale, which of course doesn't mean local, and so therefore the practicality of using a Mercator projection at that scale isn't established. That was my point.
That was funny as fuck.
Yeah, he dipped out from Jedi's conversation with him earlier too. He had the same kind of response to him.
Lots.
Talks.
His hair immediately turned on fire when Crypto talked to him, dude. Like, what the hell? Does he have? Maybe he's got something against British people. I don't know, but it sounded like he didn't.
Just in the car.
Jeez.
Oh dear. Well
Yeah, man, fuck these guys. If you're halfway through a point and they talk over you, why yield? They're not going to yield for you, so why would you yield for them? Like, if I know that if I'm talking to Miggy or Jedi and they cut me off, I know that they're going to let me come back in at some point. But these guys, they never do. They just fucking carry on. So no, fuck him. If he's going to be rude, he can have rudeness back.
Well, you got well, for your entertainment pleasure, we got Mez in the chat. You can chat you up while you get to work.
Oh God.
Hey, what's up? There he goes.
The sky.
Oh. Yeah, how much globe evidence are you not going to provide today, Mez?
What is there not to provide?
Exactly.
How much flat Earth evidence have we got today?
Exactly.
All of it.
We got any videos of boats being zoomed back in after they go over the horizon?
Mez, do you think that if someone cites something that claiming that it says local and then the citation doesn't say local, that they should probably reconsider their citation?
I'll take that as a no then.
Well,
have we solved the triangle, Jedi?
You're not answering my question, so I'll take that as a yes.
Don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I mean, I asked you a question. It's a yes or no question, requiring yes or no answer.
He gave you the scenario within the question, you fucking idiot.
We'll ask it again.
Do you think if someone says that they have a citation that the Mercator projection is useful locally, and then within the citation it doesn't mention local, that they should reconsider that citation?
No.
The globe is
he probably thinks it's a bear trap here.
The globe is
not a bear trap.
Do you think the Mercator projection cannot be used locally?
Of course it can be used locally. that wasn't what was implied by him. And it had nothing to do with my point either. It's a red herring. Like, any map can be used locally. I can come up with crypto local map of, Mez's neighborhood.
Yeah, the blue marble is the best map for sure.
Sweet, I'm going to use the blue marble to navigate around my local area.
It's a flat map. It is literally a flat map that they wrapped around the ball. Just unwrap that motherfucker.
Yeah, man.
You said Mez's neighborhood. Doesn't he live under a bridge where the Billy Goats cross over?
Yeah. The river troll.
Yeah.
Are you a river troll? Do you regenerate? Or, if someone cuts you, you regenerate? Yes.
Yep, I'm immortal. I'll always be here.
I know he
respawns. Regenerate.
He respawns every morning, so if that means anything.
Yeah.
You just have to burn him with fire, and then he can't regenerate anymore.
No matter how many times I destroy you all with your terrible arguments.
The gaslighting is real.
I'm like a video game protagonist. Come back. Grinding low-level mobs over and over again.
You came here.
Like Hitler.
Yeah.
You fucked it up. You came here.
Just like Hitler. I am flat Earth Hitler.
He just said it like Hitler, dude. You're fucked up, man.
Fucking hell. I wish we were on our home server. I would have changed you to Flat Earth Hitler.
Have you killed 6 million flat earthers?
I'm working on it.
Fucking hell. Well, you need to get the first kill first, and then...
Yeah, but see, he doesn't think reality is real, this guy.
No, I think reality is real. You don't think reality is real.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm getting an overdose on the word real.
You have to say it emphatically to actually make it stick.
Mates, come on, mate. You know the Earth's flat. What are you talking about?
Nah.
Come on, be real. Never felt the Earth moving at 30,000 miles an hour.
I don't feel the train moving at 300 kilometers an hour. Does that mean the train's not moving?
The train moving at 30,000 miles an hour.
300.
Yeah, so does a train move at 30,000 miles an hour?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, I don't see the comparison.
Do you feel a train moving when you're on it? Do you feel a car moving?
Is the train open? Or is it enclosed?
Is the train open?
It's like if I say, oh yeah, if I drink a coffee and it's warm, and he goes, oh, well, is Coke warm and you drink Coke? It's not relevant.
You need to answer the question.
This guy sounds like
the train is not
Get
open.
him out of here. Get him out. Get this troll out of here.
Obviously, he's a troll.
You have to burn him with fire. Which bridge do you live under, Mez? Is it one of the London bridges, or is it further north?
No, it's the London Bridge, yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, actually, London Bridge.
That's the
He
worst.
comes at you with that, one of those immigrants, the way they talk. You know what I mean, bruv?
They're actually Londoners. I wish they were immigrants.
Oh, shit.
Is that train enclosed, dumbass, or what?
Mez, can you kiss your teeth?
Dude, you're fucking...
I love it when they say, yeah, airplane flies 500, 600 miles an hour. It's enclosed, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. And it's
top off, bro.
It's a linear path as well. So again, it's just a complete red herring.
Yeah, they're idiots.
No, that's not a red herring.
It's idiot trolls. That's all you get here.
Let's get these trolls out of here.
Remember that?
See, Crypto is what we call a pseudo-intellectual. He's not as bad as like Gregory.
Are you serious?
Yeah, do you guys know what gaslighting is? Because this is gaslighting right now.
Gaslighting's not real, babe. You made it up.
He just weed
it. God.
That's also gaslighting.
He wee-weed it.
Well done, you got the joke.
Are you poisoning the well, sir?
Yeah, so the thing about gaslighting is that when you know what it is and that it's being applied, it no longer works. Don't know if you know that.
No, it's not gaslighting.
Well, it is.
Well, it isn't, is it? You are quite thick.
It is, though.
Why do you want to listen to this fucking moron?
I don't.
Just fucking troll all the year.
Get rid of him.
Damn.
I know. You're all afraid of me.
You're not saying anything that makes any sense, even. You're not even saying anything that makes sense, dude. Why are you here?
Look, dial it down a notch, okay? You don't need to get so angry.
Start trying to make sense with your senses, okay?
Somebody get this fucking troll all the years.
Oh.
Telling you, it would have been a mistake to make me a mod. That's why I absolutely turned it down.
There'd be nobody left in the server.
I would have got rid of him immediately as soon as he started
He'd just
talking
be in here
shit.
by himself.
Did he leave? Oh, no, he's still there.
Nah, man.
I think Mez versus Harp one-on-one MMA fight needs to be arranged.
Yes, on the London Bridge.
Under the London Bridge.
Perfect. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I don't know, he might bite me. I'll get an infection.
No, because trolls can regenerate, remember?
Bum fight.
Bum fight.
That's funny as hell, dude.
I've just realised Harp's got a little flame emoji in his name, so yeah. No regeneration for Mez.
Gloves or no gloves?
Brooms. Just 2 brooms. Just whack.
Come on, lads, what we got? What's the best flat Earth argument we've got today?
He's one of them North London boys, yeah?
Come on, Crypto, what you got?
Yeah, you can tell because it's flat. So, like, how flat it is yeah.
No, it looks flat, so it's flat.
I never said that. Nice,
Good evening, lads. Or good morning.
Okay, what are you saying then?
Good day.
You can tell how it's flat because of it is. So it looks flat, so it is.
You can say it looks flat, so it's not
Or
flat.
what?
Whatever it looks like, that's what it's not.
So what are you saying, Crypto?
Determined to straw man me. Let's talk to Rick.
No, come on. Well, I'm trying not to straw man you, please. I'm trying to understand you.
Straw man me twice, and you claim
That's not a straw
I am
man.
a globe. You guys know I'm a glober, right?
That's not a straw man.
Someone mute Mez so I can talk to Rick.
Oh.
You're out of here.
You know what? I am like semi-flat Earth because I agree that locally, like when you walk outside, you experience flat horizons. Like yes, from the immediate experience, it is flat. Yes, I agree. However, that is not the nature
Where does it curve?
of the entire Earth. Right. So you cannot experience the curve at eye level, like from 6 foot off the ground, or however tall you happen to be. You can't experience the curve like that. You can't experience the Earth like that. You cannot. We're describing the whole, aren't we? We're describing the whole. We're not describing the local environment. Yeah.
So the measurements they give you for the globe are wrong. Is that correct? Your own measurements are wrong? Is that what you're saying?
So you've taken the globe, these quote unquote globe measurements, and you verified that they're incorrect. Is that correct?
Bunked the piss out of them.
How? How did you debunk them?
Oh, come on, man. There's so many photos out there that just go way past your mathematical bullshit. Besides the fact, and then you scream refraction, then you lose your curve altogether.
Rick, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, man.
Rick,
And refraction doesn't work the way you think it does with your black swan refraction. That's not how refraction works ever, at all, ever.
So are you asking?
Or nobody has shown me any example of the black swan being refracted. You know what they do? I say, please give me an example, and they say, yeah, the black swan. They're a bunch of retards.
Hey, is the black swan that oil rig thing? The offshore oil rig picture?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's post it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon's probably 15 miles back. Probably 15
Yeah.
miles. Refraction. Yeah.
I
You're a
know
fucking
that
idiot.
not all flat earthers share this explanation for sunset, but the ones that do, I call completely that does not satisfy reality. How they suggest that it's an example of vanishing point perspective, that the sun just
Right.
goes away into the vanishing point.
Dissolves.
That is ridiculous.
Absolutely. Yep,
Yeah,
it
that's
dissolves.
not what
Looks like it's
happens.
dissolving. Yep.
But that
Fact.
doesn't happen. It doesn't though.
Oh, it absolutely does
It
happen.
doesn't disappear to
Oh
nothing.
yeah, it does. It does.
Show me.
Go stand in a
Yeah,
field, a nice plain flat field. Go stand
Yeah.
over the ocean. You might get the same effect.
Oh no,
Dissolves.
I have done it, and it. You know what it actually does? It gets bigger as it approaches the horizon.
Dissolves.
It gets
It's weird,
bigger,
isn't it?
and then gets obscured by the horizon as it goes
No, it
over.
doesn't. Never
It
gets
does,
obscured by
man.
any horizon.
Well,
Hello.
I don't
You
know,
can
man.
jump back up, climb up 10 feet, and you'll see it again. Climb another 10 feet, and you'll see it again. Keep going,
'Cause
and you'll
you-
keep seeing it.
What? Because you're changing your perspective. Yeah.
You're changing your height, your angle. Yeah, that's correct.
So
and
that-
you're going to say, "Well,
that
that's
doesn't
proof of the globe." No, it's not.
Changing your angle, you can bring back the sun over the horizon by changing your
say
elevation
Rick.
angle.
Say
Yeah,
Rick.
man.
That's what I just said.
Okay, let me just real quick give you a pause. Put a pin on what you were saying. There's a new guy that just jumped in. So
Okay.
just want to see
Of
about the new guy.
course.
Alexander
Yeah.
Byrne, if you're there.
Sorry.
Yeah. I haven't seen you or heard from you, so I don't know who you are. You sound like a fairly new person in this forum. Do you think that
I'm
the
not
Earth is
so
a globe?
new anymore.
Yeah. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
No.
No. Okay. Well, suppose that would be the end of that. Go ahead, Rick.
Thanks for asking, dude. Thanks for asking.
What?
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, we just I don't know who you are, so maybe you were somebody who really thinks the Earth's a globe. All right. Well, Rick, you had a point.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. Just the nature of sunset and even sunrise and moonrise and moonset. It's all of this the same features, similar features, not same but similar.
They're not always the same. They're not
Rick,
always-
when the Earth
Right.
is flat, shouldn't I be able to see the moon 24/7?
Oh, hello. That changed.
There's one.
Dude, I just said if you knew the Earth was a globe, you said no. Now you came in with this.
because you didn't know he was a liar.
Hey, I believe in a flat Earth. What the fuck? It's still an argument, no?
Oh my god! What?
He believes in the flat Earth.
Get this
Believes.
fucking troll out of here.
I like.
I'm not
I don't know.
sure.
For some
Great.
reason, I like Crit's energy this morning. But
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
let's talk about Alexander.
Yeah, no, if I don't understand it. If you're talking about the sun and sunset and whatever, then how is it possible that we don't see the sun or the moon 24/7 if it's always straight up on us?
What?
Crit's engaged his inner grumpy old man today. It's great.
Yeah, he's just get this
Get
fucking
this
troll out
fucking
of here.
troll out of here.
Let me see if I can get this one. Hey, dude, do you know about how light attenuates?
Not really.
You never heard this before?
Nope.
The sun could be right over your head, and you could dive underwater, and it'll get dark.
Yeah, that probably is true.
There's water in the air.
So that's the argument why we can't see the moon then 24/7
Light,
because there is
light
water in the air.
attenuates. Yeah, light attenuates through a medium.
So even with the strongest telescope, I couldn't zoom in.
Even with the strongest telescope at the bottom of the ocean, you would not be able to zoom into the sun.
Because we have wet air or what?
Light attenuates through a
Wet
medium.
air.
I mean, where is the water in the air?
Yeah, there's water in the air. They rank it. They
Have you
can
ever
That's
heard
what you're
humidity?
saying, no?
You
Have
can
you ever heard of
measure
humidity?
water. Yeah, you can measure water in the air. Yeah, every day the newsman tells you exactly how much water is in the air.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Didn't you know this, Alexander? Hello?
You don't know what humidity is, bro?
Don't think so. Alexander, do you know what humidity is?
I understand what humidity is.
Then why did you say water in the air? Why is there water? Where's the water in the air?
Because I have never someone explained me that we have literal a pool in top
pool?
of us.
Look at the clouds.
A pool? Come on,
By the
brother.
way, clouds
got
are
a-
not water. Clouds are a mixture between ice and dust and
Water gas.
water. Yes.
Vapor,
That's
water vapor.
That's water gas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they turn to rain. Dew point, right?
Return to
Yeah, look at this guy's never been outside. He's never touched grass. He's never
I'm getting
seen
that.
a cloud. He's never seen it rain. He's never
Humidity is
seen-
an alien
Yeah.
word.
Look what
What is
happens.
this
Like,
humidity you speak of?
I
just
know
because
more
you
about
you say the
conspiracy
Earth is-
theories than 99% of this group together.
Oh my
so shut the
gosh.
fuck up, being toxic, and explain me.
Dunning-Kruger. He
That'll
knows
put
more
some hair
than
in your
you.
chest. That'll put some hair in
I
your
know
chest.
more than here. 100%.
Yeah, I know
Okay,
more
who
than you
cares?
know you. I know more than you.
Wow.
Explain
You only
Doesn't
know
me.
one.
matter if you know more.
Explain me your perfect proof of the flat Earth. Then you are so
Oh,
long
certainly.
in business. So you're so long in business now. So give me your personal proof.
What? I don't even know what
Give
you
me
just
your
said. prior to-
personal proof of the flat Earth. Then
Personal proof is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat.
so it's flat because it's flat. I get it. That's a
No,
good
it's flat
argument.
There you
because
go.
I said it's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used
By
as
who?
flat.
By you or by who?
By everybody, sir.
Man, I have mountains in front of my face, so I don't see anything flat on this planet.
Right, on this planet. So when you look at mountains, you know that
Yeah.
when we say the Earth is flat, we're not referring to the actual 2D representation of the surface. We're talking about the horizontal plane that extends outward from mean sea level.
I understand.
No, I don't think you do. So a
No, no.
horizontal plane extending out from mean sea level to any place that touches land and gives elevation profiles, that would be measured from mean sea level, the vertical point at where we garner sea level
The
from.
mean sea level. Can you explain it?
Yeah, the rise and fall of tides, the median of those two.
So
The
which
high and low
happens by
tide?
gravity? You don't believe in, or what?
Say again.
Which happens by the gravity you don't believe in, or by the moon?
Which
you don't
happens by
believe
the
in, or-
what's gravity, Alexander?
Yeah, I don't know. You explain me, please.
You don't know. You're asking me to tell you.
Yeah.
I don't
He's
tell
using
people.
words he doesn't know.
I don't tell people stories of what gravity is.
Okay.
So if you're saying gravity exists and you want me to explain it to you, then you're in the wrong place, sir.
I'm just saying, don't use it as an argument if you don't explain it after.
You're the one that brought it up.
You said gravity.
You
What
said
the hell,
about
bro?
tide. You said about tide,
Too
which is
funny.
made by gravity or by the moon. So what is it now? The tide.
Oh my! This guy.
He
Really?
doesn't understand what mean sea level is. So mean sea level is the average between high tide and low tide. Don't give a fuck about the mechanism of what causes tides. We're talking about mean sea level. Mean
So I
sea
don't know.
level.
I understand
shut
that,
up.
but on a flat plane, how does the water rise and sink?
I
Then?
haven't finished talking, dummy. Mean sea level is a horizontal datum. Do you know what horizontal means?
I know what horizontal means.
Good. Mean sea level is a horizontal datum.
But the level which goes up and down, why does it go up and down then?
That's a I would argue that's a vertical datum. A
No.
horizontal feature
You're an idiot
measured
if
on
you're
a
gonna say
vertical
that.
axis. It's a vertical axis measure. I'm sorry.
It's a point measure to a horizontal C.
Yeah.
Moron.
No, sir.
Yeah, it is.
It's a height measure.
Sorry, depth
It's
and,
zero height.
depth and altitude would be the vertical datum.
So how does
Yeah,
the
and
water
mean- and
level
mean-
rise and sink? How is that happening?
Not interested in the mechanics. We would just want you to understand that mean sea level is horizontal.
Got it. Because when I heard the word, then I understand the logic after. Makes sense. Good explanation. So let's
Yeah,
move on then.
exactly. And every point that extends out from there would be the horizontal plane of the flat Earth. That's what we call flat Earth. So flat Earth is that plane, the horizontal plane that extends outward from mean sea level. So we're going to have this plane that we all exist on horizontally on every place on the face of the Earth. Yeah?
And you have observed that.
It is known, sir. How do you get elevation profiles from land if you,
You don't even
have
know how the water rises and sinks from your imaginary line you are creating.
Wow.
So what the fuck are you talking
You?
about? Then?
You're gonna claim you do?
How have you observed it? I'm asking you. You said every one of us
What do you mean
observes it
observe it?
every day.
Yeah, you see
how
the
can we
tides-
observe that the Earth is flat?
I told you
Get rid
it's
of this idiot.
observably flat. So when you go out to the beach, do you observe the curvature of the Earth or a Earth that looks flat, sir?
No.
No what?
I don't.
No what? You don't what?
I don't see the curvature, obviously.
Yeah.
He's got mountains in his face, remember?
You don't see curvature. Right. That's what we're saying. It looks flat. It's observed that way. Hello.
But it looks flat because we are on ground level watching it, no?
Okay, so we're on ground level. We're
We
watching
just went
it.
through this. We
No,
went through
no.
this. He's going at it again.
Yeah,
Doing
we're
it.
on
See,
ground.
he's just going to circle around and be an asshole. That's what he's doing.
What
Probably.
the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, dude.
All right,
There
so
you have it.
we've established that the Earth looks flat, right? Now we're saying it measures flat because we were getting into mean sea level extending outward in a horizontal plane that doesn't deviate from horizontal. So that right there shows that you can have elevation profiles on land topography, like your mountain. You can have that because you have a vertical point from mean sea level off extending into the plane that we're talking about, where you're standing on land, your mountain, let's say, and you can know how tall the mountain is from that mean sea level point because it connects to that mountain where it's at, and vertically from mean sea level up to where you're at on the top of the mountain, you'd be able to know how many feet that is above sea level.
But when
So-
when you are interested in the sea level, you are actually Googling what's the sea level, right?
No.
Okay, so how do you get it then?
Just get rid of him.
Why
So,
get
Gaff,
rid of me?
and that it's from NOAA charts.
But it's from what, sorry?
NOAA charts.
Is there like something like the New World Order organization or what is that?
No, man, Noah, bro, it's a weather.
So we believe now the satellite images while we don't believe that
Oh,
there are
God.
satellites or what?
It's national.
Shut him up.
It's
Why
the
you shut me up? Shut you up, the downs. Shut the fuck up, you have nothing to say, you're just flaming, dude. What the fuck are you, bro? You're a fucking 50-year-old crying baby. Shut
You're
the
a
fuck up down there.
fucking idiot, dude.
How
And I'm
is
tired
this
of
chat?
hearing your fucking stupid fucking voice.
And your fucking stupid
Okay?
fucking and your fucking stupid
There you
fucking
go.
sea level
Now make
gravitation.
fun of me getting pissed off because you're a fucking idiot. Good job.
Ugh, dear me. Did we give him another chance?
Well, Alex Byrne.
He's
Yeah.
gonna talk in circles. What the fuck?
I mean, I did mute him because he became very obstinate with you, Harp, so you can say thanks. Or not?
Look at the chat now. He's got to go directly to the chat, right?
Probably.
Yeah, he's skanking up the chat for sure.
Yeah, chat's ganked now.
Hey,
Sounds
can
like
I just?
suggestion.
No. Yes, go on. What's up, man?
He's like, no.
Hey, can you hear me, Matt? Just this area is notorious to drop out with signal.
Yeah, we
Let me
heard
know
you.
if I'm like roboting. Okay, cool.
Why are you
Just a
going
bit
to
of a
drop out?
change of pace.
Now you're roboting.
Yeah.
Cause
Yeah,
just
Get back
there's-
underneath the satellite. Just move back underneath the satellite.
Yeah. No, it's no bueno, man. We can't hear you, brother.
Was I gonna? Was I gonna?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, poor signal, man. Poor signal. Where I'm
Alright.
driving home.
Reverse.
Yeah, man.
Chalk it
Come
up
back
to
in a
poor
second to I just wanted to shout out my appreciation for Demok. Is it Demok? Demek?
Really?
Fuck.
Yeah, man.
Demo-
I love listening to him talk. The way he talks, man.
You're
It's
giving Denmark
great.
flowers?
I like. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Give him a kiss on the cheek.
Okay.
I love the you Globers. Ain't no water sticking to your globe, Glober. Like, I love that. I think it's just great the way he says it, like the way he insults Globers. It's great, and he gets worked up about
Well,
it.
no, he's not
I
insulting.
think it's great.
I think he's actually calmed down quite a bit over the years.
He's just when he throws the digs at Globers, I love it. I just wanted to say I appreciate it. That's all. And his accent, because I'm Aussie, and I hear his accent and the way he talks. So yeah, I told you, a change of pace. Yeah, I'm just throwing some appreciation.
Demok loves you too. He said Rick is my favourite Glober.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Did he actually?
This is getting weird.
You must not be near the
just
mic because I can't understand what
it's just a bit of no, it's just a bit of human connection, man. It's not that weird.
Yeah, I know. You want to connect your lips on his cheek. I get it. But we got
Yeah, dude. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
I'd buy him a beer. Okay, I'll tone it down. I'd buy him a beer. So I think he's a funny dude.
Excellent. Well, Jedi wants to talk to Alex Byrne.
No, don't.
All right.
He wants to.
AV. I was listening to your spaces the
What do
other
you think
day.
about it?
Obviously you need more Globers in there because it's like, at the moment it's majority of time, but I like
Echo chamber.
No, he's got nothing. No, that's irrelevant. I'm not saying echo chamber. I'm saying it's not like feisty. It's not something that people would like rally around and listen into unless you've got people like that last guy, for example, when he just lost it and started screaming.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Unless you've got that.
Yeah. Hey, listen. There was a guy from CERN. He was a teacher in physics. So
Yeah,
he
right.
was that right, Jedi? He was in episode 2. So
damn.
Oh shit! Okay, so sorry. I mean, I
You got
think you've got
episodes,
like
dude.
five or six of them now. I mean, I wasn't listening to the whole thing, and I didn't listen to all of them.
well, to be fair, it was 8 hours long. So
Yeah, exactly.
You
So
gotta
forgive me for that.
man.
But
You gotta
but what you
skim
need
through it.
obviously is like you need obviously like those perfect Globers that obviously that lose their shit a bit quicker as well, because you want to pack as many of them as you can in. But before you get to that, like maybe you can like I'd be willing to help.
Get
if
some?
you.
Let's go. Yeah,
to be
Geeks,
a
check this
Glober?
out, man.
Oh.
Well, let's talk because maybe tonight or whatever. But
Yeah, as in like I can act as I am the Glober obviously, but I can amp it up a bit, and that at least will.
Go rally the troops, man. We'll do a thing tonight.
Mate, I don't have any troops anymore. Like I don't go
What?
on.
Come on,
Are you
bro.
are you a Glober, dude? I didn't know
he's a
you were.
Glober.
Yeah, I
Oh,
am. But I don't
oh,
go
there
on
you go.
Discord very much anymore because like
Yeah,
You
but
just seem very like
not.
you seem very decent. Like you're mannered. You know what I mean?
Don't
That's
let
great.
that fool you. No.
That's
Don't. I'm giving you the wrong impression
no.
of me. I don't
No,
think that's
I
the case.
encourage it. I'm sorry, I encourage it. I think it's great. You
Yeah,
need
it's
more of that shit.
unfortunately rare for a Glober. If only they were all actually, well mannered, then this whole conversation.
Whoa! Hang on, you give me way too much credit. If you talk to Jedi or AV, you'll learn that like a little while ago I was just chaos in a cup. You know what I mean?
What you don't understand, Rick, what you don't understand is that the standards are so low that
I
the
know.
is set so low for Globers that
So a
if
small
you're not
improvement,
a
can have a
crumble.
huge like impact. Yeah, okay.
I tried to swing by.
I haven't finished. If you're not being relentlessly passive aggressive, then you're considered not rude. That's the bar Globers have set.
Well, I came in last night and Nathan Oakley was in here and he was just repeatedly calling some dude a dunce, and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm not gonna jump in. He's gonna rip me to shreds. So I just
no.
stay
Just
quiet.
let me just tell geeks we had
The guy was
Red.
done so.
He probably was a dunce. We had Red's rhetoric. We had Red's rhetoric come on night before last or last night. Yeah, night before.
Is that one of the? Is that one of the think? What they called the flat thinkers? I don't know who you're
Red
referring to.
Rhetoric is an OG Glober, man.
Yeah, like way back in the day.
Okay. I've never heard.
Second,
I
it's
don't
on
know
the
who that
second.
is, so.
Go to my profile, geeks. It's the second episode. I think he's somewhere towards the end.
Okay, all right. I'll check that out.
He stayed until like about 6 a.m. Like he was all about like being in the argument for a long time. So
Cool. I mean, like that's the thing. You just need to like get it started, really, don't you? And it's like you just need that, that kind of spark, like for it
That
to
energy.
ignite, and then it's just that initial kindling, and you can't do that without a Glober.
We're competing with the other Flat Earth group that's on there. The
What were
level
they called
heads.
again? I was trying to level heads. I was
Level
trying to.
heads.
I was trying to tell folks what it was
Level
because I was
heads.
like, that's such a good name.
Yeah, they
and I
got
couldn't
their
remember
turf,
what
man.
it was.
They got their turf, and we're the other street gang. We're the 24/7.
You're the new kids on the block.
But we're a lot
yeah,
stronger and tougher and meaner and whatever you want to call it.
Have you come across that Glober MC Tunes or whatever I think his name is? Or
MC Toon?
Tunes MC. Tunes.
Yeah.
Another asshole, yeah.
TOONS.
That guy's a putz.
Dude,
Anyway, ping me if you need like some help, like from a global perspective, just to sort of like test things out and see what's funny and what.
So what are you doing?
works.
What are you doing tonight, man? Let's get together.
We might be awake. I don't know. I think we probably will be. Depends.
Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
No, forks, man.
Oh shit. Okay. I was
Yeah.
like, who the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. No,
I thought you meant the Globe Army. I thought you meant the Globe
pocket.
Army. I thought you
Well,
were
I mean,
talking about the
she's pretty-
Globe Army, dude.
I mean,
Oh.
she is kind of the only globe army that's left. It's no, I'm joking.
Well,
that was a shit job. Anyway, all right. Just ping me and we can if
All
we're
right, we'll
it's available, we'll do something later on. I'd be interested to see what because like that old guy, the last guy, I was laughing at the top of my voice on my balcony, and it was great. He just went nuts.
Hey,
we're gonna actually hand it over to. Hopefully, his hair's not on fire right now. But Donald C just entered the chat, and
Oh, okay, all right. Have fun with him, and I'll chat to you later.
yeah, he's got hairspray. So if his hair's on fire, I'm not putting it out.
Good
I'll
luck.
let Jedi do it.
I shake my head. I shake my head bald.
Go back and forth.
I shave my head bald, so it's no problem.
Oh, so the hair's gone. Okay.
Got burnt off.
for the previous fire meltdown.
I don't melt down just because I get loud does not mean I'm getting emotional.
Dude, you're at level 10.
Dude, you're all kinds of triggered.
Fucking
No.
making my earbuds like ring off my ears.
Dude, if you had to repeat yourself 15 times in a row, you would be louder too.
Don't
All right.
repeat it all. Say it once. and
You
then-
ask the same questions over and over and over.
Well, yeah.
Do I have to give you the same answers and repeat myself over and over and over?
I don't think you're giving us the answer if we're repeating ourselves.
No, because I tried to explain how you're wrong and you just don't listen.
Whatever, Donald. What globe tidings did you bring right now? What are you?
I mean, I've tried to explain to you people how you can measure the Earth yourself, but you don't really care to do it yourself. Even though you always say do your own research, but you don't really care to do your own research.
Yeah, because the previous topic that you were on was that surveyors, like main surveyor, somebody gave us the information. Oh, APOC, where you at, man?
I never used surveying. You guys asked me for
I'm right here.
citations. I give you surveyors and citations.
Yeah,
I never
oh,
actually
buddy's-
used
your
surveyors.
buddy's in here.
Oh, Donald came back? What a dumbass. Yeah, Donald, that whole video that guy that you claimed, I went and looked at his video when he did the measurements, setting up his equipment and shit and the way he does his formula, everything about that guy is wrong. When a surveyor, when
A
a
professional
surveyor,
surveyor is. You're
yes,
saying a
when a
professional
yes,
surveyor is
yes,
not surveying properly.
yes, let me tell you, when a surveyor recommends that you take your shots not early or later, but in the middle of the day, fire that motherfucker 10 times out of 10 times. You know that he said he was 95% off. He calculated the radius to 3,772 miles. And he's like, I'm 95% because it's okay. It's allowable because it's at 3958. And you know that motherfucker took, took 6 face shots with knowing that he had his equipment not calibrated, and then thus in the video says I ended up calibrating it after, and he was off.
Are you talking what
I watched the
calibration are you
video of
talking?
your dumb fuck hero. Go fucking find a new
He's
hero.
not a hero. Dude, he's just a surveyor. He's not a hero.
He's doing it wrong.
He's a horrible
If
surveyor.
I'm gonna agree with the professional before I listen to you, unless you can show me like how the surveyor book says he's
go
doing
on,
wrong.
Get then.
Go on, get.
So you're gonna
I'm sure you can find
agree.
them.
So you're going to agree with him telling people to take their shots in the middle of the day when it's the most fucking sun above you that's going to distort any fucking face shot that you have? Are you kidding me, bro?
He's gonna take measurements throughout the day at different times with different
No,
temperatures.
okay. Maybe you didn't
Donald's
listen
gonna
to me.
agree with the wrong answer.
Maybe you didn't watch the
You
video
heard it.
yourself. But I watched the fucking
APOC,
videos.
it's easier than that.
I watched the videos.
He agreed that he's going to accept the wrong answer.
No,
Yeah.
he's not getting a wrong answer.
He literally has.
You agreed
Dude,
that he got the wrong answer. And
he
you
was
agreed?
95% correct, he said.
Okay, post the video where he's
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.